Chapter 1. The heavens were abruptly torn asunder, revealing a golden list to the world, enumerating the 10 most unsettled monarchs. As the golden list materialized, in the grand palace of Xianyang, Shi Huang was profoundly shaken by its contents. This must be a divine decree from the heavens. Could it be that the heavens are implying that I am a tyrant? I ascended to the throne in my youth, sweeping away the 6 kingdoms and unifying China. I established a common script and standardized transport, constructed the Great Wall to fend off the southern incursions of Xiongnu. I led campaigns against the 100 Yu tribes, expanding our territories. I laid the foundation for an everlasting empire, bringing an end to centuries of turmoil since the Warring States period, liberating the populace from the ravages of war. How could I possibly be a tyrant? My accomplishments are unparalleled in history. With none to follow, I shall never be a tyrant. My vision transcends heights that others have yet to ascend. I am the first emperor. My Qin shall endure for millennia. At this moment, Shi Huang radiated an unprecedented confidence. He resolutely rejected the notion of being a tyrant and took immense pride in his achievements. Standing nearby, Zhao Gao and Li Si looked on in awe. "This is our sovereign. Congratulations, your majesty. Our Qin shall surely last for generations, enduring through the ages." Meanwhile, in the Han dynasty, Emperor Gaozu Liu Bang gazed at the celestial proclamation. He was utterly certain that he would not be listed. "I am the one who vanquished Qin and destroyed Chu, establishing the Great Han, perpetuating and solidifying the unity of China. I abolished the oppressive laws of the Qin dynasty, instituted regulations, fostered recovery, and earned the love of the people. Even formidable adversaries like the Western Chu overlord Xiong Yu chose to take their own lives before me. Strategizing within the tent and achieving victory from afar, I am not inferior to the likes of Zhang Liang. Stabilizing the state, nurturing the populace, providing rations, ensuring the supply lines, I am not as capable as Xiao He. Commanding 1,000,000 troops, certain of victory in battle and conquest, I am not as accomplished as Han Xian. All three are extraordinary figures, yet they chose to follow me. If I did not seize this realm, who else could? My aspiration in middle age was to become an emperor like Yingzheng of Qin. This list of unsettled monarchs shall not include me, nor shall it include my descendants." Emperor Wu Luche sat solemnly upon the dragon throne. The Han had already reclaimed the Hetao region, opening the Hushi corridor. At this moment, the strength of the Han dynasty had reached its zenith. Yet, within Lu Qi's heart lingered a trace of regret. Ultimately, he had not been able to advance further. He looked up to the heavens, his expression tinged with majesty. "A divine miracle prompts me to recall that brilliant young general, like a shooting star. Let me see who among these unsettled monarchs is worthy of recognition." In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin gazed upon the suddenly materialized golden list in the sky. He self-deprecatingly mused, "Is even the heavens mocking me now? I have held the imperial throne for less than 2 months, and already rebellion has erupted in various regions of the Tang. Kagan Xieli has descended with an army of 100,000. They have advanced to within 20 miles of Chang'an. It is indeed a disgrace. Already burdened by the accusations of fratricide and patricide, I am now subjected to this great humiliation. Have I truly erred? Is it as the world claims, that the heavens are punishing me?" Seeing his distress, Empress Chongzhen hurriedly embraced Li Shimin, offering comfort. "My lord, you must regain your composure. The destiny of the Tang still awaits you. Regardless of how the world perceives you, in my heart, you are eternally right. Whether as an emperor or a prince, you remain the most formidable presence in my eyes. This truth, my lord, you know better than anyone. You shall undoubtedly etch your name into history. Your renown shall rival that of any other." Li Shimin was profoundly moved, gripping Empress Chongzhen's hand tightly. "Guanyin maid, you speak the truth. My setbacks are merely temporary. I must rise again, and I shall strive to make the Tang even more powerful in my hands, more formidable than it ever was under my father's reign in the Song dynasty." Zhao Guanyin had nearly unified the Central Plains. Decades of chaos since the fall of the Tang had come to a halt. In the eastern capital of Kaifeng, Zhao Guanyin and his ministers were indulging in wine and meat. They noticed a golden scroll appearing in the sky, and they erupted into laughter in unison. Prime Minister Zhao Pu remarked, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, among the emperors throughout history, none can compare to the sovereign of our song. Our song inherits the martial virtues of the Tang, and under your leadership, we shall conquer the world." Zhao Guanyin wholeheartedly agreed with Zhao Pu's assertions. "Indeed, I shall become a figure akin to Shi Huang or Han Wu, fulfilling the unaccomplished aspirations of my late father, Emperor Chai Rong. Let be my hands that realize this vision. I will elevate the song to the pinnacle of Eastern culture. I shall conquer the lands north and south of the Yangtze, unifying the realm. In the southern song, Wang Yango successfully relocated the song capital from Kaifeng to Linen. The renowned general Yu Fei had met his tragic end. Wang Yango pledged fealty to the Jin emperor, promising an annual tribute of 250,000 taels of silver and silk. Thus, a fleeting period of peace ensued between the Jin and Song. Wang Yango gazed at the golden list in the sky, feeling utterly disdainful. Ranking the 10 most unyielding emperors? What nonsense is this? Is this not a distraction from my performance? Come, let me ignored continue the music and dance. In the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang looked to the heavens with firm conviction. Our Ming is destined for prosperity. It is the dawn of a new era. Such a sacred figure, within a century, will undoubtedly not witness a ruler burdened by unresolved grievances. Zhu Yuanzhang harbored immense satisfaction towards his son, the crown prince Zhu Biao, and his eldest grandson, Zhu Xiongning. With Zhu Biao and his progeny in place, he felt no trepidation for the nation's future. Zhu Biao, in this esteemed position, would undoubtedly surpass his father's accomplishments. He was the successor meticulously nurtured by Zhu Yuanzhang himself. Internally, he could subdue the ministers, and externally, he could command the vassal kings. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di had just relocated the capital to Beiping. He gazed at the golden list high in the firmament. While I, the emperor who has conquered the northern deserts, ventured to the western seas, and established a flourishing era, find my name among the top 10 rulers beset by unresolved grievances. In the Kangxi era of the Qin dynasty, the Kangxi emperor, having reigned for over 50 years, looked upon the golden list with great confidence. I, Zhenjoro Xuanya, am indeed a timeless sovereign. My great Qing shall never witness any ruler plagued by unresolved grievances. We, the great Qing, stand as the foremost terrestrial power. In terms of territorial expanse, which Han dynasty could rival us? He was eager to discover which emperors would be enumerated on this celestial roster of unresolved grievances, the skies of countless realms illuminated with the golden list, instantly captivating numerous emperors and common folk alike. For every emperor, there existed a profound desire to remain unlisted among those deemed to have unresolved grievances. For once inscribed, it could signify the emperor's incompetence in governance. The golden list unfurled slowly across the heavens. A vague silhouette emerged, accompanied by an ethereal voice, enumerating the top 10 emperors burdened by unresolved grievances. At the 10th position is the great Ming's Yongle emperor. The Yongle emperor, revered as the son of heaven, stationed troops along the borders, establishing the precedent of emperors guarding the nation, where the monarch perishes with the state. During his reign, the Yongle emperor initiated extensive maritime expeditions, dispatching Zheng He to the western seas to proclaim the might of the Ming. The Ming's naval fleet circumnavigated the continents, ushering in an era of tribute from countless nations. Throughout his reign, the Yongle emperor conducted 5 campaigns against the northern deserts, fortifying the frontiers. He fractured the internal divisions of the northern Yuan, establishing the Nurendusi. He created Guizhou province and incorporated Annam into the Chinese realm. The Yongle emperor compelled the Tibetan forces to submit and established diplomatic relations with certain factions in Xinjiang, thereby expanding the Ming's territory, which reached its zenith during this period. The Yongle emperor inaugurated the Yongle flourishing era, compiling the Yongle Didayan. This encyclopedic work encompasses 370 million characters, covering classics, history, philosophy, and collections, delving into astronomy, geography, medicine, divination, Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, drama, crafts, and agriculture. It encapsulates the vast intellectual wealth accumulated by the Chinese civilization over millennia. As the imagery of the Yongle Didayan slowly materialized, the resonant achievements worthy of historical inscription echoed throughout the heavens. This was merely the commencement of the enumeration, yet the inhabitants of myriad realms were already engulfed by an unprecedented sense of awe. They failed to comprehend why the illustrious Yongle emperor, despite his remarkable achievements, has been ranked among the tragic monarchs on the golden list during the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty. Yeah, look, it is our Ming emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming dynasty, was filled with elation. When his imperial name first appeared on the golden list, his heart skipped a beat, fearing it might signify an end. He dreaded the prospect of Yongle being an indulgent tyrant, thus earning a place among the 10 tragic emperors. However, upon witnessing the Yongle emperor's numerous proud accomplishments, he was astounded. Is this what they refer to as tragic? Congratulations, father! However, I am perplexed. Given that the Yongle Emperor has achieved so much, why does he find himself on the tragic list? Zhu Yunzhang's thoughts were interrupted by Zhu Biao. Initially, Zhu Biao felt a similar pang of anxiety upon seeing the golden list recounting the Yongle Emperor's deeds, fearing a distressing revelation. Yet, as he beheld the Yongle Emperor's achievements, he was left momentarily speechless, his emotions oscillating between joy and confusion. He could hardly fathom how such a sovereign could be placed on the tragic list. I cannot comprehend how an emperor who expanded territories and ushered in a prosperous era could be anything but a revered monarch. After a brief silence, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, I too am uncertain. However, if heaven has deemed him tragic, it must be for a reason. Let's observe further. Shifting the conversation, Zhu Yuanzhang playfully inquired, Biao, how many generations do you think this Yongle Emperor is removed from us? I believe, given your fondness for peace, that this Yongle Emperor is likely our grandson, Zhu Xiongming. Huh, the title Yongle Emperor sounds magnificent. I am fond of it. Thinking of his beloved grandson, Zhu Biao's face broke into a smile. The courtiers nearby also beamed with radiant smiles. Our Ming Emperor, Crown Prince, and grandson are all exceptional individuals, deeply trusting of one another, a rare occurrence throughout history. The officials exclaimed, Long live our Ming dynasty in the realm of the Western Han. Excellent, excellent. As the golden list began to unfold, the inner desires of Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, were ignited, prompting him to cheer enthusiastically. Lu Che believed that an imperial sovereign ought to possess such accomplishments, wielding power across the 9 provinces and commanding respect throughout the seas. During the Zhongtong period of the Yuan dynasty, which emperor is this Yongle Emperor of China? I have studied Han culture since childhood and have yet to encounter this individual in historical records. Kublai Khan furrowed his brow, searching his mind for any mention of the Yongle Emperor, but to no avail. Thus, he turned to the Han minister Liu Bingzhong for clarification. Liu Bingzhong, adhering to Mongolian customs, replied, Great Khan, the golden list highlights the achievements of this Ming dynasty sovereign, mentioning his resistance against the Mongol Yuan, clearly indicating that he is from a dynasty succeeding ours. Kublai Khan narrowed his eyes, a chilling aura directed at Li Bingzhong. Indeed, it appears that this Ming dynasty is a successor to my Yuan dynasty. This implies that the forces destined to overthrow my great Yuan empire may very well be the Ming. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kublai Khan inhaled sharply, shaking his head vigorously. My Mongolian cavalry is invincible across the realm. How could we possibly be defeated? Liu Bingzhong, neither humble nor arrogant, replied calmly, Your Majesty, it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Let's not forget, it is the Han military that supports your ascension as both the Great Khan of Mongolia and the Emperor of China. Those so-called invincible Mongolian cavalry units were vanquished by your alliance with the Han forces. At the mention of past filial duties, Kublai Khan's expression stiffened. Let bygones be bygones, do not dwell on them. Nevertheless, my Mongolian cavalry of the Yuan Empire shall not be easily defeated. As the tally continued, the once blurred images began to sharpen. On one hand, the Yongle Emperor expanded territories and crafted a thriving era on the other. He was a monarch who ascended as a vassal king, regarded by many officials as a tyrant. Upon claiming the throne, the Yongle Emperor embarked on a path of expansion to wage 5 campaigns in the northern deserts. He expended countless resources and manpower, bringing the national finances to the brink of collapse. His son began to misunderstand him, and officials began to dissuade him, many even opposed him. Faced with this wave of skepticism, the Yongle Emperor felt an unprecedented sense of solitude and fatigue. For a fleeting moment, he even regretted assuming this position. Yet, he understood profoundly that some wars he must engage in, lest his descendants bear the burden. The Yongle Emperor firmly believed that a single generation sufficed for bloodshed. In the 65th year of his life, confronted with yet another incursion from the northern nomadic tribes, despite his frail condition, he chose to lead his troops into battle. Trampling across the enemy encampments that in this campaign, he succumbed to illness on the return journey. In his final moments, the Yongle Emperor remained tethered to the vastness of the Ming dynasty, concerned for its people and the regrets of his own heart. As he breathed his last, he lamented, Life is fleeting, such a kingdom. How could one not be enamored? As the tally concluded, the image of Zhu Di crystallized upon the golden list. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao, and all the ministers found their smiles frozen in that moment. The ministers, having previously laughed excessively, struggled to adjust their expressions, their lips twitching comically. They could hardly fathom that this Emperor Yongle was none other than the Prince of Yan this moment. Zhu Yuanzhang felt as if he'd been struck by a thunderbolt. He was utterly bewildered. How could it be that the fourth son was adorned in his robes? Was he not stationed at the borders? How could he have ascended to the throne mid-guard duty? For a fleeting moment, Zhu Yuanzhang even questioned whether his aging eyes had deceived him. With a voice tinged with trepidation, he turned to his son, Zhu Biao, and inquired, "Is it possible that I am mistaken, my dear Biao? How could the plump visage on the golden list bear such a resemblance to the fourth son?" Dear Biao. After a prolonged silence with no response, Zhu Yuanzhang turned to find his eldest son, Zhu Biao, equally astonished. Zhu Biao stood with his mouth agape, staring vacantly at the golden list, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zhu Yuanzhang hastily waved his hand before the boy's eyes. Could it be that this child was rendered speechless with fright? Zhu Biao was suddenly jolted awake, a chill coursing through him. In response to his father's inquiry, Zhu Biao, in a state of utter bewilderment, replied, "Father, I sincerely wish you had misread the situation. Yet that cherubic face upon the golden list, it does not merely resemble that of the fourth prince, it is unmistakably him. After all these years of discipline, how could one mistake such a visage? But the conundrum lies in how this Yongle emperor could indeed be the fourth prince. This is absurd. There is no way that the throne could ever rightfully belong to him. I do not understand." Zhu Yuanzhang was equally perplexed. How on earth could Zhu De, that scoundrel, ascend to the throne? This was an inconceivable event. What of his three elder brothers? Could it possibly be rebellion? Yet even if it were, with his meager troops, he would likely be subdued by the local commander before even reaching Beiping. Zhu Yuanzhang could not fathom it. With Zhu Biao present and the formidable Zhu Xiongyin, how could the fourth son claim the imperial seat? This outcome was utterly confounding to him. He even entertained the notion that perhaps Zhu Biao had abdicated in favor of Zhu Di. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that this cunning eldest son would make such a decision. Nonetheless, regardless of the reasoning, Zhu Yuanzhang found it difficult to accept this reality. He had envisioned Zhu Biao as the sovereign, while Zhu Di was meant to serve. Instead, the worker Zhu Di had orchestrated a remarkable reversal. What of his esteemed eldest son? Driven by curiosity, Zhu Yuanzhang overlooked Zhu Di's accomplishments. All he wished to comprehend was how Zhu Di had transitioned from a princely vassal to the emperor. This was astonishingly surreal. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression remained stoic. Yet this only heightened the tension among the courtiers, who dared not breathe. Who among the subjects of the Ming dynasty was unaware that Zhu Yuanzhang's sons were limited to Zhu Biao and a few others? Those familiar with Zhu Yuanzhang understood that he was teetering on the brink of fury. Someone was about to face consequences. With the eldest present, the fourth son surely had no chance. Rebellion would be even more futile. Although Zhu Biao lacked the combat experience of the fourth, his prestige was formidable. And the second and third brothers were no pushovers. How then had the fourth son become emperor? Zhu Yuanzhang's brow furrowed in frustration. He simply could not comprehend it. The difficulty of Zhu Di attaining the throne was lost on others, but not on Zhu Yuanzhang, the ultimate authority of the Ming dynasty. He had championed primogeniture and designed a system of mutual checks among the princely vassals. The fourth son had no opportunity whatsoever. Meanwhile, Zhu Biao too was furrowing his brow. How had his younger brother usurped the position that was rightfully his? What was happening? Had the fourth brother rebelled? Yet, rebellion could not possibly lead to victory. Zhu Biao understood that his father had considered this very issue when bestowing princely titles, providing each with a mere 20 to 30,000 soldiers at most. Moreover, local officials kept a watchful eye on their every move. Thus, the princes could not even contemplate rebellion without first notifying the court. Even if local officials colluded with the princes, how many troops could they possibly muster? 30,000? 50,000? The Ming court commanded over 1 million soldiers. How could this ever lead to a successful rebellion? The father and son duo were even beginning to doubt the authenticity of the imperial examination results. The disparity in military strength was staggering, at least 20-fold. Was the fourth son of Zhu, a celestial being descended upon earth? After a moment of silence, Zhu Biao spoke. From the perspective of the military distribution of our Ming dynasty, it is utterly impossible for a vassal prince to seize the throne through rebellion. The son reflected, convinced that some unforeseen circumstances must have transpired, allowing the fourth son to ascend to the esteemed position of the sovereign. You speak wisely, Zhu Yuanzhang acknowledged. Accepting Zhu Biao's explanation, yet his mind remained preoccupied. This situation was simply too astonishing. Zhu Di's ambition to usurp power through force seemed implausible unless he, along with his son and the founding heroes, were all to perish. The thought sent a chill of cold sweat down Zhu Yuanzhang's spine. Could such a fantastical scenario truly unfold? How could one entertain such notions? He quickly dismissed the thought, reprimanding himself for his dark musings. Nevertheless, his curiosity could not be quelled. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhu Di's actions had captured his attention. If Zhu Di had forcibly deposed his elder brother to claim the throne, such treachery would be unforgivable. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists, contemplating this wretched boy. How could he betray his brother, who has treated him so well? Yet, the undeniable truth remained. Zhu Di had become emperor. The more Zhu Yuanzhang pondered, the more his anger simmered. I must release this frustration through action. He commanded. It seems the fourth son deserves a taste of his childhood lessons. If he goes unpunished for 3 days, he'll think he can escape unscathed. Summon the Prince of Yin to the court. As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang's order was given, the imperial guards swiftly made their way to the Prince of Yin's residence. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Hall of Supreme Harmony was tense and frigid, with the ministers hastily bowing their heads to avoid drawing attention to themselves. Let it be as if I have not been here. In the late years of the Hongwu era, Prince Jin, Zhuchang, stood up in shock, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. How could it be the fourth son? In the preceding years, his elder and second brothers had passed away, and the court's generals had been decimated by their father. Zhuchang had initially planned to seize the opportunity for a coup once his father passed and the new emperor was enthroned. He was aware that Zhu Di's advisor, Yao Guangxiao, harbored similar ambitions. Yet he was unafraid of Zhu Di, for a rebellion would ultimately reveal whose abilities prevailed. But now, the imperial list revealed that Zhu Di had become emperor? How could this be? Did it not imply that Zhuchang was no match for Zhu Di? However, Zhu Qian's army frequently traversed the northern desert, proving to be no less formidable than Zhu Di's Yin army. Zhu Qian found this utterly perplexing. Meanwhile, in another realm, an entirely different scenario unfolded. The Great Qin, what a magnificent Yongle emperor, a generation steeped in bloodshed sufficed. What bold campaigns in the north. What remarkable voyages to the west. When Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng heard these words, a surge of fervor coursed through his veins as if he had returned to the days before the unification of the 6 states, brimming with ambition and purpose. In Yingzheng's eyes, the strong are perpetually solitary. A sovereign must possess such courage. What does it matter if the world fails to comprehend? What does it matter if the populace hurls scorn? For Qin Shi Huang himself was often labeled as a tyrant by the subjects of the Qin dynasty. Yet the Great Wall must continue to be constructed, and the Baiyue must be subdued. Otherwise, should the Xiongnu descend, and the Baiyue revert to foreign rule, would not the land of China once again be torn asunder? If a ruler cannot expand territory and cultivate the realm through civil governance, what is their purpose? The short-sightedness of the masses is of little consequence. Even if despised by multitudes, what harm is there? The deeds we undertake may bear sin in the present, yet they shall yield merit through the ages. During the Jingnan era of the Tang dynasty, this Yongle emperor achieved such remarkable feats. Having just regained his composure, Li Shimin, upon seeing the content of the Golden List, felt his competitive spirit ignite. If the Yongle emperor could expand his dominion and establish a flourishing era, then I, Li Shimin, have no reason to fall short. In comparison to you, I am merely lacking in time. On this point, Li Shimin held unwavering confidence. The content of the Golden List continued to unfold, transitioning to a scene of warfare and chaos. The common folk of China appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter, their futures uncertain. A commanding voice resounded once more. On the 17th day of the 4th month in the 20th year of the Yuan era, amidst a tumultuous world, the Yongle emperor was born in the capital of Yingtian, being the 4th son of the Ming founder, Zhu Yuanzhang. The Yongle emperor was raised in a military camp from a young age, developing a passion for horseback riding and archery, along with a keen sensitivity to military affairs. Consequently, his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, held high expectations for him and frequently subjected him to rigorous military training. In the second year, Zhu Yuanzhang ascended the throne in Nanjing, overthrowing the vast Yuan Empire and thereby establishing the Ming dynasty. Amidst his numerous responsibilities, he named the 7-year-old future Yongle Emperor Zhu Di. The scene unfolds with the Mongol forces clashing violently, rivers of blood flowing and cries of despair filling the air. A contingent of Ming soldiers surged into the Yuan capital, where the noblemen of the grasslands had long since vanished without a trace. Upon the walls of the Yuan capital, banners of the Ming dynasty were hoisted, symbolizing the reclamation of the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun, lost to the Han people for nearly 4 centuries. The scene then shifts to the moment of Zhu Yuanzhang's coronation in Nanjing. During the Yuan Zhongtong period, the realization dawned upon Kublai Khan that the Yuan capital had indeed fallen. His brows furrowed into a deep frown. Incredulous that his invincible Mongolian cavalry had truly been defeated by the Han people, no less. Was this some sort of jest? Kublai was all too familiar with the Han people during the Southern Song. They had once forsaken their emperor, leaping into the sea rather than fighting valiantly. How was it possible that, after such a short span of time, they had transformed into such formidable warriors? It felt surreal. Although Kublai had prepared himself for the possibility of retreating from the Central Plains since the day he took control, the reality of that day arriving still stirred a profound sense of melancholy within him. His great Yuan dynasty had indeed been dismantled. Nevertheless, as a man of the grasslands, he revered strength. The fact that they had overthrown the Yuan testified to their formidable prowess. However, the descendants of the Han are not to be underestimated. We, the people of the grasslands, are inherently warlike, and one day, we shall march southward to sweep across the Central Plains. Zhao Kuangyin of the Song dynasty clenched his fist in determination. How splendidly accomplished! The recovery of the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun had been Zhao Kuangyin's lifelong aspiration. After ascending the throne, he intended to march north to annihilate the Liao dynasty at the earliest opportunity. Yet, due to various circumstances, his strategic focus shifted towards the southern Tang. Now, witnessing the Ming army reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun, he could not suppress his exultation. However, after the cheers subsided, Zhao Kuangyin sensed something amiss. The Ming dynasty appeared to be the successor to his Song dynasty. What was happening? Had the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun fallen into another's hands once more? Or had Zhao Kuangyin never truly reclaimed them? The image on the golden list began to shift again, revealing Zhu Biao atop the esteemed role. From the inception of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di's elder brother, Zhu Biao, was designated as the crown prince. Zhu Biao, having received a profound Confucian education from a young age and mentored by numerous esteemed founding figures, truly exemplified a harmonious blend of literary and martial prowess, making him the unequivocal choice for the heir to the empire. Subsequently, in order to safeguard the frontier, Zhu Yuanzhang bestowed titles upon his sons, establishing them as vassal kings to oversee various regions. Among them, Zhu Di, a remarkable military talent, was granted the title of Prince of Yin and assigned to the former Yuan capital, tasked with the defense of the northeastern border of Liaodong. In the 9th year of the Hongwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang commenced the psychological training of Zhu Di. Zhu Di, accompanied by his brothers, returned to their hometown of Fengyang, which was referred to as Zhongdu during the early Ming dynasty. Here lie the remains of Zhu Di's grandparents, a site where Zhu Di's father, Zhu Yuanzhang, tended to the cattle and sheep of affluent families during his youth. Indeed, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, began his life as a humble cowherd. Driven by the dire necessity of hunger, he rose in rebellion, starting with but a simple bowl, ultimately ascending to the throne. Kublai Khan of the Yuan dynasty had initially resigned himself to the dissolution of the Mongol Empire. However, upon witnessing this, he could no longer remain passive. How could it be that his grand Yuan Empire was dismantled by a mere coward? Such news would surely provoke laughter among the masses. The absurdity of it all was beyond his comprehension. Kublai Khan could scarcely fathom that the downfall of the Yuan Empire could be attributed to a simple coward, whose motivation for rebellion was as straightforward as the struggle for food. Meanwhile, Liu Che of the Han dynasty observed this with a twitch of his lips. Remarkable indeed. Zhu Yuanzhang was a formidable figure, a mere cowherd from a landowner's household, driven to insurrection by hunger, ultimately crowned as emperor. What an extraordinary narrative. Liu Che was inclined to regard Zhu Yuanzhang as the most illustrious progenitor of a founding dynasty. In the Eastern Han dynasty, Liu Xiu was taken aback by Zhu Yuanzhang's ascension to the throne. He had thought himself remarkably accomplished, only to discover that there was someone even more exceptional than he. Starting with a simple bowl and ending adorned in a dragon robe, Liu Xiu could not help but marvel. Truly, what a remarkable individual Zhu Yuanzhang was. The tallying of the golden list continued. Zhu Di resided in his hometown of Fengyang for a period of 4 years. The 4 years of civilian life profoundly influenced Zhu Di. He immersed himself among the people, gaining a deep understanding of their needs and desires. In the 13th year of the Hongwu era, Zhu Di established his fiefdom in Beiping. Zhu Di was a man of fervent martial pursuits. He launched 2 major campaigns beyond the Great Wall, successfully enticing the Mongolian noble Nuwa to surrender and capturing the northern Yuan general Sulan Timur, thereby earning renown across the realm. In the ensuing years, Zhu Di's brothers were also granted fiefs beyond the Great Wall. The initial feudal lords of the Ming dynasty possessed an extraordinary combat prowess, leaving their northern adversaries utterly defenseless. Zhu Di and the brothers entrusted with the defense of the northern frontier are collectively known as the 9 Great Frontier Kings. Among them stands the valiant general and the enlightened ruler Zhu Biao. At this juncture, the Ming dynasty is indeed flourishing, with a promising future ahead. Yet, the elder Zhu still harbors concern for the fourth brother, as Zhu Di's vassal state lies not at the forefront of battle. Under normal circumstances, the empire is poised to usher in an unprecedented era of prosperity. However, no one could have anticipated the unexpected turn of events that transpired in the 25th year of the Hongwu era, when the crown prince Zhu Biao fell gravely ill upon returning to the capital after inspecting Xi'an, and soon thereafter passed away. As the sound of the golden list echoed, the haunting notes of the Suona heralded a fortune untold. The scene froze at the funeral of Zhu Biao, a moment steeped in profound sorrow. The officials of the great Ming wept inconsolably, their lamentations reverberating through the night. The last time the court officials had experienced such profound grief was on the day of Empress Ma's demise. In the twilight years of the Hongwu reign, many of the court's literati and warriors, witnessing this somber spectacle, began to discreetly wipe away their tears. Overcome by sorrow, some could not help but cover their faces and cry out in despair. "O Crown Prince, do you know how we have endured these years since your departure? It has been 5 long years. Every day, several officials perish within the court. Our lives have become unbearable. Each time we attend court, we must prepare our final words, drafting our wills, for who knows when we might depart this world unexpectedly during a session. In this moment, the highest-ranking officials of the Ming court resembled distraught brides, their weeping resonating with heart-wrenching intensity. During the Hongwu era, I, who had once been baffled by Zhu Di's ascension to the throne, was utterly taken aback. It is truly incomprehensible. Have I witnessed my own funeral? Such a sudden turn of fate indeed. Is illness merely a matter of declaration? He murmured, filled with despair. Is fate so unkind to me that it denies me even 2 more years of life? Am I truly a victim of celestial jealousy? Zhu Biao lamented, his aspirations unfulfilled. Facing the bitter reality of his untimely demise, he found it unbearable to accept such a conclusion. Could they not grant him a mere 2 years of reign before his end? Beside him, Zhu Yuanzhang stood in stunned silence, grappling with the shocking turn of events. Just moments ago, he had contemplated the notion that the only way for the 4th son to succeed in rebellion was if both he and his grandson, the valiant heir, were no longer present. Yet, how could it be that his thoughts had manifested into such a grim reality? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Zhu Biao, how could you betray the years of nurturing we invested in you? How could you abandon me? Upon seeing the news of Zhu Biao's untimely demise on the list of successful candidates, Zhu Yuanzhang found it utterly unbearable. He could not accept the reality that he had expended so much effort in cultivating Zhu Biao. All the resources of the Ming dynasty had been devoted solely to him. After Zhu Biao's death, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself devoid of the energy to nurture another successor. Listening to his father's words, Zhu Biao felt an even deeper sorrow. Father, I implore you, cannot you harbor a glimmer of hope for me? Who would willingly court death? It is evident that I have simply overexerted myself. From this day forth, I shall labor no more than 5 hours each day. I shall rise with the sun and retire at dusk. I can no longer endure the burden of handling memorials until the early hours of the morning. Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback, ready to retort, when Zhu Biao interjected. Old man, should you disagree, I might just rebel. Father, I am extending you a courtesy. You must accept it. Zhu Yuanzhang, brimming with excitement, responded. Is what you say true, my son? A man's word, once spoken, cannot be retracted. Let us summon the dragon robe that your mother has prepared for you. And here, take an additional garment to ward off the chill. Zhu Biao? The tally of the golden list continued. After the demise of Crown Prince Zhu Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang's temperament underwent a profound transformation. At that time, Zhu Biao's legitimate eldest grandson, Zhu Xiangying, had also passed away, leaving his legitimate second grandson, Zhu Yuntong, still in his tender youth. The position of the crown prince has fallen into the hands of Zhu Yunjian, who ascended from a mere branch descendant to the esteemed status of the legitimate eldest grandson. In order to pave the way for his grandson Zhu Yunwan to inherit the throne, Zhu Yuanzhang eliminated all the esteemed ministers within the court who posed a potential threat to imperial authority. Lan Yu, Fengxing, Fu Yud, and other founding heroes were successively executed. The scene unfolds with Lan Yu facing his death. Fu Yud, unwilling to endure humiliation, chose to end his own life. Following the demise of Zhu Biao, a massacre commenced. In the 25th year of the Hongwu era, Lan Yu, who had just secured a victory and was preparing to return to court, gazed upon the contents of the golden list and could not help but shudder. Alas, my life is at an end. He hastily felt around his head. How fortunate! His head remained intact. He needed to continue this tactile reassurance, for soon it might be too late. A month prior, he had received news of the crown prince's illness. At that time, he had dismissed it lightly, thinking it merely a common ailment, with so many court physicians available. Yet now, witnessing Zhu Biao's demise, he realized that Zhu Yuanzhang, in a bid to secure a future for his grandson Zhu Yunwen, would not hesitate to eliminate him, disregarding their past camaraderie. A wave of sorrow surged within him, prompting an uncontrollable outburst of tears. His grief was twofold, for Zhu Biao's passing and for his own dismal fate. With Zhu Biao's death, no one remained who could compel his willing submission. Zhu Di was an unviable option, as their relationship had always been fraught with tension, and Zhu Yunwen, a mere illegitimate son, could hardly hope to command him. The general, after all, faced certain death. Perhaps rebellion was the answer. At that moment, Lan Yu's deputy suddenly spoke up. Lan Yu was taken aback, feeling a flicker of temptation. However, he quickly suppressed this inner turmoil, for he knew that apart from Zhu Biao, no one could successfully oppose Zhu Yuanzhang. The deputy, sensing Lan Yu's hesitation, attempted to persuade him further. Lan Yu shot him a glare and replied, "This is not the time for a deadlock. Once we return to the capital, we shall devise a strategy to establish the young third master Zhu Yuntong as the crown prince, and then we shall negotiate." In Lan Yu's eyes, only Zhu Yuntong, a brother of Zhu Xiangying, was worthy of his loyalty. Zhu Yunwen was merely a bookish, sycophantic scholar, one whom no martial general from Huaishi could ever truly respect. "Alas," sighed Lan Yu once more, "Your Highness, why have you departed from us?" In the ensuing years, Zhu Di's second and third brothers, Prince Qin Zhu Sheng and Prince Jin Zhu Jian, respectively, passed away, leading Zhu Di to ascend as the foremost among the princes, earning the special favor of Zhu Yuanzhang. During the waning years of the Hanwu era of the Ming dynasty, Prince Qin Zhu Sheng was left in shock, exclaiming, "Did that scoundrel Zhu Di cause my demise?" Similarly, Prince Jin Zhu Jian was equally astonished, uttering, "Could it be that Zhu Di has orchestrated my downfall as well?" Just moments ago, they could not fathom why the rebellion was successful for Zhu Di and not for themselves. Now they comprehended the grim truth. They, like their elder brother, had reported to the halls of Yama ahead of time. "Alas, I must expose this treachery. There are filthy things. The luck of Zhu Laosi is simply astonishing. He has managed to outlast everyone." During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Biao found himself utterly bewildered. "Old man, has your mouth been consecrated? I shall go tell my mother." Zhu Yuanzhang whispered, "This is even more extravagant than we imagined. Laoxi's script is that of the Son of Heaven. Everyone stronger than him has perished. Is it my turn next? After my demise, it seems Laoxi truly could ascend the throne." Zhu Biao replied helplessly, "Old man, even if we all perish, there is no reason for Laoxi to occupy that position. Did you not declare that you would pass the throne to Yunwen?" "Indeed." Zhu Yuanzhang pondered, unable to comprehend the situation. Could it be that Zhu Laoxi truly intended to rebel and seize the throne? With his meager forces, what grounds did he have? Without a legitimate cause for insurrection, who would be inclined to follow him? After all, rebellion often leads to the loss of one's head. In the days when Zhu Yuanzhang could scarcely afford a meal, he would rather take on the life of a monk than entertain thoughts of revolt. It would take a complete absence of options for one to resort to such drastic measures. As a royal prince, how could Zhu Laoxi find himself devoid of any alternatives? As the scene continued to unfold, the moment of Zhu Yunwen's ascension to the throne came into view. Subsequently, Zhu Di, along with his brother Prince Zhou Zhuzhan and the powers of the princes Qi, Dai, and Ning, grew increasingly formidable. He exerted control over the northern garrisons. At that time, the Ming dynasty stationed the majority of its military forces in the north to guard against the northern Yuan, resulting in a significant disparity in military strength between the north and south. In the 31st year of the Hongwu era, following the demise of Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di's elder nephew, Zhu Yunwen, observed his uncles wielding significant military power. Unable to find solace in slumber, he conspired with Qi Tai, Huang Zicheng, and others to discuss the reduction of feudal lords. Since the inception of the Zhou dynasty, successive kings such as Zhou, Dai, Min, Xiang, and Qi have been stripped of their titles, with the king of Xiang ultimately choosing self-immolation, while the others were reduced to commoners. The final scene lingers on the tragic image of the king of Xiang's self-sacrifice during the Ming dynasty under the reign of Han Guo. Zhu Yuanzhang nearly expelled a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Indeed, I misjudged my grandson Zhu Yunwen. He feigned benevolence and filial piety before me. Yet scarcely had I turned my back when he hastened to wield his power against his own uncles. Those are your own flesh and blood. How could he bear to render his uncles into mere commoners, when they had not even raised arms against him? Is this truly a reduction of their territories? It appears he is intent on driving them to their deaths. Zhu Yuanzhang lamented with a sense of frustration. Even if Zhu Yunwen fears a rebellion from his uncles, he should have waited until the throne was secure before enacting such measures. Moreover, if he fears insurrection, he could have merely stripped them of military power while at least allowing them a semblance of wealth and honor. It is all a disarray. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang felt utterly helpless. He had just stated that a man would only rebel when left with no means of survival. And Zhu Yunwen had indeed acted in this very manner, leaving no avenue of retreat for his own uncles. He was forcing his own kin into desperation, risking his own position as well. What a farce. Let us cease this charade. Beside him, Zhu Biao watched with a sense of foreboding. If this is how you intend to manage the reduction of territories, Zhu Yunwen might as well offer his uncles poison wine and grant them a swift death instead. How could they, all being princes of the same nation, resign themselves to becoming commoners? If this is your approach to governance, then we may as well abandon the game entirely. Yet, the father and son remained perplexed. Zhu Biao stroked his beard thoughtfully. Father, while I hold Zhu Yunwen's actions in contempt, the court undeniably possesses overwhelming military strength. It would be illogical for us to face defeat. Unless, Zhu Yuanzhang pressed on, unless what? Zhu Biao replied helplessly, unless the court engages in some outrageous antics. The father and son could only continue to watch the examination results with bated breath, fearing further unforeseen surprises. The screen depicting the results continued to shift, revealing a disheveled man running frantically through the streets, pursued by a number of officers who pointed and whispered among themselves. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di observed this familiar scene with a tinge of anxiety. This is troubling. How could the results include such content? My dark past is at risk of being exposed. The disheveled and manic man was none other than Emperor Yongle himself. Zhu Di, witnessing his own ludicrous antics from years past, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, almost wishing to disappear entirely. What an utter disgrace, he thought. I shall never show my face in public again. On the screen, Zhu Di was barefoot, darting about in a frenzied manner, his hair unkempt. The officers behind him furrowed their brows, uncertain whether Zhu Di was genuinely deranged or merely pretending. Just as the officers hesitated on whether to apprehend him and return him to the capital, Zhu Di made a sudden dash and leaped into a pigsty, his body crashing into the feed. The immense impact splattered the officers who were hot on his heels. The emperors before the results were left in a state of shock, wondering whose subordinate possessed such audacity. Soon, the deranged man rose to his feet, his nostrils and lips smeared with pig feed. Suddenly, he slurped and stirred his throat. Glug. The soldiers accompanying Zhu Di retched uncontrollably. The disheveled man, upon witnessing this, revealed a simple, hearty smile. From behind the golden list, many had already begun to vomit. Everyone fought against their nausea, striving to discern the features of the unkempt man. To their astonishment, they discovered that this man was none other than the Emperor Yongle, the very subject of today's inventory. Meanwhile, the sound of the inventory continued to resonate. The demise of King Xiang did not soften Zhu Yunwen's heart. Soon, Zhu Di became the target of Zhu Yunwen's deposing, and the court had dispatched personnel to exercise control over the military forces in Beiping. Zhu Di, realizing the court's determination to diminish the power of the feudal lords, resorted to feigning madness and even shamelessly consumed pig feed before the eyes of all. Fortunately, Zhu Di's sacrifice earned precious time for himself. In the 7th month of the first year of the Jingnan era, Zhu Di, with 800 loyal warriors, raised an insurrection at the Prince of Yan's residence, employing stratagems to eliminate the officials dispatched by the court to oversee Beiping. Under the pretense of the imperial edict left by his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, before his demise, he commanded the soldiers and proclaimed to the world that the emperor was misled by two treacherous ministers, Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng. In the court, There are no loyal ministers. The emperor is surrounded by treacherous advisors. Zhu Di, adhering to the ancestral edicts established by his father Zhu Yuanzhang, invoked the pretext of purging the court of evil influences to justify his campaign of pacification. News returned to the court, sending shockwaves throughout the nation. He is slandering me. He is slandering me. During the Yongle reign of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di, now in his 50s, nearly fainted from rage. The golden list hung in the heavens, its contents visible to all citizens, even to those in the southern lands of Annan and the northern tribes. If the matter became more serious, if this golden list were to connect all of history, Zhu Di would be irrevocably infamous, the only emperor in history who dared to consume swine feed. Beside him, Crown Prince Zhu Gaoshi longed to laugh, but dared not, his face reddening with suppressed mirth. Similarly, Prince Han Zhu Gaoshi fared no better. As the incident from over a decade ago, when their father had ingested excrement, resurfaced in the public eye, eliciting barely contained laughter. Who understands our plight? This is social demise. The generals Zhang Fu, Yang Shiqi, Yang Rong, and Yu Qian remained as statues, utterly motionless. Zhu Di turned about, only to find that he could not locate anyone upon whom to unleash his fury. In exasperation, he seized the most resilient Prince Han and delivered a swift kick. The downed prince quickly scrambled to his feet. Isn't this a bit unreasonable, father? You cannot always vent your frustrations on me. Can't you choose someone else? Zhu Di slowly advanced. You better present your posterior. I refuse. I am over 30. I am not a child, and certainly not in front of so many ministers. Present it. I will not. Death is preferable to humiliation. Will you, or won't you? I do not. Come here. Oh dear. Please be gentle with my feet. Do not kick, it may hurt you. Ah, this Zhu Di indeed possesses the indomitable spirit reminiscent of King Gojin of Yu. Shi Huang expressed his disdain, asserting that he could never stoop to eating swine fodder in public. It can only be said that Zhu Di's actions are beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. How ingenious is this fourth Zhu? How did he conceive such a strategy? He is truly willing to sacrifice everything to avoid falling into the ranks of the commoners. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself unexpectedly feeling sympathy for Zhu Di. For Zhu Di, this was a desperate measure. It was rebellion or a life of insignificance. Contemplating this, Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but vent his frustration. Why couldn't that little scoundrel Zhu Yunjian comprehend the depths of his struggle, with a host of princely vassals safeguarding the realm? All he needed to do was monitor them and prevent any insurrections. Truly bewildering, utterly perplexing. Liu Bang, upon witnessing the sumptuous feast before him, suddenly lost his appetite. The image of Zhu Di consuming pig feed had satiated him entirely. Oh, Zhu Di, you are indeed a fierce character. Though history tells us that great achievers often overlook trifles, your disregard for decorum is quite extreme. You would even dare to consume refuse. It is evident that Zhu Di is resolute in his desire to avoid becoming a mere commoner. At this moment, Liu Bang found himself oddly curious about the taste of that pig feed. The scene of the golden list shifted once more. In the imagery, Zhu Di led tens of thousands of Yen troops southward, achieving victory after victory. At the onset of the Jingnan campaign, the majority of the generals in Beiping were former subordinates of Zhu Di, and many surrendered. Zhu Di's army faced little resistance, swiftly capturing cities such as Tongzhou, Jizhou, and Huairou. In the 8th month of the first year of the Zhengwen era, Zhu Yunjin hastily issued a proclamation to eradicate the traitor, declaring to the world the removal of Zhu Di's royal status. At that time, all capable ministers of the court had been eliminated by the late emperor, leaving Zhu Yunwan with no choice but to appoint the aged General Gung Bingwen, in his 60s, as the Grand General, to lead an army of 300,000 on a northern expedition. Zhu Di led 30,000 soldiers into battle, with Gung Bingwen at the forefront confronting the formidable enemy at Xiong County. Ultimately, 9,000 met their demise. Gung Bingwen swiftly arranged his forces, preparing for battle, while Zhu Di executed a cunning stratagem, launching a surprise attack that resulted in a resounding defeat for Gung Bingwen. Upon receiving the disheartening news of the initial defeat, Zhu Yunwan appointed his trusted General Li Jinglong to the front lines, replacing the Grand Marshal Gung Bingwen, and allocated an impressive force of 500,000 troops for the northern expedition. Li Jinglong, who is a childhood friend of Zhu Di, refers to him as his uncle. Upon witnessing this situation, Zhu Di permitted Li Jinglong to lay siege to Beiping without restraint. Subsequently, he led his troops straight towards the grand city of Daning, ruled by Zhu Quan. Not long after, Zhu Di returned triumphantly with 80,000 soldiers commanded by Zhu Quan. During the Yongle era, at that moment, far away in Nanchang, Prince Ning, Zhu Quan, sorrowfully closed his eyes. Years ago, Zhu Di had entered Daming alone, boldly crafting a grand promise. He proclaimed that the borrowed army would be returned in full after achieving success, and that the dominion of the Ming would be divided equally between the two brothers. Zhu Di's ambition was far too vast for Zhu Quan to decline. Under duress and temptation, Zhu Quan surrendered all the troops and equipment of Daming to his fourth brother. However, once the objective was achieved, Zhu Di informed him that the promises made were under the name of Prince Yan and had nothing to do with the Yongle Emperor. The pledge of returning the army and the equal division of the kingdom was nothing but a mirage. He had not received a single token in return. Furthermore, he found himself imprisoned in the capital for several years. In light of Zhu Di's actions, Zhu Quan could only offer a singular reflection: to remain vigilant against familial deceit and to avoid falling victim to pyramid schemes. Among the accolades, one could witness the scene of Li Jinglong's 500,000 troops besieging Beiping. On the list of achievements, it was evident that Li Jinglong, with his formidable army, had encircled the city for 2 months, continuing his siege even as Zhu Di returned from Daming with his forces. During Li Jinglong's siege, it was the winter season, and the walls of Beiping were encrusted with thick ice. Li Jinglong besieged for 2 long months, yet with no progress to show. At this moment, Zhu Di returned with his formidable army. The vanguard forces of Li Jinglong clashed with Zhu Di, suffering an initial defeat. After suffering an initial defeat, Li Jinglong opted to retreat. Li Jinglong led his troops to Shandong, astonishingly neglecting to inform the 100,000 Central Army besieging Beiping. Ultimately, this formidable force was incorporated by Zhu Di. In this battle, Li Jinglong commanded an army of 500,000 but failed to capture the illusory city of Beiping, thus delaying the war. Several ministers in the court requested the execution of Li Jinglong to restore the morale of the troops. Emperor Yongwen paid no heed and, in the 4th month of the 2nd year of the Jiangwen era, summoned the nation's strength, amassing an impressive army of 600,000 under the command of Li Jinglong to march northward, persisting in his audacious gamble. Zhu Di and Li Jinglong once again clashed at the banks of the Baigo River, with each side experiencing both triumphs and defeats. In a moment of critical importance, the Wind Mage Master unleashed his formidable powers. Zhu Di raised his arm in a commanding gesture, and a fierce wind swept through the heavens. The banner of Li Jinglong was torn by the wind, causing turmoil within the imperial forces. Li Jinglong suffered another defeat and hurriedly retreated to the capital. In this battle, Zhu Di gained an additional 100,000 elite troops. In this battle, Li Jinglong once again lost the imperial army of 600,000, inciting the ire of the ministers. They united to submit another petition demanding the execution of Li Jinglong, yet Emperor Yunwen once more denied their request. As a form of punishment, Emperor Yunwen stripped Li Jinglong of his title as Grand General. How could this Li Jinglong, who had lost nearly 1 million troops, not be executed? Emperor Lu Che, upon reviewing the contents of the Golden List, felt an indescribable pain. After all, it was a staggering 100,000 soldiers. It is no exaggeration to say that with sufficient provisions, he could have annihilated the Xiongnu. Yet, this Li Jinglong squandered it all. What manner of martial commander is this Li Jinglong? And what kind of foolish vision does Emperor Zhu Yunwen possess to allow such a talent to serve as commander-in-chief? Even more absurdly, after Li Jinglong committed such a grave error, he was not executed to stabilize the troops' morale. The mistakes he made would have warranted the extermination of his entire clan in any other dynasty. During the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, he admired Zhu Di greatly for his remarkable achievements. Observing how Zhu Di repeatedly overcame overwhelming odds to secure victories, Emperor Li Shimin could not help but cheer for him. Look at how Zhu Di conducts his military campaigns. I fear none of you would match him. At just 17, having led numerous campaigns to establish the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Shimin felt a kinship with Zhu Di, lamenting the missed opportunity to meet him sooner. Qin Shubao and Yu Qigong laughed heartily. Your Majesty, you overestimate us. Achieving victories against 100,000 troops with merely 10,000 is a feat we could never accomplish without your guidance. During the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang was infuriated. His fourth son, having merely occupied a single city, allowed General Geng Bingwen to exhaust his forces. After a single defeat, Yunwen, unable to maintain his composure, hastily replaced his commander. Did he not know that changing generals in the midst of battle is the gravest folly? And of all people, he chose Li Jinglong. That was an entire army, the very capital amassed over a lifetime, lost in an instant. Damn Li Jinglong. How could that scoundrel Li Wenzhong father such a useless son? And damn Zhu Yuan. I swear, I will ensure you never ascend to the throne again. At this moment, the young Zhu Di was apprehensively brought into the palace. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately unleashed a torrent of curses upon him. What in the world is this Zhu Laosi doing? What kind of worthless offspring have I produced? He raged. Look at what you have done. You sought to rise against me. Did you have the audacity? Kneel before me, and see if I don't strike you down. The young Zhu Di was left speechless. He had seen the contents of the golden list and understood why his father was furious. However, he still wished to retort. That was all the doing of young Li Di. What does it have to do with me, Prince of Yan? Besides, it was your grandson who acted. I merely wished to survive. What wrong have I committed? You have unleashed your wrath upon him, while I am left to bear the brunt of your ire. Is this not a form of bullying against the honest? I am but a child. Naturally, these thoughts only dare to linger within the confines of my mind. I would never utter them aloud. The weight of my father's love is as overwhelming as a cataclysm, and I wish to feel it no more. Zhu Yuanzhang was left gasping for breath, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness, incensed by the commands of Zhu Yunwen and Li Jinglong. These two are truly obstinate. One dares to employ, while the other dares to comply. What kind of emperor is this? What sort of general? In the Qin dynasty, Ing Zheng would have longed to traverse time and slay both Zhu Yunwen and Li Jinglong. A million-strong army. My Qin stands firm on martial prowess and the meritocratic system. If national strength can support a mere faction of the Xiongnu, what does that signify? 1,000,000 soldiers in my hands could obliterate the 6 states. Yet under your command, Zhu Yunwen, you cannot even quell a single internal rebellion. It is no wonder they seize your throne. As for the Han, Li Jinglong has lost the imperial army of 1,000,000 not once, but twice. And yet he remains unpunished? Is he saving his life for the new year? Liu Bang found this incomprehensible. He could see that Li Jinglong was openly mocking Zhu Yunwen. Is this not a gesture of warmth towards Zhu Di? Does Zhu Yunwen not perceive this? If one shows such leniency towards a defeated general without consequences, what remains of the emperor's dignity? How can anyone be compelled to serve such a ruler? In the Song dynasty, I once believed Li Jinglong to be a fool, but it appears that Zhu Yunwen is even more of a simpleton. What fortune has conspired to bring these two inept souls together? Truly, one would find it hard not to foresee the fall of the nation. Zhao Kuangyan brimmed with confidence. Our Song emperors would never commit such grave errors. In the Sui dynasty, the foolish ruler, this Emperor Zhu Yunwen of the Ming, is utterly oblivious. Yang Jian was filled with rage, for the military incompetence of another had incensed him for the first time. Li Jinglong's dereliction of duty deserves the utmost punishment. How can this foolish monarch spare him? Disregarding the fallen soldiers at the front? It is fitting that you, Zhu Yunwen, have lost your realm. At that moment, even Zhu Yunwen of the Jiangwen era found it hard to believe. As he gazed upon the contents of the imperial announcement, he was left speechless. Li Jinglong had lost the imperial army of 1,000,000 twice, and I still spared his life? Impossible. If that were true, would I not be a foolish ruler? The review of the imperial announcement continued. The scene shifted back to the Jiangwen era of the Ming. Zhu Di once again led his troops southward, advancing upon Shandong, instilling fear wherever the army tread. Another great battle was about to unfold. In the 9th month of the 2nd year of the Jiangwen era, the court promoted Tai Xian to the governor of Shandong and appointed Sheng Yong to replace Li Jinglong as the grand general. Sheng Yong is by no means an ordinary man. This marks the first defeat in battle for Zhu Di following the commencement of the Jingnan campaign. In December, Sheng Yong led his troops to engage in battle with Zhu Di's army at Dongchang, where Zhu Di faced a crushing defeat at the hands of Sheng Yong. In this battle, the esteemed general Zhang Yu met his demise. During the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di was unable to hold back his tears. Zhang Yu, who had been merely 17, was under his utmost protection. He even wed his daughter, Lady Zhang, to himself. Zhang Yu's daughter married Zhu Di, becoming the esteemed consort. Zhao Yi, Zhang Yu's granddaughter, wed Zhu Gaoqi, known as consort Zhang Jing. Each time they ventured into war, Zhang Yu would take the lead, fighting valiantly at the forefront, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. For Zhu Di, the loss of Zhang Yu was akin to losing a trusted right-hand man. Zhang Yu was truly his ace commander. Much like Lan Yu was to Prince Zhu Brao, a single Zhang Yu could rival 1,000 troops. The debts owed to Zhang Yu could only be repaid through his son. during the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a slight alleviation in his spirit, pondering to himself that there were still capable individuals who could shoulder great responsibilities within the Ming. In his eyes, Zhu Yunwen could forfeit the throne. After all, the essence of the dynasty lay in the lineage of the Zhu family. Yet, he could not afford to appear so utterly defeated, for regardless, he represented the imperial court of the Ming dynasty. The continued tally of the imperial list persisted. In the third year of the Jingnan era, Emperor Yunwen, witnessing a significant victory ahead, reinstated the official positions of Qi Tai and Huang Ziqing. In the second month of the third year of the Jingnan era, Zhu Di once again led his forces southward. In March, he defeated Bai Shenyong at the Huaituo River and subsequently vanquished Wu Jie and others at Gaoqing. As Emperor Yongwen discerned the unfavorable turn of the military situation, he hastily dismissed Qi Tai and Huang Ziqing, believing this would dissuade Zhu Di from advancing southward. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Biao found himself rendered speechless by Zhu Yunwen's baffling maneuvers. What on earth was Zhu Yunwen doing, playing at house? If he had no intention of engaging in battle, why not simply send Qi Tai and Huang Ziqing to the fourth prince at the outset to avoid all this turmoil? Why the endless back and forth? Your fourth uncle is poised to seize his chance for a decisive strike, yet what are you waiting for? Zhu Biao simply could not fathom how such a foolish offspring could emerge from his own illustrious lineage. He resolved that once the inventory concluded, he would return and thoroughly reprimand Zhu Yunwen to relieve his frustration, even though at that moment, Zhu Yunwen was still but a mere child, engrossed in the ongoing inventory. At that time, although Zhu Di experienced more victories than defeats, his losses were still considerable. Meanwhile, the Ming court was abundant in resources and personnel. The cities that Zhu Di had captured in the Hebei and Shandong regions were swiftly reclaimed by the court, until the arrival of a pivotal moment. At the end of the third year of the Jingnan era, an insider reported to the capital, stating that Nanjing was vulnerable and could be seized. Zhu Di resolutely decided to alter his strategy, directing his forces towards the capital. In the first month of the fourth year of Jingnan, shortly after the Spring Festival, he led his army southward. In this battle, Zhu Di advanced with unstoppable momentum. In April, let us break through the blessings of He and attain peace. May. Ku says Yu Yangzhou. At this juncture, Zhu Yunwen had already lost his composure, hastily dispatching envoys to seek territorial concessions and negotiate peace. However, Zhu Di remained unyielding. In June, Zhu Di led his troops across the river, descending upon Zhenjiang and advancing directly towards Nanjing. Amidst the chaos, Zhu Yunjian urgently commanded the vassal princes in the capital to vow to defend the city gates and appointed the defeated General Li Jinglong as the commander of the Jinchuan Gate. On the 13th of July, Zhu Di's formidable army arrived at Jinchuan Gate, where King Zhu Chang capitulated alongside Li Jinglong. Nanjing fell, flames erupted within the palace, and Zhu Yunwen vanished without a trace. The imperial palace in Nanjing was engulfed in flames for 3 days and nights. At the outset of the fourth year of the Jingnan era, Huang Ziqing and Qi Tai, who were rallying troops outside, were struck with despair upon witnessing such an outcome. The capital had fallen, leading to a disheartening defeat. The inferno depicted seemed akin to malevolent spirits ascending from the depths of hell, consuming the forbidden city of Nanjing and extinguishing the loyal hearts of Zhu Yunwen's devoted ministers. They could scarcely accept this fate. After a prolonged silence, Huang Ziqing and Qi Tai erupted in fury, directing their wrath towards Zhu Di, exclaiming, "Traitorous usurper! Traitorous usurper!" They then succumbed to their injuries, departing this world with unresolved grievances. Simultaneously, in the early days of the fourth year of Jingnan, the morale of the Yin army surged as they descended from Beiping. Zhu Neng led the charge, brandishing the Yin banner at the forefront, proclaiming, "Do you see it, soldiers? Our Lord is destined to be emperor. Today is the day to achieve great deeds, to be ennobled and appointed as ministers." The Yin soldiers rallied, their voices echoing, "Today is the day to achieve great deeds, to be ennobled and appointed as ministers." Their fervent shouts pierced the heavens during the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty. Meanwhile, news reached Zhu Yuanzhang that the capital was vulnerable due to the betrayal of Li Jinglong and the old 19th prince, who opened the gates to surrender. Zhu Yuanzhang was left dumbfounded, incredulous that such absurdity could unfold, as if it were a farcical tale. Yet, he realized the implications of the feudal reductions had irrevocably tarnished Zhu Yunwen's reputation. At this juncture, Zhu Biao was even more incensed. Zhu Yunwen's actions were utterly devoid of foresight. Analyzing the situation, he deduced that Li Jinglong, having experienced a defeat, might soon face impeachment from the ministers, leaving him unable to safeguard the city. In such circumstances, it was inevitable that he would surrender to the fourth prince to preserve his life. Moreover, Li Jinglong had previously dispatched numerous troops to the fourth prince. Did Zhu Yunwen not suspect his loyalty? Furthermore, Zhu Yunwen's overt dismantling of the feudal lords would surely incite the wrath of his uncles. How audacious it was for him to assign them the task of defending the city. During the Jingnan era of the Tang dynasty, one should have seized the opportunity and gone all in. Li Shimin could profoundly empathize with Zhu Di's sentiments when he led his troops from Taiyuan to Chong'an. And during the subsequent coup at Xuanwu Gate, he employed lightning-fast tactics to seize control of the capital. The Han dynasty was exhilarating. I find great satisfaction in witnessing this unfolding drama. Lu Che laughed heartily within the imperial palace of the Han dynasty. This Zhu Yunwen has truly squandered the Ming dynasty under his stewardship. During the era of Emperor Gaozu, I discerned that Zhu Yunwen harbors genuine affection for Li Jinglong. Even after being so thoroughly deceived, he chooses to rely on this individual for the defense of the city. Such an outcome seems entirely justified. When Liu Bang observed Zhu Yunwen's eventual disappearance, he could not help but remark, as an emperor, Zhu Yunwen possesses neither cunning nor foresight. He is merely playing a fool-esque game. In Liu Bang's view, an emperor may lack various skills, but he must possess the acumen to utilize and govern his subjects. Without the ability to employ capable individuals and maintain a balance of power, the throne is bound to be unstable. Alas, the kingdom has been lost so ineptly. Zhu Yunwen's foolishness ensures that under his reign, the Ming dynasty is unlikely to rise again. Shi Huang could not refrain from commenting. Zhu Yunwen's performance is even inferior to that of Fusu. He lacks both ability and benevolence. What loyalty can such a ruler inspire? Even if the kingdom does not fall to Yudi, it will inevitably be surrendered to another. Shi Huang held no admiration for Zhu Yunwen's incompetence. I find Zhu Di well suited to be an emperor in all respects. During the Kaiwang period of the Sui dynasty, Zhu Yunwen was nothing more than a flower in a greenhouse. He dares to employ talents like Li Jinglong. People refer to Zhu Di as Uncle Zhu, acknowledging his merit. Yang Jian, observing Zhu Yunwen's conduct, could only find it laughable. He thought, were I in Zhu Yunwen's position, commanding 1,000,000 troops, I would lead the charge myself. Zhu Di would not dare to stir the waters. Indeed, Zhu Yunwen has squandered a winning hand. From the perspective of the Yuan dynasty, how could such a Ming dynasty bring about the downfall of my Yuan? I refuse to accept it. Kublai Khan, surveying the records of Zhu Di's uprising during the Jingnan campaign, felt utterly speechless. What is this? The Ming dynasty's 1,000,000-strong army could not quell its own internal strife? How could such a Ming hope to defeat the Mongol cavalry? Initially, he believed that the Ming would become a pinnacle dynasty, akin to the Tang, capable of intimidating the entire East. Had that been the case, even in defeat, he would have acquiesced. However, based on Zhu Yunwen's display of the Ming dynasty's strength, he could not find it credible. My sons of the steppe have always bowed only to the strong. How could such a feeble Ming hope to conquer my men? Kublai Khan addressed his Mongol army. Do you find such a Ming worthy of your respect? The atmosphere among the Mongol cavalry ignited instantly. Such a Ming would not earn their acknowledgement. Consequently, they brandished their curved sabers in response to Kublai Khan, declaring their defiance. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, although I felt a surge of anger at the rebellion instigated by the fourth prince, the circumstances were such that both the second and third princes had already perished, and the incapable Yunjian was ill-suited for leadership. Thus, the empire had fallen into the hands of the fourth prince, a reality I could reluctantly accept. Zhu Yuanzhong, observing Zhu Yunjian's demeanor, remarked to his side companion Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that given the performance of Zhu Yunjian on the examination list, it would indeed be more prudent to bequeath the throne to the fourth prince. After all, the fourth prince possessed the capability to maintain order, and with both my second and third brothers deceased, his ascension to the throne would at least deter any further insurrections. Moreover, the strength he had demonstrated was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Zhu Di, kneeling on the ground, could hardly contain his laughter upon hearing his father's words. Nearly bursting into audible mirth, he stifled his laughter, his face turning crimson as his shoulders quivered. Zhu Yuanzhong cast a sidelong glance, revealing a perilous smile. Zhu Di hastily concealed his amusement, lowering his head in avoidance of Zhu Yuanzhong's gaze. Were it not for his short neck, he would have likely buried his head in his trousers by now. During the Jingnan era of the Ming, Zhu Yunjian slumped upon the dragon throne, a visage marred by bitterness. Li Jinglong. Once again Li Jinglong. Why? On the examination list, I had repeatedly pardoned his transgressions, yet it culminated in betrayal. These nobles from Huaishi and my fourth uncle are kin, while I am not. Why this disparity in treatment? As my limits were continuously tested. Zhu Yunjian could no longer suppress his fury. Come forth. Execute Li Jinglong, confiscate his estate, and exile his family to the northwest. Furthermore, swiftly ascertain who among those around me has been relaying information to Beiping. Faced with such a dire predicament, Zhu Yunjian was compelled to prepare for the worst possible outcome. After conquering Nanjing, Zhu Di, having rebuffed the persistent urgings of his supporters for several days, altered the 4th year of the Yongle era to the 35th year of Hongwu, subsequently ascending to the imperial throne under the reign title of Yongle. In order to consolidate his rule, Zhu Di executed over 800 ministers of the Jingnan era, including Qi Tai, Huang Ziqing, and Feng Xiaoru. During the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang's worldview was once again challenged. What does it mean for you, Zhu Laosi? To change the 4th year of Jingnan to the 35th year of Hongwu? To inherit the throne passed down by my forebear? Zhu Yuanzhang furiously rebuked Zhu Di, who knelt before him. You, Zhu Laosi, have resolved to wage the Jingnan campaign and have made your own nephew disappear. Now you think of your reputation? Isn't this akin to pulling down your trousers to fart, a superfluous act? Young Zhu Di helplessly waved his hand, pondering, what can I do? Hasn't it been the case since ancient times that a courtesan must erect a memorial arch for herself? If I do not act this way, those damned literati will claim my legitimacy is flawed. Even if I usurp my nephew's throne, it is those literati who force my hand. Oh, this Zhu Di possesses some character. Li Shimin contemplated whether he too should follow Zhu Di's lead and alter the historical records to obscure the truth of the Xuanwu Gate incident. He could portray himself as the sole legitimate son of his father, Li Yuan, declaring that Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji were mere figments of imagination. The esteemed and singular son of Gaozu, Shimin was exceptionally gifted, both civil and martial, to inherit the esteemed position of the 9-5 sovereign? Li Shimin shook his head. No, that would be too far-fetched. Moreover, how could his father, a man of such lecherous inclinations, possibly have only one legitimate son? What about altering the circumstances of the Xuanwu Gate? Li Shimin's expression stiffened, and he repeatedly waved his hand. Forget it. This thought, if known to Wei Zheng, would surely lead to his demise. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuan sank to the ground once more upon realizing the depths of his fourth uncle's ruthlessness. Not only usurping his throne, but also erasing all traces of his reign as emperor. Zhu Di's actions were beyond Zhu Yunwen's imagination, no matter how extreme he was. He had commanded his troops not to bear the name of having slain an uncle. Yet, he never anticipated that once Zhu Di ascended to power, he would directly abolish his era name. The tally of the golden list continued. After ascending to the throne, Zhu Di continued to implement the policies of his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, eschewing the approach of Zhu Yunwen, who sought to curry favor with the powerful landowners. Instead, he intensified the control and suppression of these influential landlords. At this juncture, under the pressure of governmental affairs, Zhu Di commenced the establishment of the position of Grand Scholar, a group akin to the emperor's secretaries, which later evolved into the cabinet within the court. The cabinet effectively fragmented the powers of the prime minister, opting for less seasoned bureaucrats to join the administration and partake in governmental affairs, thereby addressing the vacancies in the administrative apparatus following the abolition of the prime minister and the central secretariat. Unlike the prime minister, they possess only the right to offer suggestions. During the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang grew increasingly displeased. He kicked Zhu Di aside, exclaiming, "You Zhu Laosi. After all the effort we expended to abolish the prime minister's position, you dare to conjure a host of them again? This truly infuriates me." Meanwhile, Zhu Biao shook his head, quietly agreeing with his younger brother's perspective. Observing their father's furious demeanor, Zhu Biao inwardly lamented, "Father, do you believe everyone is as robust as you? Your constitution is as strong as iron. You tirelessly manage memorials, staying up until dawn, and still find time to father over 20 sons." At the same time, Zhu Di placed great importance on the Eastern Depot and the Jinyue. Zhu Di entrusted eunuchs with significant responsibilities, dispatching them to various regions to oversee officials, military matters, local governance, and other covert affairs. Upon reading this, Shi Huang was immediately gripped by an unsettling premonition. The excessive reliance on eunuchs boded ill, for those individuals were notoriously unreliable. He had nearly lost his life at the hands of one such eunuch in the past. Fortunately, he had survived that harrowing encounter, and the eunuch in question had met a gruesome end at his own hands. Great Tang. Reuse of eunuchs? Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. This Jude is quite foolish. With so many precedents of eunuchs meddling in politics laid bare before him, he still chooses to tread the path to his own demise. The Han dynasty was ravaged by eunuchs to such an extent. Li Shimin is well aware of the infamous 12 great eunuchs and the 10. The Song dynasty. Eunuchs? Upon seeing this, Zhao Kuangyin felt an overwhelming sense of unease. A glance at the Han and Tang dynasties reveals the truth. It was either eunuch rule or the dominance of powerful clans. In their most audacious moments, they dared to assassinate even emperors, plunging the empire into turmoil and unrest. Zhu Di placed great emphasis on the governance of the northern territories, compounded by the fact that the Nanjing region was predominantly composed of former subordinates of Zhu Yunwen, which consistently hindered his efforts. In the 7th year of the Yongle era, Zhu Di commenced the construction of the Chongling tomb at Mount Tianshou in Beijing, demonstrating his resolute commitment to establishing a stronghold in the north. Meanwhile, in confronting the remnants of the northern Yuan forces in the desolate north, Zhu Di adopted a strategy of both persuasion and suppression, employing a dual approach of benevolence and authority. He sought to win over smaller tribes while striking against the larger ones. The internal strife of the northern Yuan gradually fragmented it into various tribes, such as the Tatars and the Walla, leading to severe infighting among the Mongols. They were compelled to rely on the Ming court for sustenance. Within this scene, many Mongolian tribes, unable to safeguard themselves due to division, were forced to submit to the Ming dynasty. The Great Yuan. This Khan is utterly despondent. Kublai could not help but curse upon witnessing this, exclaiming in indignation, "How could we, the steppes, bow before you, Zhu Di? I have endured enough. However, Zhu Di, do not go too far. You may drive us back to the steppe or even slay this Khan, and I would have no words to utter. Yet, you dare to sow discord within our Mongolian ranks and seek to divide our vast steppes into numerous tribes, both great and small. Do you not realize the immense effort my grandfather, Genghis Khan, exerted to unite so many Mongolian tribes? Such treachery is unforgivable. A united Mongolia and fragmented Mongolia are not one and the same." The tally of the golden list continues. In the 14th year of the Yongle era, under the resolute disposition of Zhu Di, the infrastructure of the Ming Empire commenced. The construction of the imperial palace, the Forbidden City, began in Beiping, and by the 19th year of Yongle, Zhu Di officially relocated the capital of the Ming dynasty to Beijing. In the scene, the grandeur of the Forbidden City in Ming Beijing unfolds, showcasing towering city walls, imposing gates, and solemn grand halls. Majestic, magnificent, and dignified, it appears that, at this moment, emperors find themselves at a loss for words to adequately describe this palace, save for its somewhat diminutive stature. During this period, Zhu Di embarked on the lifelong ambition of all emperors, which was to expand territories and establish an unprecedented foundation. In the 4th year of the Yongle era, by a stroke of fate, turmoil erupted in Annam. The descendants of the Chun royal family sought assistance from the Ming dynasty, hoping that Zhu Di would dispatch troops to Annam to aid in their restoration. Zhu Di readily assented, appointing Duke Qing, Zhu Ning, as the grand commander, while the Marquis of Shiping, Mu Shui, was designated as the left vice-general, and the Marquis of Xinqing, Zhang Fu, as the right vice-general, to march upon Annan. In the same year, the entirety of Annam fell to the forces of the Ming dynasty. Annam was renamed Jiaoji, and the Jiaoji Bureau of Administration, the Bureau of Inspection, and the Office of the Chief Command were established. Annan's 15 prefectures, 36 states, and 181 counties were all incorporated into the territory of the Great Ming. At this moment, aboard a vessel on the Yangtze River, a young man gazed at the contents of the Golden List, his face a portrait of confusion. He was Qin Tianping, the last remaining scion of the Annamese royal lineage. The prime minister of Annam had rebelled, slaughtering all royal heirs and usurping the throne. Furthermore, he ruthlessly eliminated ministers loyal to the Qin family. In utter desperation, Qin Tianping had ventured to the capital of the Ming dynasty to seek assistance. However, before he could reach Nanjing, he stumbled upon the disheartening news on the Golden List. He had believed that Annam was a vassal state of the Ming, and that the Ming had both the reason and the obligation to aid him in reclaiming his homeland. Thus, he harbored great hopes. Yet, He never anticipated that he had unwittingly invited a wolf into his home. Annam had become a mere vassal of the Ming. Was Zhu Di not coveting his territory? This realization left him feeling utterly degraded. At that moment, Chen Tianping teetered on the brink of emotional collapse. There was no returning to Annam with the Ming's current stance. It seemed that the Chun family of Annam was doomed. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he wept uncontrollably aboard the ship, attracting the attention of all present. During the Hongwu era of the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim. Zhu Di, the fourth prince, was clearly intent on opposing him. Whenever he forbade eunuchs from meddling in politics, Zhu Di promoted them. Whenever he advocated for primogeniture, Zhu Di instigated the Jingnan rebellion. If he directed him eastward, Zhu Di stubbornly chose to go west. If he instructed him to tend sheep, Zhu Di preferred to raise chickens. This young man was filled with rebellious spirit. As the saying goes, one must educate children early. Zhu Yuanzhang drew forth his precious jade belt and regarded the kneeling youth, Zhu Di. Unable to restrain his urge to take action. "Big brother, you must hold him down," Zhu Biao exclaimed, hastily restraining Zhu Di's arms, filled with excitement. "Father, this time I won't stop you. Make sure to hit him hard." The young Zhu Di struggled fiercely. More difficult to contain than a pig destined for slaughter during New Year festivities. Zhu Biao alone could not manage. And it was only with the assistance of several imperial guards that they managed to subdue Zhu Di. Zhu Di gazed at the golden list in the sky. His heart a tumult of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the knowledge that Zhu Di was destined to become an emperor, while the sorrow lay in the uncertainty of whether he would live to see that day. Young Zhu Di resolved to keep his grief to himself, allowing Yongle to carry away the joy of his future. The paternal love of Zhu Yuanzhang arrived as expected, bringing with it pain, immense pain. The cries of the young Zhu Di echoed throughout the palace. After a brief pause, the scenes on the golden list resumed, flickering like a slideshow, ultimately freezing upon the Great Wall. There, Zhu Di appeared on a spirited red steed, resplendent on the golden list. A mere small Annam could not satiate Zhu Di's grand ambitions. He was acutely aware that his adversaries resided persistently in the north. The formidable tribes dominate the grasslands. It is inevitable that one day they shall descend southward to invade the Ming dynasty. The bloodstains, once trampled upon by the vast grasslands, have yet to dry. Zhu Di profoundly understands their fierce propensity for war. He will not tolerate any harm inflicted upon his people. In the 7th year of the Yongle reign, the envoys of the Ming dynasty were slain in Tartary. Merely a few years later, the northern Yuan could no longer restrain their inherently bellicose nature. Since the Qin dynasty, China has been persistently invaded by foreign tribes, and no amount of submission, pleas for mercy, or displays of weakness has been able to halt their relentless advance. The only method to confront them from beginning to end has always been to fight to the bitter end. On that day, Zhu Di made the most momentous decision. Forsaking the marital alliances of the Han and Tang dynasties, as well as the territorial concessions of the Zhao and Song dynasties, Zhu Di's resolute actions gradually transformed into the inflexible stance of the later Ming dynasty, characterized by a refusal to engage in marital alliances, pay reparations, cede territory, or offer tributes. The nomadic tribes of the northern desert yearn to descend southward for plunder. Zhu Di has but one choice: to engage in battle, to accompany to the end, and face death without fear. In the era of the Tang dynasty, when Li Shimin encountered this assertion of no marital alliances, no reparations, no territorial concessions, and no tribute, every hair on his body stood on end. If the Ming dynasty could truly embody the sentiment expressed in this statement, the accolades in history would be monumental. Merely contemplating this made Li Shimin's blood surge with fervor. Yet, almost immediately, his gaze dimmed once more. At this juncture, the might of our Tang dynasty is not at its zenith, and formidable forces such as Tubo loom large, even if he wished to counter with martial strength. The current capabilities of the Tang do not permit such an endeavor. Simply by rejecting the notion of marital alliances, Li Shimin has already succumbed to Zhu Di. Inscribed upon the golden list, after these 3 campaigns in the northern deserts, the Mongols of the grasslands came to a profound realization. Under no circumstances should they provoke the Yongle emperor again. This individual is nothing short of a lunatic. Thus, as Zhu Di embarked on his 4th expedition to the northern deserts, before the Grand Army had even set forth, the Tartars and the Walla tribes had already retreated 1,000 miles away. The 5th expedition to the northern desert was similarly remarkable. The army ventured over 1,000 miles into the wilderness, yet astonishingly, not a single soul was seen. In the era of the Tang dynasty, during the Jingnan reign, this Zhu Di truly moved me to tears. When the Shimin witnessed Zhu Di leading the charge against foreign tribes, personally commanding an army of 500,000 northward, he could not suppress his astonishment. A shiver ran through him, and he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Such a magnificent spectacle, how many among the emperors of China could boast of such grandeur? After a moment of contemplation, Li Shimin suddenly broke into a smile. Ha ha ha. To confront the foreign tribes, this is precisely the way to ensure that we do not retreat until the enemy is vanquished. A proactive offensive is essential to spare our Chinese populace from the ravages of war. Were it not for the recent successful coup, which has drained my energies, I would undoubtedly lead 1,000,000 valiant soldiers to ravage the territories of Tubo and the Turks. Li Shimin's competitive spirit has been ignited. He has resolved to venture into Turkish lands next year. In the era of the Ming Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang is equally astounded by the might of the Ming army. Zhu De, it seems, has truly inherited the martial prowess from his father-in-law Suda. His ability to command such cohesion among 500,000 troops is indeed remarkable. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang soon finds himself distressed. Zhu De, come here. What is the meaning of this? To engage an already weakened northern Yuan with such a massive force? Are 10 or 80,000 not sufficient? You reckless fool. I managed to overthrow the Yuan dynasty without such an army. The logistics of sustaining 500,000 soldiers in the northern wilderness would consume an unimaginable amount of resources. After accumulating wealth for over 30 years, I refuse to let you squander it all. Zhu Biao also expresses his dismay. The cost of Zhu Di's military campaigns is exorbitant. 500,000 troops. Throughout history, it would require at least 20 years of peace to muster such a force for an expedition. His younger brother shows no concern at all, launching 3 northern campaigns within 10 years, totaling over 1,000,000 soldiers, coupled with the earlier Jingnan campaign, were it not for the deep coffers of the Ming. These battles would have surely depleted the empire. Moreover, as the emperor, he dares to lead the charge himself. What is he thinking? Is he tired of living? Zhu Di seems to disregard his own life entirely. Should he fall in battle, the Ming dynasty would undoubtedly descend into chaos. With a sigh, Zhu Biao refrains from saying more. After all, by the time Zhu Di ascended, there were hardly any generals left in the Ming. The princes lack military authority. And when the nomads invade the borders, someone must confront them. Otherwise, they will only escalate their aggression. The internal strife within our Ming dynasty is far too severe. Zhu Biao laments. He resolves to tend to his health diligently. As long as he remains alive, no one can stir up trouble before him. As for Zhu Di, he ought to fulfill the role of a general in the northern campaigns with due diligence. In the Song dynasty, Emperor Wan Yango gazes upon the scene depicted on the golden list, hardly able to believe his eyes. Why is it that, despite being Han, the Ming army exhibits such unity and boldness in their assaults? Why does my Song army falter and scatter at the first sign of conflict, even when there are those who have yet to surrender? Could it be that I, the emperor of the Song, do not lead the charge myself? In response, Zhao Go found himself utterly perplexed. This scene evidently delved into the depths of Zhao Go's knowledge void. I shall employ the strategy of quantity over quality. Liu Bang was overwhelmed with excitement, brimming with enthusiasm. This Zhu Di has truly grasped the essence of warfare. Battles should be fought in such a manner. When he faced Xiang Yu, did he not also leverage numbers? 10,000 against 20,000 may not guarantee victory. If defeated, then let it be 200,000 against 100,000, or even 1,000,000 against 100,000. The advantage lies with me. Liu Bang understood this well. The realm of martial conflict is not merely about violence. It is intricately woven with human relationships and societal nuances. One must capitalize on their advantages. After all, one life is all we possess. Failing to cherish it could lead to an end as tragic as Xiang Yu's, who exhausted himself to demise. During the Yongle period, the Walla leader Muhammad similarly fixated on the imperial edict, witnessing the formidable Ming soldiers. He was burdened with unspoken grievances. Have you ever seen someone like Zhu Di engage in warfare? Is there anywhere else in the world where battles are conducted in such a manner? What he employs is not warfare. It is a fray, a veritable mob attack, 10 against 1. How many warriors does my entire tribe possess? Amongst hundreds of thousands of herders, merely 30 to 50,000 are capable of combat. To seize your Ming cattle and sheep, you lead 500,000 troops across great distances to confront me. The logistics alone must consume more than 10,000 cattle and sheep. Is this not an instance of making a mountain out of a molehill? Muhammad had never encountered a ruler as obstinate as Zhu Di. 500,000 against my 50,000. Are you not taking advantage of the honest folk? During the same period, Alutai also closely monitored the imperial edict, observing the shouting and charging Ming soldiers, his expression one of deep resignation. How much better it would be if Zhu Di were to perish, allowing him to rise. If he cannot defeat Zhu Di, surely he could overcome Zhu Di's descendants? Is this tactic of inflicting 1,000 casualties on the enemy while suffering 800 losses oneself not the mark of madness? To mobilize 50,000 troops at a whim, who can afford such warfare? Even Kublai Khan would find it unsustainable. With so many Han people, even a 2-for-1 exchange would deplete our herding folk. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Alutai declared, "If I cannot afford to fight, can I not evade? Once you, Di, have met your end, I shall march southward." During the Jingnan era, Zhu Yunwen had never witnessed the Ming army exhibit such robust strength. He seldom visited the military camps. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Zhu Di made his own legs tremble. Observing the spirited Zhu Di, Zhu Yunwen found himself uncharacteristically contemplating that perhaps his fourth uncle was more suited to the throne than he himself. When this thought arose, Zhu Yunwen was thoroughly alarmed. "Oh no, my imperial heart is fractured. Is there still time to curtail the Prince of Yin?" The tally of the imperial edict continued. Although the Wujing campaign did not eliminate the troubles of the northern desert, it did procure a rare peace for the Ming dynasty during that era. Peace invariably accompanies stability, and the development of such stability inevitably gives rise to a flourishing era. Throughout China's millennia of history, there has been no shortage of prosperous times, among which is the reign of Zhu Di. Today, let the world bear witness to the unparalleled Yongle era belonging to Zhu Di, the Great Qin. Oh, an era of prosperity? At this moment, Shi Huang was filled with curiosity. The Ming dynasty under Hongwu. Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance instantly transformed into one of radiant joy. Indeed, the fourth son has performed commendably as emperor. Under his governance, the Ming has flourished into an era of prosperity. It is worth noting that, according to historical records, such golden ages are few and far between. The Tang dynasty, during the Jingnan period, an era of prosperity. Remarkably, it is indeed a flourishing age. At this moment, Li Shimin felt genuine envy. The prosperous Tang, with nations coming to pay homage, was his ideal and aspiration. The Song dynasty, an era of prosperity? Since the prosperous Yuan of the Tang, our China has long been devoid of such flourishing times. Zhao Guangyin couldn't help but lament. Will any descendants of our great Song ever be able to create a golden age and achieve the grand feat of Taishan's sacrifices? The Yuan dynasty, a flourishing age for the Han people? Zhu Di piqued the interest of Genghis Khan. He gazed at the golden scroll with intensity. He suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Though the Mongolian military prowess is formidable, governance leaves much to be desired. The Qing dynasty, an era of prosperity? What a jest! What flourishing times has the Ming truly experienced throughout its reign? Emperor Kangxi, Xuanya, couldn't help but scoff. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, the only era that can genuinely be deemed prosperous is my own, the Kangxi era. In terms of territory, military strength, and population, I can disdain all other dynasties. The image on the golden scroll shifted once more. This time, the scene was not one of clashing armies or resplendent palaces, but rather the boundless ocean. Tranquil yet tumultuous like an abyss. Upon the horizon floated immense ships adorned with the Ming military flag, equipped with cannons, capable of conquering the world. The prosperity of China should be revered by all nations, rightfully belonging to the Celestial Empire. This aspiration is the ultimate goal of every idealistic sovereign, and naturally, it was also the ambition of Zhu Di. After 30 years of governance by Zhu Yuanzhang, the Ming dynasty had established a remarkably robust foundation, with the populace residing in peace and contentment, and the national treasury brimming with tax revenues. Thus, the illustrious voyages of Zheng He to the western seas commenced, traversing half the globe and journeying through the nations of the Western Ocean, ultimately reaching the shores beyond the vast ocean. The advanced shipbuilding capabilities of the time provided exceptionally favorable conditions for Zheng He's maritime expeditions to the west. In the third year of the Yongle reign, the eunuch Zheng He commenced his momentous voyage to the western seas. This expedition marked the first large-scale maritime endeavor in Chinese history, signifying China's inaugural conquest of the vast oceans. Zheng He's fleet comprised a magnificent total of 62 treasure ships, accompanied by an army exceeding 30,000 men. The largest of these vessels measured an impressive 44 zhang in length and 18 zhang in width, showcasing shipbuilding craftsmanship that ranked among the finest in the world at that time. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qin Shi Huang could not contain his excitement within the grand hall of the Xianyang Palace. He paced back and forth, using his legs as a measure, attempting to visualize the dimensions of the ships. This vessel was indeed more magnificent than his own grand palace. How could it be that the Ming dynasty possessed such remarkable technology? Qin Shi Huang had never witnessed a ship of such colossal size and was profoundly awestruck. Laughter erupted from him. What joy! How could I ever worry about the prosperity of China? In the Han dynasty, the same measurements of 44 zhang in length and 18 zhang in width prompted Liu Bang to summon carpenters to sketch the ship's dimensions within the palace. Upon seeing the enormity of the vessel, Liu Bang was equally incredulous. How could such a gargantuan creation be constructed? More importantly, how could this behemoth navigate the waters and maintain its course? Liu Bang was left in a haze of confusion and admiration. If the Han dynasty possessed such ships, they would undoubtedly conquer the vast oceans. During the Yuan dynasty, the same dimensions of 44 zhang in length and 18 zhang in width left Kublai Khan grinding his teeth in envy. Such a colossal warship was a source of great admiration for him. His Mongolian forces had suffered greatly during their 2 expeditions to Japan, hampered by the small size of their vessels and the turbulent seas, resulting in numerous soldier casualties even before they could land. The plans for conquering Japan ultimately fell through. If only I could acquire such technology, the pirates would have been vanquished long ago. Kublai Khan mused, acknowledging the Han's expertise in weaponry with a grudging respect. In the Ming dynasty, during the Hongwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang was astounded upon witnessing fleets of ships drifting across the ocean. My goodness, Zhu Laosi, have you mastered the shipbuilding techniques of Qin Yuang? He exclaimed. The scale of these vessels far surpassed those of Qin Yuliang's era. The majestic Ming fleet set sail, reaching numerous foreign lands. Among the scenes depicted, there were Indians adorned with hats and Africans whose whiteness was overshadowed only by their gleaming teeth, along with many emperors encountering novel wonders for the very first time. The fleet of the Ming dynasty embarked from Suzhou, traversing through Kampa, Malaysia, Java, and Sumatra. Wherever the fleet goes, all tremble before the might of the Ming dynasty, and emissaries from various nations hasten to pay homage and present tributes. The gathering of nations is unparalleled in its vastness and multitude, marking the pinnacle of a feudal dynasty. Wonderful! What a magnificent assembly of nations! What an unparalleled dynasty! You, Zhu Di, are truly the man I, Li Shimin, admire. You have not disappointed me. Witnessing the Ming fleet subjugating all nations fills me with pride. Li Shimin rose from his dragon throne. I too shall realize the grand vision of nations coming to pay their respects. I shall not be outdone. Zhu Di. Empress Zhang's son gazed tenderly at her husband, assuring him, My dear, you shall fulfill your aspirations. I shall always stand by your side. Li Shimin was deeply moved. With such a wife, what more could one desire? The Han Empire, the assembly of nations, the zenith of dynasties, how splendid it is. Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, clenched his fist in determination. While the Ming dynasty basks in the glory of this grand gathering, my Han still grapples with the Xiongnu, relying on matrimonial alliances to maintain peace. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. One day, I too shall achieve the magnificent feat of nations coming to pay their respects. A flicker of pain crossed Emperor Wu's eyes. Had the youthful general still been with us, the Xiongnu would have surely been vanquished. Alas, my dear young general. Such loss is truly heart-wrenching. The Yuan dynasty, the assembly of nations is also a reality for my Yuan. Which neighboring nation dares to defy us? Kublai Khan's eyes gleamed with unwavering confidence. Indeed, the Ming navy is formidable, but my Yuan's army once swept across entire continents. Beside him, Liu Bingzhong, observing Kublai's confidence, could not help but interject, Great Khan, where does your assembly of nations come from? Aside from the pirates, which nations surround the Yuan Empire? Kublai Khan replied with a quizzical expression, as the scene of various nations' emissaries paying tribute to the Ming dynasty concluded. A map of China's territory during the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty emerged vibrantly upon the Golden List. A prosperous era, by definition, necessitates a vast expanse of territory. The Yongle era, a time of prosperity, stretched across vast territories, extending from the east, where it touched upon Korea, to the west, where it reached Tibet, from the south, encompassing Annan, to the north, culminating at the Great Desert. The expanse measured an impressive 11,750 li from east to west, and 10,900 li from north to south. A prosperous era inevitably requires robust diplomacy, akin to the Silk Road of the Han dynasty and the multitude of nations that paid tribute during the Tang dynasty. Countries from all corners of the world acknowledged the Ming dynasty as their sovereign state. The era was marked by the Ming dynasty's advanced industries, thriving economic trade, mature political systems, and sophisticated weaponry, which collectively attracted numerous Western nations, leading to a remarkable spectacle of international homage. During the Yongle era, four kings from foreign lands crossed the seas to arrive in China, 3 of whom chose to be interred within its borders. Furthermore, during the 21st year of the Yongle era, when Zheng He returned from his 6th voyage to the western seas, the ship was laden with over 1,000 envoys and their families from more than a dozen nations. A prosperous era is inevitably intertwined with the well-being of the common people. Only when the populace enjoys abundance can it be regarded as a true golden age. During the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, the populace thrived, agriculture was stable, and the issue of basic sustenance was no longer a concern. While the citizens ensured their living expenses were covered, the national tax grain reached an impressive 30 million shi annually. Furthermore, the income from the military garrisons established by Zhu Yuanzhang exceeded 23 million shi. In the realm of handicrafts, significant advancements have been made. There have been new breakthroughs in mining and metallurgy, textiles, ceramics, papermaking, and printing. A prosperous era must inevitably be underpinned by formidable military strength. In order to better safeguard the northern frontier, Zhu Di relocated the capital to Beijing, confronting foreign tribes with the dignity befitting the sovereign. The relocation of the capital to Beiping was of paramount significance for the Ming dynasty at that time. A formidable empire must inevitably position itself in closest proximity to its adversaries. In military affairs, Zhu Di seized imperial power through his command of the armed forces, fully aware of the significance of military might. To bolster the imperial forces, Zhu Di established 3 major camps in the capital. The first is the 5 Armies Camp, which is divided into 2 branches, infantry and cavalry. Secondly, the 3,000 camps primarily comprised cavalry, predominantly consisting of Mongolians. The third is the Divine Mechanism Camp, a regiment of infantry equipped with firearms. Upon witnessing this, Kublai Khan was filled with disbelief. How could it be that the cavalry regiment led by Zhu Di consists of Mongols? How could my Mongolian cavalry willingly submit? Liu Bingzhong, bewildered, remarked, "Great Khan, are you not being naive? Just because you have Han troops does not mean Han cannot have Mongolian forces. Isn't it all about who has better conditions to follow? What is this talk of loyalty?" Kublai Khan found himself at a loss for words, realizing the truth in Liu's statement. The vast domain and formidable army of the Ming dynasty were indeed astonishing. Liu Che felt invigorated by this revelation. Though he lamented that the Silk Road was absent from the Ming territory, the westernmost reach of their lands extended only to Hami. In this regard, my youthful general was truly remarkable. Liu Che felt a surge of pride for the Hishi corridor, which had been secured by Huitubing. Observing the Ming's extensive territory on the Golden List, Shi Huang was rendered speechless. It surpassed the size of his own Qin dynasty by leaps and bounds. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, refusing to feel inferior, for no emperor in the Warring States era could match his achievement of unifying the 6 kingdoms. Not even Zhu Di could rival him. Just as Shi Huang reflected on the vastness of the Ming territory, he read the words proclaiming that only when the populace flourishes can a true golden age be claimed. At that moment, the message resonated deeply within him. Indeed, well said. The essence of prosperity lies in ensuring that the people are well fed and clothed. Only then can it be deemed a true golden age. Only when the nation grows strong can it be considered a genuine era of prosperity. Alas, my Qin still has a long journey ahead. The expanse of 11,750 li east to west and 10,900 li north to south. Li Shimin was once again profoundly impressed by Zhu Di's achievements. At just under 30, he felt compelled to expand his territory and create a thriving era that could rival that of Zhu Di. Zhu Di relocated the capital to Beijing, directly confronting foreign tribes. Was I, Li Shimin, any different? Our capital, Chongzhen, also stands as the first line of defense against the incursions of Tubo. The emperor guards the nation's gates, and the monarch dies for the state. I too can do the same. The lands conquered by the 4th are astonishingly more powerful than my own. In this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang was once again deeply astonished. The 4th had provided him with countless surprises. As a fellow emperor, he understood the immense difficulty of achieving such feats, especially after Zhu Di had subdued the various princely vassals, sustaining half of the Ming dynasty solely through his own efforts. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze inadvertently fell upon the young Zhu Di beside him, and he patted Zhu Di's shoulder. My dear fourth son, throughout these years, I have regrettably afforded you far too little attention. Henceforth, I shall focus on you in this regard, having just been admonished by his father. The still-dazed young Zhu Di was profoundly moved by Zhu Yuanzhang's words. A surge of elation coursed through his heart. At last, I, Zhu Di, am poised to emerge from the shadows. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive. Gold will inevitably shine. He declared, Father, rest assured, and you too, elder brother, have no worries. Once I, Zhu IV, ascend as the crown prince, I shall treat you both with great kindness. Zhu Di vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with a bewildered expression. Father, do you not wish to hear what Zhu IV is proclaiming? Zhu Yuanzhang, equally perplexed, delivered a playful slap to Zhu Di's head. What nonsense is this, Zhu IV? When did we ever declare that you would be made the crown prince? Zhu Di scratched the back of his head, feeling aggrieved. But father, did you not say you would pay special attention to me? Indeed, special attention, Zhu Yuanzhang replied. I believe it would be splendid for you to serve as the general of the northern campaign. It brings me great satisfaction to have such a capable son working alongside your elder brother and me. What say you, elder brother? He inquired. Zhu Biao immediately raised both hands in agreement. Father, you speak wisely. The position of general of the northern campaign is undoubtedly suited for the fourth. Zhu Di was left utterly speechless. But why must all the arduous tasks fall upon me? This is most unjust. Elder brother, before you, I often feel as though I am not truly father's son. With a resounding slap, the young Zhu Di was struck once more. How could you, Zhu Laosi, ascend as a prince when you are not of our blood? During the Jingnan era, Zhu Yunwen was agitated. His fourth uncle had achieved such remarkable feats, making him feel increasingly like a failure in comparison. No, I have just ascended the throne, and my power is unstable. I must act decisively and swiftly. I cannot afford to give my uncle time to react. Subsequently, Zhu Yunwen issued orders to the Ministry of War for troops to march from Beiping. He resolved to capture his uncle and bring him back to the capital without delay, lest the night prolong the dream. Upon witnessing this, Fang Xiaoru hastily urged Zhu Yunwen not to act too impulsively, cautioning him with the example of the Chuhan contention. He advised that thorough preparations were essential. Zhu Yunwen, filled with anger, retorted, I fail to comprehend why, despite already knowing the reasons for my impending failure, my teacher would still caution me with the tales of Chu and Han. It is as if, on this battlefield of Central Plains, I am inherently at a disadvantage against my uncle. This time, I shall not rely on Li Jinglong or Su Huizu. In terms of military strength, it is 100,000 against 30,000. The advantage is mine. During the Yongle era, a time of prosperity, Zhu Di, nearing 50, was overcome with joy, calling out to his sons, Zhu Gaoqi and Zhu Gaoxiu, eldest, second, do you see? I have decided to send Zheng He on a maritime expedition to reclaim Annam, to compile the Yongle Encyclopedia, and to deploy troops to the northern deserts. Each of these endeavors has borne fruit. Heaven does not forsake me, Zhu Di. Your contributions have also been significant. His son, Zhu Gaoqi, had often advised him to rest and allow the people to recuperate. Once, he had no counter to this. But now, he could finally refute his son's advice, asserting that all he had done was recognized by heaven. Seeing his father's joy, Zhu Gaoqi could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Over the years, his father's burdens of guilt had taken a toll. He had witnessed it all and felt the pain in his heart. Meanwhile, the recently chastised Han Wang wore a gloomy expression akin to a wronged wife. Yet a flicker of emotion crossed his face, for he too had played an indispensable role in the vast territory of the Ming dynasty as inscribed on the Golden List. In the 22nd year of the Yongle reign, as Zhu Di marched to Yumu Chuan, he approached the end of his life. With all his strength, he opened his once clear eyes, gazing skyward and letting out a gentle sigh. His life was to be summarized through the Golden List, whether through scorn or praise. As this moment drew near, it brought him a sense of relief. I did not expect to die tonight. I, Zhu Di, have lived a life worthy of remembrance. My actions are justifiable to the people, to the realm, and true to my own heart. Throughout this life, I have lived splendidly. The compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia, the relocation of the capital to Beiping, the defeat of the Tatars and the Walla. In these 20 years, I have secured at least 50 years of tranquility. This life is sufficient, indeed. Yet, the grandeur of the Ming dynasty truly evokes a deep sense of nostalgia. On the 18th day of the 7th lunar month in the 22nd year of the Yongle era, Emperor Yongle Zhu Di closed his weary eyes. The scene returns to the golden list, and the sounds of inventory continue to resonate. Fate is invariably astonishingly similar. The duration of a prosperous dynasty is invariably ephemeral, much like the span of an individual's life. No matter how grand or resplendent one may be, ultimately, they shall succumb to the inexorable passage of time. After reaching the pinnacle, one must inevitably descend into a realm of lesser beauty. In the 22nd year of the Yongle era, at the venerable age of 64, Zhu Di embarked on his fifth expedition to the northern frontier. At this moment, Zhu Di has transformed from a spirited and ambitious emperor into an aged man on the verge of decay. For 20 years, during the reign of the Yongle emperor, the relentless guilt towards his father and elder brother consumed Zhu Di day and night, compelling him to relentlessly expand his territory in pursuit of a prosperous era. The arrogance of Zhu Di compelled him to demonstrate to the world that he was not inferior to his nephew. He was indeed in the right. He is both the chosen one and the singular entity. Zhu Di accomplished his ambition, transforming the Ming dynasty into a formidable power. Yet Zhu Di himself is no longer the formidable figure he once was. The days spent waging battles and purging the desert are indeed alluring. However, years of warfare have long since instilled in him a profound weariness for such a life. Zhu Di, despite his weary frame, resolved to embark on one final expedition to the northern deserts. In this moment, he resembled his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, who, in the twilight of his life, still contemplated how to contribute to the future of his descendants. Then let him fight once more for his subjects, for as a sovereign, the entire realm belongs to his people. This is his mission, a task personally entrusted to him by his father in years gone by, to cleanse the northern deserts and eradicate the enemy forces, born amidst the flames of war, and perishing in the same turmoil. On the 18th day of the 7th month in the 22nd year of the Yongle era, Zhu Di concluded his illustrious and tumultuous life on the journey back to camp. In the eyes of the world, it is a lamentable and arduous fate for an emperor to perish on the march. Yet for Zhu Di, this is a romance that belongs solely to him. Zhu Di, in the annals of history, is more akin to a formidable general king, and he stands as the sole emperor to have bestowed honors upon the Wolf's Ridge and to have quenched his steed's thirst in the vast sea of the Han. This achievement is unparalleled for the emperor, with no predecessors or successors. People often ponder, what kind of person was the Yongle emperor, Zhu Di? From the rebellion of the feudal lord to ascending the throne, followed by 5 military campaigns in the northern deserts and 6 voyages to the western seas, he established the magnificent Yongle era. Such an emperor must undoubtedly be a formidable sovereign, a person capable of dominating the heavens and the earth. However, we have reason to believe that the true Zhu Di is a figure both fragile and resilient. Reflecting upon his life inevitably evokes a profound sense of unresolved emotions. Due to his ascension during the Jingnan period, he faced widespread condemnation from the populace, which instilled in him a profound fear of such voices. For these murmurs would condemn him to a life steeped in remorse. He harbors a deep-seated fear of dissenting voices. For these voices may rise up like the former King Yan, seeking to usurp his current position. Thus, Zhu Di silenced all dissenting voices, obliterated the imperial title of Zhu Yunwan, and altered the annals of history in an attempt to conceal his transgressions. However, history is invariably just. It shall unambiguously document the facts, his transgressions, his fears, and the dissenting voices that stand against him. Merit can never obscure the transgressions of the past, yet it possesses the capacity to transcend them. By peeling back the veil of history, one can distinctly perceive the man who once occupied the dragon throne, an insecure, pallid middle-aged figure, resembling a startled bird. That great emperor, known for his usurpation, never dared to halt his relentless march, tirelessly expanding the realm and governing the state. The illustrious Yongle emperor. As the sounds of the review faded, the final scene of the golden list froze against the vast heavens. In his later years, Zhu Di rode a white steed, his spirit arriving at the Nanjing Forbidden City. Entering the grand hall, he stood before the portrait of Zhu Yuanzhang. In that moment, Zhu Di resembled a lost child, softly confiding in his father the grievances he had harbored for years. "Father, I am about to see you again. I have become the usurper of our illustrious Zhu family. Will you not blame me?" Zhu Di sighed gently, as if he had myriad languages to express before his demise. Yet, upon parting his lips, he could only exhale a soft sigh. "Father, I am rather afraid of meeting you." After uttering these words, Zhu Di laughed at himself, departing the imperial palace with an air of nonchalance. Turning towards Mount Zijin, He stood atop the peak, gazing at the brightly lit Ming dynasty. Feeling as though he had returned to his passionate youth, he spread his arms, yearning to seize the winds of the past and capture the fleeting sands of time. Alas, it was ultimately in vain. Oh, Ming, the future generations know not of my sleepless nights and struggles on the battlefield. Yet you are most aware. Even as an old man, I would never allow them to tread even a step beyond the Great Wall. My life has been one of military endeavors, and that is sufficient. The melancholy silhouette of Zhu Di evoked an unprecedented desolation among all present before the Golden List. Throughout my life as the Yongle Emperor, I have committed grave errors yet also achieved great feats. For decades I have lived in trepidation, never experiencing a single day of ease. Can my lifetime of accomplishments absolve me of the sins of the Jingnan campaign? With his final soliloquy, Zhu Di cast a glance to the north, his figure gradually fading from the last frame of the Golden List. The sight of his regret brought tears to the eyes of many princes. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent for a long time. He opened his mouth, as if to speak, but something seemed to choke him, causing him to become choked with emotion. After a considerable time, Zhu Yuanzhang finally patted the shoulder of young Zhu Di. The youthful Zhu Di, seeing his future self, could not help but weep profusely. Tears streamed down his face. Not only he, but all the ministers in the grand court were rendered speechless, while Crown Prince Zhu Biao sighed, lowering his head in a sense of shame. In the first year of Jiangwen, after Zhu Yuan issued the imperial decree favoring his authority, the military generals under his command hastily rallied their troops to the north. The swiftest among them would earn the merit of the dragon's descent. The emperor, resolute and unyielding. They're unwilling to be stubborn. Flexibility is the hallmark of a true gentleman. One must act for oneself, lest the heavens punish them. Even the convictions of many civil officials began to waver. Zhu Yunwen observed this with concern, yet he felt powerless to effect any change. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, the tears of the common folk had long since flowed, soaking their garments. In their hearts, they experienced an unprecedented sense of loneliness, one they felt reflected in Zhu Di. This overwhelming solitude was suffocating. It became evident that their emperor also grappled with profound uncertainty. Wiping away their tears, they bowed deeply in reverence, bidding farewell to the Emperor Yongle of the Ming dynasty. In the Han dynasty, Emperor Wu, Lu Che, poured 2 cups of wine on the table, one for himself and the other in tribute to Emperor Yongle. As fellow sovereigns, they shared a mutual respect. Lu Che raised his cup and drank it in one gulp, then poured the other cup's fine wine out the window, murmuring, "I, Lu Che, salute the son of heaven of the Ming." In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin clenched his fist tightly. How splendid! Zhu Di has expanded his territory and will be remembered through the ages. Cheng Yojin and Fang Xianling, what say you? Fang Xianling replied humbly, since following your majesty, few have caught our discerning eyes. Zhu Di is a true hero. I believe in some respects, he rivals your majesty. Cheng Yojin scratched his head. I think so too. Aha. Excellent. Li Shimin declared solemnly, I am not alone in this life. In the 22nd year of the Yongle reign, chaos reigned in the capital of the Ming dynasty. Upon seeing the announcement that Zhu Di had perished on the way back with his army, the faction of the Han prince could no longer contain themselves. With the prince's greatest ally fallen, if they did not act now, when would they? As the court erupted in uproar, on the verge of physical confrontation, the silhouette of an elderly man quietly appeared in the grand hall. It was Zhu Di. Suddenly, the court fell silent. Zhu Gaoqi looked on with astonishment. Father, you are alive? I knew the proclamation was false, a deception. You are the true son of heaven, destined for eternal reign. The prince, Zhu Gaoqi, with his heavy frame, rushed to his father, his face full of longing. Zhu Di had been on campaign for a year, and upon seeing the announcement, Zhu Gaoqi feared he would never see his father again. When did you return to the capital with your army? Why was there no news? I had no time to prepare a victory feast for you. Zhu Di felt a pang of guilt as he gazed at his eldest son's weary figure. In this campaign, I encountered not even a shadow of those Tartars, so there is no talk of celebration. Zhu Gaoqi discerned his father's low spirits and hastily offered words of comfort. Father, our Ming dynasty flourishes in power. In confronting the northern nomads, it is not imperative that we achieve victory in battle. Through benevolence and coercion, we shall eventually resolve the northern threat. At your esteemed age, it is best to refrain from personal campaigns. You deserve a respite. Each generation bears its own mission. Why must you shoulder the entirety of the burden alone? Zhu Di gazed at his son, whose heartfelt emotions were now evident, softening the previously frigid countenance. Though he had never favored the eldest son, he harbored a profound concern for him. The weight of governance had indeed taken its toll on Zhu Gaoqi over the years. Zhu Di surveyed the assembly of ministers and generals, exuding an unspoken authority. What is this? Were you not just clamoring loudly? Why the sudden silence? Continue your ruckus. The eldest is the crown prince I personally appointed, destined to be the emperor. Are you also eager to rebel? The ministers fell silent, some of the Han loyalists appearing ashen-faced. Had not the decree proclaimed the emperor's demise? Was it the decree that lied? Or had the emperor truly returned from the brink of death? For the first time, Zhu Gaoqi felt the warmth of his father's defense amidst the court. And despite his efforts to contain his emotions, tears of joy welled in his eyes. He had long awaited this day. Zhu Di turned, his voice laced with remorse. My eldest, your health has been compromised by my insistence. My stubbornness and fear of public scrutiny have nearly brought the Ming dynasty to its knees through years of war. I leave you a shattered legacy to mend over the next decade. Zhu Gaoqi wiped away his tears, responding joyfully. Father, you speak too harshly. We are father and son. Although I am not yet emperor, I possess over 20 years of governance experience. Rest assured, within a decade, our Ming shall surely prosper. Zhu Di nodded with relief. Indeed, I have faith in you. Though I have seemed indifferent in recent years, the reasons behind my demeanor are understood by both of us. You have endured much, my child. Zhu Gaoqi could not suppress his tears once more. Zhu Di grasped Zhu Gaoqi's arm, guiding him toward the upper hall, where he seated Zhu Gaoqi upon the dragon throne. Reflexively, Zhu Gaoqi sat upright. Father, what are you doing? How could I possibly assume this position? Zhu Di laughed heartily. You are the crown prince, the heir apparent. This seat is rightfully yours. If you cannot sit here, then who shall? I hasten my return to personally conduct your enthronement ceremony. Zhu Gaoqi stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of the moment. Yet, Zhu Di's demeanor was earnest, devoid of jest. In the grand palace hall, before the assembled ministers, his words bore the weight of truth. Zhu Gaoqi exclaimed with excitement. Father, if this is to be a heavenly enthronement, we must surely select an auspicious date. Is this not rather hasty? Zhu Di had already sent someone to drape a dragon robe over Zhu Gaoqi's shoulders. It was cold, a little extra clothing was needed. As for choosing a propitious day, every day is auspicious for our Ming dynasty. We have hundreds of glorious years ahead of us. Zhu Gaoqi no longer insisted. Thus, he accepted the reverent kneelings of the ministers in the grand hall and ascended the throne as emperor. On the 18th day of the 7th lunar month in the 22nd year of Yongle, Zhu Gaoqi was enthroned, taking the era name Hongxi. After the coronation ceremony concluded, Zhu Di was honored as the retired emperor. Zhu Gaoqi, filled with joy, expressed his gratitude towards Zhu Di. With a smile, Zhu Di gradually faded from the grand hall, as if everything that had just transpired was but a dream. Zhu Gaoqi gazed at the dragon robe draped over him, and a sudden pang of sorrow pierced his heart, as though he had lost something profoundly significant. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes as he frantically searched the hall for his father's figure. Father, emperor, father, father. Yet, within this vast hall, the great Yongle emperor is no more. In the midst of the mid-Yongle era, the civil and military officials of the Ming dynasty, including Yang Shiqi, Yang Ron, Yang Fu, Yu Qian, and Zhang Fu, were particularly exhilarated. All officials of the Yongle reign bowed in reverence, filled with pride for their sovereign. The Yongle period was marked by the ability to recognize and utilize talent, embracing diverse perspectives, which fostered unity between the ruler and his ministers, heralding an era of prosperity. The Minister of Revenue, Xia Yuanji, too, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Not in vain had he devoted himself to Zhu Di, tirelessly accumulating wealth for him. His efforts bore fruit. In the 22nd year of Yongle, across the boundless fields, a farmer, engaged in transplanting rice seedlings, set down his work, walked to the edge of the field, wiped away the tears from his eyes, and knelt down. His father had once fought alongside the founding emperor in establishing the realm. He often recounted the chaos of the late Yuan dynasty, when the populace suffered immensely. The rulers of the Yuan and the landlords conspired to exploit the land of the common people, leaving a Han person's life scarcely more valuable than that of livestock. Faced with such dire circumstances, many chose to revolt. It was the founding emperor who led the charge to expel the cruel Mongolian rulers, redistributing land sufficient for sustenance. And as one who rose from humble beginnings, he understood the plight of the common folk, embodying the qualities of a compassionate emperor. No corrupt officials thrived under his reign. The integrity of the court and the well-being of the people ensured that their lives flourished. The Yongle Emperor, in all his endeavors, emulated the principles of the founding emperor, resisting Mongolian incursions and exhibiting unparalleled benevolence towards the people. How could such a sovereign not be cherished by the populace? They were but commoners, oblivious to notions of tyranny or power struggles. All they knew was the goodness of their emperor, and that alone sufficed. Thus, this elderly farmer bowed his head to the ground, bidding farewell to his Ming emperor. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly in every corner of the Yongle era. Long live your majesty. Long live 1,000 times. It was unclear who initiated the chant, but the words spread from the south to the north, echoing from the fields into the mountains and reaching the imperial city of Beijing. They resonated within the military camps of the northwestern deserts. The eunuchs of the purple forbidden city knelt. Their voices, though not boisterous, reverberated throughout the palace. Long live your majesty, long live 1,000 times. In the northwest, countless soldiers guarding the borders stood atop the city walls, their resounding voices proclaiming, long live your majesty, long live 1,000 times. Long live the Ming dynasty, long live 1,000 times. The voice reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the Ming dynasty, as if it had reached the very heavens, resonating clearly even among the nomadic tribes of the northern deserts. Concurrently, countless emperors from various historical realms seemed to have heard this stirring battle cry simultaneously. On the grassy plains of Mongolia, Mahamud, the leader of the Walla tribe who nearly dominated the Mongolian clans, gazed southward. The powerful shout struck him with such force that he found himself momentarily lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He had anticipated that with Zhu Di's demise, the Ming dynasty's throne would be within easy reach. However, it now appeared that this unexpected proclamation had united the Ming dynasty more than ever. Did they still stand a chance against such a resolute Ming? Mahamud was engulfed in profound confusion. In the Yuan dynasty, Kublai Khan's eyes gleamed with fervor. He turned to Liu Bingzhong and inquired, "Do you know what aspect of your Chinese civilization I admire most?" Liu Bingzhong smiled in response. "Faithfulness and righteousness." Kublai Khan clapped his hands. Indeed, throughout the annals of Chinese history, the fall of dynasties has often been attributed to the very essence of loyalty and righteousness. While their strength has equally resided in these noble virtues, in the presence of a foolish sovereign, loyalty and righteousness may lead to the untimely demise of one's life. Conversely, under a sagacious ruler such as Zhu Di, these principles transform into the most steadfast bastion of the empire. As he spoke, a glimmer of envy flickered in Kublai Khan's eyes. Alas, the words loyalty and righteousness are but relics of your Han culture in the hearts of the Mongols. Only the strong and the art of slaughter prevail. During the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin pressed his lips together, a shiver coursing through him. How could a man like Zhu Di fail to command admiration? His understanding of sacrifice was profound. Just as the gathered crowd mourned Zhu Di's passing while gazing upon the golden list, a few lines of text began to emerge slowly upon it. Reviewing the 10 most unsettled monarchs, at the 10th position, we have the Yongle Emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di. Evaluation, excellent. Emotional discontent index, 9 out of 10. Reward 1, 20 years of life. Effective immediately, certain ailments will be exempted for a duration of 20 years. Injuries, both external and internal, will automatically heal, except in the case of fatal damage. Reward 2, 1 million stones of improved seeds, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are agricultural crops that thrive in arid climates, exhibiting remarkable adaptability. They reach maturity in approximately 60 days, yielding an impressive output of around 3,000 gene per mo. Reward 3, an augmentation of national fortune for 2 decades. Within this span, China shall experience harmonious weather and an absence of natural calamities. Reward 4, a dialogue transcending time with Zhu Yuanzhang, lasting 3 minutes. The reward can only be granted to one time in space, specifically the 22nd year of the Yongle era. In that moment, the officials present in this era were engulfed in fervor. An augmentation of 20 years to the national fortune. A span of 2 decades characterized by bounteous weather, along with the introduction of crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. How exhilarating. They could hardly contain their excitement. What of the Tartars and the pirates? In the face of unassailable national strength, they were mere trifles. The citizens who had just mourned for their emperor now erupted in joyous cheers. Not only would the Yongle emperor live for an additional 20 years, but he also brought forth the reward of potatoes. Furthermore, There was the boon of 20 years of favorable weather conditions. The Ming dynasty was destined to flourish, indeed. At this moment, all farmers and soldiers bowed in reverence. Long live our Ming dynasty. Long live your majesty. Our prosperous days are on the horizon. Far in the northern wilderness, Mahamud's expression grew increasingly pained. With Zhu Di's extended life and the promise of 2 decades of national fortune for the Ming, what was there left to do? He must either hastily pack his belongings for Siberia or surrender immediately. Mahamud was certain that once revived, Zhu Di would make his residence in the northern territories permanently, with ample resources and an unending supply of troops and public support. Zhu Di would not be satisfied until he had penetrated the northern expanse. Meanwhile, Alutai in the south recognized the gravity of the situation. His previous lack of fear towards Zhu Di stemmed from the knowledge that on each campaign, Zhu Di could only remain in the outer territories for a maximum of 6 months before returning for supplies. Thus, he would venture north during each of Zhu Di's expeditions, reclaiming his lands upon the emperor's return. Now, however, with the acquisition of potatoes and sweet potatoes, crops that could thrive in arid conditions, what if Zhu Di chose to settle in the south permanently? Beyond that region lay only desolate sands, devoid of even the slightest blade of grass. At this moment, Alutai donned a mask of despair. The situation was dire. It was simply unmanageable. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin could not help but envy Zhu Di. Potatoes, sweet potatoes. The Tang also needed these. If only they could procure such crops, the citizens of the Tang would no longer suffer from hunger. Li Shimin became utterly frenzied. I shall ascend to the ranks of the esteemed. I, Li Shimin, will also be celebrated. I, Li Longji, too wish to be honored. I desire to live for another 20 years. I, Kublai Khan, must also achieve recognition. I too wish to prolong my life. I, Zhao Kuangyin, aspire to be esteemed. With such a formidable boon of national fortune, I shall surely reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun. I, Lu Che, shall also seek glory and wish to extend my years. At the moment the rewards were announced, all emperors were set ablaze with fervor, apart from the great Qing. By this time, the dynasty had already acquired potatoes and recognized their significance to the feudal regime. Both Qianlong and Kangxi from an alternate historical dimension pondered the same dilemma. With the introduction of potatoes, starvation would become a rarity. If sufficient food were available, peasant uprisings would cease to exist. Without the peasant revolts of the late Ming, the Ming dynasty would not have fallen, or at least not so swiftly. The wheels of history have been rewritten. In that moment, would there still be our great Qing dynasty? As the populace buzzed with excitement, the golden list gradually transformed, and the spirit of Zhu Di emerged upon it. The visage of Zhu Yuanzhang, the revered Yongle emperor, also slowly materialized within the tableau of the golden list. Upon encountering his father, he humbly bowed his once proud head. "Father," murmured Zhu Di in the examination hall, his voice laced with anxiety. "It truly is you. You have arrived. I can hardly believe that I am truly able to see my father once more." Zhu Di lowered his head, glancing at himself. A hint of guilt etched upon his countenance. Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. "I did not intend for the Jingnan rebellion. I did not wish to betray my father and elder brother." In the golden list, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and gently patted Zhu Di's shoulder, a pang of tenderness in his heart. "Fourth son, lift your head up. You are already a grandfather. Why are you crying? We will not blame you, nor will Mark. You have performed admirably. You are the pride of both your father and elder brother." It is better that Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent. However, upon receiving such consolation, Zhu Di felt decades of burdens lift, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. The fruits of years of labor finally garnered their father's acknowledgement. In this moment, Zhu Di was overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions yearning to be expressed. Zhu Yuanzhang approached and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Zhu Di's eyes, only to find that the more he wiped, the more tears flowed, refusing to be contained. Eventually, old Zhu found himself at a loss for what to do and simply enveloped Zhu Di in his embrace, whispering in his ear, "Fourth, let it out for a while. The content of the examination is visible to all, but if you cry any further, I fear I might be unable to restrain myself from giving you a slap." Zhu Di abruptly halted his tears, nearly forgetting that his father was a formidable character. As he regained his composure, he realized he had nestled into his father's embrace without even noticing. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh dear, I am already a grandfather. How could I, the illustrious Yongle emperor, exhibit such behavior?" Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Di with a hint of disdain. "Now you know how to be shy, huh? Why didn't you feel shy when you were shedding tears? Under the weight of his father's scornful gaze, Zhu Di suddenly felt a reckless courage swell within him. Father, I have missed you and my elder brother so much over the years. Sometimes I ponder whether I am truly suited to be an emperor. If my elder brother were here, I could have focused on my northern campaigns, perhaps achieving even greater victories, making the Ming dynasty even more formidable than it is now. Perhaps I would not feel so exhausted. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a pang in his heart upon hearing Zhu Di's yearning. It struck the softest part of him, leaving his own eyes slightly moist. Damn it! When did this Zhu Laozi become so sentimental? He was never like this before. Time swiftly passed, and in just 3 minutes, Zhu Yuanzhang approached and pinched Zhu Di's chubby round face, reminiscent of his childhood. Fourth, stand tall and confident. Among my sons, there are no weaklings. Even if your brother were here today, he would not dare claim to have done better than you. The rewards of the examination are commendable. I eagerly anticipate your greater achievements in the next 20 years. Zhu Di nodded earnestly, only to notice that Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes had already turned red. Father, you are crying. You miss me too, don't you? Zhu Yuanzhang proudly lifted his chin. With so many people watching, how can you say such things? Where would that leave my dignity? Zhu Yuanzhang retorted. I did not weep. The old man retorted, what do I care about you? You are not a maiden. Yet, the redness around your eyes betrays you. Zhu Di countered. I merely have sand in my eyes which I am rubbing. Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance darkened further. Where would there be sand on this golden list? Father, there is no shame in crying before your own son. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Zhu Di's eyes, as he reminisced about the delightful banter with his father. Decades had passed, and he had nearly forgotten the warmth of such exchanges. By your mother, Zhu Laozi. I shall reiterate, I did not cry. Zhu Yuanzhang, feeling awkward, seemed intent on etching out a 3-bedroom apartment on the golden list. Father, you. Zhu Di was about to speak when he felt the urge to admonish. Do not compel me to confront you on the list of honor. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened. Just as the moment of their interdimensional dialogue reached its conclusion, Zhu Yuanzhang cast a fierce glare at Zhu Di, his face etched with reluctance. Gradually, his figure began to fade away. Zhu Di gazed at his father's silhouette, tears of liberation streaming down his cheeks. Father, I shall not disappoint you. I will make you proud once more. The image of the honor roll slowly vanished, and the conversation between father and son abruptly came to an end. The current review of unresolved grievances has concluded, and the next assessment will commence in 7 days. Please stay tuned. In an instant, the torn heavens of all dynasties were restored to their original state. The moment the golden list vanished, in the 22nd year of the Yongle reign of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di slowly opened his eyes. Surrounding the military camp were heaps of potato seeds. The accompanying officials, including Zhang Fu, Yang Rong, and Jin Yuzi, were overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears upon witnessing Zhu Di awaken. A gentle smile graced Zhu Di's lips as he recalled his father's words, filling his heart with joy. Why weep? Am I not still alive? Zhu Di sat up, and Zhang Fu hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Leaning against Zhang Fu's shoulder, Zhu Di languidly remarked, It is indeed strange. Although I appeared to have perished, I was aware of everything that transpired on the golden list. My father said there is no blame on us. He must be very gratified. Ha ha ha. I even had a dream, in which my soul returned to Beijing to hold the grand ceremony for the crown prince's ascension. Ha ha. Upon hearing Zhu Di's words, Zhang Fu could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. Heaven bless our Ming. Zhu Di felt rejuvenated, as if his body had regained at least a decade of youth. He rose to stretch his limbs and remarked, Indeed, heaven has granted me this opportunity. The Ming shall flourish. As he stepped out of the tent, he was greeted by the sight of hundreds of thousands of Ming soldiers eagerly awaiting. Zhang Fu, overwhelmed by the scene, could not help but exclaim, Our Ming shall prosper. Thousands of soldiers echoed in unison. The Ming army is formidable. The emperor is magnificent. Zhu Di advanced slowly, raising his right hand. Warriors, your emperor has returned. I shall lead you towards the creation of an even greater era. The soldiers shouted in chorus. The Ming Empire shall endure. The sun and moon shall witness our rivers and mountains forever. Zhang Fu, Yang Rong, and Jin Yuzi joined in the chant, their gazes fixed upon their sovereign. They believed that in the near future, the emperor would guide them to forge an even more glorious era for the Ming. 7 days later, in the grand city of Xianyang, the celestial scroll descended as anticipated, capturing the attention of Shi Huang, Li Si, Zhao Gao, Fu Su, and Hu Hai. After the previous enumeration of Emperor Zhu Di, they had been pondering who would claim the 9th position. Yingzheng eagerly anticipated his name appearing on the list, hoping for a reward of an additional 100 or 80 years of life. Gazing at the sky, he turned to Fu Su and the others, inquiring, "Do you think I will be on this golden list?" Li Si, Fu Su, Hu Hai, and Zhao Gao promptly responded, "Your Majesty, your deeds are unparalleled. Until the unification of thoughts across the 6 states is achieved, your name shall undoubtedly grace the golden list. Should your name appear, a century or even a millennium of life shall be bestowed, ensuring the prosperity of our Qin." Shi Huang erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, well said. While my desire to appear on the list is for longevity, it is primarily for the benefit of our Qin. I do not seek to live excessively long, for that would be tedious. 100 years would suffice. In that time, I shall conquer the seas and pacify the 9 provinces." In Chongzhen, Lu Che had been restless, unable to eat or sleep well in recent days. The rewards from the previous golden list had kept him awake at night. If he could also gain 20 years of national fortune, he was confident in leading the Han to expand its territories once more. Lu Che felt he lacked not in years, but in the fortune of the state. Meanwhile, emperors and commoners from parallel worlds closely monitored the enumeration. The golden list unfurled across the heavens, shimmering magnificently under the evening glow, both sacred and imposing. Soon, the first words of the golden list emerged. An inventory of the 10 most perplexing emperors, with the 9th position occupied by the emperor of the Tang dynasty during the Jingnan era. The Jingnan era is often hailed as that of the most formidable emperor in Chinese history, a figure who blazed through time with unparalleled vigor, radiating a brilliance that eclipses even the most resplendent protagonists of contemporary web literature. If one were to encapsulate his extraordinary life in a single word, that word would be exhilarating. During his reign, he waged wars in the south and the north, expanding and enlarging the territory. The emperor of the Jingnan era governed the realm through enlightened policies, fostering unity between the sovereign and his ministers, which resulted in a prosperous and tranquil Tang dynasty, heralding the illustrious period known as the Jingnan reign. To expand outward and conquer new territories, successive campaigns led to the annihilation of the eastern and western Turkic Khans, as well as the nations of Xianshuo, Gaochang, Kucha, and Tuyahan in the western regions. Furthermore, his 3 campaigns against Goguryeo compelled various ethnic forces in the northern regions to submit and pay tribute, thereby earning him the esteemed title of Heavenly Khan. It is no exaggeration to assert that he stands out as a brilliant star among the myriad emperors in the annals of Chinese history. Meanwhile, during the Wuda period of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan and Li Jianqing, who were closely monitoring the results of the census, stood up in excitement. "Wonderful! Wonderful! This time, the subject of the census is none other than the emperor of our great Tang." When the golden list announced that the subject was the emperor of Tang, Li Yuan and the crown prince Li Jianqing felt genuine joy. This signified that upon the completion of the census, their great Tang would also receive accolades from the golden list. Just contemplating this filled them with immense anticipation, especially upon seeing the esteemed model of the illustrious Emperor Jingnan. They were overjoyed, contemplating that perhaps the rewards bestowed upon their own Emperor Jingnan could surpass those granted to Zhu Di, the Yongle Emperor of the Ming dynasty. Consequently, the Crown Prince Li Jianqing engaged in a spirited debate with Li Yuan regarding how many generations removed the Emperor Jingnan was from them. At that moment, the atmosphere in the court of the Tang dynasty was remarkably harmonious. Li Jianqing frequently cast provocative glances at Li Shimin, tauntingly stating, "What say you, little brother? Your elder brother will always be your elder brother. You cannot contest that." He relished the rare opportunity to stand firm before Li Shimin. "What of your title as the General of Heavenly Strategy? What of your illustrious military achievements? While we may not match you, our descendants certainly will not lag behind." The frequent exchanges between the 2 brothers did not go unnoticed by Li Yuan, who, rather than intervening, felt a sense of relief. Li Shimin's achievements had grown to such an extent that it required the combined efforts of the Emperor of Tang, the Crown Prince, and Prince Qi to keep him in check. This was not the scenario Li Yuan had envisioned, and he had no intentions of replacing the Crown Prince. After all, Li Jianqing had held the position for nearly a decade without any significant errors. Li Yuan reflected, should the rivalry between Li Jianqing and Li Shimin continue, he might have to divide the Tang dynasty between them, with each brother receiving half. The ministers and aristocrats aligned with Crown Prince Li Jianqing were equally pleased with the contents of the golden list, reassured that their prince's legacy was promising. As they shifted their gaze to Li Shimin's face, dark as coal, Their hearts soared with delight. After all, what manner of advisors did Li Shimin possess? Most were mere brutes skilled only in warfare, with few hailing from the esteemed families. Those who ascend through military merit find themselves incomparable to the united aristocracy. In the hallowed halls of the Tang dynasty, it could be said that the majority rejoiced, save for Li Shimin. The Prince of Qin, Li Shimin, was decidedly displeased. His discontent was understandable. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to ensuring that Li Yuan could ascend the throne. From the tender age of 17 or 18, he had fought valiantly to establish their dominion. Yet, what was the outcome? Their hard-earned legacy was unceremoniously usurped. The Tang Empire ultimately fell into the hands of Li Jianxing and his father, a reality that Li Shimin found utterly intolerable. While they indulged in frivolities in Chongzhen, reveling in wine and women, they were elevated to the esteemed status of the Tang sovereign. By what merit was this granted? Li Shimin felt deeply aggrieved, particularly upon witnessing the radiant smiles of his elder brother Li Jianxing and father Li Yuan, akin to blooming chrysanthemums. He was tempted to deliver a decisive blow to their egos. In the era of the Ming dynasty, the youthful Zhu Di was captivated by the figures of the past, particularly Li Shimin. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Oh, my idol, the passionate Sir Li Shimin. Brother, father, look." Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback. "Fourth son, why do you idolize Li Shimin?" Zhu Di fervently responded, "Li Shimin's life is so inspiring. He began his journey at 16, fought for the realm, and by the time of the Xuanwu Gate incident in his 20s, he had already become the heavenly Khan by the age of 30. What exuberance! In his youth, he was as spirited as any young man could be. Shouldn't our emperors serve as such paragons of achievement?" Zhu Yuanzhang found merit in Zhu Di's words. "You may emulate Li Shimin in all respects, but do not replicate the Xuanwu Gate incident. Otherwise, I shall discipline you severely." Zhu Di nearly choked on his father's admonition. "Father, brother, what do you take me for? In our Ming dynasty, we uphold filial piety and brotherly affection. Any conflicts are merely trivial disputes among relatives. Must they be held against us indefinitely?" Thus commenced the compilation of the prestigious list. Today, let us delve into the life of the illustrious emperor of the Tang dynasty during the Jingnan era. In the year 598 AD, during the Kai Wang era of the Sui dynasty, Emperor Jingnan was born in a villa located in Wugong County, Langzhou. It is said that when he descended to the mortal realm, the heavens were adorned with unusual hues, and two colossal dragons descended from the firmament, circling around him for several days before finally departing. In the 4th year of his life, the emperor of the Jingnan era encountered a soothsayer who, upon examining his countenance, was struck with astonishment. He proclaimed that the child possessed the demeanor of a dragon and the countenance of the sun, and at the age of 20, he would undoubtedly bring peace and prosperity to the realm. Thus, his parents bestowed upon him a new name, Shimin. As the announcement reverberated through the air, the esteemed figure of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, emerged against the vast sky. During the Wuda era of the Tang dynasty, the once jovial Li Yuan and his son Li Jianxing were left utterly astonished, their smiles frozen upon their faces. Li Jianxing, in particular, trembled with fear. Li Shimin? That Li Shimin? How could the illustrious emperor of the Jingnan era be Li Shimin? Is there another in our Tang who dares to bear that name? Does this imply that this emperor, the crown prince, Li Jianxing, could no longer contain his emotions, exclaiming, "Li Erlang, you must explain yourself at once." At that moment, his eyes reddened, nearly bursting forth with fury. The rivalry for succession, a grudge that could not be shared, had consumed him. After years of vigilance against Li Shimin, how could he have been caught off guard? His emotions were akin to a roller coaster. The heights of joy he had just experienced plummeted into depths of rage. He had been relentlessly pursued by Li Shimin, losing countless nights of sleep. Just moments ago, he had believed that the emperor of Jingnan listed on the golden roster was a descendant of his own. With such remarkable achievements, his position as crown prince would surely be as steady as a mountain. Yet, within mere seconds, the name of the emperor of Jingnan, Li Shimin, erupted from the roster. The name Li Shimin was utterly loathsome to him. He nearly thought he had misheard, until he confirmed multiple times that the portrait on the golden list was indeed Li Erlang. He could no longer suppress the fear and anger swelling within him. This was utterly irrational. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, seated upon the imperial throne, wore an expression of disbelief. How has Erlang become the sovereign of our Tang? Li Shimin, too, was bewildered. You ask me, who should I turn to for answers? I have no idea what has transpired. Yet, beneath his astonishment was a burgeoning excitement. He had genuinely become the future emperor of the Tang dynasty. Fate, it seemed, had orchestrated events beyond his control. Despite the oppressive circumstances imposed by his father and elder brother, he had ascended to the throne. This was what one might call the son of destiny, bound by the will of heaven. However, as the thrill subsided, Li Shimin began to grasp the gravity of the situation. His father and elder brother were alive and well. How could it possibly be his turn to reign? Had some unforeseen calamity occurred? It is important to note that the father has always been dismissive of his ambition to become the crown prince. In fact, he has even diminished his military power for this reason. Now, having inexplicably ascended to the throne, it is likely that his father and elder brother will harbor even greater suspicions towards him. One cannot even speak of becoming a general, let alone a prince. At present, Li Shimin's strength has not yet reached a level capable of openly challenging the emperor of the Tang dynasty. He can only feign weakness. As he contemplates how he became the emperor of the Tang, he cautiously responds to his father's inquiry. Father, regarding the contents of the imperial list, I find myself just as astonished as you are. I am a dutiful son, as you well know. This unexpected turn of events leaves me bewildered. However, dear father, you must trust me. There must be some misunderstanding among the civil and military officials. The noble families that had clearly expressed their support for Li Jianqing's claim to the throne were taken aback upon hearing Li Shimin's response. Their thoughts echoed, misunderstanding? How absurd. Li Jianqing's failure to become emperor is an immense loss for us. This signifies that our years of investment have gone to waste. All our efforts have been in vain. At that moment, the Li, Wang, Zheng, Lu, and Chui clans, along with the crown prince Li Jianqing, all turned their gaze towards Emperor Li Yuan of the Tang. After all, the crown prince and Li Yuan had been collaborating to suppress Li Shimin. Under the combined forces of the crown prince and the emperor, even the popular acclaim for Prince Li Shimin would scarcely allow him to become the emperor of the Tang. They could only envision two possible means for Li Shimin to ascend to the throne, one being a change of heart from Li Yuan, and the other, a rebellion, an option they deemed rather unrealistic. Li Yuan had even contemplated confining all territories north of Luoyang to Li Shimin. Li Shimin had no reason to rebel. Despite being the emperor of the Tang, Li Yuan felt a twinge of insecurity when faced with the unified scrutiny of the aristocracy. If the crown prince and these noble families were to jointly withdraw their support, the Tang dynasty could swiftly collapse, reminiscent of the Sui dynasty's disintegration. However, the dignity of the emperor forbade him from displaying any signs of trepidation. He had no choice but to maintain his authority, calmly stating, "My dear son, do not be alarmed. Your father loves you. You understand the bond we share. Let us first examine the details of the imperial list to ascertain what has transpired. The ascent of Erlang to the throne is not devoid of a process. Let us first explore what the golden list has to say." At this moment, Li Yuan finds himself in a state of helplessness. He can only strive to maintain stability among his two sons. The crown prince, Li Jianqing, oversees the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, as well as most of the clans that have pledged allegiance to the Tang dynasty. Meanwhile, Prince Qin, Li Shimin, wields the authority to appoint and dismiss officials in the Ministry of Personnel, along with command over the elite troops of the Tang. These two brothers, one governing domestic affairs and the other external matters, if they were to fall out, it would not bode well, whether in military endeavors or financial undertakings. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences for him. This is also what Li Yuan takes pride in. He has sired two remarkable sons, albeit perhaps too remarkable. Each of the three harbors ulterior motives, and the atmosphere in the court grows increasingly tense. It is evident that at this moment, the sentiments of Li Yuan, Li Jianqing, and Li Shimin are far from harmonious. Outside the Tang Palace, the imperial guards, including Yu Qigong, Ho Junji, and Chongzhen Wuji, are stirred as they behold the contents of the golden list in the sky. They are all officials of the Prince of Qin, with Li Shimin ascending as emperor. They too would rise in status and rank, potentially being promoted from mere subordinates to high-ranking ministers within the court. For a moment, their spirits soar with joy. However, upon deeper contemplation, they sense something amiss. Ever since Prince Qin was elevated to the position of General of Heavenly Strategy, his achievements have overshadowed his lord, rendering him less favored by Li Yuan. How then could he become the emperor of the Tang? Chongzhen Wuji, quick-witted, is the first to grasp the implications, and his expression shifts dramatically. He instructs Yu Qigong and Ho Junji. You two must swiftly go to the Prince of Qin's residence and assemble troops to besiege the palace. A sense of dread grips Gong and Ho Junji. What does Chongzhen mean by this? Cold sweat beads on Chongzhen Wuji's brow as he whispers to them. What else could it mean? It is common knowledge that Prince Qin is not well regarded. It is also widely understood that the Tang Emperor cannot replace the crown prince. Yet, despite this, Prince Qin has become emperor. Why is that? Gong's face pales in realization. Could it be that His Highness Prince Qin has acquiesced to our rebellion plan? By the heavens! Excitement! Gong was certain that Li Shimin had agreed to his rebellion plan. For Li Shimin, there was scarcely any other avenue to ascend the throne of the Tang dynasty besides rebellion. Ever since Gong had defected from Lu Wuzhou to Li Shimin, he had persistently urged Li Shimin to vie for the position of crown prince. After it became evident that Li Shimin had no hope of becoming the crown prince, Gong and the other ministers of the Qin Wangfu began to counsel him to rebel. In simple terms, these ministers were all in the same boat as Li Shimin. Their fortunes were intertwined. Once Li Jianqing ascended the throne, they would certainly face dire consequences. At this point, Chongzhen Wuji's words struck a chord in Gong, who suddenly grasped the full scope of the situation, nearly bursting forth with excitement. The rebellion plan was initially his proposition. If Li Shimin, the Prince of Qin, became emperor, he would bask in the glory of his accomplishments, standing above all others. Chongzhen Wuji was nearly startled out of his wits by Gong's outburst and quickly motioned for Ho Junji to silence Gong. Keep your voice down. Do you not care for your family? He admonished. Realizing his reaction had been overly fervent, Gong composed himself. You too, refrain from speaking further. Immediately mobilize the troops while the crown prince and the emperor are still unaware. Surround the palace. The guards at Xuanwu Gate were closely affiliated with the Prince of Qin. Bribe them to gain entry and seize control of the center, compelling the prince to ascend the throne and relegating the emperor to a position of honor. Upon hearing Chongzhen's words, Ho Junji instinctively inquired, should we inform the prince in advance? Chongzhen Wuji swiftly made a decision. There is no time. After the golden list is tallied, either our Prince of Qin will become the emperor of the Tang, or all of us in the Qin Wangfu shall face dire consequences. This year, Chong'an is particularly cold. We can only provide our prince with an extra layer of clothing. Whether he can leap through the dragon gate hinges on this moment. Gong and Ho Junji were keenly aware of their Tang Wang's temperament. He doted excessively on his son, Li Yuanji, a cruel individual who could kill hundreds in a day without facing any repercussions. Thus, even if Li Shimin rebelled, he would likely only be placed under house arrest without fear for his life. However, for the ministers of the Qin Wangfu, the stakes were perilously high. They could very well face extermination. With this thought in mind, the two wasted no time in returning to the Qin Wangfu to mobilize troops. Given the circumstances, the Prince of Qin would become emperor whether he desired it or not. Meanwhile, within the palace, Li Yuan was still awaiting the results of the golden list. He was eager to see how Li Shimin would ascend to the throne of the Tang dynasty. Li Jianqing, the crown prince, along with Li Yuanji, was likewise contemplating how Li Shimin would secure the throne. They remained oblivious to the brewing storm outside the Tang palace. The golden list continued to be tabulated. Li Shimin's father, Li Yuan, hailed from a prominent family in the Guangzhou region. He lost his father at the tender age of 8 and inherited the title of Duke of Tang. The founding emperor of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian, was Li Yuan's maternal uncle, while the second emperor of the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang, was Li Yuan's cousin. Li Shimin's mother, Dou Shi, hailed from a lineage that rivaled that of Li Yuan. Dou Shi's father was a prominent general of the Northern Zhou dynasty, while her mother was a daughter of the imperial family of Northern Zhou. Furthermore, Dou Shi's maternal grandfather was the founding emperor of Northern Zhou, Yuan Tai. Li Shimin was born at the pinnacle of the world, during the reign of Emperor Kai Wang of the Sui dynasty. The initial era name of the Tang did not capture Yang Jian's attention. It was only with the emergence of the era name of Dy and the name Li Yuan, along with numerous familiar figures, that Yang Jian began to sense something amiss. He cast a glance at his nephew Li Yuan and mused, could it be that this Li Shimin is your second son? By heaven, what on earth is happening? Explain yourself. Yang Jian stepped forward, grasping Li Yuan's garments, panting heavily. You had better provide me with an explanation, dear nephew, or I shall have you executed. Li Yuan, paralyzed with fear, sat up abruptly as if resurrected from the brink of death, realizing the gravity of his predicament. Oh no, my uncle is the emperor, my cousin is also an emperor, and now my son has ascended to the throne. What kind of script is this? This must be directed at me. Am I to lose my life over this? Is there any hope for me left? Confronted by the enraged Yang Jian, Li Yuan trembled as he attempted to placate him. My dear uncle, if I were to claim ignorance regarding the situation, would you believe me? Yang Jian delivered another resounding slap. Your son has become an emperor, and yet you dare to claim ignorance? Do you expect me to believe you? Another blow followed. I may be aging, but I am not foolish. Li Yuan covered his face in despair, allowing Yang Jian to vent his wrath upon him. Dear uncle, it is a misunderstanding. Please, refrain from striking me. Let us sit down and discuss this calmly. We are all family, after all. Is there any need for violence? The tally of the Golden List continued. There exists a pair of exemplary parents who provided Li Shimin with a commendable early education. In his youth, Li Shimin frequently accompanied his father on journeys across the vast expanse of the land, traversing regions such as Guangzhou, Hebei, the Northwest, and Hedong, encountering a myriad of diverse individuals along the way. As the saying goes, reading countless books is inferior to traveling vast distances. Traveling vast distances pales in comparison to meeting countless individuals, traversing the vast expanse of the land from the south to the north. The young Li Shimin has cultivated an extraordinary perspective and state of mind that transcends the ordinary. At this moment, he is already capable of standing on his own. At the age of 16, Li Shimin distinguished himself by rescuing Emperor Yang Guang, who was besieged by hundreds of thousands of Turkic troops at Yemin Pass. At the age of 18, Li Shimin witnessed great turmoil across the land. In his pursuit of monumental achievements, he began to incite his father to raise an army in Jingnan and join the peasant uprising against the Sui dynasty. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, under siege, clung to this opportunity for salvation, exclaiming, "Uncle, please cease the assault. Do not strike any further. I have discerned the true instigator behind this turmoil. My second son, Li Shimin. Behold, it is he who has incited my rebellion." Li Yuan seized the opportunity with alacrity. My esteemed uncle, the loyalty of Li Yuan is as evident as the heavens and the earth. I shall summon my son from Taiyuan, allowing you to deal with him as you see fit. Would this act of filial betrayal not sufficiently demonstrate my allegiance? Spare me, I implore you. Yang Jin approached, delivering a resounding blow. You are truly a beast. Even a tiger spares its young. How could you betray your own son? Li Yuan, in his despair, shielded his face. I had no desire to betray my kin, yet this wretch has provoked my insurrection. Yang Jian, however, paid no heed to Li Yuan's pleas for explanation. Rebellion? When I was orchestrating my insurrection, you were still in your infancy. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to rebel against my million-strong army of the Sui dynasty? It is not that I look down upon you. Rather, you simply lack the requisite ability. At this moment, Yang Jian focused all his attention on the final passage of the Golden List. The world was in chaos, and rebel forces were rising. Yang Jian was bewildered. Wasn't the Sui dynasty relatively stable at this time? How could there be talk of widespread turmoil? What exactly transpired? In his frustration, Yang Jian kicked Li Yuan aside. Kneel before me, he commanded. Summon Yang Guang and demand an explanation. How has the realm descended into chaos? The tally of the Golden List shall continue. In the waning years of the Sui dynasty, the populace was wearied by their struggle for survival, as battlefields sprawled across the land and marauders roamed freely. While the court enforced harsh laws with an iron fist, Li Yuan, entrusted with the mission to quell the bandits in Jingnan, spent several months in this endeavor. Beheading countless foes, the rebel forces continued to rise amidst the flames of conflict. At an opportune moment, Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty observed that Li Yuan was struggling against the rebellion and sought to hold him accountable. In a moment of utmost peril, Li Shimin earnestly urged Li Yuan on 3 occasions to rise in rebellion and join the insurrection. Li Yuan wavered, caught in a tumult of indecision. After deliberation between Li Shimin and Pei Ji, several concubines were selected at Yang Guang's Jingnan palace. That night, the speed of the car soared to an astonishing 180 miles per hour. Li Yuan has taken the women of the palace. Thus he must rebel. During the reign of Emperor Shi Huang of the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang had just been summoned into the palace by Yang Jian. Upon seeing the names of the women Li Yuan had betted on the Golden List, he nearly lost his composure, feeling an overwhelming urge to confront Li Yuan. However, contemplating his own image as a dutiful son, he suppressed his anger and began to weep at the feet of Yang Jian, pleading for his father's intervention. Father, you must take a stand for your son. Not only do Li Yuan and his son conspire against our Sui dynasty, but he also dares to covet my consort. If he dares to lay claim to my consort today, what will stop him from desiring your consorts tomorrow? Such a man cannot be allowed to live, father. Li Yuan hurriedly defended himself, feigning righteousness. I did not. I am not. Cousin, do not speak falsely. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest on Li Shimin. The Golden List has decreed that I acted out of compulsion. It is well known that I, Li Yuan, have never been one to indulge in lust. I was forced into this. Turning to Yang Jian, he continued, esteemed uncle, Li Shimin is a calamity that must not be allowed to persist. It would be better for you to permit me to return to Taiyuan, where I can personally uphold justice against my kin. Yang Guang, realizing the danger, quickly interjected. Allowing you to return to Taiyuan is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Father, we must not permit cousin to return. This fellow undoubtedly harbors rebellious intentions. Li Yuan persisted with his rebuttal. I did not. I am not. Cousin, do not speak falsely. My loyalty to uncle is evident to all. Yang Guang had never encountered someone so shameless. Your loyalty to my father is clear to the heavens. Is Li Shimin not your son? Is the rebellion not your doing? Li Yuan asserted with a serious demeanor. Li Shimin is Li Shimin, and I am I. I am a loyal nephew to my esteemed uncle. Yang Jian, unable to tolerate the bickering any longer, interjected. Enough. Do not quarrel further. I shall deal with Li Shimin, and I shall also deal with the loyal nephew. Yet, first prince, you must explain to me how it is that in my prosperous sway, where the people live in peace and contentment, it has come to pass under your hand that the populace struggles for survival, that chaos reigns, and that insurrections arise. You must understand that the legacy I leave behind rivals that of Emperor Wen and Emperor Xian of the Han. The strength of my military far surpasses that of the Han dynasty. Even in the presence of Emperor Wu, the sway would not falter. What is your predicament? Are you questioning me, Hu Hai? Could the great Sui dynasty truly meet its demise under my reign? A barrage of inquiries caused Yang Guang to shrink back in apprehension. I do not know. How could I have foreseen the chaos that would ensue? Father, you do not doubt my governance, do you? I am quite formidable, Yang Jin remarked, observing Yang Guang's apparent confusion, which dissipated his irritation. In his eyes, Yang Guang's demeanor was still commendable. He was quite obedient. Yet, Yang Guang could not fathom how the world could so abruptly plunge from the stability of the Shi Huang era into the depths of despair. The tallying of the Golden List continued. Meanwhile, Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty provided a flawless justification. Under the reign of Li Yuan, the cavalry commander Lu Wuzhou rebelled in Mai. Lu Wuzhou murdered the governor of Mai, Wang Rengong, and proclaimed himself the son of heaven, seizing control of Mai. He also conspired with the Turks, plotting to vie for dominion over the realm. Yang Guanda, filled with wrath, sought to bring Li Yuan to justice in Jiangdu under the charge of ineffectively combating the thieves. On May 15th, Li Yuan, after articulating the unavoidable circumstances that compelled him to rise against the Sui, initiated his campaign in Taiyuan. Amidst the fervor of the anti-Sui uprising, during the reign of Emperor Yang Jian of the Sui dynasty, the recently pacified Yang Jian found his wrath rekindled. He delivered a kick towards Li Yuan. How dare you defy my Sui dynasty, you insolent wretch? Who granted you the audacity to rebel against me? Summon someone at once. Have him executed. Li Yuan nearly burst into tears. Shimin has wronged me. Oh, Shimin has wronged me. Uncle, it is a misunderstanding indeed. Let us speak calmly. Let us engage in discourse without resorting to violence, for such actions would be a disgrace to our civility, a disgrace indeed. Emperor Yang Jian of the Sui dynasty observed the anguished struggle of Li Yuan and approached, delivering yet another kick, causing even the essence of the nation to erupt forth. By the heavens, how could this be? You are my nephew. Have I not treated you well enough? I cannot fathom why, during the tumultuous end of the Sui dynasty, you chose not to assist in quelling the rebellion, but instead led your own son to revolt. Li Yuan grasped Yang Jian's thigh. I dare not, uncle. Yang Jian tightened his grip on Li Yuan's chin. Give me a reason not to end your life. Li Yuan took a deep breath and replied earnestly. I have no connection to the Li Yuan of the Golden List. Does this count? Yang Jian struck Li Yuan, rendering him unconscious. This insolent brat dares to take advantage of my old age. You think you can fool me with excuses? Meanwhile, during the era of the Great Sui, Yang Guang pointed at the Golden List, unleashing a torrent of curses. Rebel! That damn traitor Li Yuan! I knew that entire family harbored treachery. At this moment, the Sui dynasty was in utter chaos. Wang Shichong, the Wagong army, and other peasant uprisings had carved out their territories. The authority of the Sui had drastically diminished. Yang Guang was forced to retreat to his stronghold in Jiangdu, seeking to evade the wrath of the peasant armies and to live out his remaining days in peace. However, he had scarcely departed Chong'an when Li Yuan instigated a rebellion from Taiyuan. Upon hearing the news of Li Yuan's uprising, he nearly fainted from rage and hurriedly dispatched the Sui generals Song Laosheng and Xu Tuatong to garrison the banks of the Yellow River, hoping for a final stand. He had believed that Li Yuan's hastily assembled army of over 30,000 would never breach Chong'an, mere fantasies. Yet, as the Golden List revealed, Li Yuan's second son, Li Shimin, had ascended as the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This signified Li Yuan's success in rebellion. Yang Guang, already infuriated, was now consumed by an even greater wrath. He deeply regretted not executing Li Yuan from the outset and allowing him to become the governor of Taiyuan. At this moment, Yang Guang's eyes reflected both terror and helplessness. Why do these commoners rebel against him? In the Qin dynasty, Shi Huang suddenly became intrigued. How fascinating to witness a son compelling his father to rebel and seize the throne. This Li Shimin truly aspires for his father to succeed. The Golden List began to unfold scenes from the twilight of the Sui. Within the opulent palaces of Luoyang, Emperor Yang Guang indulged in a life of debauchery. Hundreds of thousands of laborers, like soulless specters, toiled along the Grand Canal, dragging colossal dragon boats. In the northwest, the Sui army suffered devastating losses in battles against the Tuohan. The Sui forces in Liaodong faced multiple failed northern campaigns against Goguryeo, leading to the death of most soldiers along the way. These scenes displayed on the Golden List struck a profound blow to all who beheld it. Especially upon witnessing Emperor Yang Guang's lavish lifestyle, many commoners wore expressions of seething resentment. During the reign of Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty, significant manpower and resources were mobilized to establish a secondary capital in Luoyang. Meanwhile, he began the construction of the Grand Canal. Two endeavors that were originally expected to be accomplished over several decades are to be completed within a mere span of 10 years under the command of Yang Guang. Meanwhile, Emperor Yang of Sui launched successive military campaigns against the Tuohan and Goguryeo, ultimately compelling the populace to rise in rebellion. In the waning years of the Sui dynasty, the rulers, driven by insatiable greed, brought the livelihoods of the common people to the brink of collapse. To the north of the Yellow River, the fires of conflict raged, while uprisings proliferated south of the Yangtze and Huai rivers. Consequently, chaos engulfed the realm, and a multitude of heroes and valiant figures emerged in succession. Firstly, there is Gao Shida of Hebei province, where Do Jinda rose in rebellion, causing turmoil in the Central Plains. Subsequently, the troops of Wagong in Hunan province rose up in rebellion. Then, the Minister of Rights, Yang Xingan, rose in rebellion against the Sui dynasty in Hunan. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yang Jian's face turned ashen with rage, nearly causing him to spit blood. Yang Guang, you had better provide me with an explanation. Is this your notion of frugality? Is this how you demonstrate it to me? With each furious kick aimed at Yang Guang, the latter, along with his cousin Li Yuan, found themselves cowering in fear. Aren't you proficient in governance? Is this your approach to ruling? Yang Jian bellowed. Who instructed you to relocate the capital to Luoyang, construct canals, and engage in military campaigns all at once? You wretched fool. I had just remarked on how Emperor Wu of Han managed to leave a legacy without exhausting the treasury. And yet, you, in your audacity, surpass even him. Emperor Wu never dared to relocate the capital and construct canals amidst warfare. If you were to undertake these tasks, at least do them one at a time. What drives you to combine them all? Are you in such haste to depart from this world? As Yang Jian's fury escalated, he drew his sword. Yang Guang, terrified, felt his beard bristle with fear. Desperately, he shielded Li Yuan, positioning him in front of himself. Yang Jian lunged with his sword, leaving Li Yuan overwhelmed with confusion, feeling as if 20,000 horses were galloping through his mind. What does this have to do with me? This cannot be, he exclaimed. Let us discuss this calmly. Yang Jian felt an unprecedented surge of rage swelling within him. Discuss? I say, how can one have a calm discussion when it concerns your own son? He kicked Li Yuan again, sending him sprawling to the ground as he feigned death. Yang Guang stood there, dumbfounded. Wasn't I here to hear gossip about Li Yuan? How did I become the fool in this scenario? Observing Yang Jian's wrathful countenance, he felt as if he could be subjected to 1,000 tortures. Thus, he resolved to endure the consequences. During the period of the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang once again confronted the grim realities of the Sui's decline, his face pallid. As an emperor, what is wrong with constructing canals, relocating the capital, and expanding our territories? Do my ministers not comprehend my vision? And do my subjects fail to understand me? Does heaven itself not recognize my intentions? Yang Guang's disappointment deepened as he read the criticisms regarding his actions related to the canal construction and military endeavors. Shouldn't the Grand Canal be built to prevent the division of our nation? With Chongzhen's limited agricultural resources and constant threats from foreign invasions, was it not imperative to relocate the capital? Should we not confront the provocations from the Tuhun and Goguryeo tribes against the dignity of the Sui dynasty in our territory? These matters, one by one, are all too clear to me. Am I to turn a blind eye? Shall I witness foreign tribes humiliating our great Sui? Shall I observe the further division of our beloved China? Shall I stand by as our capital, Chong'an, falls repeatedly? Yang Guang's tone grew increasingly frantic, spiraling into madness. Rebel! Rebel all of you! If I do not repair the Grand Canal, which future emperors will possess the audacity to undertake such a task? Can my China afford to wait? If I do not relocate the capital, who among you will? Am I to allow the royal family of the Sui to endure incessant invasions from the Tubo and Tuyuan? Neglecting these issues will only lead to more deaths. Let me bear the burden of being this historical villain. At that moment, Yang Guang unexpectedly erupted into a manic laughter, filled with scorn for those rebels and the world at large. Yet, his current demeanor was more disheveled than anyone else's. In the Qin dynasty, upon witnessing Yang Guang's various maneuvers, Shi Huang found himself perplexed. He had believed himself sufficiently adept in grand infrastructure projects, only to discover that Yang Guang surpassed him in audacity. Whose general is this? I, the illustrious first emperor, am humbled. The series of national policies enacted by Yang Guang left Yingzheng astonished. Had the Qin adopted such policies, the old families of the six states would not have labeled them as the tyrannical Qin, but would have instead called them the tyrant Qin or the cursed Qin. Yingzheng was filled with deep reflections on his own experiences. In his quest to unify the six states, he had offended the nobility, scholars, and even the common people by standardizing measures. Had it not been for the deep-rooted foundations of the Qin, rebellion would have erupted long ago. The Sui, however, lacked the centuries of stability that the Qin enjoyed. Yang Guang's urgency to expand the canal and engage in large-scale infrastructure was either foolish or reckless. Yingzheng felt a surge of confidence, convinced that even his youngest son, Hu Hai, could not execute such intricate maneuvers. At that moment, Liu Bang felt profound sympathy for the common folk at the end of the Sui dynasty. Alas, Liu Bang sighed deeply. What difference is there between this and the chaotic end of the Qin dynasty? If the tyrannical Qin is not punished, what hope is there for the family? If the brutal Sui is not overthrown, what future awaits us? Having endured the Qin dynasty's oppression, Liu Bang profoundly comprehended the sentiments harbored by the common people. Rebellion was inevitable. Could the current regime be any worse? Regardless, death awaited them either way. Why concern themselves with the act of rebellion? In the Ming dynasty, witnessing the harrowing plight of the populace, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes reddened. As a former cowherd, he could intimately relate to the feelings of the suffering masses. Living under such conditions was utterly unsustainable. In his youth, he had seen his father, mother, and elder brother perish from starvation before his very eyes. This despair had shadowed the first half of his life. He found an echo of his own experiences in the suffering of the people during the end of the Sui dynasty. Was Emperor Yang Guang the architect of all these calamities? In Zhu Yuanzhang's view, Yang bore a significant share of the blame. His ambition for eternal glory was undeniable. Yet he truly regarded the common people as insignificant. His decrees, once in the hands of officials, became instruments of the ruthless exploitation of the populace. Coupled with the attitudes of corrupt officials, it was indeed astonishing that the Sui subjects did not revolt. Had he been in their shoes, Zhu Yuanzhang too would have risen against tyranny. Thus, upon establishing the Ming dynasty, he resolutely forbade the oppression of the people by corrupt officials. One would be executed, and two would be eradicated. Such transgressions would not be tolerated. In the Qing dynasty, upon witnessing the scene on the Golden List, Qianlong furrowed his brow. It was tragic. Indeed, in his heart, Qianlong assessed the situation. It must be said that in terms of caring for the common folk, the Qing dynasty excelled. At the very least, there were no instances of starvation among the populace. As the scene on the Golden List began to shift, the image of Li Shimin and Li Yuan riding forth into battle appeared. However, their faces were not entirely confident. Instead, they were filled with bewilderment. Many could empathize with their feelings, for they understood that from the moment Li Yuan and his son took this step, it was a matter of victory or defeat. After raising the banner of rebellion, Li Shimin, alongside his father Li Yuan, personally led the grand army to assault Chong'an. One after another, they vanquished Song Laosheng, who was stationed in Huai, and Katu Tatong, who was stationed in Hedong. In just a few months, they allied with Princess Pingyang as an insider, seizing control of the capital city of Chong'an and the Guangzhou region. At this moment, the number of troops under Li Yuan's command had reached a formidable total of 200,000. Upon entering Chong'an, Emperor Yang of Sui was assassinated by the generals of the imperial guards in Jiangdu. 2 months later, Li Yuan formally declared himself emperor in Chong'an, establishing the Tang dynasty. Known as Emperor Gaozu of Tang, during the Kaiwang period of Sui, Yang Jian, who was pursuing Yang Guang with sword in hand, found himself frozen in place, his expression vacant. At that moment, he felt as though 30,000 wild stallions were galloping within his heart. By heavens, when Li Yuan raised his army, he had merely 30,000 troops, bolstered by the continuous recruitment of defectors during his campaign against peasant uprisings. Astonishingly, within less than a year, he breached the gates of Chong'an, amassing a formidable force of 200,000 soldiers. Such rapidity is truly remarkable in the annals of history. I am in awe. Yang Jian murmured to himself, suddenly realizing that this was Li Yuan's rebellion. I salute you, my esteemed lord. Yang Jian ceased his pursuit of Yang Guang and turned his horse around to retreat. Yang Guang finally caught his breath, panting heavily. Li Yuan, my good brother. In critical moments, I must rely on you to attract the firepower. I owe you my gratitude, Yang Guang said, suddenly jolted by a realization. How could I have lost everything while Li Yuan ascends to the throne? I should thank him. Yang Guang, filled with fervor, followed Yang Jian in retreat. You scoundrel, come meet your fate. At this moment, Li Yuan observed Yang Jian and Yang Guang approaching, one wielding a sword, the other a staff, and felt a surge of panic within. Cursed by the imperial edict, it is the likes of Shimin who have brought me to this plight. Li Yuan fled in haste. Uncle, cousin, let us converse peacefully. Must we resort to blades and guns? Such actions are a grave insult to our civility. During the era of Sui's Dy, upon witnessing Li Yuan's ascension, Li Shimin was conferred the title of King of Qin. The previously deranged Emperor Yang Guang suddenly regained his senses. In his timeline, Li Yuan and his son had only just declared their rebellion. From Taiyuan to Chong'an, the path was fraught with Sui forces, separated by the treacherous Yellow River, and he had dispatched seasoned generals Song Laosheng and Xu Tuatong to confront the enemy. He had never anticipated the formidable combat prowess of Li Yuan and his son, who remarkably captured Chong'an in just a few months. The 30,000 troops had swelled to 200,000. Yang Guang was at a loss, on the verge of tears. These treacherous scoundrels, taking advantage of my escape from Chong'an to usurp my domain. As he perused the contents of the imperial edict, Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is this? What level of nation building is this? To raise an army and conquer a capital within mere months? And to increase one's forces to 200,000? How can this be so exaggerated? This prowess rivals that of the young genius Huitubing. The imperial edict continued to enumerate. As Li Shimin matured with age, images of his southern and northern campaigns unfolded before the lens. At this moment, the Sui dynasty fell, and the Tang dynasty was established, with Li Shimin being enfeoffed as the Prince of Qin. At the age of 19, the path of a great emperor was just beginning to unfold. After the establishment of the Tang dynasty, before it could firmly establish its roots, its homeland of Jingnan was besieged by Lu Wuzhou. At this moment, Li Yuanji, the fourth brother of Li Shimin, was entrusted with the task of guarding Jingnan, the crucial stronghold. At that time, Li Yuanji was at the tender age of youth, liberated from the constraints of his father and elder brother. He completely unleashed his true self, showing little regard for the defense of Jingnan. He tirelessly sought out hundreds of women, engaging in incessant revelry, and on particularly spirited occasions, he would entertain 10 or 8 at once. With a sense of ennui, Li Yuanji turned to role-playing. He commanded his concubines to don battle attire and engage in mock combat. When the spirit moved him, he would descend into the fray, wielding his sword with fervor, leaving a trail of defeated opponents, each one a former beloved. Until one day, Lu Wuzhou and Song Jinggang joined forces and launched an attack against the Turks. Upon receiving the urgent missive, Li Yuan dispatched Li Zhongwen and Jiang Baoi for rescue efforts. yet they returned in failure. Subsequently, Li Yuan dispatched his trusted confidant, Pei Ji. Pei Ji, a man characterized by his cowardice and self-preservation, abandoned the army at the front lines and sought refuge, resulting in a complete rout of the Tang forces. Li Yuan, feeling helpless, found himself devoid of capable generals at that moment. While Li Jing could be considered a formidable warrior, Li Yuan harbored reservations about entrusting military authority to outsiders. Consequently, the monumental task of quelling the rebellion naturally fell upon his son, Li Shimin. During the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, Li Jing could not restrain himself upon seeing the contents of the imperial edict. He spat in disdain. How absurd it was for Li Yuan to claim reluctance in granting military power to outsiders. I could hardly bring myself to voice the truth. His reluctance stemmed solely from his lingering resentment over my denunciation of his treasonous intentions to Emperor Yang of Sui. Li Shimin, summoned in a moment of crisis, led an army of 30,000 to lift the siege of Jingnan. In merely a few months, achieving 10 victories out of 10 battles. Lu Wuzhou found himself weeping uncontrollably, calling out for his parents. In this battle, Li Shimin also reclaimed a formidable general, Yu Qigong. In the early years of the Tang dynasty's Wuda era, Lu Wuzhou, who had already fled into the territory of the Turks, gazed at the list of accomplishments on the golden board and could not help but let out a sigh. He vowed that from that moment on, he would rather face death than confront Li Shimin again. It was a futile endeavor. He was utterly overwhelmed and crushed from every angle. At that moment, Yu Qigong, who was stationed at the Qin Wang's residence, chanced upon this news and was reminded of the past. Back then, he had been making a living under the command of Song Jinggang. Together with Song Jinggang and Lu Wuzhou, he had risen in rebellion, aspiring to seize Jinyang. In the early stages of the conflict, Yu Qigong, relying on his exceptional command skills, successively captured Yusi, Pingyao, and Jiexiu, strategically encircling Jinyang. He went on to defeat numerous generals of the Tang army. However, upon encountering Li Shimin, he faced a series of defeats that left him utterly convinced and devoid of any will to resist. Li Shimin always seemed to predict his military strategies, preparing countermeasures in advance. After suffering defeat, he found himself besieged in Jiexiu, believing he was destined to perish there. To his astonishment, Li Shimin sent envoys to persuade him to surrender, allowing him to continue commanding his original troops as a gesture of trust. It was impossible for Yu Qigong not to be moved by this. From that moment on, he resolved that he would henceforth serve the Qin Wang. The list of accomplishments continued to evolve. In the early years of the Wuda era of the Tang dynasty, the fragmented power dynamics following the fall of the Sui dynasty were exceedingly intricate. On the battlefield, conditions fluctuated rapidly, with several factions advancing in parallel with Li Yuan's Tang dynasty. Following the establishment of the Tang dynasty, only regions such as Guangzhou and Heshi were under its control. While at that time, Hunan and Hebei remained in the hands of Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda. At that time, the generals defending against the Tang forces from Hunan and Hebei were gradually succumbing. The military might of Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda posed an imminent threat to Chongzhen, leaving Li Yuan restless throughout the night. In order to eliminate the threats posed by Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda, Li Yuan resolved to first vanquish Wang Shichong, followed by Dou Jianda, with the intention of defeating them one by one. As the most capable general under his father's command, Li Shimin naturally assumed this significant responsibility. Thus, at the age of 22, Li Shimin once again commanded troops to launch an offensive against Wang Shichong. At that time, although Wang Shichong's strength was somewhat inferior to that of the Tang army, he controlled the entire Luoyang region and had subdued numerous fierce generals from the Wagong stronghold, rendering him a formidable opponent. This was meant to be a battle of equals. Yet, the outcome was that the Tang army, led by Li Shimin, swept through Wang Shichong with an unstoppable force. In merely 3 months, over 50 states in Hunan successively surrendered to the Tang dynasty, leaving only the solitary city of Luoyang. Between Dou Jianda of Hebei and Wang Shichong, there exists a profound interdependence akin to that of lips and teeth. Thus, he promptly marshaled an army of 100,000, intending to relieve the siege of Luoyang. At this moment, Dou Jianda had just vanquished Yu Wenhua and recaptured the elite Xiaoguo army of the Sui dynasty, his military strength rivaling that of the Tang dynasty. However, what no one could have anticipated, after a few days, Li Shimin, with an army of 3,500, decisively defeated Dou Jianda's formidable force of 100,000 at Hulao Pass. The renowned general Bai Qi of the Warring States period exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Li Shimin's remarkable achievement. How much? Am I blind? 3,500 vanquishing an army of 100,000? This is no mere jest. Battles do not unfold in such a manner. With 3,500 against 100,000, how could the advantage lie with the former? Even if the opposition were mere wooden figures, it would surely take days and nights to fell them, would it not? Is this a joke? Bai Qi exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. One should neither believe nor spread rumors. The Three Kingdoms. Upon witnessing Li Shimin's remarkable achievements, Sun Quan was taken aback. Wow, this young man. He had previously thought that Zhang Baibai was invincible in the world, but to his astonishment, he discovered someone equally valiant. Sun Quan was filled with admiration. He could only wish to say, enthusiastic Mr. Li Shimin, please offer a tutorial. I would certainly study it earnestly. The assessment of the top scholars continued. Li Shimin captured Do Jianda with the aid of these 3,500 men, and additionally, he seized Do Jianda's formidable army of 50,000. The formidable army of Do Jianda has utterly collapsed. Li Shimin took Do Jianda on a brief tour around the vicinity of Luoyang. Upon witnessing the capture of Do Jianda, Wang Shichong lost all hope and promptly surrendered the city. Thus, Li Shimin quelled the formidable powers of Do Jianda and Wang Shichong in a single battle, an outcome that even Li Yuan had not anticipated. After this battle, nearly all of China had been enveloped within the embrace of the Tang dynasty. The momentum for the unification of the realm by the Tang was now utterly unstoppable. The Battle of Luoyang was pivotal, serving as a defining moment for the establishment of the Tang dynasty. Had it ended in defeat, the dynasty might have faced dire consequences. Victory, however, solidified its unification of the realm. Thus, as the commander of this significant engagement, Li Shimin's contributions were paramount. During the reign of the Great Tang's Wuda era, upon seeing the imperial edict heralding his accomplishments, Li Shimin could not help but puff out his chest and cast a proud glance toward his father. His eyes sparkled with a sense of triumph. Father, do I not appear commendable? Seated upon the dragon throne, Li Yuan instinctively averted his gaze from Li Shimin's expectant look. Truth be told, he was well aware of his son's merits and could not deny his achievements. Yet, Crown Prince Li Jiansheng had also played a significant role, overseeing the collection of military provisions and various logistical operations, which were largely his responsibility. Furthermore, given that Li Jiansheng was the eldest son, this was the reason Li Yuan was reluctant to consider changing the heir. The cautionary tale of Emperor Wen of Sui, who forcibly altered the succession, lingered in his mind. In Li Yuan's view, the downfall of the Sui dynasty was directly attributable to Yang Jian's audacious attempt to change the crown prince. By heavens! Upon witnessing Li Shimin's 3,000 vanquishing 100,000, Liu Bang could not help but exclaim, "Goodness! To defeat an army of hundreds of thousands with merely 3,500 cavalry, and to capture the enemy's commander along with over 50,000 prisoners? How on earth was such a battle fought? Are you Xiangyu?" Even he did not display such ferocity in combat. The Qin dynasty, observing Li Shimin's repeated triumphs against overwhelming odds, left Shi Huang gasping in astonishment. Hiss. The presence of Li Shimin is truly terrifying. He is like a celestial demon descended from the heavens, akin to a deity of retribution on earth. Ying Zheng can only exclaim, "This Li Shimin is remarkable." During the era of Emperor Kai of Sui, Yang Jian and Yang Guang were engaged in a conflict against Li Yuan. At this moment, the three shared an unspoken understanding and simultaneously ceased their actions, gazing in astonishment at the golden list. Yang Jian was the first to break the silence. 3,000 against 100,000, and yet subduing 50,000. Li Yuan, are you certain this is your son? Li Yuan, who had just endured a severe beating, was left dumbfounded. This person is my son. Is my son truly this extraordinary? It was evident that Li Shimin had captured Yang Jian's attention. As the emperors expressed their sentiments, the Golden List continued to unveil its revelations. The founding battles of the Tang dynasty saw the almost unparalleled involvement of Li Shimin. In the inaugural year of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin triumphed over Xue Ju of Longxi. Upon returning to the capital, Li Shimin was bestowed with the titles of Grand Commandant, Minister of the Eastern Shaanxi Circuit, General of the Left Imperial Guard, and Governor of Liangzhou. The highest among them is the position of Grand Commandant, which holds the esteemed rank of a first-class official. As for the other titles, they are commensurate with the additional powers bestowed upon Li Shimin by Li Yuan. Subsequently, Li Shimin vanquished Lu Wuzhou at the borders of Heshi. On this occasion, Li Yuan bestowed upon Li Shimin the official title of Minister of the Provincial Administration of Yizhou. Although this position is merely a second-rank official title, It wields considerable authority, enabling the direct management of various affairs within the entire province of Yizhou. Subsequently, Li Shimin triumphed over the formidable warriors Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda, thereby establishing the foundational cornerstone of the Tang dynasty. At that time, Li Shimin held the esteemed position of a first-rank official, and his title as the Prince of Qin was second only to that of the Crown Prince, reaching a point where there was scarcely any further honor to bestow. Advancing any further would necessitate a change in the Crown Prince, a course of action that Li Yuan was reluctant to pursue. Thus, Li Yuan exhausted his intellect in discussions with his ministers for over 2 months, ultimately establishing a position known as Heavenly Strategist General, which transcended all officials. This title could be described as second to none, surpassing myriad individuals in authority. From this moment forth, Li Yuan and Li Jianshang were compelled to remain vigilant against Li Shimin, whose presence had begun to pose a significant threat to their positions. During this period, Li Shimin has transformed into a leisurely prince. Regrettably, shortly thereafter, Liu Haida, a general under Dou Jianda, rebelled once more following the assassination of Dou Jianda. Liu Haida is indeed a formidable man. Whoever dares to challenge my elder brother shall face him. Li Yuan, having eliminated Dou Jianda, subsequently established the Tang dynasty. The generals dispatched by the Tang dynasty to quell the rebellion were no match for Liu Haida. At this moment, throughout the entire Tang dynasty, there was no one, save for Li Shimin, capable of subduing Liu Haida. Certainly, Li Jing is capable. However, Li Yuan is reluctant to relinquish power to outsiders. The formidable task of finally suppressing Liu Haida ultimately fell upon Li Shimin's shoulders. There is no doubt that this battle marked yet another resounding victory for Li Shimin. Following this battle, the authority of Li Shimin reached its zenith. Even his father, Li Yuan, could not easily shake his wings. During the reign of the Tang dynasty's Wuda era, Liu Haida, who was preparing to rebel against the Tang, felt a profound discontent within. What does this mean? I have just raised my banner and already faced defeat? How did I lose? Please elaborate, so I might evade such a fate in advance. Yet you merely gloss over it? Is it not worth your while to acknowledge that I, Liu Haida, could at least contend with the Tang dynasty? Who do you look down upon? Am I not capable of facing Li Shimin in battle? During the Wuda era of the Tang, at this moment, Wei Qigong and Hou Junji had already taken over the palace guards at 2 gates. Besides that, the guards at the other gates remained under the control of Emperor Li Yuan. Chongzhen Wuji led hundreds of men, disguised as eunuchs, toward the grand hall of the palace. He instructed Hou Junji to remain at the city gate to ensure a retreat in case the coup failed. He aimed to have the Prince of Qin ascend the throne in the shortest time possible, observing the critical juncture reflected on the golden list. He felt that the most urgent moment was approaching. In this timeline, Li Shimin had already been appointed as the general of heavenly strategy. This state of affairs, where they were constantly hindered, was not something the ministers of the Prince of Qin were willing to witness. The Prince of Qin could retreat, but they could not. The loyal supporters of the Qin monarch, once they can advance no further, shall inevitably face elimination at the hands of Li Yuan and Li Jianqing. Chongzhen clenched his teeth, aware that the outcome hinged on this singular moment. The prestigious list shifted dramatically, the written words vanished into oblivion. Above the vast heavens, a pitch-black scene emerged, revealing a grand imperial city. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize it as the Xuanwu Gate of the Tang Palace. The camera abruptly zoomed in, revealing an eerie stillness in the surroundings. Suddenly, 2 horsemen appeared within the frame. Li Jiansheng was taken aback to discover that one of them was himself, while the other was Li Yuanji. As confusion enveloped him, the scene on the list suddenly expanded. In the far distance, a figure mounted on a horse drew back a bowstring, aiming directly at Li Jiansheng depicted in the scene. Li Jiansheng noted that the archer bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Shimin. No, it was not merely a resemblance. It was indeed Li Shimin. Instantly, his expression transformed in shock. This man was none other than Li Shimin, holding a bow in his hand. In that moment, Li Jianqing, observing the list during the Wuda era, seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. My heavens, this Li Shimin intends to kill me. He seeks to eliminate me. A cold sweat broke out upon Li Jianqing, his mind swirling in a haze. He glanced towards Li Shimin, who was also present in the grand hall, wearing an expression of disbelief. In his anxiety, Li Shimin gripped his chair tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the intensity of his grip. Clearly, at this moment, Li Shimin had no intentions of rebellion. Li Jiansheng redirected his gaze to the list, internally screaming, "Run, you fool! Your beloved brother is plotting your demise." Evidently, the Li Jiansheng within the list remained oblivious to his silent plea. With a swift and precise release, Li Shimin loosed the arrow, striking true and sending him crashing to the ground. Li Jiansheng's eyes remained wide open in disbelief as he met his end. In the Wuda era, witnessing this scene sent a shiver down Li Jiansheng's spine, nearly causing him to lose control. He immediately fell to his knees before Li Yuan, weeping, "Father, my brother seeks to kill me. He actually intends to murder me." Li Yuan, observing this event, erupted in fury, directing his wrath towards Li Shimin below. "You heartless wretch! Jiansheng is your own brother. Are you truly willing to sacrifice familial bonds for the sake of the crown? Come, seize Erlang and take him away to be executed." At once, Li Yuan's loyal guards surged forward, encircling Li Shimin, intent on dragging him away for execution. However, upon witnessing this scene, Li Yuan immediately changed his mind. "Wait, hold on. Strip Erlang of his title as Prince of Qin and confine him instead. Let the ministers of the Qin palace meet their demise. But Erlang shall be placed under house arrest for the time being." Li Jiansheng, who had fallen to the ground, was utterly stunned. "Am I to lose my life just like that? Is Father Emperor truly going to let this slide?" Li Yuan's eyes widened in response. "My dear boy, I have dismantled the entire power of the Qin palace. How could a single Erlang pose any threat to you? We are brothers. Are you truly unwilling to spare his life? Is your heart so narrow?" Li Jiansheng, upon hearing this, felt his teeth grind in frustration. "You asked me to spare Erlang. Yet he showed no hesitation when he aimed at me. He is my brother, yet he struck me mercilessly." Nevertheless, Li Jiansheng acquiesced to Li Yuan's reasoning. For Li Yuan was a father who indulged his sons to an exaggerated degree. It mattered not that Li Shimin had harmed him. Even if Li Shimin had struck Li Yuan himself, the latter would still hesitate to harm his own son. The scene froze at this moment, and the narrative began its recounting. As time progressed, the relationship between Li Shimin and his brother, the Crown Prince Li Jiansheng, reached a complete rupture. Li Shimin's influence within the military has grown increasingly formidable, surpassing that of Crown Prince Li Jiansheng. At this juncture, he finds himself in need of the alliance formed by his father, Li Yuan, Crown Prince Li Jiansheng, and Prince Qi, Li Yuanji, to maintain a delicate balance of power. Li Shimin, fully aware that his aspirations for the position of Crown Prince were utterly futile, sought to carve out a new path. He petitioned his father, expressing a desire to depart from Chongzhen and reside in Luoyang. Li Jiansheng understood that once Li Shimin departed for Luoyang, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Under the insistence of the Crown Prince, Li Yuan declined Li Shimin's request to reside in Luoyang. At the age of 27, Li Shimin could no longer bear to wait any longer. Moreover, during this period, Li Jiansheng has made multiple attempts on his life. Thus, under the strategic planning of individuals such as Yu Qigong, Li Shimin instigated the Xuanwu Gate incident. He bribed the ministers to report to Prince Li Jiansheng that King Qi Li Yuanji was involved in an affair with a consort from the imperial harem. Li Yuan, in a fit of rage, summoned the crown prince Shi Huang to an audience. Li Shimin lay in ambush at Xuanwu Gate, the essential passage to the palace, and executed the two kings. From that point onward, Li Yuan was left with only his legitimate son, Li Shimin. 2 months later, Li Yuan announced his abdication, and Li Shimin ascended as the second emperor of the Tang Empire, adopting the era named Jingnan. During the Kaiwang period of the Sui dynasty, Li Yuan, enduring a beating, could scarcely believe his eyes. "Oh my second son nearly brought about my extinction. He has committed fratricide." Upon witnessing this, Yang Jian released Li Yuan's arm. "This Li Shimin is quite intriguing. Li Yuan, your rebellion skills are lacking. Just look at how unbalanced your situation is. Your second son has killed your first son." After accepting the demise of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian began to find amusement in Li Yuan's plight. Li Yuan, shocked at the near extinction of his lineage, felt a strong urge to retort against his uncle. "It seems you two have failed to maintain balance. Did you not, for the sake of your second son, eliminate your first son?" During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Tang, Li Jiansheng saw that not only had Li Shimin killed him, but also forced Li Yuan to abdicate, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Now surely, his father would finally have the resolve to eliminate Li Shimin. He looked up at his father, whose face was already flushed with rage. He hurriedly fanned the flames. "But how could he force you to abdicate? That is not the behavior of a filial son. As the eldest brother, I must assist you in teaching him a lesson." With that, Li Jiansheng intended to enlist Li Yuanji in his endeavor. Why involve Li Yuanji? Because he could not defeat Li Shimin alone. Li Yuanji was equally furious, For when Li Shimin killed Li Jiansheng, he too was caught in the crossfire. However, before the two brothers could act, Li Yuan erupted in anger. Without hesitation, he stood from the dragon throne, rushed to Li Shimin, and kicked him down. Then he mounted Li Shimin, raining down punches like a torrential downpour, all the while berating him. How dare you, Li Heir, kill your brothers and still have the audacity to force me to abdicate? Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji clenched their fists. Had their father finally decided to take Li Shimin's life? They were eager, especially Li Yuanji, who felt a sense of relief seeing his father strike Li Shimin. Damn it! You, Li Heir, keep coveting my wife. You deserve to be killed. Yet, in the next moment, Li Yuan quickly changed his tune. You fool, you were mistaken. Did you not tell me you would dare not rebel again? Would you dare to kill your own brother again? Li Yuan even removed his shoe and hurled it at Li Shimin's face. Damn it. Quickly admit your mistake and say you won't dare to commit fratricide again. Speak it, and I shall spare your life. Li Jiansheng. I acknowledge my fault. Li Yuanji. I acknowledge my fault. Pei Ji. I acknowledge my fault. The entire court of civil and military officials. I acknowledge my fault. Li Shimin, with no choice but to submit under his father's tyranny, gritted his teeth and confessed, I was wrong, father. I should not have rebelled nor committed fratricide. I was wrong. Li Yuan, feeling a sense of satisfaction, retracted his fists and feet. De Lang, Si Lang. You have heard that Shimin acknowledges his mistakes. You need not dwell on these matters any longer. Upon noticing that Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji remained silent, Li Yuan's anger flared. What is this? Are you two brothers not living well? I have already reprimanded Erlang. What more do you desire? Do you wish for his life? Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji stood in stunned silence, nearly grinding their back molars in frustration. It is our father, we understand now. Only then did Li Yuan return to his dragon throne, satisfied. For Li Yuan, this situation was advantageous. With the power of Li Shimin's Qin Wangfu diminished, Crown Prince Li Jianqing could firmly secure the throne without lingering between father and sons. However, at that moment, Li Jiansheng was far from content, nor was Li Yuanji, nor was Li Shimin. Li Jiansheng immediately signaled to the commander of the imperial guards he had placed within the palace. If Li Shimin could commit fratricide and coerce their father, so too could he, Li Jiansheng. Thus, the commander of the imperial guards promptly encircled the entire court. Li Yuan's expression turned to one of astonishment. De Lang, what are you attempting to do? Li Jianqing breathed heavily. What am I doing? I am, of course, here to eliminate Erlang. An opportunity to rectify the situation once lay before you. Father, yet you did not cherish it. I must act in your stead. Li Yuan felt his authority being challenged. Trembling as he pointed a finger at Li Jianqing. I am already in the process of clipping Shimin's wings. This position of crown prince has always been yours. Why? Before Li Yuan could finish, he was interrupted by Li Jianqing. I cannot sleep a wink with Erlang alive. At that moment, Li Shimin gazed at the encroaching legion of imperial guards with a sense of despair. Just then, a group of eunuchs rushed in, positioning themselves before Li Shimin. To his surprise, the foremost among them was Yu Qigong. Yu Qigong, too, had not anticipated such upheaval within the palace. Chongzhen Wuji draped a dragon robe over Li Shimin's shoulders. Your Highness, success or failure hinges on this moment. Li Shimin nodded. He had no path of retreat left. Consequently, the private armies of Li Shimin and Li Jianqing clashed violently within the court. Li Yuan, nearly fainting from rage, frantically shouted, Cease, cease. Do not continue fighting. You must heed my commands. I am the emperor of the great Tang. Alas, Li Yuan's pleas were drowned out by the cacophony of battle. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Qin, Shi Huang Yingzheng was profoundly perplexed. Why, he wondered. Did this Li Yuan not bequeath the title of crown prince to Li Shimin? This realm was established by Li Shimin. Thus, it is only fitting that the throne be passed to him. If there is reluctance to bestow the crown upon Li Shimin, then it is unjust to exploit his abilities so frequently. Otherwise, how could he possibly harbor resentment? Liu Bang of the Han dynasty was deeply conflicted. Were he in Li Yuan's position, he too would find the choice perplexing. After all, the primogeniture is the method most esteemed by the majority of court officials. One cannot simply dismiss it without consequence. Just like his eldest son Liu Ying, whose capabilities may not be exceptional, yet he is bolstered by a multitude of supporters. During the years of the Sui dynasty's great Yao, Yang Guang had thoroughly surrendered to despair. The current circumstances of the Sui dynasty rendered its demise inevitable. He had accomplished all that he could. Whatever may come, let it come. Initially, His heart was devoid of tumult. However, upon witnessing the tale of Li Shimin's fratricide and paternal coercion, he could not help but burst into laughter. This is retribution, indeed, Li Yuan, this is your reckoning. The golden list continues to unfold. Following the upheaval at Xuanwu Gate, the former supporters of the Crown Prince and Prince Qi gradually rebelled, igniting turmoil within the Tang dynasty. In response, Li Shimin dispatched troops to quell the unrest. Meanwhile, the Khagan Xieli of eastern Turkestan learned of the vulnerability of the Tang capital and mobilized an army of 100,000, advancing directly to within 20 miles of the city of Chongzhen. 100,000 valiant troops of the Turks are arrayed along the northern bank of the Wei River, their banners fluttering for miles. The capital's defenses are weak, and Chongzhen is placed under martial law, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. At this moment, the capital's garrison consisted of merely over 10,000 troops, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Turkic cavalry. In a moment of grave urgency, Li Shimin devised a cunning stratagem, personally leading Gao Shiliang, Fang Xianling, and 6 other riders to the banks of the Wei River. Before long, tens of thousands of Tang imperial troops gathered by the riverside, beating their drums in anticipation. During this period, both parties experienced victories and defeats. Li Shimin ultimately engaged in a mutual slaughter with Khagan Xieli at the Wei River Bridge, sacrificing a white horse to seal their truce and retreat. In the first year of the Jingnan era of the Tang dynasty, the already retreating Khagan Xieli was left utterly bewildered. What? The capital of the Tang dynasty, Chongzhen, is exceedingly vulnerable? Does this not imply that I, the Khagan, have squandered a golden opportunity to invade Chongzhen? That audacious Li Shimin, with his striking brows and eyes, truly dares to wield the power of the tiger, bringing along merely 10 to 20,000 Tang soldiers to forge an alliance with me. What is most intolerable for Khagan Xieli is the realization that he has been outwitted by Li Shimin. What a disgrace. While being deceived by Li Shimin might have been bearable under normal circumstances, today it has been exposed in the public eye. This revelation will undoubtedly tarnish his reputation among the Turkic tribes. The minor chieftains will likely stir up trouble again. Khagan Xieli laments his fate. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, upon witnessing this, Zhu Di felt utterly at a loss for words. Prior to this, when the Turkic forces besieged Emperor Yang of Sui at Yanmen, they had been defeated by Li Shimin's stratagem of feigned troops. Now, as they lay siege to Chongzhen once more, they find themselves ensnared by yet another of Li Shimin's deceptions. Are these Turkic people devoid of intelligence? If there truly were sufficient troops near Chongzhen, could they not have stormed the capital in one fell swoop? In this moment, Zhu Di was filled with envy. Why, among the nomadic tribes, do the Mongols possess such remarkable acumen, even mastering the 36 stratagems, while the Turkic people seem like naive fools? A vivid map of China emerged before him, as a Tang army banner was suddenly planted in the northwestern territory of the Turks. Concurrently, the unparalleled heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty made its grand appearance. Surrounding the Tang forces were numerous auxiliary troops composed of various ethnic minorities. Thus, the prestige of the Tang dynasty began to resonate far and wide. Upon ascending to the throne, Li Shimin officially embarked on his unparalleled journey, which also marked the commencement of the invincible era of the Tang dynasty. After the alliance of Wei Shui, he felt deeply ashamed. While training the elite troops of the Tang army, he simultaneously incited internal strife within the ranks of Khagan Xieli, biding his time to exact revenge. Soon, an opportunity arose. In the second year of the Jingnan era, a catastrophic natural disaster struck the eastern Turkic region, coinciding with a rebellion by the Shui Yintoa and other tribes against the eastern Turks. Furthermore, internal strife erupted between Khagan Xieli and Khagan Tuli, a fortuitous opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Li Shimin promptly commanded the Tang army to march northward and besiege the warlord Liang Shidu, who had allied himself with the Turks. In response, Xieli Khan found himself compelled to dispatch cavalry for rescue. However, the eastern Turks were plagued by internal strife and could scarcely muster any significant military strength. Soon after, Liang Shidu was assassinated by his cousin Liang Luoren, leading to the collapse of his forces. The Hitao region was thus reclaimed by the Great Tang. Witnessing the Tang army's nearly unstoppable momentum in recovering the Hitao region, Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, felt a wave of shame wash over him. The results of countless generations of efforts by the Han dynasty seemed to diminish to mere child's play in the hands of Li Shimin. After all, Hitao was a crucial area adjacent to the Hushi corridor of the Song dynasty. Zhao Kuangyin could not help but feel embarrassed as well. The disparity was stark and disheartening. Observing how effortlessly Li Shimin waged war was akin to witnessing a masterful art form. He could extinguish a nation with a mere flick of his wrist. In stark contrast, even capturing a single city felt like an insurmountable challenge for himself. Just after reclaiming Hitao, the banner of the Great Tang was once more thrust into the territory of the Eastern Turks. This incited a wave of dread within the hearts of the Eastern Turks as they watched the lists of accomplishments being tallied during the reign of Wuda. An overwhelming sense of fear enveloped them. In the 4th year of the Jingnan era, Emperor Li Shimin commanded General Li Jing to personally lead an army of 30,000 iron cavalry from Dingxiang to vanquish the Eastern Turkic forces, resulting in the surrender of the Turkic general Kang Su-mi to the Tang dynasty. Sheli Khan, recognizing the inevitability of defeat, led his disheartened troops in retreat. Khan Sheli fled to the Yin Mountains, where he was ambushed by Li Jing, resulting in the destruction of the Turkic encampment. Khan Sheli fled westward once more, seeking refuge with the Tuyuan in a desperate bid for survival. However, en route, he was ambushed by Li Ji, resulting in the near annihilation of the Turkic forces. Subsequently, he continued his westward flight, only to collide head-on with Li Daozong. Captured by Li Daozong's forces, he was destined to endure lifelong confinement in Chongzhen. From this moment on, the Eastern Turks lost a Khan, while Chongzhen gained a king of dance. The Eastern Turkic Khaganate thus met its demise, and the southern steppes were incorporated into the vast expanse of the Tang dynasty, which supplanted the Turks' absolute dominion in Central Asia. In this year, Li Shimin was venerated by numerous states of the western regions as the Celestial Khan. The Heavenly Khan symbolizes the complete subjugation of the western regions to the emperor of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, Li Shimin is not merely the king of the Tang, but the sovereign of the world. In the 4th year of the Jingnan era, the Eastern Turkic Khan, Kielikan, was escorted back to Chongzhen. Merely 4 years after Li Shimin ascended the throne, the Turkic Khanate, which had hovered over East Asia for a century, officially declared its demise. In the prison cart, Kielikan stared vacantly at the Golden Edict, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. This sweat pit. Why are there so many scoundrels in this great Tang dynasty? These filthy beings are clearly envious of my dance. They covet my form. They are contemptible. Were it not for the wilting chrysanthemums strewn upon the ground, the smile of the Khan would have already faded into a sepia hue. This Khan shall not yield. Listening to the howls of Kagan Chieli, a Tang general approached and delivered a resounding blow to his nose. Quiet down. Is your rear end itching again? Upon hearing this, Kagan Chieli ceased his weeping. In the realm of the Great Qin, the Heavenly Khan, sovereign of all under heaven, what grandeur this embodies. Ing Zheng could not help but reflect upon his own unification of the 6 states, earning the title of the first emperor, while Li Shimin, having conquered foreign tribes, was honored as the Heavenly Khan. Ah, what a time to be alive! With Zhu Di's 5 campaigns in the northern deserts behind him, and the Heavenly Khan Li Shimin ahead. Truly, the lineage of China flourishes. In this moment, Ing Zheng felt a genuine joy swell within him. Meanwhile, the Tang army, still embroiled in battles, surged with renewed morale, raising their banners and shouting, "Heavenly Khan! Heavenly Khan!" The soldiers of the Hueha, accompanying the Tang troops, gazed with envy at the Tang generals rallying for their lord. A saying persisted in their tribe, "Follow the Tang army, and you shall avoid the lash." Not only do they escape punishment, but they also return with bountiful spoils of war. To their eyes, the Tang army appeared as celestial beings descended from the heavens, invincible in battle. They often returned home, laden with treasures alongside the Tang forces. The invincibility of the Tang army translated into the invincibility of the Hueha people. Thus, their prestige in the entire northwest region soared. They merely needed to collect the remnants of war spoils left by the Tang to amass wealth. At this moment, nations coexisting in the same temporal space as the Tang trembled in fear, anxiously watching the unfolding events, dreading the sight of Tang banners planted within their territories. Under the gaze of the multitude, the Tang flag was hoisted upon the land of Tuyuan. The Tuyuan nobility during the Jingnan period were instantly struck with despair, pleading, "Do not engage, dear brother. We are your own. We surrender. Let us speak amicably. Please do not resort to violence." In the 6th month of the 8th year of the Jingnan era, Emperor Li Shimin once again commanded General Li Jing to lead an expedition against the Tuyuan. In the 9th year of the Jingnan era, during the 4th month, Li Jing joined forces with Li Daozong, effortlessly vanquishing the main contingent of the Tuyuhan army at Kushan. Subsequently, the Tang troops divided into two routes to pursue the defeated forces of Tuyuhan. The two armies achieved successive victories, leaving the ruler of Tuyuhan, Murongfuyun, with no escape, ultimately leading to his demise by suicide. His son, Murongfushan, surrendered to the Tang forces, and subsequently, Tuyuhan became a vassal state of the Tang dynasty. After the submission of Tuyuhan, the various tribes such as the Tanguts and the Bai subsequently pledged allegiance to the Tang dynasty, leading to the establishment of the Dongdu prefecture in Songzhou. During the reign of the Yongle period, Zhu Di was stirred by an intense surge of emotion upon witnessing this. His approach to the conquest of the western regions differed significantly from that of Li Shimin. The Tang dynasty employed an overwhelming military force to penetrate the west directly, whereas he relied more on conferring titles and seeking submission. This was an inevitable strategy, given the formidable remnants of the northern Yuan. His efforts were entirely devoted to eradicating the Tatars. In the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng could not help but feel a pang of envy at the combat prowess of the Tang troops. While his descendants ventured abroad to engage in foreign affairs, he was still occupied with quelling the remnants of the Six States and the untamed lands of Nanyue. The stark contrast between their endeavors left him rather discontented. Meanwhile, during the Jingnan era, Tang generals gathered together to indulge in revelry. The table was graced by numerous illustrious figures, including Li Jing, Li Ji, Cheng Yaojin, and Yu Qigong. At this banquet, one needed to have achieved several significant victories and vanquished minor states to merit a place at the table. What? You have won numerous battles? Go play in the mud. To boast of a few victories is hardly worthy of mention. Who are you belittling? At that moment, the Tang banner once again fluttered upon the golden list, and it was firmly planted within the territory of Tubo during the Jingnan era of the Tang dynasty. By heavens! Songzhan Ganbu exclaimed. Was it not just last year that he established amicable relations with the Tang dynasty? In the spirit of fostering friendship between the two nations, he had even put forth the notion of marrying a Tang princess to Emperor Li Shimin. How could hostilities erupt so suddenly? The review of events begins. In the 10th year of the Jingnan era, Songzhan Ganbu dispatched special envoys to Chongzhen to request the hand of a Tang princess in marriage. But Li Shimin did not grant permission. Thus, Songzhan Ganbu seized this opportunity to lead an army of 200,000 to invade Tuyuhan. At that time, Tuyuhan had unequivocally expressed its allegiance to the Tang dynasty, and this action by Songzhan Zabu was undoubtedly a slap in the face to Li Shimin, the Heavenly Khan. Thus, in the 12th year of the Jingnan era, in the month of August, Emperor Li Shimin commanded Ho Junji, Ji Shirley, Niu Jinda, and others to lead an army of 50,000 infantry and cavalry to hasten to the aid of Tuyuhan. The forces of Niu Jinda launched a night assault on the Tibetan camp with the vanguard of the Tang army, advancing with unstoppable momentum. They decapitated 1,000 Tibetan heads. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of the Tang army, Songzhan Ganbu realized the futility of victory and promptly ordered a retreat to his homeland. Shortly after Songzhan Ganbu returned to Tubo, he grew concerned about potential reprisals from the Tang dynasty. Consequently, he dispatched envoys to Chongzhen to express his contrition. From that moment until Songzhan Ganbu's demise, Tubo consistently pursued a policy of rapprochement with the Tang. Upon reading this, Zhao Kuangyin felt a tinge of regret. Although the battle resulted in a Tang victory, Li Shimin ultimately married his distant niece, Princess Wenqing, to Songzhan Ganbu. While the Tang forces managed to repel the Tubo army, they also came to recognize Tubo's formidable strength. Thus, in the years following the marriage of Princess Wenqing to Tubo, no further large-scale military conflicts occurred between the two nations. After Tubo, the banners of the Tang army once again unfurled, advancing towards the western regions. There lay the Tibetan Plateau, a land that had never been conquered by the Qin, Han, or Sui dynasties. The aristocrats of the Qin Tibet region were suddenly taken aback, exclaiming, "Do not approach." In the 13th year of the Jingnan era, Emperor Li Shimin once again commanded General Ho Junji, along with General Shui Wanjun and other Tang generals, to lead an army of 10,000 infantry and cavalry. Simultaneously, he also brought along the vassal states of the Tang, including the Turks and the Chibi tribe, to partake in a leisurely expedition to Gaochang. The leader of Gaochang, Chu Wentai, upon witnessing the Tang army at his gates, was so overwhelmed with terror that he foamed at the mouth and departed this world. Thus, his son Chu Jixing had no choice but to inherit his father's position and continue the struggle against the Tang army. Alas, all of this is but a futile struggle against an immovable force. Before long, the Gaochang army suffered a devastating defeat. Seeing no hope of recovery, Chu Jixing had no choice but to surrender, leading to the downfall of the Gaochang state. Subsequently, Yu established the Anxi Protectorate, integrating the eastern regions of the western regions into the grand tapestry of the Tang dynasty, thereby reopening the Silk Road and extending Chinese influence to the heart of the continent. Shi Huang fell silent. He gazed upon the gold list, noting the almost yearly transformations of Tang territory. Since the ascension of Li Shimin, the Tang dynasty had expanded with an unstoppable momentum, a phenomenon utterly incomprehensible to him. Particularly bewildering was the placement of the Tang banners in the western regions, a land he had never heard of before, on the map. It lay so far from the Great Qin. He had never imagined that future generations of China could push their military might to such distant shores. The realm governed by Li Shimin far surpassed his own Great Qin. At that moment, Emperor Yang Jian of the Sui dynasty also found himself at a loss for words. The heart of the continent, such a position was beyond his wildest dreams. Just moments ago, he had mocked Li Yuan for the fratricide and patricide committed by Li Shimin. Now, the laughter had faded. If only he could have a son like that. What would it matter if he committed fratricide and patricide? He truly could not fathom that Li Shimin, having taken the reins of China for over a decade, had already advanced to such a point. Was this Li Shimin truly human? It felt as if he were a celestial being descending to witness the unceasing expansion of the Tang territory. Kublai Khan also held deep admiration for Li Shimin, considering him one of his favorite Chinese emperors. His civil and military achievements were unparalleled, a legacy that would remain unmatched. During the reign of Emperor Qianlong in the Qing dynasty, the emperor reclined upon his dragon throne, murmuring, "The merits of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin are undoubtedly beyond reproach." However, in terms of civil governance and military prowess, he pales in comparison to our Great Qing, which encompasses a vast portion of the world. Beside him, Hushan immediately knelt, proclaiming that in the hearts of loyal subjects, the emperor was indeed the eternal sovereign. Throughout Chinese history, none could rival his grandeur. Qianlong was greatly pleased by Hushan's flattery. He found the man delightful, a handsome figure with a silver tongue. Who could resist such charm? Just as the emperors pondered the necessity of allowing the Tang dynasty to recuperate after years of territorial expansion, the Tang military banner once again advanced boldly into even more distant western lands. Yingzheng, Liu Bang, Liu Che, and Yang Jian, emperors who had come before Emperor Taizong, were momentarily taken aback. "Surely," they exclaimed in disbelief, "must we continue to fight? Do you intend to conquer the world?" During the era of Tang Wuda, within the grand palace of the Tang dynasty, a fierce conflict raged between the factions of Li Shimin and Li Jianqing. Li Yuan, unable to quell the chaos, ultimately decided to withdraw from the fray altogether. After all, both Li Shimin and Li Jianqing were ensconced behind their loyal supporters, rendering them impervious to harm. As long as his own sons remained unscathed, he was indifferent to the fate of others. Li Yuan and Pei Ji found refuge in a secluded corner, observing the tally of the golden list. At that moment, Li Yuan came to a profound realization of just how formidable his second son, Li Shimin, truly was. He was utterly astounded. While Li Yuan was lost in thought, Pei Ji cautiously leaned in closer. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard has encircled the palace with a force exceeding that of both the Prince of Qin and the Crown Prince combined by more than 5 times, he reported. Li Yuan was instantly incensed. "What are we waiting for? We must regain control of the situation at once, and ensure that my beloved sons are not harmed." Pei Ji was at a loss for words. "Is this how you define beloved sons, Your Majesty, in the context of the Crown Prince and the Prince of Qin's actions?" The tallying of the golden list commenced. In the 16th year of the Jingnan era, the skies cleared, the rain ceased, and the Khagan of the Western Turkic felt invigorated once more. Thus, he resolutely detained the envoys of the Tang dynasty, while simultaneously inciting the armies of the tribes of Chuyue and Chumi to invade the Tang. They wished to engage in a contest of strength with the Tang army. Regrettably, this news has yet to reach Chongzhen. In the heart of the western regions, the Tang general has already led 2,000 elite cavalrymen to strike, defeating tens of thousands of Turkic soldiers and subjugating the tribes of Chuyue and Chumi. In the same year, Li Shimin established the Lingyan Pavilion in Chongzhen. The Lingyan Pavilion is a lofty structure erected during the Tang dynasty to honor the meritorious officials, adorned with their portraits. The Lingyan Pavilion is divided into 3 tiers. The innermost layer depicts the ministers with the highest merits, The middle layer illustrates the noble lords with significant contributions, and the outer layer portrays other deserving officials. The Lingyan Pavilion of Li Shimin is indeed remarkable. Liu Bang immediately commanded, "Bring forth my decree. I too shall establish a hall of meritorious officials. Let all, including Han Xian and Ping Yu, be recorded. They are the esteemed contributors of our Han dynasty. Let them come forth to receive their honors." Shao Yi questioned, "What reward shall they receive?" Liu Bang replied, "The reward of severed heads." The great Shi Huang also found the concept of the Lingyan Pavilion to be quite commendable, resembling his own military merit system in Qin. All who have rendered contributions would be duly recorded, and rewards would be allocated accordingly. The Great Song. Upon mentioning the Lingyan Pavilion, Zhao Guangyin was consumed with envy. His subordinate, Li Shimin, had countless capable ministers and generals. Yet, when he glanced at his own ranks, aside from Chao Bin, he found none who could stand up to such prowess. During the Yongle era of the Great Ming, Zhu Di too felt a profound envy toward Li Shimin. Since his ascension, the princely lords had largely been stripped of military power. The generals who had rallied to his cause, Zhu Neng and Xiu Fu, were hardly exceptional commanders. The only one of note, Zhang Yu, met his demise on the battlefield of Jingnan, resulting in Zhu Di's forces being predominantly comprised of civil officials rather than martial ones. Speaking of which, Zhu Di did possess a formidable general among his ranks, Prince Zhu Gaoxiu. Yet he dared not employ Zhu Gaoxiu recklessly, fearing he might become a second Li Shimin, rising in power to overshadow his sovereign. Alas, Zhu Di sighed, recognizing that he was perhaps the most beleaguered emperor in history. Even in warfare, he was compelled to take matters into his own hands. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, witnessing this scene, Zhu Yuanzhang fell into silence. His founding generals were no less capable than those of Li Shimin: Li Wenzhong, Li Shanchong, Su De, Chang Yechen, Feng Sheng, Tang He, and Liu Bowen. Each possessed unparalleled talents. Sadly, they had all departed one by one. The few remaining commanders, such as Lan Yu and Fu Yud, were rendered ineffective due to the early demise of the crown prince, leading to the suppression of the imperial grandson, ultimately exhausting their resources. Had he truly erred? Zhu Yuanzhang did not believe he had. Could subjects who could not be restrained still be deemed as subjects? Ultimately, it was the untimely passing of his eldest son, Zhu Biao, that had precipitated this situation. Had Zhu Biao lived longer, with capable generals and vassals still under his command, how prosperous the Ming would have been. In that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's resolve to nurture Zhu Biao solidified further. He decided to have the imperial physicians monitor his son's health closely. He envisioned a resurgent Ming dynasty flourishing under Zhu Biao's leadership. Although the Ming under Zhu Di was formidable, it was still insufficient. With an additional 20 years of Zhu Biao's life, the Ming would undoubtedly shine even brighter. Zhu Yuanzhang was utterly convinced of this. The banners of the Tang dynasty once again began to wave on the golden list, this time targeting the regions of Liaodong and Goguryeo. In the 17th year of the Jingnan era, Emperor Li Shimin personally led an army of 60,000 Tang soldiers on 3 expeditions to reclaim Liaodong from Goguryeo, consecutively capturing Xuanlu City, Hongshan City, Gimu City, Momi City, Liaodong City, Baiyin City, Beisha City, Maigu City, Howang City, and Yinshan City. 70,000 inhabitants migrated to Liao Province, Gai Province, and Yin Province, while the enemy forces suffered over 40,000 casualties. In the 19th year of the Jingnan era, the Goguryeo minister, Cho Gisu, wielded power within the court and engaged in a protracted struggle with the Tang army, ultimately dragging the battlefield into December. Heavy snow fell, and the roads froze. The heavenly Khan, Li Shimin, was left with no choice but to retreat. In this battle, Goguryeo lost more than a dozen cities. Yet in Cho Gisu's eyes, this was a resounding victory. He had successfully repelled the Tang's offensive, filling him with immense pride. What of the heavenly Khan or the invincible Tang? Despite sending forth an army of 60,000, they failed to conquer Goguryeo. Is this the mighty Tang army that is said to easily annihilate nations? Hardly. At this moment, in the eyes of the Goguryeo people, the Tang had vanquished the Turks and subdued the Tiuhan and Tibet, yet they could not extinguish Goguryeo. Does this not imply that Goguryeo is even more formidable than Tibet, making it the second strongest nation in the world? The tally of achievements continues. The banners of the Tang dynasty continue to advance boldly towards the northwest. In the 18th year of the Jingnan era, Yinshi betrayed the Tang dynasty, oscillating between the Western Turkic Khaganate and the Tang. The court, and the populace were incensed, prompting Li Shimin to command Guxiaoka to lead 3,000 infantry and cavalry in a nocturnal assault on Yanqi. In the 21st year of the Jingnan era, Emperor Li Shimin once again commanded the Tang generals Ashina Shir, Qi Baihe Li, and Guxiaoka to mobilize an army of 100,000 troops from the Tiela, Turkic, and other factions to launch a campaign against the nations of Yanqi and Kucha. The Tang army values swiftness in their military endeavors, achieving victory in every battle. Yanqi found itself unable to withstand their might, and the king of Yanqi, Long Zuepina, was captured. Subsequently, the Tang army engaged in nearly 40 days of fierce combat in Kucha, ultimately achieving a decisive victory and breaching the city. The king of Kucha, Baihili Bushi, was captured. Subsequently, the Tang dynasty established the 4 towns of Anxi and relocated the Anxi Protectorate's center to Kucha. At this juncture, the Tang army encountered no rivals throughout the entirety of the western regions. The vast Anxi Protectorate effectively divided the entire Qinghai Tibet region and the northern deserts, leaving the emperor and the populace before the Golden List profoundly astonished. The visual impact of this scene was overwhelmingly powerful. Yingzheng of the Qin, having been repeatedly awed by the expanse of Tang territory, felt a sense of numbness, his eyes filled with envy. Truly, the comparison between individuals was a matter of life and death. The comparison of goods led to discarding the inferior. Emperor Wu of the Han, Lu Che, gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "I cannot believe that this Li Shimin of the Tang has extended his reach so far. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have dared to believe." The might they exhibited was indeed astonishing, far exceeding that of Wei Qing and Hoi Tsubing. In the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian was once again stirred. He grasped Li Yuan's hand, exclaiming, "What a remarkable rebellion this is! If your son had not opposed me, how could such a powerful China have emerged?" In that moment, Yang Jian had entirely forgotten the affairs of the Sui dynasty, fully immersed in Li Shimin's expansionist endeavors. What emperor could possibly refuse such a flawless narrative? Li Yuan remained silent. Yang Guang, during the era of the Sui Dajian, had relinquished resistance and unexpectedly began to anticipate Li Shimin's forthcoming actions. Would Li Shimin's path of territorial expansion reach its conclusion here? Or would it usher in even greater glory? Amidst the collective concern of the onlookers, the Tang banner once again fluttered, deeply embedding itself in the northern steppes, where the vast desert lay. In the 20th year of the Jingnan era, the Khan of the Xianchuo nation, Duomaya Khan, declared war upon the Tang dynasty. Emperor Li Shimin commanded General Qiao Shi Huang and the prominent generals Shirley and others to venture beyond the frontier and launch a counteroffensive. In this battle, the Xianchuo forces suffered a crushing defeat, resulting in the capture of over 2,000 soldiers. Subsequently, the Tang army divided into 3 routes to launch a campaign for the annihilation of Shui Yintua. The Khan, Duomi, suffered a devastating defeat and was ultimately slain during his flight. In the moment of death, Temujin profoundly comprehended an ancient Chinese proverb: "One may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly." From this point onward, the Xianchuo Khanate proclaimed its demise. Subsequently, all the tribes of the northern desert pledged their allegiance. In the northern expanse, Li Shimin established the Anbei Protectorate, extending the dominion of the Tang dynasty to encompass the region surrounding Lake Baikal. Emperor Lu Che of the Han dynasty, though capable of uttering words, found himself rendered speechless by sheer astonishment. The vastness of the Tang territory was beyond his comprehension. To the west, it stretched to Kucha and beyond Lake Baikal. What an extraordinary notion that was! Lu Che, the illustrious Emperor Wu of Han, understood better than anyone the perils of engaging with the Xiongnu, nearly losing his life while traversing the Heshi corridor. Yet here was Li Shimin, effortlessly dispatching unknown generals who could obliterate entire nations with ease. It seemed an absurd jest. In the 13th year of the Jiaoding era of the Southern Song, the legendary warrior Genghis Khan gazed up at the imperial list, his eyes reflecting a profound intrigue. This man, who had conquered the world, yearned to meet Li Shimin and witness the might of the Tang dynasty firsthand. He wished to determine whether the iron cavalry of the Tang outmatched his own Mongolian steeds, which had maintained an undefeated legend. Alas, they existed in different epochs. During the Wuda period of the Tang, Li Yuan had already apprehended the subordinates of both Li Shimin and Li Jianqing. The 2 brothers exchanged defiant glances, each unwilling to yield. Had their father not been present, they would have surely clashed. Li Yuan found himself in a dilemma, pondering whether to depose the crown prince Li Jianqing and elevate Li Shimin instead. Beside him, Pei Ji observed Li Yuan with furrowed brows, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief, as if to say, "Brother Li Yuan, the correct decision lies before you. How can you still hesitate?" With a resolute bite of his lip, Li Yuan made his decision. Unable to bear the sight of Li Jianqing's expression, he turned his back and proclaimed, "Let it be known that henceforth, the position of crown prince held by Li Jianqing is hereby abolished, and Prince Qin, Li Shimin, is to be declared the new crown prince." Upon hearing this decree, Hou Junji, Chongzhen Wuji, and Yu Qigong erupted in jubilant cheers. In stark contrast, Li Jianqing, consumed by rage, bit his lip until it bled. He glanced at his father's retreating figure and then at Li Shimin, whose face bore a smile as radiant as a blossoming chrysanthemum. Overwhelmed, he gasped, his vision darkening, and fainted. Li Yuan, feeling a pang of compassion, instructed the guards to carry Li Jianqing back to the estate. He then turned to Li Shimin and said, "Heir Lang, you have attained all that you desired. I have but one request. Do not harm your elder brother and fourth brother. Allow them to live in comfort as vassal kings." Li Shimin readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, the imperial list was entering its final stages of review. In the 22nd year of the Jingnan era, the esteemed diplomat Wang Xuanze of the Tang dynasty led over 50 horsemen on a mission to India, aspiring to establish diplomatic relations. During the Jingnan period of the Tang, King Alona of India surveyed the contents of the imperial edict with a haughty demeanor, exclaiming, "Establish relations? What a preposterous notion! What standing does my India possess? What stature does your Tang dynasty hold? Do you think you are worthy of such an alliance?" In a reckless display of aggression, Alona dispatched 2,000 troops to ambush the envoy of Wang Xuanze. After a fierce battle, only Wang Xuanze and one of his attendants managed to escape from the Tang dynasty delegation. Wang Xuanze sought the assistance of over 8,000 troops from Chongzhen Ganbu and the country of Naipo, launching a campaign of vengeance against India. Following the battle at Chazhu and Luocheng, Wang Xuanze achieved a resounding victory over the Indian elephant troops, beheading more than 3,000 adversaries, while an additional 10,000 Indian soldiers were driven to their demise in the waters of the Ganges. Ultimately, Wang Xuanze escorted over 2,000 captives, including Alona Shan, his queen, and the princes, to Chong'an as offerings. From henceforth, the once unified kingdom of India, under the reign of the Jiriri dynasty, succumbed to a catastrophic collapse, ushering in several centuries of fragmented warlordism. During the Jingnan era, the once mighty Indian king, Aro, was enveloped in disbelief. How could it be that I, a sovereign who has reigned over India for years, have been vanquished by a mere envoy from the Tang dynasty, who borrowed 8,000 troops to obliterate my kingdom? Is this some sort of jest? Moreover, who in their right mind would dare provoke an envoy from the illustrious Tang? You seek oblivion. Yet I am not ready to meet my end just yet. It appears I am indeed the one at fault. Well, that settles it. I shall exercise greater caution in my next life. The king of India felt an unprecedented sense of terror. He immediately commanded his subordinates to refrain from antagonizing anyone hailing from the Tang dynasty henceforth. Even monks arriving from the Tang in pursuit of sacred texts must be treated with utmost respect. The illustrious map of the Tang dynasty faded from view, only to be replaced by the visage of a monk. In the 23rd year of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin had reached the age of 51. In that year, Wang Xuanze returned from India with a monk, rumored to have lived for 2 centuries. Such an evidently deceitful matter, yet Li Shimin actually believed it, even allowing this Indian monk to concoct elixirs for him. That very night, after consuming the golden elixir, Li Shimin met his untimely demise. The newly crowned crown prince, Li Shimin, was immediately taken aback. What is this nonsense? This is not an elixir of immortality. It is unequivocally a lethal poison. How abrupt. Meanwhile, in the grand realm of the Qin dynasty, Emperor Qin Shi Huang was beset by an ominous premonition. Is the potency of this elixir truly so formidable? One consumes it and ascends to immortality? That seems illogical. How could Li Shimin perish after ingesting just one? After all, I have consumed these for years without consequence. Ing Zheng pondered, concluding that Li Shimin must have misapplied the elixir. Or perhaps he ingested a counterfeit, leading to his tragic end. Yes, that must be it. Ing Zheng chose to delude himself. In the Ming dynasty, Taoist priest Jiajing, upon witnessing Li Shimin's demise from the elixir, could only remark that the craft of alchemy should be undertaken personally. What manner of place is Tianzhu? A people who use the same finger for both hygiene and dining. And they dare to consume their elixirs? When it comes to elixirs, The priest only trusts those he has personally concocted, for they are truly harmless. Replete with essential vitamins. The Golden List awaits its final critiques. Generally speaking, prolonged foreign campaigns inevitably lead to domestic political instability, causing immense suffering among the populace and potentially inciting a series of events such as uprisings and revolts. However, during this period, the Tang dynasty experienced not the exploitation of its people due to 2 decades of warfare. Rather, it witnessed a flourishing of its economic and cultural prosperity. This is attributable to the literary prowess of Emperor Li Shimin. When Li Shimin ascended the throne, he was known for his integrity and held in high regard the upright ministers such as Wei Zhong, thereby establishing a commendable example within the court. Simultaneously, during the early Tang dynasty, the appointment of officials was approached with great caution, as careful consideration of an individual's capabilities was paramount before bestowing titles. Moreover, in the face of the minister's candid advice, Li Shimin consistently exhibited a receptive attitude. Furthermore, Li Shimin once donned commoners' attire to discreetly visit the populace, dismissing numerous corrupt officials and swiftly restoring stability to the tumultuous state of the early Tang dynasty. Emperor Li Shimin once commanded the esteemed officials Fang Xianling, Li Jing, and 13 other ministers to embark on a nationwide inspection, delving into the lives of the common people of the Tang dynasty. Concurrently, he personally selected trustworthy individuals to oversee local governance, documenting the actions of regional officials over recent years on palace evaluations, thereby establishing a basis for rewards and punishments in promotions and demotions. Furthermore, Emperor Li Shimin mandated that officials of the 5th rank and above in the capital would work in shifts, facilitating his ability to manage state affairs at any hour of the night and ensuring that edicts could be communicated to the provinces with utmost expedience. In the face of commercial development, Li Shimin transformed the previous dynasty's oppressive stance towards trade, no longer discriminating against merchants. Instead, he adopted an egalitarian approach towards them, establishing the Tang dynasty as a global trade hub. This has also spurred the development of numerous cities, resulting in a marked elevation in the living standards of the populace. The most evident outcome of the Jingnan era was the remarkable increase in population, from 2 million households during the Sui dynasty to over 380,000 by the end of Jingnan in the Tang dynasty. Upon witnessing this, the citizens of Chongzhen prostrated themselves before their emperor. In their hearts, Li Shimin was not merely a sovereign, he was revered as a sage. When had the common folk of Chongzhen ever known the comforts of sufficient food and warm clothing? Yet, under Li Shimin's governance, every household was blessed with ample grain and secure shelter, and every man could afford a wife. Such accomplishments are truly monumental. They willingly sent their children to serve in the Tang army, for their offspring were not only safeguarding the honor of the Tang dynasty, but also protecting their own homes. This unity among Tang soldiers can be attributed to such sentiments. During the Jingnan period, all ministers residing outside the capital fervently knelt before their emperor. Despite facing criticism, Li Shimin undeniably earned his reputation as a commendable emperor. In the early years of his reign, driven by empathy for the sufferings of the common people, he personally led officials from both civil and military ranks to till the fields, setting an example and urging his ministers and the populace to recognize the hardships faced by the people. The scene painted on the Golden List depicted a tranquil Chongzhen, a city filled with the joyous spirit of familial harmony. In this context, the prosperous era of Jingnan, belonging to Li Shimin, has arrived as anticipated. During the reign of Jingnan, the society was so harmonious that doors remained unlocked at night, and no one would pick up what was lost on the road. In the 4th year of the Jingnan era, the number of prisoners sentenced to death nationwide was merely 29. In the 6th year of the Jingnan era, the number of capital offenders rose to 290. At the end of that year, the prisoners returned home to arrange their final affairs, only to return in the autumn of the 7th year of Jingnan to meet their fate. Remarkably, when autumn arrived in the 7th year, all 290 prisoners returned, with not a single one having escaped. What? Shi Huang exclaimed in astonishment. The fact that the Tang dynasty had merely dozens of criminals in an entire year was truly remarkable. What does this signify? Yingzheng pondered deeply. Firstly, the populace of the Tang dynasty enjoyed an abundance of food and drink, rendering them devoid of the need to resort to theft or robbery. Secondly, the laws of the Tang dynasty were stringent, allowing the citizens to avoid sacrificing their lives over trivial matters. The Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty eventually moderated his views on Li Shimin, with only a handful of criminals throughout the nation in a single year. The Qing dynasty could not possibly compare to the era of Jingnan. It is well known that the Qing dynasty was rife with peasant uprisings. The Tang dynasty of this era can be regarded as a beacon of cultural influence, with neighboring nations eagerly dispatching envoys to absorb its rich heritage. During this period, people around the world take pride in their identity as descendants of the Tang dynasty, in speaking the Tang dialect, in donning Tang attire, and in embracing the cultural heritage of Tang literature. Throughout the world, the literary and martial talents of Li Shimin have ushered in an era of prosperity unparalleled in Chinese history. At this moment, far in the western regions, Tang merchants adorned in exquisite silks and satins captivated the envious gazes of the foreign populace lining the streets. Yet, they dared not seize the opportunity. Any act of aggression would result in the annihilation of their own states. In the city of Kucha, the gates witnessed a constant flow of Tang people clad in traditional attire, conversing in the language of the Tang, alongside merchants from the western regions, drawing the attention of various foreign powers. This location served as the stronghold of the Tang military's Anxi Protectorate, standing as the most prosperous city among the nations of the western regions, a veritable city that never sleeps. Here, vibrant markets thrived, showcasing Tang silk, handcrafted goods, and more. Within the city, the beauty of tribute maidens from various nations could be found. Moreover, people from across the regions could immerse themselves in the culture of the Tang dynasty, and to a certain extent, acquire the coveted identity of a Tang person. For the nations of the western regions, Kucha is a place shrouded in mystery and reverence. Firstly, entry into the city necessitates Tang identity, whether as merchants or laborers. Ordinary individuals have no opportunity to step within the city and witness the splendor of the Tang. If given the chance, they would go to great lengths to obtain Tang identity, solely to behold the magnificence of Chongzhen with their own eyes. Furthermore, during the reign of Emperor Li Shimin, the Tang dynasty expanded its territory beyond that of previous emperors, compelling the diverse tribes within the realm to submit and pay homage. In military affairs, he engaged in numerous campaigns, successively subduing the Turks, Xianchuo, the Huigu, Gaochong, Yanqi, Kush, and Tuyuan, thereby extending the illustrious reputation of the Tang dynasty far and wide. During the Jingnan era, the territory extended westward to the Caspian Sea, eastward to certain regions of the Korean peninsula, northward to Siberia, and southward to the Indo-Chinese peninsula, encompassing an impressive area of over 12 million square kilometers. In diplomacy, Li Shimin perceived the world as one family, uniting various nations under the banner of the Tang dynasty through the dual forces of benevolence and righteousness, coupled with military conquest and political trust. In the realm of politics, Li Shimin further refined the sway system. He perpetuated the triad of the 3 departments and 6 ministries at the central court, thereby augmenting the significance of the imperial examination. In the local governance, Li Shimin adopted the dual administrative system of prefectures and counties established during the Sui dynasty, dividing the nation into 10 circuits for enhanced management. At this time, only a dwindling number of descendants of the Turks resided within the jurisdiction of the Anbei Protectorate. Upon observing the contents of the Golden List, I found myself at a loss for words. What call for benevolence and righteousness? Utter nonsense. It is purely a conquest through military might. Should I refuse to heed the words of the Tang dynasty, I would see no dawn tomorrow. Do you think I desire to submit to the Tang? We have no choice. The Sui dynasty, under the rule of Yang Jian, was far from pleased. It turns out that Li Shimin was merely replicating the answers of the Sui dynasty. The entire system of the 3 departments and 6 ministries, along with the imperial examination system, were all appropriated from the Sui. After all his efforts, Sui Wendi ended up crafting a bridal gown for the Tang dynasty. Under the governance of Emperor Li Shimin, the nation's territory expanded significantly, and the lives of its citizens improved remarkably. However, in his later years, Li Shimin found no happiness. Most of his contemporaries had passed away, his beloved departed, and his children turned against one another. Those comrades who battled alongside him for dominion over the world, and the ministers with whom he incessantly quarreled, have all been reduced to dust. Even the former adversaries have dissipated into the ether. At this moment, Li Shimin stands atop the world. Shi Huang can truly resonate with the state of Li Shimin in his twilight years. It mirrors his own condition following the unification of the 6 kingdoms. Apart from Li Si, there is scarcely anyone who comprehends his thoughts. Loneliness. It is profoundly isolating. The great Han, Emperor Wu, Lu Che, bows his head in silence. Could even a sovereign as formidable as Li Shimin experience solitude? Indeed, at his age, contemporaries have perished one after another. Rivals have vanished. One truly risks losing the essence of life. Moreover, with only the younger generation surrounding him, many sentiments remain unexpressed. In such circumstances, the sense of isolation is exacerbated. It resembles the state he felt after the demise of the crown prince. A sense that life has lost its significance. The life of Li Shimin is remarkably intricate. As an emperor, he achieved remarkable success, unifying the nation, penetrating the western regions, and reclaiming the northern deserts. He subdued all surrounding adversaries and initiated the prosperous era of Jingnan. On the other hand, Li Shimin faced considerable failure. The fratricide and coercion of his father have subjected him to eternal infamy. The excessive favoritism towards Li Tai has led to a rift between his sons, culminating in a grave error. At this moment, King Li Yuanji raised his hands in agreement with the content of the golden list. The assertions within the list resonated profoundly. Li Shimin, who had committed fratricide and coerced his father, was indeed no virtuous man. Not only did he engage in such heinous acts, but this scoundrel also harbored intentions towards my wife, seeking to cast a shadow upon my honor. Did he presume my family resided in the vast grasslands? In the 5th year of the Jingnan era, Li Yuan, confined deep within the palace, caught sight of the golden list and could not suppress his scoff. The wheel of fate turns, and heaven spares none. The tribulations I endured in my youth are destined to replay in your life, Li Shimin. This is karma. Li Yuan's thoughts drifted to his other 2 sons. Over the years, he had been consumed by madness, frequently haunted by the images of Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji's severed heads before him. He still struggled to come to terms with this outcome. Having lost his father at a tender age, he held familial bonds in utmost reverence and showered affection upon his sons. Why, then, did it all lead to such a tragic conclusion? The gravest error committed by Li Shimin in his twilight years was his unwavering favoritism towards Li Tai. For an extended period, Li Shimin unconditionally favored Li Tai in the presence of civil and military officials. Thus, Li Tai harbored ambitions for the throne, persistently provoking and scheming against the crown prince. Li Shimin not only refrained from obstructing this matter, but, rather, grew increasingly fond of Li Tai due to his intention to establish a principality. During the era of the great Tang's Wuda, Li Jianxing beheld this familiar scene, his molars nearly grinding to dust. Ah, splendid indeed. What a remarkable figure Li Shimin is. You and your father are truly cut from the same cloth. The manner in which you express your affection for your son is strikingly similar. I can only observe as your children turn against one another. Witnessing the rift between Li Chongzhen and Li Tai, Li Jianxing experiences an indescribable sense of satisfaction. You dare to take my life? Your youngest son would dare to slay your legitimate heir. Li Shimin, this is the essence of retribution. Li Chongzhen, under the relentless pressure of Li Tai, devised a plot to assassinate him. However, the scheme was uncovered, placing his own position in even greater peril. At this moment, the Empress Chongzhen, the mother of Chongzhen, passed away. When his mother was alive, Li Chongzhen was the epitome of a perfect crown prince. Yet at this moment, he no longer yearned for perfection. He resolved to rebel, to take the life of his biased father and that brother who was intent on his demise. In a moment of crucial significance, he hesitated. Hesitation signifies defeat. During the era of the Tang dynasty's Wuda, Li Jianxing let out a heavy sigh. Li Chongzhen, why must you waver? How splendid it would have been had you slain Li Shimin. Do you truly hold familial bonds in higher regard than the imperial throne? Li Chongzhen's failure to eliminate Li Shimin filled Li Jianxing with profound regret. He could vividly imagine the thrill of witnessing their father-son confrontation. In the reign of Jingnan, the aged Li Shimin beheld this scene on the golden list and wept bitterly. Li Chongzhen was born in the Taiji Palace's Chongzhen Hall, and his name signified the acceptance of the heavenly mandate. Upon ascending the throne, Li Chongzhen, as the legitimate eldest son, naturally became the crown prince. This child, bearing the hopes of his father and the court, gradually grew into adulthood. As the crown prince, he was destined to endure pressures that ordinary individuals could scarcely comprehend. From the day Li Chongzhen was appointed crown prince, he was afforded a 10-to-1 educational service. His instructors were the finest Confucian scholars, esteemed in the Tang dynasty, including luminaries such as Lu Deming and Kong Yingda, as well as high-ranking officials like Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng. Li Chongzhen was wise and perceptive from a young age, never failing the expectations placed upon him. By the age of 12, he was already involved in state affairs, and his performance as crown prince pleased all. This was once his greatest pride. Looking back now, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. At 12, a time meant for innocence, Li Chongzhen lived the life of an adult, rising at 4 in the morning and finishing lessons by 9 at night, enduring an almost relentless schedule. Such was no life for a child. His wet nurse often told him that during his leisure hours, he would play games with his subordinates, only to be reprimanded by his teachers, who even likened him to a tyrant. At the time, he dismissed their words. But now he could only imagine the despair he must have felt, especially when his father refused to support him. Who else could he turn to? Unable to withstand even one Wei Zhang, Li Chongzhen had to confront 10. In this moment, Li Shimin genuinely recognized his errors. Meanwhile, Li Chongzhen, having been demoted to Qianzhou due to his rebellion, stared blankly at the golden list, a trace of cruelty lingering at the corners of his mouth. At this point, he had lost his sanity. Given another chance, he would choose rebellion once more. Li Tai, you have forced my hand. If you desire the position of crown prince, then I shall fight with all my might to thwart your ambitions. My true regret lies not in failing to slay you. During the era of Wu De in the Tang dynasty, the aging Li Yuan observed the estrangement between father and son, Li Shimin and his offspring. He had anticipated joy upon witnessing this conflict, yet upon its realization, his heart was instead filled with profound desolation. Was it truly destined that the imperial family would be devoid of paternal affection? Concurrently, Chongzhen Wuji, relegated to Qianzhou, gazed upon the roster of the imperial examinations, his heart heavy with sorrow. The crown prince, Li Chongzhen, had been deposed, and Li Tai was compelled to abandon the capital. To his astonishment, Li Shi ascended the throne and wed his own stepmother, Wu Zetian. This couple, with one playing the role of the benevolent and the other the malevolent, conspired to oust him from power. Such treachery. Li Shi failed to reflect upon the immense efforts that had aided his rise to the position of heir apparent. Given another opportunity, he would surely ally with Li Tai to eliminate the unworthy Li Ji. In the grand realm of the Qin dynasty, Shi Huang lamented the twilight years of Li Shimin. No matter how formidable an emperor may be, there inevitably comes a day of decline and helplessness. Once, Li Shimin had urged his father to rebel, only to later commit fratricide and force his father to ascend the throne. Now, his own son mirrored these treacherous actions, attempting rebellion in kind. Contemplating all this, Shi Huang could only think of 2 words: causality. The consequences of his own actions haunt Li Shimin. In his later years, Zhu Yuanzhang similarly gazes upon the golden list of candidates, taking the Tang dynasty as a cautionary tale. This illustrates why Zhu Yuanzhang held the primogeniture system in such high esteem. If anyone could ascend to the throne, each succession would inevitably be accompanied by turmoil. Even if a prince desires not to become emperor, the advisors surrounding him would compel him to assume that role. As long as one bears the imperial surname, one cannot escape being exploited. No dynasty can endure such internal strife. Only the eldest legitimate son represents the most stable means of power transition within a dynasty, ensuring the nation's strength to the greatest extent. Throughout China's millennia-long history, countless figures have emerged, leaving behind tales of unfulfilled aspirations. Some dedicated their lives to the nation, yet never encountered a benevolent ruler. Some individuals harbor great aspirations, yet meet their untimely demise. Whether heroes, sovereigns, or tyrants, the narratives of these figures pale in comparison to that of Li Shimin, whose tale is replete with tumult and intricacy. Throughout the life of Li Shimin, he engaged in battles across the realms in his youth, and in his middle age, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to governance, employing his abilities to the fullest in order to solidify the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. He exerted every ounce of his strength to place his father upon the throne, yet he did not attain the desired outcome. Li Shimin could only eliminate his own brothers in order to ascend to the throne. For this, he endured a lifetime of censure and reproach from the world. Yet he still bore the weight of half of the Tang dynasty upon his shoulders. As an emperor, Li Shimin immersed himself in the endeavors of all his civil and military officials, even going so far as to toil late into the night every day. During his reign, the Chinese populace experienced an unprecedented prosperity. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, shall be regarded as a wise sovereign throughout the ages. The prestigious evaluation is excellent, with a difficulty index of 8 points. Reward 1. The perfect life script. Li Shimin returns to the age of 30, accompanied by the memories of his entire life. Rewards of 2 to 3 decades of national fortune. Reward 3. 2 million stones each for improved varieties of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Reward 4, 10,000 copies of the Tang Dynasty Edition World Map, including a version marked with territorial boundaries. Reward 5, Renha Pharmacy, capable of treating a multitude of ailments. Offers a Tang Dynasty-inspired improved medication with a shelf life of 5 years. The pharmacy has been in operation for 5 years. The year of reward distribution. The second year of the Jingnan era. Rewards are being distributed. The current inventory has concluded. The next inventory will commence in 7 days. Please stay tuned. The review comes to an end, and the sky instantly returns to its former state. In the fleeting moment that the golden list vanishes. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji revels in the embrace of Wu Zetian. With a playful spirit, he contemplates the rewards of the golden list. A sudden pang gripping his heart. Could it be that his father's flawless script does not unfold as a tale of filial piety and brotherly harmony? If his elder brother and fourth brother do not engage in a fierce contest, how could he seize the opportunity to ascend as the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Does this imply that in that alternate reality, he might face the dual misfortune of losing both his throne and his beloved stepmother? Such a fate is unacceptable. Where would he ever find a capable stepmother like her again? Even with a lantern, she would be impossible to locate. Meanwhile, the emperors watching the live broadcast regard the evaluation of Li Shimin by the Golden List with considerable credence. For throughout history, the sovereigns who expanded territories and fostered prosperous eras have seldom been able to rival Li Shimin. Alas, in his later years, Li Shimin faced turmoil within the royal family due to his failure to maintain equilibrium. In the second year of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin gazes upon the grand pharmacy within the palace, alongside mountains of seeds, holding a Tang dynasty version of a world map. Before he can comprehend the situation, a sudden jolt strikes his mind, akin to a steel saw piercing through his brain, accompanied by intense agitation. The pain is excruciating, causing his eyes to roll back as he collapses to the ground. Minutes later, he is assisted back to his feet by Empress Chongzhen, meeting her concerned gaze with disbelief. He has traversed time, carrying a lifetime of memories into his 30th year, granted a second chance at life. Li Shimin resolves to make everyone aware of the adage that fortunes shift over the years. Do not underestimate the middle-aged man in his struggles. Yet, suddenly, he realizes something is amiss. It appears he has mistakenly taken the wrong script. What does it mean that fortunes shift? Both the east and west of the river belong to him. His current task is to rectify his past regrets based on the foundations of civil virtue and martial prowess. Reflecting on his regrets, Li Shimin looks towards Empress Chongzhen, discarding the map in his hand. With a commanding stride, he takes her by the hand and leads her towards the inner palace. In this life, he vows to love her well. As she is pulled along, Empress Chongzhen cannot help but inquire, what are you doing in broad daylight, second brother? Prince Chongzhen is still here. Li Shimin chuckles, casting her a knowing glance. What does he understand? Allow me to cherish you properly. At the side, the 9-year-old Li Chongzhen witnessed his mother being taken away by Li Shimin, not sparing him a glance. He burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mother is mine. You shall not take her." During the reign of Emperor Kai of Sui, Yang Jin contemplated how to deal with Li Yuan, who had betrayed his own. Li Yuan knelt on the ground, motionless. Yang Guang stood nearby, relishing the situation. Yang Jin furrowed his brow, deep in thought about the turmoil at the end of the Sui dynasty. Suddenly, a whimsical idea struck him. Li Yuan, I command you to summon your son Li Shimin. I may spare your life. Li Yuan was taken aback, pondering if this was a case of leaving the son while the father perished. If that is the case, I would have no guilt. After all, Li Shimin dared to slay his brother and force his father. Yang Guang was displeased. Father, Li Shimin must die, and so must Li Yuan. They conspired together. Should we let them live to celebrate the new year? Yang Jin shot a glare at Yang Guang, and then burst into laughter. Who said I intend to kill Li Shimin? From this day forth, he shall be known as Yang Shimin, the crown prince of my great Sui, and I shall be his new father. Yang Guang asked, so shall I leave? Li Yuan interjected, Uncle, you must pay more. During the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, the various khans surrounding the Tang lamented deeply upon witnessing the rewards granted to Li Shimin. Who understands our plight? We, the proud khans of a nation, have fallen to the depths of becoming dancers in the Tang court. A week later, the weather was clear and the sun shone brightly. Shi Huang arose under the service of Zhao Gao. Although he did not hold court that day, the civil and military officials still flocked to the palace. For it was another day of accounting. Yingzheng decreed that every 7 days would be a day of rest, allowing all to witness the golden list of assessments, to glean governance strategies for future generations. In the Han dynasty, the aged Liu Bang summoned his son Liu Ying to observe the accounting. Simultaneously, he called for his other children, such as Liu Rui and Liu Zhang. The officials of the Han knelt on either side, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the assessment. At that moment, Liu Bang cradled the enchanting and beautiful Lady Qi, the mother of Liu Rui. In recent years, Liu Bang had lavished affection upon Lady Qi, who seized the opportunity to impress him, ensuring his comfort in hopes that one day her son Liu Rui would be designated as the crown prince. Lady Qi had broached the topic of establishing Liu Rui as the crown prince more than once. Liu Bang entertained the notion but dared not act on it, and the officials feigned ignorance. The reason, of course, was Liu Bang's first wife, Empress LG. Everyone in the Han knew that LG was the real power behind the throne, wielding authority even greater than that of the crown prince. To put it eloquently, the crown prince is Liu Ying. To phrase it less delicately, should Liu Bang depart one day, LG would undoubtedly ascend as the legitimate emperor of the Han dynasty. In the presence of all the civil and military officials, concubine Qi suddenly entertained a nefarious thought. She boldly declared, "Your Majesty, I believe that Liu Rui is more suited to be the crown prince. Why not appoint him as such?" Upon hearing this, Liu Rui's expression changed dramatically. "Mother, I am still but a child. I wish to live." His mother was truly thoughtless to utter such words. If Elshi were to hear this, what fate would await her? Simultaneously, all the officials averted their gazes, feeling that such a display was a disgrace to propriety. It was indeed an affront to the dignity of the Han dynasty that the sovereign would so openly frolic with a woman from the inner palace in front of his ministers. There was little they could do. Who would dare to offer counsel? What if Liu Bang were displeased and retaliated? How would one respond to that? Upon concubine Qi's proclamation, Liu Bang's eyes narrowed, yet he did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he turned to Crown Prince Liu Ying, inquiring, "What do you think of concubine Qi's suggestion?" Liu Ying merely lowered his head, replying, "If father believes Rui to be suitable, I am willing to relinquish my position as crown prince." Liu Bang's eyes narrowed even further, nearly apoplectic with rage. "For heaven's sake, as crown prince, cannot you at least stand your ground?" Liu Ying, though admirable in many respects, possessed a temperament too feeble for one of his stature. Were it not for LG, he would have long rescinded Liu Ying's title. Beside him, Liu Rui was sweating profusely. "Father, I am still young and lack the capabilities to be crown prince. I only wish to assist my elder brother in achieving greatness." Concubine Qi was immediately displeased. "What folly is this, my foolish son, turning against me?" She turned to Liu Bang, "Your Majesty, since the crown prince has consented, why not bestow the title upon?" Before she could finish, a cold voice interrupted. "Who said the crown prince has consented? Did you say that?" Lady Qi's countenance abruptly changed in fear. The visitor was none other than LG. Liu Ying, Liu Rui, and all the civil and military officials hurriedly paid their respects, and even Lady Qi was compelled to bow her head. LG, however, paid no heed to their gestures and instead fixed her gaze intently upon Liu Bang. Her expression devoid of any emotion, cold as ice. "I have heard that your Majesty intends to change the crown prince?" Liu Bang's lips twitched in displeasure. "How dare you question me in the court?" Yet, LG remained calm, awaiting his response. "I have no such intention. I will not alter Ing'er's position as crown prince, nor will anyone else." After a prolonged silence, Liu Bang managed to utter these words. LG responded with an emotionless reply. "That would be for the best. I observe that Rui has grown, and next year, she could leave the capital to govern her fief. What do you think, your Majesty?" Liu Rui's expression changed abruptly. Liu Bang opened his mouth but remained silent for a considerable time before finally stating, "Indeed, Rui has matured. It is time for her to be dispatched to her fief to alleviate the burdens of governance for her lord." Lady Qi immediately expressed her discontent. "Your Majesty, you are the emperor of the Han. Why fear a mere empress? With a single utterance, you would send our child away." Liu Rui, frightened, fell to her knees. "Mother, could you please refrain from speaking? If this continues, I won't even be able to become a fief lord." LG's gaze turned icy, chilling the very air of the hall. Liu Bang's expression darkened. How could this Lady Qi be so brazen and foolish, speaking without restraint? As the situation began to spiral out of control, Liu Bang hastily commanded the eunuch to approach. "Take her away. Lady Qi has defied the empress." cast her into the cold palace immediately. After Lady Qi was dragged away, an awkward silence enveloped the hall. At that moment, a deafening roar resounded, and the sky transformed, gradually tearing open a rift of divine grandeur. The golden list of candidates began to be announced. Liu Bang sighed in relief and affectionately urged LG to sit. Cough. Do not engage with those women of the harem. Rest assured, as long as I am here, none can touch Ingera's position as crown prince. The golden list is about to commence. Let us observe the announcements. LG subtly withdrew her hand, revealing a faint smirk. She replied coolly. Under the gaze of the crowd, the golden list arrived as scheduled. Surveying the 10 most troubling emperors, we arrive at the 8th, Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Emperor Xuanzong? How profound could he be? Li Yuan felt a sense of trepidation. Would this Emperor Xuanzong surprise him once more? By his side, Li Shimin had already ascended to the position of crown prince. Completely engrossed in the examination of the golden list, it was expected that this Xuanzong would be one of his descendants. Meanwhile, Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji, akin to chastened young brides, found themselves stripped of all their titles. Now, they were mere idle princes devoid of any real power. Reluctant to witness the proceedings, they were coerced by Li Shimin, who insisted on maintaining familial harmony and urged them not to escalate tensions. If they were unwilling to appear dignified, he would ensure their dignity was preserved. Alas, these two brothers had to feign a show of fraternal respect before the esteemed officials. In the twilight years of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin, Li Tai, and Li Ji gathered to observe the golden list. In his later years, Li Shimin had deposed the crown prince due to Li Chengqian's rebellion. Consequently, Li Tai and Li Ji emerged as the undisputed heirs to the empire. Confident regarding the crown princess position, Li Tai felt assured. He had already bested the former crown prince. Within the grand court of the Tang dynasty, the majority were his supporters. A mere child? A little wild chick? How could such a fledgling possibly wrest the title of crown prince from his grasp? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The mere thought of soon becoming the crown prince fills Li Tai with a buoyant spirit during these recent days of joyous anticipation. His appetite has noticeably increased, and his already corpulent figure is on the verge of resembling a sphere. Meanwhile, the scheming Li Ji sits humbly on his knees beneath the presence of his father and elder brother, portraying an image of innocence. At his tender age, he never envisioned himself ascending to the role of crown prince. In truth, it is not solely Li Ji who harbors such disbelief. The entire court of the Tang dynasty is equally astonished at the prospect of Li Shimin designating Li Ji as his successor. At this moment, the three of them are gathered in the grand hall, observing the golden list. Each harbors their own clandestine intentions. Li Shimin is troubled, deliberating over the selection of an heir. Should he choose Li Tai, there is a risk that he may eliminate both Li Chengqian and Li Ji. Conversely, if he opts for Li Ji, the youth's inexperience and lack of political influence raise concerns about his ability to govern effectively. After much contemplation, Li Shimin resolves that the ship will navigate its course when it reaches the bridge. For now, he intends to witness the results of this imperial examination. Zhu Yuanzhong, of course, is well aware of the legacy of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, who both crafted and ultimately dismantled the glory of the Tang dynasty. In its early years, the dynasty soared to divine heights, only to descend into chaos later. What kind of evaluation will the golden list reveal amidst the public's keen scrutiny? As the golden list unveils the splendid imagery of the Kaiyuan era, it reflects a time when a dough of rice was priced at merely 5 won, and a household's annual expenditure amounted to just a few taels of silver. During the prosperity of the Kaiyuan period, the Tang dynasty, by absorbing the surrounding nations, maintained remarkably low prices, resulting in a populace that thrived. Ordinary citizens, after accounting for their expenses, could still save a few taels of silver each year. Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty led the once fated empire to resurgence, reconstructing the celestial order of the Tang, earning him the revered title of the sage. He diligently applied himself, and through years of effort, revitalized the grandeur of the Tang dynasty, ushering in the prosperous era of Kaiyuan, which brought the nation's strength to its zenith. He reclaimed lost territories, leading the great Tang to once again bask in glory. On the other hand, Emperor Xuanzong was a charismatic sovereign, inheriting the aspirations of his illustrious predecessors, Gaozu, Taizong, and Gaozong, lavishly bestowing riches solely to elicit a smile from a captivating beauty. The Tang dynasty flourished under his reign, yet it also descended into decline through his hands. Yet another sovereign of revival. Li Yuan barely had time to express his astonishment before he encountered the final line of the assessment. The Tang dynasty thrived in his grasp. Yet it also succumbed to ruin. What could this possibly mean? Li Yuan's heart raced with unease. However, the eyes of Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji sparkled with sudden realization. My goodness, judging by the evaluation of Emperor Xuanzong, it seems there might be a surprise in store. They are descendants of Li Shimin, and they can witness the folly of Li Shimin during the early years of the Jingnan era. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, quickly grasping the nuances. Reconstructing the Tang universe? What does this signify? Has our grand Tang fallen into neglect? Could it be that an inept ruler arose in between? What is the situation? Our Tang dynasty, undefeated across the world, should not have suffered a decline. Fury surged within Li Shimin. He was determined to uncover how his Tang had experienced such despair and how it could once again ascend to greatness. In that moment, a formidable aura radiated from Li Shimin, instilling fear. When the Son of Heaven is enraged, countless corpses float for miles. Liu Bang of the Han dynasty could not help but exclaim, Empress, how can you claim that the Tang after Li Shimin was so powerful, conquering the world without rivals, yet still descend into decline? Elji found herself perplexed by this conundrum and chose to remain silent. For from the previous assessment of Li Shimin, it appeared that there was no force within the Tang dynasty capable of rivaling the royal family. Moreover, no external power posed a threat to the Tang. How could it have fallen into decline? At this moment, a relational diagram suddenly appeared on the golden list, depicting the intricate connections within the Tang imperial family. Before the official inventory, let us examine some information. Li Shimin, the second emperor of the Tang dynasty, is historically referred to as Emperor Taizong of Tang. Li Ji, also known as Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, was the third emperor of the Tang dynasty and the third legitimate son of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. Wu Zetian, the emperor of the Wuzhou dynasty, was a talented consort of Emperor Taizong of the Tang, Li Shimin, and simultaneously the empress of Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan was left utterly astounded, his mouth agape enough to accommodate 3 eggs. How can this be so chaotic? My grandson has entangled himself with my daughter-in-law? What a ludicrous plot. At that moment, Li Jianqing and Li Yuangue were almost unable to contain their amusement. If you were to say this, then I am no longer weary. Li Shimin, today you face your own reckoning for having taken another's wife. Now, your own wife has been taken by your son. Truly, this is beyond absurd. Retribution, utterly amusing. At this moment, Li Shimin wore a blank expression, utterly perplexed. He was at a loss as to what had transpired. Why had the narrative shifted so dramatically? He had been betrayed, and by none other than his own son, Li Ji, a mere 26 years of age. Meanwhile, Li Chongzhen was but 5 years old. He had just learned that he would ultimately be outmaneuvered by a son yet to be born. What a shocking revelation. The weight of this news bore heavily upon his tender heart. He pondered whether it might be best to prevent the birth of this child, named Li Ji. As for that woman, Wu Zetian, he felt compelled to investigate who she was, daring enough to ensnare him in such a predicament. The thought of this being recorded in the annals of history was unbearable, an unbearable pain indeed. In the twilight of the Jingnan era of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin was already grappling with the decision of whom to bestow his throne. Yet, upon glancing at the golden list, he was astounded to discover that Li Ji had ascended to the imperial throne and had taken his own favored consort as his wife. The shock was profound. What astonished him was not merely the fact that Li Ji had married his consort, for a mere consort's union with Li Ji was inconsequential. Rather, it was the revelation that his beloved consort had somehow become the emperor of Wuzhou. This realization was chilling. Who had usurped whom's position? Young slave. Suddenly, Li Shimin's thoughts were interrupted by the rotund Li Tai. At that moment, Li Tai's eyes were bloodshot. With a thunderous roar, he lunged toward Li Ji. Young slave, explain to me how you became the emperor. Where am I? Where have I gone? What on earth happened to me? Li Ji himself was momentarily taken aback. What emperor? Concubine or queen? All he could see was a massive ball of flesh hurtling toward him, causing him to startle and flee. Fourth brother, I have no idea. Please, use some reason. Hearing Li Ji's plea, Li Tai promptly removed his shoe and hurled it at Li Ji. Li Ji, you dare call me rational? You have squandered your claim to the throne, so show me some reason. One was desperately fleeing while the other pursued like a madman. Li Shimin had never witnessed Li Tai in such a demeanor. When did this chubby boy become so fleet of foot? Watching the two engage in their chaotic chase, Li Shimin felt a sense of relief in his heart. It seemed he had indeed chosen Li Ji as his successor to the throne. After all, this lad was more attuned to familial bonds. "Father, save me. Fourth brother has lost his mind." At that moment, Li Ji's voice, tinged with desperation, once again disrupted Li Shimin's thoughts. Looking up, he saw Li Ji's small, stubby legs frantically flailing. Behind him, Li Tai's eyes were red, appearing more fearsome than a wild beast. It was a striking tableau of beauty and the beast. Li Ji dove into Li Shimin's embrace, trembling as he exclaimed, "Father, save me. Fourth brother wants to kill me." Li Shimin furrowed his brow and halted the advancing Li Tai. He scolded, "Qin, what are you doing? Young slave is your own brother. It is merely a throne. Do you intend to kill him?" Li Tai's eyes reddened further. "Listen, is this even a rational argument? It is only a throne. Then you should not resort to fratricide or patricide." Such thoughts were only voiced in Li Tai's mind, for he understood that Li Shimin was not Li Yuan. Provoking him would be tantamount to courting death. In the face of Li Shimin's ire, Li Tai imitated Li Ji and threw himself into Li Shimin's arms, tears streaming down his face. "Father, I am the eldest brother. I have committed no grave error. Why must you bestow the throne upon young slave? Is young slave your son while Qin is not?" Faced with Li Tai's probing inquiries, Li Shimin found himself ensnared in a web of indecision once more. Indeed, while Li Tai's perspective may have been somewhat narrow, he had not committed any grievous transgressions. To dismiss the eldest son in favor of the youngest was undeniably an inappropriate course of action. Perhaps sensing Li Shimin's turmoil, Li Tai resolved to take decisive action. He utilized his considerable stature to extricate Li Ji from Li Shimin's embrace. Subsequently, he parted Li Shimin's garments, mimicking an infant nursing, in a bid to awaken the paternal affection within Li Shimin. The latter gently patted Li Tai's head, his expression a tapestry of conflict. Observing this, Li Ji felt a surge of urgency. His lack of ambition for the throne did not imply a void of thoughts on the matter. With determination, he overcame Li Tai's physical barrier and nestled into Li Shimin's arms. After tenderly uttering "father," he too emulated Li Tai, adopting the infantile nursing posture towards Li Shimin. With one son cradled in each arm, Li Shimin was beset by a throbbing headache. His palms were clammy with indecision. How was he to choose? In the realm of the Qin, the first emperor was rendered speechless. Wait a moment. Let me unravel this. What is this about concubines, stepmothers, and descending to the status of empress? What sort of custom is this in the Tang dynasty? One woman serving two husbands? And both husbands are emperors? She herself is an emperor? Astonishing. Have I been too traditional in my views? In the Han dynasty, Liu Bang too was taken aback. This Li Ji is quite remarkable. He does not spare even his father's women. What manner of behavior is this, akin to the Xiongnu? The emperors of the Tang are indeed extraordinary. Liu Ji, at Liu Bang's side, also found herself illuminated by this revelation. Liu Bang, clearly noticing this, was momentarily startled. Remain calm, remain calm. Empress, you must maintain your composure. Li Xian, also known as Emperor Chongzhen of the Tang dynasty, was the fourth emperor of the Tang dynasty and the third son of Li Ji and Wu Zetian. Li Dan, also known as Emperor Ruizong of Tang, was the fifth emperor of the Tang dynasty and the fourth son of Wu Zetian and Li Ji. Today, we shall focus on the central figure, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, also known as Li Longji, who was the third son of Emperor Ruizong, Li Dan. In other words, Li Longji is the grandson of Li Ji and the great-grandson of Li Shimin. Lu Xiu of the Eastern Han was utterly astonished upon reading this. The Lu surname, it seemed, could never compete with the illustrious six Li families. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly inconceivable. His first husband was an emperor, his second husband was still an emperor, he himself was an emperor, and all his sons were emperors as well. Even his grandchildren held the title of emperor. Was it possible that the imperial lineage was monopolized by his family? Lu Xiu yearned to inquire whether they understood the immense sacrifices he had made to attain the throne. He had even resorted to the great meteorite technique, effortlessly achieving the esteemed position of six emperors. Was there still a semblance of law? Was there any justice left? The tale commences with the era of Wuzhou. Following the demise of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, Li Ji ascended to the throne. Li Ji was an astute ruler, possessing both cunning and capability, and under his reign, the Tang dynasty flourished even more than in the era of his father. He took as his consort Wu Zetian, a talented woman favored by his father, and subsequently, to balance the power dynamics within the court, He deposed his own empress and elevated Wu Zetian to the position of empress. For over a decade, Li Ji and Wu Zetian collaborated to systematically dismantle the formidable factions within the court. Having completed the essential affairs just as Li Ji was poised to indulge in pleasures, he suddenly passed away, and Wu Zetian was esteemed as the Empress Dowager. Subsequently, due to her son's inadequacies in governing and maintaining order, Wu Zetian first compelled her second son, Li Xian, to his demise, then deposed her third son, Li Xian, from the throne, relegating him to the status of king of Luling. She then began to elevate her fourth son, Li Dan, to power. However, a few years later, Wu Zetian discerned that Li Dan's capabilities were equally limited. Thus, she deposed him and ascended the throne herself, earning the historical title of Empress Wu. And she changed the name of the Tang dynasty to Zhou, which is referred to as Wu Zhou in history. At the end of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin found himself momentarily paralyzed by indecision, torn between choosing Li Ji or Li Tai. What had he just witnessed? His beloved consort, who not only betrayed him, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, but also caused the death of his own son, now crowned herself as empress. He was utterly bewildered. Who had taught her such audacity? Who had instilled in her the audacity to act thus? With the dynasty's name changed, did this not signify the demise of the Tang dynasty? Li Ji, initially fervently sucking at his mother's breast, failed to awaken paternal affection. Instead, he received a sharp slap from his grandfather. Confounded, Li Ji looked up and beheld the contents of the golden list. He was taken aback. What? Their illustrious Tang had transformed into Wu Zhou? And it was orchestrated by his own wife. Would there be any delightful fruits for him to savor? Indeed, Li Tai, who stood nearby, had suddenly become exceedingly obedient, kindly wiping away the drool from Li Shimin's mouth, adjusting his clothing, and soothingly advising, "Grandfather, please show mercy. The child is still young. Allow him to breathe." Upon hearing this, Li Ji's legs weakened in fear. "Fourth brother, listen to me. Thank you." Meanwhile, Li Shimin wore an expression far more distressed than that of Li Tai, who had merely lost a title. He had lost an entire empire. "I shall deal with you, child." Li Ji fled in terror, thinking, "Grandfather, please be reasonable. This is not my fault. I am already dead." Li Shimin, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Li Ji, how can you expect me to be reasonable? You chose the moment of your demise poorly, didn't you? You seem to have a penchant for death. Grandfather shall grant your wish." Li Ji managed to outrun Li Tai, but could not escape Li Shimin. In no time, his little legs were caught, and he was hoisted up to the beam of the room, securely tied. Then, Li Shimin glanced around, finding no convenient tool at hand, and opted to draw his own belt, swinging it directly at Li Ji. "Ah, grandfather, please be reasonable." Listening to Li Ji's cries, Li Shimin showed no signs of mercy, a loving father wielding discipline, while the portly Li Tai watched with great excitement. Rationality? Oh, dear one. How can you expect me to be rational? If you were in my position, you too would be devoid of reason. From Li Tai's perspective, this situation mirrors the genuine plight of Wu Zetian, who, having lost Li Ji, finds herself in a state of profound solitude. Moments later, Li Shimin ceased his actions. Li Tai, too, succumbed to his emotions. "Oh, grandfather, why have you stopped? Continue to fight," Li Shimin declared with gravity. "What if someone gets killed? Who shall inherit the throne?" Li Tai was left in a state of shock. "Given the circumstances, you still wish to pass the throne to Li Ji? Why? Yi's foolishness has already cost us our realm. You still intend to bequeath it to him?" In response to Li Tai's inquiries, Li Shimin was visibly displeased. "Qin, this is where you err. Your perspective is narrow, yet it must not be so limited. Did you not hear the proclamation? Ji has his capabilities. During his reign, the territory expanded beyond that of Yi. At this juncture, we must draw clear distinctions. We shall strive to avert the avoidable and seek ways to alter the unavoidable." After elaborating to Li Tai, Li Shimin playfully swatted Li Ji on the backside. "Ji, Yi can assure you, any talents you admire from Yi are yours for the taking, but you must not lay a finger on Wu Meinyang. She is beyond your control." Li Ji nodded vigorously. "I shall never touch her. I, Li Ji, vow to the heavens that I shall never engage with my stepmother." During the late Eastern Han Dynasty, Cao Cao was utterly astonished. He believed himself to be above the mundane constraints of society. Yet he did not anticipate that Li Ji would exhibit even greater audacity. Whose subordinate is this man? Indeed, he is the husband of another. Yet it depends on whose wife it is, be it a friend S, a superior S, a subordinate S, or an adversary S. However, This affair with the stepmother. I dare say, Mingda is still too feudal in his thinking, perhaps a touch too progressive. Engaging in such a liaison is one matter, but to jeopardize one's own dominion in the process. Impressive. Observing Li Ji's unconventional actions, Cao Cao could hardly contain his admiration. An idol indeed. Engaging with a stepmother. This aligns with his own path as a pioneer of a faction, the Han dynasty. Upon witnessing this, Liu Bang gasped in disbelief. Goodness! Is Li Ji's realm even larger than that of his father, Li Shimin? Are these two truly human? Merely contemplating such vast territories gives Liu Bang a headache. It is far beyond his capacity to manage. In the second year of the Yongchen era of the Great Tang, Li Ji passed away due to illness, leaving behind a final edict. The edict stipulated that Crown Prince Li Xian would ascend to the throne as the emperor of the Great Tang, while Wu Zetian was appointed to oversee the affairs of state. At this moment, Wu Zetian truly holds the reins of power in the Tang dynasty. Before the demise of Emperor Li Ji, Wu Zetian harbored aspirations of ascending to the throne herself. The edict left by Li Ji, which entrusted Wu Zetian with the authority to assist their son in governing, further legitimized her intervention in state affairs. In the 7th year following Li Ji's demise, which marked the first year of the Zaichu era, the 67-year-old Wu Zetian deposed her son Li Dan, proclaimed herself as the sovereign, and transformed the Tang dynasty into the Zhou dynasty, designating Li Dan as her heir and bestowing upon him the surname Wu. The news of Wu Zetian ascending to the throne spread from Chongzhen, plunging the realm into chaos. It was a profoundly shocking announcement, inciting all the Li clan princes who could rebel to rise against it. During this period, the Tang dynasty was internally fragmented. At this juncture, Wu Zetian, having garnered the trust of Li Ji, had long since seized military power, while the aristocratic factions within the court had been largely subdued by Li Ji, rendering them devoid of significant combat capability. Thus, Wu Zetian, leveraging her own coalition of interests, swiftly quelled the insurrection of the feudal lords and executed them. Following the suppression by the interest group of Empress Wu Zetian, the internal turmoil of the Tang dynasty swiftly subsided. However, this also brought forth a dire predicament. At this moment, within the Li family, aside from the line of Li Ji and Wu Zetian, the remaining members with any semblance of martial prowess were nearly extinguished. During the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, the imprisoned Li Yuan could scarcely believe his own eyes. His daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law was indeed ruthless. After ascending to the throne, she had executed so many of the Li clan's vassal kings. Was this a divine intervention specifically aimed at dismantling the Tang dynasty? Did this not imply that his decade-long efforts to propagate the lineage had been utterly obliterated by Wu Zetian? Was it all for naught? In that moment, Li Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of anger, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing this, Li Jianxing hurriedly stepped forward to support him, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to belittle Li Shimin. Look at the deeds of your descendants. They have lost our Tang Empire. When have we, the Li royal family, ever endured such humiliation? I suggest you heed my counsel. If you cannot secure the position of crown prince, relinquish it back to me. Li Shimin gritted his teeth and uttered a quiet warning. Do not compel me to strike you. Li Jiansheng was about to retort further when Li Yuan erupted in fury. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Investigate who this Wu Zetian truly is. How dare she usurp my Tang? How dare she slay my progeny? I demand her eradication from this world. Li Jiansheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly ceased his words. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, while frolicking with Wu Zetian, Li Ji was left in stunned disbelief. He could hardly fathom the reality before him. He had exerted tremendous effort to persuade the ministers of the Tang court to bring Wu Zetian back from the nunnery. He had even deposed his own empress for her sake, treating her with unparalleled kindness. Was this her form of repayment? After his demise, Wu Zetian ascended to the throne and altered the name of the Tang dynasty. At that moment, Wu Zetian's expression was one of utmost exhilaration. Was this her doing? Had she truly become the emperor? Is it true or false? Li Ji gazed at her with a frigid demeanor, uttering not a single word. She was not in a hurry to defend herself. At this moment, Wu Zetian had long ceased to be the naive girl she once was. She understood that justifying her actions would bear no fruit. Soon, she regained her composure and contemplated her current predicament. Li Ji was undoubtedly consumed by a tempest of fury. However, he could not eliminate her. Not now. Not when she was a formidable sword in his hand, wielded against the clans of Longxi and Hebei. The foundation of the Li dynasty was built upon the support of these clans, and any attempt by Li Ji to confront them would garner no allies, leading to turmoil within the realm. Thus, he had no choice but to gradually relinquish power to her, allowing her to deal with the clans while he maintained the facade of a benevolent ruler. The conflict between the royal family and the clans had reached a fever pitch. Even if she wished for death now, Li Ji would not permit it, for he lacked the time to cultivate another astute Wu Zetian. The thought of losing years of effort due to a fleeting rage was utterly unacceptable to him. Having discerned Li Ji's mindset, she felt emboldened. "Your Majesty, I harbor no intentions of rebellion." Li Ji's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Did the Empress imply that the contents of the Golden List were fabricated? Wu Zetian lowered her head further, deliberately adopting a submissive posture. "I did not claim such a thing, nor would I dare to deny the contents of the list. Yet, who among those in high positions can guarantee they will remain untempted? Can your Majesty guarantee it?" Upon hearing Wu Zetian's candid acknowledgement of his thoughts, Li Ji regarded her with newfound respect. Indeed, from such a lofty position, who could firmly resist the allure of power? Ultimately, Wu Zetian's assent was more a reflection of his own shortcomings. His frail health was one issue, and granting Wu Zetian excessive power to confront the clans was another. With these thoughts in mind, Li Ji reached a resolution. Wu Zetian could not die at this juncture, nor did he wish for her demise. Since he was forewarned of all that was to come, he resolved to alter the course of events. After the downfall of the clans, he would gradually curtail Wu Zetian's authority and demote her from empress to consort. Yet, outwardly, Li Ji maintained an icy demeanor. Although he would not act against Wu Zetian for the time being, he would not easily let her off the hook either. Wu Zetian, being a few years his senior and well acquainted with him, had already discerned the thoughts swirling within the mind of the Tang Emperor. Thus, she feigned humility once more. "Your Majesty, my actions deserve the gravest punishment, yet for the sake of the nation, I implore you to grant me a few more years. Once I have vanquished the clans for you, I shall willingly return power to the Li family. By that time, I shall leave it to your Majesty's discretion. Even to accompany you in death would bring me no regret." This declaration from Wu Zetian struck a deep chord within Li Ji, ensnaring him completely. In contrast to his father, Li Shimin, he lacked a certain audacity. Thus, faced with Wu Zetian's earnest demeanor, his own imposing presence gradually subsided. This subtle shift did not escape Wu Zetian's keen observation. She recognized that, for the moment, her safety was secured. Li Ji stepped forward to assist her, gently stating, "Your ability to think this way brings great comfort to my heart." Wu Zetian, taking the cue, rose to her feet and nestled into Li Ji's embrace, declaring, "I shall never disappoint your Majesty." The two then resumed their music and dance, lost in a moment of mutual affection as if no rift had ever existed between them. Yet, within their gazes lay an unspoken tension. In the Han dynasty, upon witnessing this, Liu Bang felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively directed his gaze towards LG. The crown prince, Liu Ying, was weak and had never dared to defy his mother. It was clear that after his demise, if LG harbored ambitions akin to Wu Zetian's, she could effortlessly dispose of Liu Ying and ascend as empress herself. LG, possessing remarkable intelligence, quickly discerned Liu Bang's thoughts through his glance at the imperial edict. Though she initially intended to ignore it, Liu Bang's unwavering gaze lingered on her face. Despite his silence, she understood the gravity of the matter. If she did not respond, Liu Bang would not relent. Thus, LG calmly stated, "Everything I do is solely for the benefit of Ying." Liu Bang's expression softened, yet his gaze remained fixed. "You may not desire the throne, but what if those beneath you wish for it?" Liu Bang casually gestured towards the court ministers, half of whom were affiliated with LG's influence. These individuals were not ones even he dared to handle lightly. LG remained silent for a considerable time, and Liu Bang felt a twinge of displeasure, albeit stifled. Eventually, LG spoke again. "You know I do not stoop to deceiving you on such matters. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. Should you truly distrust me, you may as well depose me." Liu Bang's lips twitched in disbelief. "Depose you? Have I lost my senses? If I had the power, I would have acted already. Need you to remind me? The L family is, aside from myself, the largest stakeholder in this Han Empire, and during our conquest, they exerted considerable effort. Even if I wished to depose you, I could not." Tapping the dragon throne, Liu Bang pressed further, "Empress, you are aware that my time is limited. You must provide me with a promise." LG's countenance remained impassive. "I cannot grant you such a promise. The scene from years ago, when Liu Bang fled and unceremoniously cast them mother and child from the carriage, feels as fresh as if it had transpired yesterday. Thus, her demeanor towards Liu Bang has remained perpetually frosty. Observing LG's expression, Liu Bang let out a sudden sigh. "My empress, are you aware of the reasons that compel me to repeatedly consider a change in the air?" LG offered no response. Liu Bang, cognizant of her attentiveness, continued. "Ying's temperament is excessively frail. You know well that a benevolent heart is ill-suited for the throne. Although our Han dynasty is presently secure, cast your gaze upon the various lords, such as Han Xian, Xin Yu, and Peng Yu. While they outwardly profess loyalty to me, they clandestinely recruit soldiers and stockpile provisions. What, pray tell, might their intentions be? Once I depart this world, will Ying possess the strength to subdue them?" Liu Bang spoke with utmost caution, ensuring that only LG could discern his words. As he delved deeper into his sentiments, he took LG's hand in his own. "How I wish to clear the path for Ying. Yet, these individuals are my old friends, the esteemed contributors to our Han dynasty. I cannot bear to confront them. My empress, can you comprehend? After my departure, what shall become of Ying?" Liu Ying, positioned nearby, caught snippets of their exchange. He quietly interjected to his parents, "Father, mother, you worry needlessly. Han Xian and the others are loyal subjects of our Han dynasty. They would never—" Silence. Liu Ying's words were abruptly cut off by Liu Bang's piercing gaze. Liu Ji appeared lost in thought, and after a considerable pause, it seemed she had resolved to make a significant decision. Liu Bang discreetly curved his lips into a smirk. Once Liu Ji orchestrated the demise of Han Xian and the others, it would inevitably encroach upon the interests of others, thus fracturing the unity within the Liu family. This could be seen as a double-edged sword, simultaneously extinguishing Liu Ji's aspirations to emulate Wu Zetian and clearing obstacles for the future of the Han dynasty. How astute I am. While all were engrossed in their own schemes, the image of the Golden List suddenly shifted, revealing a spirited child of merely 6 years gracing the heavens above. At the time all this transpired, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, Li Longji, was merely 6 years of age. As the heir to Li Dan, he was subjected to strict supervision by his grandmother from a tender age. During his childhood, the political landscape of the Tang dynasty was marked by considerable turmoil and intense factional strife. Li Longji's father, Li Dan, as a prince who posed a potential threat to Empress Wu Zetian's throne, found himself on the receiving end of relentless persecution from various interest groups, and at one point, he narrowly escaped death. During the Wu Zhou period, Li Dan, confined within the palace and enveloped in melancholy, helplessly gazed upon the contents of the Golden List. He muttered in frustration, "Why am I being tormented? When my mother insisted I become emperor, I expressed my reluctance and suggested my brother take the throne instead. Yet she removed my brother from the running and placed me in his stead. Just as I was beginning to settle into my role, she ousted me once more to ascend herself. To add insult to injury, I was forced to take my mother's surname. Now, having taken her surname, those of the Wu lineage relentlessly pressure me, wishing for my swift demise. It has come to the point where I contemplate changing my surname to Wu in resignation. I could appeal to my mother for support, yet she not only disregards my plight but also assists her nephew in harassing me. I have never felt so utterly speechless in my life. My father has passed away, and my mother is a seasoned manipulator, constantly favoring her family. Is a son truly closer to a mother than a nephew? I want to declare, indeed, I am ineffectual. Yet there are hardly any of the Wu lineage who are of much use either. What benefit is there in supporting them?" Wu Zetian extensively promoted members of the Wu family to command the Tang dynasty's military, in an effort to suppress dissenting voices. Furthermore, she harbored ambitions of bequeathing the Li Tang Empire to her nephew rather than to the Li family. During the reign of Empress Wu Zetian, the Wu clan exhibited an unparalleled arrogance and dominance. When Li Longji was merely 7 years old, he was publicly humiliated by General Wu Yizong of the Imperial Guard. Wu Yizong, a nephew of Wu Zetian, was convinced that the empire would inevitably bear the Wu surname. As the Golden List was being reviewed, a scene unfolded. In this tableau, the Imperial Guard, led by Wu Yizong, intercepted a young child. Following this child was a grand procession, a gift from Wu Zetian herself. Undoubtedly, the child being halted was none other than Li Longji. In the scene, Wu Yizong wore a malicious grin and commanded the Imperial Guards to disperse Li Longji's entourage, intending to instill fear in the young heir. It was exceedingly rare throughout history for the Imperial Guards to lay hands on a royal descendant. Yet this era was an exception, Members of the Wu clan often sought to humiliate those of the Li lineage. Li Longji's procession, terrified of offending Wu Yizong, quickly scattered. Soon, Li Longji found himself standing alone before Wu Yizong. To everyone's astonishment, the young Li Longji showed no fear. Instead, he leaped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Yizong, exclaiming, "What business do you have with my court? How dare you threaten my retinue?" Wu Yizong, clearly taken aback, stood frozen, rendered speechless by Li Longji's rebuke, watching helplessly as the young prince strode away. In the age of the Qin dynasty, it was apparent that this audacious young Li Longji was indeed worthy of the throne. Shi Huang, observing the youthful Li Longji, recognized reflections of his own past self, which filled him with concern for the boy. Li Longji was far too young, lacking any powerful backing. His father was struggling to protect himself, and the child should have remained inconspicuous. Regardless of his dissatisfaction with the Wu clan, he ought not to display it so openly. By so defiantly confronting Wu Zetian's nephew, he risked incurring her wrath, potentially leading to dire consequences. Yingzheng believed that Li Longji should bide his time, ensuring his own safety, and gradually seek opportunities to reclaim control over the empire. During the reign of Wu De in the Tang dynasty, upon witnessing Li Longji's audacity, Li Yuan's expression softened slightly. "Well done, young man. This empire belongs to the Li, not the Wu." Seeing such arrogance from the Wu clan nearly drove Li Yuan to the brink of fury. He understood that no amount of anger would alter what had transpired. What he longed for now was for his descendant, Li Longji, to restore the glory of the Tang dynasty. Merely desiring to achieve this is no simple feat. The royal lineage of the Li family has been nearly diminished, with only a few descendants remaining, all of whom are the offspring of Wu Zetian. Without any external assistance, Li Longji must rely solely on himself. Meanwhile, in this timeline, Li Shimin's countenance remains grave. Even the appearance of Li Longji fails to alleviate his mood. At this moment, Li Shimin finds it difficult to articulate his feelings. Anger, helplessness, desolation, and confusion intertwine within him, driving him to the brink of madness. Generations of the Li family have forged such an expansive empire, only to see it replaced in such an unremarkable manner. It evokes the sentiment of nurturing fruit for years, only to have it plucked just before ripening by another. Ultimately, Li Heir has been reduced to a mere laborer. Damn it! If Li Heir merely aspired to be a laborer, would he have resorted to fratricide and paternal coercion? In the Qing dynasty, Empress Dowager Cixi gazes with intrigue at the scene of Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne. The Wu family wields immense power, even daring to confront the Huang family. Although they have not been openly challenged, Cixi's heart races with excitement. "Dear sister, to speak candidly, I too harbor ambitions of reigning as empress. Yet, my circumstances are far less favorable than yours. Our Qing dynasty faces internal strife and external threats. If I were to declare myself empress, the Han warlords would surely rally against me. How difficult it is for us, dear sister. Perhaps we should exchange roles. Allow me to indulge in the experience of being an empress. In this way, my life would not be in vain." As she speaks, Cixi cannot help but sigh. The Qing dynasty's tolerance is even less than that of the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, her position as empress would be assured. Not even the arrival of Kangxi could alter that. As she claims, in the Yuan dynasty, Kublai Khan gazes with keen interest at the imperial list. Reflecting on the Tang dynasty, he holds a deep admiration for this era, the most inclusive in Chinese history. This inclusivity not only embraced foreign cultures, but also acknowledged women. It was precisely this openness that allowed for the emergence of Wu Zetian, the sole female emperor in Chinese history. Regrettably, she stands alone in this regard. Subsequent dynasties, having learned from history, made it increasingly difficult for women in the imperial harem to wield power. Throughout history, many women have possessed greater cunning than Wu Zetian, such as LG and Princess Taiping, Wu Zetian's own offspring. Yet, why is it that only Wu Zetian ascended to the throne? Because, apart from the Tang dynasty, no other dynasties exhibited such a profound capacity for inclusivity. Furthermore, prior to her, there had been no precedent. Observing the unfolding narrative, the assembly is lost in contemplation. Under the hopeful gaze of all present, the literary review continues to progress. The Wu Zhou period. The surrounding forces of the Tang dynasty took advantage of the internal chaos within the dynasty to rise in rebellion against it. All 4 towns of Anxi have been occupied by the Tubo. At this moment, Anxi exists in name only. The Tang army exerted immense effort to reclaim the 4 garrisons of Anxi, thereby restoring the Anxi protectorate's prominence in the western regions. After Wu Zetian reclaimed the western regions, the northern Turks seized the opportunity to descend southward, reclaiming much of the eastern Turkic territories that had been under Tang's control during its early years. The Anbei Protectorate is remote from the imperial court, and many forms of assistance cannot arrive in a timely manner. The Tang general stationed in Anbei is not truly loyal to the Wu surname. To maintain her reign, Empress Wu Zetian opted to execute all disobedient Tang generals. Subsequently, she dispatched her nephew to lead an army of 500,000 to reclaim the Anbei Protectorate. The war yields no results. Empress Wu Zetian subsequently dispatched her trusted minister, Di Renjia, to lead a northern campaign, yet the conflict yielded no fruitful outcome. After years of stalemate, the Turkic and Khitan factions proclaimed their independence. During the reign of Empress Wu Zetian, notable political achievements were realized, such as the refinement of the imperial examination system and assisting Li Ji in combating the influence of aristocratic families. The era of the Tang dynasty's Jingnan was marked by the astonishment of Li Shimin, who, upon hearing the criticisms of Wei Zheng, reflected on the vast territories he had conquered in the northern deserts. How could he allow such independence? Although the Anbei Protectorate was primarily arid land, it encompassed a significant portion of the grasslands. Regaining lost territory would prove to be a formidable challenge. Li Shimin's expression revealed his displeasure regarding the loss of the Anbei Protectorate. The tally of the successful candidates continued. As she aged, the once formidable Wu Zetian, now in her 70s, began to experience a decline in vigor, losing the formidable presence that once upheld her reign. At this moment, a matter has been persistently troubling Wu Zetian. That is the throne. Should the empire of Li Tang be bequeathed to one's own nephew, or return to the Li clan? The ministers have expressed their preferences. The Tang dynasty should, without a doubt, be restored to the Li family. Simultaneously, there were ministers who advised Wu Zetian, asserting that traditionally it is the son who pays respects to the graves of parents, and it is unheard of for a nephew to honor his aunt. Empress Wu Zetian ultimately relinquished her intention of bequeathing the throne to her nephew, choosing instead to restore the imperial seat to her own son. However, it was not until Wu Zetian voluntarily abdicated her throne. The new interest groups can hardly wait any longer. In the first year of the Divine Dragon era, the allure of the dragon's merit compelled 5 ministers, led by Zhang Jianji, to instigate a military coup, swiftly eliminating the 2 favored consorts of Empress Wu Zetian and overthrowing her tyrannical rule, thereby restoring Emperor Zhongzong Li Xian to the throne. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, Li Ji evidently grasped the crux of the matter. If his eyes had not deceived him, he had indeed perceived the term favored consort. Concubine, are there 2 this time? Are you quite the player? Li Ji's face turned a shade of green. He dashed towards the imperial harem in a frenzy, exclaiming in despair, Wu Meinyang, you had better provide me with an explanation. After Li Xian ascended to power, he lacked formidable means. His childhood experiences rendered his character exceedingly timid. Following his enthronement, the Tang dynasty remained shrouded in ominous clouds. At that time, Emperor Li Xian was more of a puppet ruler, with the empire's power firmly held in the hands of his empress, Empress Wei, along with Wu Sanxi and the 5 ministers. Soon, the court was once again engulfed in a tempest of factional strife, as Empress Li Xian swiftly eradicated the opposing forces, including 5 ministers, rapidly consolidating her power over the entire realm. At this juncture in the Tang Empire, Empress Wei stands as the second Wu Zetian. After Li Xian was poisoned, under the leadership of Prime Minister Wei Wan, various members of the Wei clan, including the Minister of Agriculture Zhao Luan and the Grand Scholar Yi Jingnan, repeatedly submitted memorials urging Empress Wei to emulate the legacy of Empress Wu, aspiring for her to become the second female emperor of the Tang dynasty. During the era of Wuda, Li Yuan was so incensed that he fainted, his anger almost causing him to bleed. From the time of Wu Zetian's reign to the eventual restoration of power to the Li family, he had not yet begun to revel in his triumph when yet another report reached him, revealing that more individuals sought to imitate Wu Zetian's rule. Did they think the imperial throne of the Tang was merely a seat one could occupy at will? Li Yuan longed to inquire, was there no law, no sense of justice remaining? The situation in the Tang dynasty suggested that Empress Wei indeed had the potential to become the second Wu Zetian. Such persistent provocations tested Li Yuan's capacity for endurance, ultimately leading to a breaking point where he lost consciousness, fearing that further contemplation might lead to his demise. In the twilight of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin once again withdrew his belt, hanging Li Ji from the door beam. Li Ji, rendered numb, lamented, "But you promised not to strike me again." This time, it was the Empress, wife of Li Xian, who wielded power over the court. Yet Li Shimin remained undeterred, continuing his punishment. Li Ji was left bloodied and battered. Had he not been his legitimate son, Li Shimin would have already taken his life. It was all because of the unfortunate precedent set by Li Ji. Fully aware of the contents of the imperial edict, Li Ji chose not to resist, instead letting out cries in the hope that his anguished wails might awaken paternal affection, while silently reciting in his heart, "My fault. It is all my fault. I should not have perished so prematurely. I am truly sorry, dear father. I should strike." Li Ji never anticipated that after Wu Zetian's fall from power, there would still be individuals aspiring to become a second Wu Zetian. He felt utterly dejected. He had originally believed that with Wu Zetian's departure, tranquility would be restored, and this matter would come to a close. To his dismay, the group of empresses seemed relentless. What was their intention? Were they to take turns as empresses, with this year belonging to his household? Were they merely performing a play? The grand stage of the Tang dynasty welcomed dreams, but enough was enough. He implored them to consider his plight. Now, he only hoped that once Empress Wei was dethroned, this farce would swiftly conclude. If a third empress were to emerge, he would truly be unable to withstand the wrath of Li Shimin. He would be utterly doomed. Sui dynasty. Emperor One of Sui, Yongjian, stared in disbelief. He summoned Li Yuan and compelled him to gaze at the imperial list, realizing this was indeed retribution. Ever since Li Yuan established the Sui dynasty, turmoil had plagued the Li family. His son revolted against him, his grandson opposed his son, and now even his granddaughter-in-law and great-granddaughter-in-law sought to join the fray. Ha ha. Li Yuan, it must be said, your family is quite amusing. Yongjian could not help but burst into laughter, disregarding Li Yuan's ashen countenance. During the day years of Sui, Yongguang joyfully swayed his waist. TSK, this Li Yuan not only rebelled against me, but also dallied with my women. Retribution has come, and it cannot be halted. This was indeed a sensational scandal within the Li Tang dynasty. I could speak of this for a lifetime. Qin dynasty. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was also at a loss for words. What was happening? With Wu Zetian's downfall, Empress Wei ascended? He had not expected that immediately following Wu Zetian's fall, another empress would seek to emulate her. How intriguing. Did the empresses of the Tang dynasty possess such power? However, this indicated that the Li heirs of the Tang dynasty were quite feeble, as the emperor held no real authority. Han dynasty. Liu Bang was astounded. Good heavens. Did the empress's usurpation come with a sequel? He was baffled. Was Li Xian merely idling? The cautionary tale of Wu Zetian lay bare before him. Did he not guard against his own wife? And he dared to grant her such power. It would indeed be fitting for him to meet his end. Nevertheless, Liu Bang was eager to inquire when the protagonist of this inventory, Li Longji, would make his grand entrance. As the saying goes, speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao shall appear. Finally, the portrait of Li Longji emerged on the imperial list. By this time, Li Longji had matured into a robust adult. In the image, he donned silver armor and engaged in battles, exuding vigor and ambition. The myriad experiences that Li Longji encountered during his childhood profoundly impacted his spirit, imparting to him a stark awareness of the harshness of reality. At the same time, it made him realize that strength is the ultimate truth, especially within the Tang dynasty. The succession of coups transpired with a complete disregard for any semblance of order. The sole rule is that only the living are entitled to wield the power of voice. At this juncture, Li Xian was poisoned by Empress Wei, leaving the throne vacant. Empress Wei, in her quest to ascend to the imperial throne, plotted to eliminate the last heir of the Li Tang lineage. This individual is none other than Li Dan, the father of Li Longji. At this moment, the Tang dynasty once again found itself teetering on the precipice. This year, Li Longji has reached the age of 26. Throughout these years, he has witnessed the tumultuous changes within the court. In pursuit of broader insights and the cultivation of devoted subordinates, Li Longji opted to venture out for personal development, all the while maintaining his gaze upon the power center of the Tang dynasty. For many years, Li Longji has been patiently awaiting an opportunity, a chance to ascend to the very center of power. This opportunity has not materialized. Instead, more formidable challenges have presented themselves before him. When Empress Wei took the life of Li Xian, casting her sinister gaze upon his father, Li Dan, Li Longji found himself with no path of retreat. He has descended into the depths of despair. Li Longji chose to fight with his back against the water, with no retreat left, and no need for further retreat. The sole means of preserving one's life lies in the initiation of a military coup, eliminating the Wei clan entirely. Regrettably, at this juncture, Li Longji's power was insufficient to eradicate the vested interests of Empress Wei's faction. However, the heavens do not forsake those in dire straits. At this moment, another significant figure approached him of their own volition. This individual wields influence second only to Empress Wei within the court. She is the aunt of Li Longji, the daughter of Wu Zetian, and the Princess Taiping, a woman whose power rivals that of Wu Zetian herself. After meticulous planning, Princess Taiping bribed the imperial guards, enabling Li Longji to directly invade the palace and seize control of the Taiji Hall. When the coup d'etat was launched, Empress Wei was still ensconced in slumber, unable to escape in haste, and was subsequently slain by soldiers. On that very night, Princess Annal, Wu Yinxiu, and Shangguan Waner, among others, also met their untimely demise. From that point onward, the Wei clan and the Wu clan were nearly annihilated. At long last, Li Dan ascended to the throne of the Tang dynasty. In this moment, Li Longji's heart was filled with exhilaration, for the internal strife of the Tang was finally poised to cease. During the Wuda era of the Tang, the recently awakened Li Yuan could not contain his excitement. His emotions mirrored those of his son, though the sons of the Li family may be weak. The daughters are indeed formidable. In critical times, it is the daughters who prove reliable. Just like my daughter, Princess Pingyang, Li Xiaoning, a woman of valor who does not yield to men. Well done. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Pei Ji could not help but nod in agreement. Li Shimin, standing nearby, also felt a sense of relief. Thus, it seemed that the internal conflict initiated during Empress Wu Zetian's reign would soon come to a close. During the Jingnan era, witnessing this, Li Shimin, breathless, paused his actions, ceasing to strike Li Ji. Although his father had stopped, the pain still caused Li Ji to shudder involuntarily. His father was indeed serious in his discipline, showing not an ounce of mercy, allowing him to profoundly understand the essence of paternal love that is as steadfast as a mountain. After a considerable time, Li Ji's body regained some semblance of feeling. He realized he had finally endured the trial posed by Wu Zetian. He truly owed gratitude to Li Longji, to Princess Taiping, and to his beloved daughter. Their efforts had not been in vain. They had not only brought an end to the internal turmoil of the Tang, but also liberated themselves from sin, rescuing him from the clutches of his father. Truly good people. May the good live in peace for a lifetime. In this moment, Li Ji was overwhelmed with emotion, weeping profusely. During the Sui Dy period, Yang Guang wore an expression of lingering desire. Is that all? Has it come to an end? Is it truly so tedious? The rebellion continues. The confrontation persists. I perceive that Princess Taiping is indeed a commendable candidate for usurpation. There exists a saying, a woman who does not aspire to be an empress is not a virtuous woman. Indeed, that is the sentiment. Yang Guang could not help but mutter to himself. He was thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama, particularly since it involved Li Yuan. However, just as he was savoring this intrigue, it abruptly vanished, leaving him disgruntled and eager to voice his grievances. He had yet to fully relish the follies of Li Yuan. In the realm of the Qin, Yingzheng exhaled in relief. The internal strife of the Tang dynasty had finally reached its conclusion. The forthcoming period would surely showcase the personal exploits of Li Longji. Yingzheng was keenly anticipative of how Li Longji would lead the Tang towards grandeur. Was he to be as eccentric as Li Shimin? In the Han dynasty, Liu Bang likewise breathed a sigh of relief. At last, it was over. He had found the incessant internal conflicts utterly suffocating. What significance did such incessant strife hold for a true man? Conquering territories was the true mark of strength. In the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang's teeth were clenched in frustration. The Tang dynasty had the potential to be even more illustrious. Following the Jingnan governance, the strength of the Tang was formidable. Regrettably, all that power was squandered on internal discord. Fortunately, the Tang's robust resources allowed them to endure the political turmoil of successive generations. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sense of relief. His sister, Empress Ma, was unlike these other women. Otherwise, he would truly be despondent. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin wore a broad grin. He could vividly imagine the expressions of joy and tears from Li Yuan and Li Shimin upon witnessing this. They could never have anticipated that the internal strife within the Tang was not solely about the empress. Their daughters would also seek a share of the inheritance. It was beyond comprehension what expressions would adorn the faces of Li Shimin and his kin upon seeing Princess Taiping aspire to emulate Wu Zetian. They would undoubtedly be left speechless in shock. Zhao Kuangyin felt a pang of regret for not being able to witness Li Shimin's astonished countenance firsthand. On the list of achievements, the scene continued to unfold. Li Dan sat upon the throne, flanked by Li Longji and Princess Taiping. with Li Dan's eldest son, Li Qingqi, standing prominently among the three. After Li Dan ascended to the throne, an equally challenging dilemma presented itself before him. Whom shall we designate as the crown prince? Li Dan's eldest son, Prince Li Qingqi, still survives. According to the principle of prioritizing the eldest legitimate son for succession, it is only fitting that he should ascend to the throne. However, this throne was seized by Li Longji through the sword. If Li Longji is not established, the people of the realm will not be convinced, and neither will Li Longji himself. Li Qingqi possesses remarkable insight. He understands that even if he ascends to the position of crown prince, he would merely be a puppet destined to meet an untimely demise. In the Tang dynasty, the position of the crown prince was perpetually fraught with peril, with few individuals managing to survive until the abdication of the preceding emperor. At a crucial moment, Li Qingqi stepped forward and addressed Li Dan. In times of national stability, the priority must be given to the legitimate eldest son. In times of peril, the focus should shift to those who have rendered outstanding service. Should one deviate from this principle, the realm shall undoubtedly be filled with discontent. I would rather perish than presume to take a position above the Ping-Yuan. During the Kaiyuan era of the Tang dynasty, Li Qingqi indulged himself in the pleasures of his fiefdom, feeling a profound sense of relief as he gazed upon the contents of the imperial selection list. How astute I am! The position of crown prince is perilous indeed. Whoever desires it may take on such a role. As for me, I shall never assume it. Had I not sought the intercession of my elders, would I have lived to see another day? In those times, both Li Longji and my aunt could have easily ended my life. To this day, Li Qingqi remains exceedingly pleased with his past shrewdness. In the Qian era of the Tang dynasty, upon encountering the phrase, "In the Tang dynasty, being the crown prince is a hazardous profession," few survive long enough to see the predecessor retire. Li Ying's face registered clear panic. He nearly broke into tears. Who understands my family? Serving as crown prince under my father, Li Longji, is equally fraught with danger. I tread carefully, more cautiously than a dog, fearing that one day I may falter and meet a grim fate. In the Mongol Empire, Kublai Khan smiled knowingly at Li Qingqi's demeanor. This lad is indeed clever. Otherwise, should he ascend to the role of crown prince today, he might inexplicably meet his demise tomorrow. Splendid! Splendid! Li Yuan was still quite exhilarated. Now both the emperor and the crown prince are of the Li lineage. At last, the empire is secure. The text of the imperial selection list continued to unfold. After a while, Li Dan began to feel awkward as he realized that he, as an emperor, was fundamentally similar to his elder brother, Li Xian, merely a puppet. The ascension of my elder brother to the throne was contingent upon the support of 5 esteemed ministers and his devoted empress. In contrast, my own rise to the imperial seat is attributed to the unwavering backing of my son and sister. The same can be said for Li Dan. The experiences of his childhood have forged his timid character. As the supreme decision-maker of the empire, he possesses no independent opinions. The significant affairs of the court at that time were determined by Li Longji and Princess Taiping. Li Dan is solely responsible for affixing the official seal to documents. Li Dan merely felt a touch of embarrassment, but for Li Longji, the situation was far more complex than mere awkwardness. His aunt, Princess Taiping, is gradually encroaching upon his authority in the affairs of state. All matters, both grand and trivial, must first be reviewed by Princess Taiping before they can reach his hands as the crown prince. In other words, the matters that Princess Taiping wishes for Li Longji to be aware of are the only ones he will comprehend. Anything she prefers to keep from him renders him utterly blind. The formidable presence of Princess Taiping instilled a profound unease within Li Longji, who gradually came to the realization that his aunt harbored ambitions akin to those of Empress Wu Zetian. During the era of the Tang dynasty's Wuda reign, Li Yuan's smile had frozen upon his visage. No, to be precise, Li Yuan had entirely lost control over his facial expressions, for both sides of his face convulsed in a disconcerting manner. It was unimaginable what sort of expression that might have been. His face seemed to be engaged in a peculiar dance, and his mouth contorted into an alarming S-shape. Alas, my dear Jingnan! Li Yuan suddenly erupted in rage. Overcome by emotion, he collapsed to the ground. He had fainted from fury once more. Li Jianqing hurried to support him while continuously offering words of comfort to his father. It was truly unnecessary for the old man to faint twice in a single day. Beside them, Li Shimin looked on, bewildered. During the Jingnan era, Li Ji, still nursing the remnants of his medicine, caught sight of the gold list proclaiming that Princess Taiping aspired to emulate Wu Zetian. A grimace formed at the corner of his mouth. My daughter, you truly are a burden, he thought. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. Yet he scoffed at the notion. Do good people even exist in this world? Turning to glance at his father, a smile emerged on his face that was more pitiable than tears. Li Shimin responded with a smile of his own, tilting his head in an endearing manner. The moment was ripe for a hunt. Tears streamed down Li Ji's face. He realized, to his dismay, that he had misplaced his trust. Exhausted, he wished for obliteration. Drawing a deep breath, Li Ji endeavored to confront the grim realities of life with a smile. However, as soon as he managed to muster a semblance of a smile, an overwhelming expression of despair took its place. He tried once more to smile, but tears betrayed him again. He sought another chance, yet Li Shimin denied him that opportunity, swiftly lifting him and binding him up, suspending him once more from the door beam. Li Ji finally lost his composure, bursting into loud sobs. Father, I was wrong. I truly was. Please, no more. I beg you, do not strike me again. I cannot bear it. Li Shimin, uninterested in his son's lamentations, carelessly stuffed a rag into Li Ji's mouth. Leaning close, he whispered, breathe deeply. A little pain at first is only natural. Endure it a few times, and you will grow accustomed. While Li Shimin imparted his lessons to his son, the count continued unabated. Since Empress Wu Zetian ascended the throne, the powerful women of the Tang dynasty have harbored a yearning to emulate her, aspiring to wield the imperial power themselves. For decades, a succession of coups has perpetually encircled the great Tang dynasty. The coup d'état of the Divine Dragon has just concluded the Wuzhou. Within a few years, Empress Wei, Princess Annal, and the likes of Shangwan Wan'er, a group of women harboring imperial ambitions, swiftly rose to prominence. They possess cunning strategies that rival those of Wu Zetian. Thus, they set their plan into motion. Regrettably, they lacked an emperor named Li Ji to pave the way for them. Failure is inevitable. After the fall of the Wei Empress group, the Tang dynasty experienced a fleeting tranquility. However, soon after, the astute and scheming Princess Taiping rose to prominence, surpassing them in both political acumen and depth of character. As the daughter of Wu Zetian, in certain respects, Princess Taiping surpassed her mother. At this moment, the relationship between Li Longji and his aunt reached a point of irrevocable rupture. Since Li Longji ascended to the position of crown prince, Princess Taiping gradually sensed a profound threat. Princess Taiping initially did not oppose Li Longji's ascension to the position of crown prince, as she perceived him to be a youthful and impetuous young man, believing that her own capabilities and experience would allow her to expertly navigate the situation. Little did she anticipate that as time progressed, Li Longji, upon ascending to the position of crown prince, would exhibit a formidable demeanor that rivaled her own. Thus, Princess Taiping resolved to dethrone Li Longji from his position as the heir apparent. For those who cannot be controlled, Princess Taiping chooses to annihilate. Subsequently, Princess Taiping began to disseminate rumors, meticulously enumerating the transgressions of Li Longji. From that moment on, the subtle and overt power struggles between Li Longji and his aunt have persisted without interruption. As time progressed, the discord between the two individuals intensified. Li Dan finally realized that if the situation continued to unfold in this manner, another coup would inevitably occur within the Tang dynasty. Thus, Li Dan resolved to abdicate in favor of Li Longji, decisively extinguishing Princess Taiping's ambitions for the throne and bringing an end to the decades-long turmoil surrounding the Tang dynasty. Upon reading this, Emperor Qin Shi Huang felt a sudden apprehension. At this moment, Li Longji should possess sufficient strength to overcome the obstacles on his path to imperial ascendance. Should he not? Meanwhile, Liu Bang of the Han dynasty furrowed his brow in disbelief. Really? Again? Haven't we seen enough of this? Must we persist in our internal strife? Even with Li Longji nearing 30? In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin rubbed his hands together with eager anticipation. She approaches, striding towards her own demise. Alas, what a pity. I wonder what expressions old Li and his kin will wear upon witnessing this. Ha ha ha, they must be infuriated. Not only does the daughter-in-law aspire to the throne, but the daughter does as well. Regrettably, the imperial seat of the Tang can accommodate but one sovereign. During the Sui dynasty's day era, Yang Guang suddenly felt invigorated. Ah, the golden list understands me best. Whatever I wish to witness, it presents before me. Enjoying the spectacle, Yang Guang decisively abandoned the dragon throne and settled himself on a small stool outside the hall, all the while clutching a handful of spiced melon seeds. At last, an opportune moment arrived. On that day, the heavens unveiled celestial signs heralding renewal and transformation. Li Dan finally resolved to abdicate the throne, issuing a formal decree to that effect. At this point, the 28-year-old Li Longji finally ascended to the imperial throne. However, a portion of power still resided in the hands of Li Dan and Princess Taiping. At that time, Li Longji was not yet prepared to confront his aunt directly and head-on. This perfectly aligned with Princess Taiping's thoughts. After a year of vying for power, Princess Taiping, Li Longji, can be likened to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique talents. In the beginning, there were 7 chancellors in the grand court of the Tang dynasty, 4 of whom were affiliated with Princess Taiping, while 3 were aligned with Li Longji. After considerable effort, Li Longji successfully transformed his 3 chancellors into 2. After some time had passed, Li Longji grew increasingly anxious, for he realized that Princess Taiping's influence had infiltrated the imperial guard. In the great Tang dynasty, it was evident that whoever commanded the imperial guards held the reins of the palace and could subsequently seize the highest authority of the empire. At this moment, Princess Taiping's power reached its zenith. During this period, the court of the Tang dynasty was rife with turmoil, with the potential for upheaval looming at any moment. The anticipated has finally arrived. After the tranquility preceding the tempest, yet another upheaval of power is poised to engulf the Tang dynasty. Li Longji received the news that on the 4th day of the 7th month of that year, Princess Taiping resolved to instigate a coup. Li Longji made a decisive choice, taking action a day prior to the 4th of July, boldly wagering everything. While the faction of Princess Taiping was indulging in dreams of rapid ascent, he ensnared them all, vanquishing them completely. The great Han Emperor, Liu Bang, witnessed Li Longji's audacious maneuver with great excitement. I strike the gambler. He is a gambler just like me. Marvelous. Absolutely splendid. The Duke has taken a liking to Li Longji. Upon hearing the news of the upheaval, Li Dan was overwhelmed with fear and, from that moment on, ceased to concern himself with governmental affairs. Consequently, Li Longji emerged as the sole helmsman of the empire. Under the iron-fisted suppression of Li Longji, the internal turmoil that had plagued the Tang dynasty for decades finally came to a halt. Princess Taiping could not bear to confront the disheartening reality of her utter defeat. She sought refuge in a temple on Mount Jingnan, where she concealed herself for 3 days and nights. 3 days later, Princess Taiping returned to Chongzhen, embraced the reality of one's failure in the pursuit of power. On the same day, the 2 sons of Princess Taiping and all of their accomplices were executed. In the 12th month of this year, the Tang dynasty adopted the era named Kaiyuan. At this moment, the common folk of the Tang dynasty remained oblivious to the fact that this would be an era surpassing the Jingnan period, destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. How splendidly my illustrious descendant, Li Longji, has performed. During the martial virtue era of the Tang, Li Yuan was filled with joy, for he had never felt the skies of the Tang to be so brilliantly clear. After enduring decades of internal strife, his Tang dynasty had finally emerged from the shadows into the light. This scene truly moved him to tears, as he lamented his advanced age while still having to endure such spiritual turmoil. Meanwhile, in the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng suddenly rose from his seat. He had awaited this moment for far too long. After restoring order from the chaos, it was indeed time for Li Longji to claim his accolades. Anticipation. The mighty Han dynasty has finally put an end to its internal strife. Liu Bang is filled with profound emotions. Had it been the foundation of his Han, it would have likely crumbled long ago under such turmoil. Upon realizing this, Liu Bang feels compelled to devise a comprehensive strategy to ensure the smooth ascension of Liu Ying. During the reign of Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Longji reclaimed the throne, bringing relief to Li Shimin, who could finally rest easy. Otherwise, he would have been unable to depart this world in peace. Consequently, he hastily ceased his punishment of Li Ji. At that moment, Li Ji was already on the brink of death, the numbness enveloping his body clouding his mind. Apart from the awareness of his own existence, he could perceive nothing else. Observing Li Ji's condition, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Would he inadvertently push him beyond the brink? Li Shimin extended his palm and waved it before Li Ji's eyes. The originally vacant gaze of Li Ji instinctively followed the movement of Li Shimin's hand. Witnessing this, Li Shimin felt a slight alleviation in his heart. He then delivered a swift slap upon Li Ji's rear. Oh whoa! Li Ji let out a mournful cry. Li Shimin felt utterly reassured. The young lad was still able to express himself, which was a good sign. The tally on the golden list continued unabated. After enduring the baptism of blood, the Tang Empire ultimately returned to the hands of the Li family. At this moment, nearly 30 years of age, Li Longji stood upon the weathered yet majestic Xuanwu Gate, faintly perceiving the splendor of the prosperous Tang era during the Jingnan period. Upon his ascension to the throne, he employed swift and decisive measures to suppress the disloyal ministers, ensuring that within the court of the great Tang dynasty, there reigned but a single sovereign. And that sovereign was Li Longji. He took Emperor Taizong Li Shimin as his exemplar, embracing the principles of employing capable individuals and heeding wise counsel. He frequently devoted himself to state affairs until the late hours of the night, striving to eradicate the accumulated malpractices that had persisted in the Tang dynasty for decades, curbing extravagant consumption and advocating for frugality in all matters. Soon, with the unwavering support of a cadre of virtuous ministers and wise statesmen, Li Longji established an era marked by political integrity, renewal for the populace, economic prosperity, societal stability, and cultural inclusivity. Prior to the Kaiyuan era, the official selection system of the Tang dynasty was exceedingly chaotic, with the royal family, consorts, princesses, and empresses frequently engaging in the sale of titles and positions. The local officials are in utter disarray, predominantly serving as the lackeys of the landowners and powerful elites. Upon ascending the throne, Li Longji unequivocally declared that civil officials must pass examinations, while military officials must possess proven achievements in battle. Otherwise, the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of War are forbidden from arbitrarily bestowing titles and ranks. Upon the issuance of such a decree, all officials masquerading as competent were unmasked, and those devoid of achievements and military merits were summarily dismissed. This not only enhances the efficiency of government operations, but also significantly reduces national expenditures. Simultaneously, Li Longji promulgated an edict for the rectification of official governance. The purpose of this decree was to conduct annual evaluations of the performance of the governors and county magistrates, determining their promotions or demotions based on the results of these assessments. Upon the issuance of this decree, officials across various regions, in their pursuit of promotion, are compelled to diligently advance the welfare of the local populace. Furthermore, Li Longji issued a military edict within the barracks, commanding the military garrisons in the northwest to augment their forces and enhance their training. Simultaneously, efforts were devoted to ensuring the supply of horses for the Northwest Army, thereby guaranteeing its mobility. The strength of the Northwest Army has ascended to an entirely new echelon. In addition, to address the logistical challenges faced by the army, he ordered the Northwestern Army to expand the cultivated land. At this moment, the tribes such as the Huigu, situated north of the Great Wall, recognizing the indomitable might of the Tang army, hastily dissolved their independent governance and reattached themselves to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty has regained jurisdiction over the vast expanse of the northern grasslands beyond the Great Wall. Moreover, the morale of the Anxi army has been revitalized and solidified, and its prestige once again governs the entirety of the western regions. Upon the completion of these endeavors, Li Longji commenced a series of reforms within the nation. In a bid to augment the treasury's revenue, he spared no effort in combating the land usurpation perpetrated by the powerful. The Tang court meticulously conducted a thorough investigation of the lands owned by landlords across various regions. Subsequently, all lands appropriated by these landlords were confiscated, meticulously catalogued, and then redistributed to farmers without arable land for cultivation. Before long, the Kaiyuan Shishing arrived as scheduled. How can one depict the grandeur of the Kaiyuan prosperity? Here, I shall quote the first half of a verse by the Tang dynasty poet Du Fu from the Kaiyuan era, reflecting upon the prosperous days of the Kaiyuan era. Even a small town still harbors countless households. The rice flows like fat, and the millet is pure white. Both public and private granaries are abundantly filled. In the land of Kyushu, there are no wolves or tigers. One can travel far without the need for auspicious days to embark. The fine silks of Qi and the exquisite fabrics of Lu are interwoven, while men toil in the fields and women weave at home, each fulfilling their roles without neglect. The sage of the palace proclaims, and all friends across the realm are bound like lacquer. Over the course of a century and beyond, there have been no calamities. Shusun Li and the melodies of Shao He's law endure. What does it mean? It signifies that since the era of the Kaiyuan prosperity, any town in the Tang dynasty boasted a population of tens of thousands. At that time, the agricultural harvest was plentiful, and the reserves of grain were ample, with the granaries brimming with stored rice and cereals. The social order is stable, and the realm enjoys peace, free from bandits and marauders. One can venture out at any time without fear, For within the borders of the Tang dynasty, personal safety is eternally assured. Moreover, during the Kaiyuan era, the society witnessed a flourishing of handicrafts and commerce, with merchants' vehicles continuously traversing the roads, engaged in incessant trade. Men till the fields while women weave, each finding solace in their own pursuits, each attaining their rightful place. The emperor in the palace plays a melody to honor heaven and earth, embodying an atmosphere of peace and harmony. The social atmosphere is commendable, with individuals exhibiting kindness towards one another and harmonious relationships prevailing. Over the course of more than a century, no significant calamities have occurred. From the onset of the Kaiyuan era to the 13th year of the Tianbao period, it was the pinnacle of the Tang dynasty. The nation comprised 321 prefectures, 1,538 counties, 16,829 townships, and a staggering 9,691,154 households, totaling 52,488 souls. Historical records indicate that the census reached its zenith during this period. Overall, the Kaiyuan era stands as the pinnacle of prosperity in feudal society. Following this reflection, a vivid map of the Tang dynasty during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong emerges. Simultaneously, the bustling streets of the Grand Tang dynasty are depicted, with opulent carriages traversing the thoroughfares and merchants bustling about, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of gongs and drums. The faces of the common folk radiate with the warmth of contentment, enveloping the entire society in an aura of harmony. During the Kaiwang era of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian's lips curled in disdain. After all this time, he realized that many of Li Longji's policies were remnants of his own design, especially the thriving household registration system, which mirrored his own era. It seemed reminiscent of the flourishing Han dynasty. Lu Che had long awaited this moment, having anticipated the arrival of such a scene. The splendor of the Yongle era and the governance of the Jingnan period pale in comparison to the awe-inspiring imagery of the Kaiyuan era. What does the grandeur of the Kaiyuan era signify? Militarily, there was a unified front against foreign adversaries, while internal transport flourished. The citizens of the Tang could traverse any corner of the empire, communicating in a common tongue, sharing a collective identity, employing the same script, and aspiring towards identical goals. Was this not the ideal era he had always envisioned for the Han? Lu Che had devoted the might of his nation against the Xiongnu, yearning for a day when such scenes would grace the lands of China. The Han would thrive in peace, and the populace would no longer endure the relentless agony of warfare. At that moment, Wei Qin cautiously approached. "Your Majesty, why are you in tears?" Lu Che instinctively wiped his eyes, only to realize that tears had already streamed down his cheeks. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, startling Wei Qin. "Your Majesty, what is happening?" Lu Che, in the midst of his laughter, found himself crying once more. "I am simply overjoyed. One day, I shall witness the Han flourishing like the Kaiyuan era. I need your assistance." Wei Qin was taken aback. He had never witnessed such vulnerability from Lu Che. The fact that Lu Che sought his help was astounding. It demonstrated Lu Che's genuine desire to quell the Xiongnu threat, a goal that had once been Wei Qin's own ambition. Wei Qin knelt before Lu Che, declaring, "I shall wholeheartedly support you, assisting your Majesty in recreating a great enterprise." In the early Han dynasty, the roads throughout the realm were free from predators, and travel was effortless on auspicious days. For over a century, there were no calamities, and the harmony of governance flourished under the guidance of figures like Liu Bang. Liu Bang stood in astonishment. Could it truly be that in this world, everyone could live in abundance, understanding and abiding by the principles of propriety? Can this world truly be a realm of boundless connectivity, where all nations bow in submission? The vivid imagery of the prosperous Kaiyuan era has irrevocably reshaped Liu Bang's understanding. Zhu Di of the Ming dynasty remains silent, contemplating the achievements of Li Longji. In terms of territorial expansion, can indeed be likened to his own. However, in the realm of civil governance, he surpasses Zhu Di by an immeasurable margin. The mere ability to ensure that the populace enjoys a life of peace and abundance, with every household overflowing with surplus grain, is a feat that Zhu Di could not accomplish. The prolonged wars have imposed an overwhelming burden upon the common people. Thankfully, he has a commendable son who prevents the national treasury from being drained. During the reign of Wuda in the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, having remained in silence for a considerable time, finally mustered the confidence to stand tall before his father and elder brother, Li Jianqing. "Do you have anything to say regarding our descendant, Li Longji?" In response to Li Shimin's triumphant demeanor, Li Jianxing shot back with narrowed eyes. You have a wife named Wu Zetian, and your son also has a wife named Wu Zetian. Li Shimin was momentarily speechless, then retorted, but I have a great-grandson. Li Longji. Li Jianxing continued, you have a wife named Wu Zetian, and your son also has a wife named Wu Zetian. Enraged, Li Shimin exclaimed, that is all in the past. We are now in the prosperous Kaiyuan era, celebrating the achievements of my great-grandson, Li Longji. Faced with Li Shimin's outburst, Li Jianxing smirked and reiterated, you have a wife named Wu Zetian, and your son also has a wife named Wu Zetian. Defeated, Li Shimin conceded. Can we not mention this matter? Li Jianxing slowly uttered 2 words. Absolutely not. Moreover, De Lang is also a name you may address him by. Remember, from now on, he should be referred to as Big Brother. Li Shimin. During the Kaiyuan era of the Tang dynasty, countless subjects of the Tang gazed upon the celestial records with tears of gratitude. Oh sage, it is Li Longji who is their sage. Since his ascension to the throne, Li Longji has vigorously developed the military, allowing the people of Tang to once again stand tall. Simultaneously, the sage places great emphasis on the conduct of officials, ensuring they do not compete with the populace for profit. This has led to a flourishing of their livelihoods, inching closer to prosperity. Furthermore, the sage established academies, amassing a collection of over 50,000 volumes of ancient texts. The literati of the Tang era proclaimed that no collection rivaled that of the Kaiyuan. Additionally, the sage permitted the common folk to establish private schools, ensuring that even children living in remote valleys had access to education. Naturally, propriety became paramount, and during this period, the Kaiyuan era witnessed an abundance of poets and an overwhelming number of calligraphers, culminating in such a prosperous age. Thus, Li Longji is undoubtedly regarded as the sage in the eyes of the Tang populace. However, what flourishes must eventually decline. As societal stability ensued, Li Longji began to neglect governmental affairs, leading to the ascendancy of treacherous ministers within the court, while officials gradually succumbed to corruption. Li Longji appeared oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around him, indulging in a life of leisure and becoming a debonair sovereign. After the untimely demise of his beloved Wu Huifei, he felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Consequently, he forcibly took his son Li Zhao's wife as his concubine. Li Mao's wife is named Yang Yuhuan. Yang Yuhuan was a woman of celestial beauty. How beautiful was she! Another poet of the Tang dynasty, Li Bai, once penned 2 lines that eloquently depict Yang Guifei. Clouds evoke her garments, flowers her beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing, and dew thickens on the blossoms. Beholding the resplendence of the clouds evokes the opulent beauty of Yang Guifei's garments, while the brilliance of the peony blossoms brings to mind the radiant allure of her visage. Such beauty in one's embrace. Li Longji found himself utterly ensnared in the embrace of tender affection, spiraling into an irretrievable descent. During this period, the prosperous era of the Kaiyuan reign began to decline, as political corruption gradually took hold. Li Longji's son, Li Zhao, observed the contents of the list of laureates. He contemplated asking, Father, do you possess any sense of propriety? Yang Yuhuan is your daughter-in-law. How can you so casually speak of slumber? An additional fee is required. Li Longji is utterly immersed in a world shared only by the two of them. On the enchanting Qixi festival of the 10th year of the Tianbao era, he once stood side by side with the beloved concubine, invoking the legendary romance of the cowherd and the weaver girl to pledge their eternal union through countless generations. In this poignant moment and setting, a poet of later generations once inscribed a verse. On the night of July 7th at the Eternal Life Palace, when no one is present to whisper in the dark, in the heavens may we become birds that fly side by side. On earth may we be branches intertwined. The eternal span of heaven and earth may one day come to an end, yet this sorrow lingers on, unceasing and everlasting. Subsequently, Li Longji increasingly cherished his beloved concubine, going so far as to expend countless resources and manpower to urgently transport fresh lychees from Jingnan to Chongzhen, all in hopes of eliciting a smile from her. One must understand that the preservation of lychees is exceedingly challenging. The color fades within a day, the fragrance diminishes by the second day, and the flavor alters by the third. Transporting them over 5,000 miles from Jingnan to Chongzhen is nearly an insurmountable task. Yet, despite this, he nevertheless issued the imperial decree, mandate all roadside stations to exert their utmost efforts in supplying horses and boats for the transportation of lychees. Fortunately, after months of relentless effort, accompanied by numerous lives lost, hundreds of vessels, countless noble steeds, and an expenditure of tens of thousands of gold coins. We have successfully procured lychees for the beloved, albeit only a meager 2 small jars. Truly, one might say, a gallant steed gallops through the dust, while the concubine smiles. Unaware that lychees are arriving, at this moment, the scene on the golden list shifts to Jingnan. In the image, a slight figure alongside more than 10 companions embarks on a journey from Jingnan to Chongzhen to transport lychees. They ride swiftly, ceaselessly, day and night. Along the way, the common folk scarcely catch a glimpse of the horses. When one hears the sound of the gallant steeds galloping, turning back reveals only a swirling cloud of dust. Under such circumstances, countless horses perish along the route, and vast sums of gold and silver are expended. Even when a companion falls ill midway, there is no moment to delay, and they can only helplessly watch a precious life slip away. Ultimately, after traversing 5,400 li from the original 10 who set out from Jingnan, only the frail man remains upon reaching Chongzhen. He has sacrificed everything, losing family and friends, dedicating his life to delivering the lychees from Jingnan to the capital. Yet, the task of transporting lychees to the capital is not a singular endeavor. During the season of ripeness, fresh lychees must arrive daily. This scene renders the onlookers of the golden list silent. Subsequently, the heavens shift once more, and the scene transitions to the grand hall of the imperial palace in Chongzhen. Within the hall, Shi Huang, having finished her dance, takes a lychee freshly delivered from Jingnan, delicately plucking one and placing it into her tender mouth. The instant it enters, the flesh is crisp and sweet, with a honeyed fragrance that lingers delightfully in her mouth. Yang Guifei instantly turns and smiles. She is pleased, for what she savors is not merely the sweetness of the lychee, but also the unconditional affection from Emperor Lilongji of the Tang dynasty. Winning the heart of the beauty, Lilongji naturally feels satisfied. Chancellor Yang Guozhong is equally pleased, as are the officials of the Tang court. However, the common people are discontent. When the burden of transporting lychees falls upon an individual, it becomes a tremendous calamity. Alas, throughout history, heroes have often found it difficult to overcome the charms of beautiful women, which is truly lamentable. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin, having lived after the Tang era, is well acquainted with the love story of Lilongji and Yang Guifei. It is a tale that resonates deeply with them. Yet behind this touching narrative lies a tremendous price to pay. Transporting lychees from Jingnan to Chongzhen is nearly an impossible feat even during the flourishing Kaiyuan era. Accomplishing such a task is no easy endeavor, let alone compressing such a distant journey into mere days. From Zhao Kuangyin's perspective, Lilongji's actions exhibit an excessive indulgence towards Yang Yuan. The diligence of Lilongji in his early reign contrasts sharply with his later extravagance. Zhao Kuangyin cannot help but reflect on the transient nature of beauty in this world. A solitary rider, shrouded in dust, elicits laughter from the imperial consort, unbeknownst to anyone that lychees are en route. Thus begins the decline of a once mighty empire. Shi Huang, who had recently reveled in the grandeur of the prosperous Kaiyuan era, finds himself utterly astonished. What is this? How long has the Tang dynasty even basked in the glory of the Kaiyuan era? Has Lilongji already forsaken the kingdom for the allure of a beauty? After dedicating a lifetime to his ambitions, is this how he chooses to indulge? While enjoyment is indeed a pleasure, such extravagant indulgence is utterly reckless. Though I am an emperor, it does not imply that my coffers are inexhaustible. Shall we neglect the salaries of our employees? What of military expenditures? Should we disregard the maintenance of irrigation projects? Must we turn a blind eye to the calamities that befall our nation? With so many demands for funds, how can you, in your leisure, squander such vast resources merely to win a smile from a beauty by transporting lychees from Jingnan to Chongzhen? What is more outrageous is the expectation for them to arrive within mere days. By the heavens, I challenge you to ride a horse and see how long it takes you. Lilongji. Jingnan, after all, is a distant land, still referred to as Baiwei in our Qin territory. It would take months for our Qin army to traverse directly from Xianyang. How can one endure such a taxing journey back and forth? Shi Huang yearned to roar in frustration. If you truly find yourself with idle time, Lilongji, why not focus on repairing the Great Wall to the north? If you are so flush with funds, why not transfer some to me instead? I, Shi Huang, command wealth. In the realm of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Li Yuan perceives Lilongji's actions as somewhat excessive. In matters of courtship, he cannot help but mock the young prince for such extravagant expenditures. Never before has anyone dared to indulge so lavishly in pursuit of romance, not even this lecherous ancestor. The founding emperor of the Tang, Li Jianqing, observing the calm demeanor of Li Shimin, prods him gently. Erlang, are you not incensed by your great-grandson's reckless spinning and wooing a lady? Li Shimin chuckles, pride evident in his voice. Since ascending as the CEO of the Tang dynasty, my Longji has devoted himself earnestly. In just over a decade, he has propelled the empire's performance and profits to unprecedented heights. The wealth we accumulate is far beyond what can be spent. How much can one truly expend in courtship? Our Tang dynasty is affluent, overflowing with riches. Even if Li Longji showers gifts, would he dare to relinquish our empire? Li Jiansheng instinctively remarks. That remains uncertain. Have you forgotten your wife? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin immediately comprehends the impending words. His eyes widen, as if aflame, and he interjects without hesitation. Silence. Do you presume to speak to me in such a manner? Li Jianqing. During the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, at this moment, Li Shimin and his son Li Ji were engrossed in the live broadcast of the imperial examination results. Li Shimin watched with great interest. He found nothing amiss in Emperor Li Longji's extravagant affection for his beloved consort, Yang Guifei. After all, no one is perfect. Emperor Li Longji performed admirably in many respects. With that in mind, it would be unnecessary to impose further expectations upon him. An emperor, after all, is well aware that his harem is filled with countless beauties. It is indeed remarkable for Li Longji to hold such devotion for Yang Guifei. As for other emperors, are they not all great stallions? Even if one wishes to abstain from such pursuits, the ministers would certainly not share that inclination. Meanwhile, Li Ji cautiously stole a glance at Li Shimin's expression. Noticing the slight lift of his brows, he felt a measure of relief. Finally, he would not have to endure further chastisement. If the beatings continued, Li Ji would truly lose his reason. The tally of the examination results proceeded. Li Longji and his beloved concubine, Yang Yuhuan, were deeply in love. Every October, he would take his cherished companion to the hot springs of Lishan, indulging in their intimate world together. They frolicked and laughed in the hot springs, splashing about in joyous abandon. The pool was suffused with ethereal mist, resembling a paradisiacal haven. In the realm of the great Qin, Ing Zheng's heart brimmed with emotion. Was this couple indulging in a romantic bath at the site of his mausoleum? No. Who taught them to bathe in such a manner? The beauty of Yang Guifei is akin to that of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, a rare marvel that leaves Li Longji utterly entranced. In an instant, one could scarcely discern the present evening or the current year. Within the scene of the golden list, mist swirls, and a beauty appears both ethereal and elusive. The mere glance and smile of Yang Guifei can stir the hearts of countless men. This stirring is not solely the result of hormonal fervor, but rather, it engenders within each man's heart a profound sense of both pity and possessiveness. During the late Eastern Han dynasty, Cao Cao gazed upon the image depicted on the golden list, his eyes gleaming with fascination. He involuntarily remarked, even though we exist in different realms of time, I can immediately discern that this Yang Yuhuan possesses an enchanting allure. Observing the transcendent beauty of Yang Yuhuan, Cao Cao couldn't help but sigh heavenward, exclaiming, this woman surely belongs to the heavens. How rare it is to encounter such a presence on earth. In the era of the Great Tang, during the Wuda period, Li Yuan beheld Yang Yuhuan's beauty, his eyes shining with admiration. Goodness, Li Longji has an exceptional eye, exclaimed Li Shimin beside him, nodding in agreement. In his heart, he believed that at this moment, Yang Yuhuan surpassed even his younger brother Li Yuanji's wife, Yang Guimei, in beauty. She was the epitome of alluring grace, a true embodiment of charm. No wonder Li Longji would forsake morning court sessions, were he in Li Shimin's place. He too would find himself neglecting such duties for a time. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji revealed his own lascivious nature, fixating on the golden list with unwavering attention, nearly drooling with desire. It is no exaggeration to say that should Yang Yuhuan emerge from the golden list, Li Ji would undoubtedly be the first to rush toward her. Beside him, Wu Mainyang seethed with jealousy, her eyes radiating a murderous intent. Indeed, no man is without fault, as they seem to fall in love with every attractive woman they encounter, particularly the men of the Li family. From Li Yuan to Li Shimin, Li Ji, and Li Longji, who among them is not infatuated with beauty? Especially Li Ji. The tally of the golden list continues to unfold. At this very moment, a colossal conspiracy has shrouded the entire Tang dynasty, threatening to plunge it into an abyss from which there is no return. The individuals who personally ushered the Tang dynasty into the abyss are none other than Li Longji and his adopted son, in Lushan. The heir instantly became charged with tension. Ying Zheng, acutely aware of the formidable challenge of establishing a prosperous era, felt his deepest fears materialize. As an emperor, he understood that the creation of a flourishing age demands the harmonious convergence of favorable timing, advantageous geography, and the diligent efforts of an entire generation. In times of war, such prosperity is a rare gem, often eluding grasp for centuries. Yet, the annihilation of such an era is disconcertingly facile. A mere misjudgment in governance by those in power, or a single defeat in battle, can suffice to bring about ruin. In that moment, Ying Zheng's anxiety reached an unbearable peak. "Oh, Li, do not falter now." Meanwhile, during the reign of Wu Di in the Tang dynasty, the radiant smiles of Li Yuan and his son Li Shimin abruptly froze. They had long lost count of how many times they had witnessed the dismal reports regarding Li Longji. Apart from the unexpected delight of the Kaiyuan era, each subsequent announcement bore grim tidings. Who can endure such torment? They lamented, their patience wearing thin. At this juncture, the smiles of the father and son shifted towards Li Jiansheng, who stood nearby, relishing the unfolding drama. Ever since Li Shimin's ascension on the golden list, the crown prince position had become virtually assured for him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Li Jiansheng's resentment had grown more intense than that of a vengeful specter. However, he found himself powerless to challenge Li Shimin's dominance, resorting instead to subtle jabs at his brother when the opportunity arose. Yet, neither Li Yuan nor Li Shimin had the inclination to pay heed to Li Jiansheng's antics. Their attention was wholly captivated by the ominous phrase abyss inscribed in the heavens. The very use of such a term by the Golden List suggested that the situation in the Tang dynasty was precarious at best. Almost simultaneously, both father and son furrowed their brows, contemplating the emergence of a shared, dreadful reality. Could it be that our Tang is on the brink of demise? In the Han dynasty, Liu Bang felt a heavy weight settle upon his heart. Just moments ago, he was basking in the profound satisfaction brought forth by the flourishing Qiuan era. Yet, as the Golden List reached this juncture, panic seized him. Could it truly be that such a robust Tang could plunge into the abyss? During the Ming Hanwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed heavily and promptly established a new decree for his children. No future emperors of the Ming shall indulge in the pleasures of women. Any who do shall be subject to punishment by the ministers. Zhu Biao, perplexed, questioned, "Father, did you not feel a flush of embarrassment when enacting this decree? Perhaps you should first consider the number of sons you have." Zhu Di concurred. "Indeed, brother has a point." Zhu Yuanzhang. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di expressed a deep-seated lament for the glory of the Kaiyuan era. The rebellion of Lushan should not have persisted for years. Had Li Longji not executed Feng Changqing and Gao Xianji at such a critical moment, and Lushan would have never crossed Tongguan. Furthermore, even after the demise of Gao Xianji and Feng Changqing, the formidable Gu Shuhan could have held the pass, engaging the rebel forces in a war of attrition. Within 2 years, the insurgents would undoubtedly have faltered, collapsing in an instant. Regrettably, the aged Li Longji repeatedly made blunders, issuing numerous imperial edicts urging Gu Shuhan to lead hastily assembled militias out of Tongguan to confront the rebels in a desperate battle. Even Zhao Go remarked on the imprudence of such a decision. How could militia stand against the seasoned border troops? Alas, the vast expanse of the glorious Tang dynasty was squandered. Zhu Di pondered, wishing that Li Longji could have lived 20 years less. Yet, therein lies the allure of history. There are no what-ifs, only choices and outcomes. Countless examples of splendid dynasties meeting their demise throughout millennia serve as reminders. Thus, Zhu Di's life was a perilous balancing act. He feared that a significant misstep could doom the splendid landscapes of the Ming dynasty. Kublai Khan of the Yuan dynasty could not help but lament for the Tang. Among the various dynasties of China, only the Tang inspired his admiration. Regrettably, this Eastern lion's glory began to wane from that point onward. The Kangxi emperor of the Qing dynasty scrutinized the imperial list with unwavering focus. Although he had encountered the tales of the Tang's Kaiyuan prosperity countless times in history books, none could compare to the authenticity portrayed in the list, making him feel as if he had lived through those decades himself. This brought him an unparalleled experience. The Qianlong emperor, known as the Tenfold Elder, had long awaited this moment. He could not suppress a mocking smile as he gazed upon the imperial list. Chinese emperors often faltered, yet he was different. His life was marked by achievements. He quelled the rebellions in Xinjiang and refined the governance of Tibet, expanding the Qing Empire to unprecedented heights. One could assert that his life bore no blemishes whatsoever. This alone was something successive emperors of China could not overlook. He wished to express to his fellow emperors, "Do you understand the value of being the tenfold elder?" The recounting continued, and an image of a stout and rotund man appeared on the list. This figure was none other than Lushan, grotesquely unattractive, with a belly that protruded as if carrying the weight of 10 months of gestation. From a distance, he resembled Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West. Shortly thereafter, the narrative of the imperial list commenced. Lushan was born in the 3rd year of Empress Wu Zetian's reign in Chongzhen. His father was a descendant of the Hu people from the western region of the Kong Kingdom, while his mother was a shaman of the Turks. She named him after the war deity Yang Mountain due to her prayers for his birth. Later, after remarrying a Turk named Jingnan, he adopted the surname and changed his name to Lushan. When it comes to Lushan, the chronicles of his rise to prominence are anything but ordinary. Lushan is proficient in 6 languages. Logically, such a talent should hold a position as a diplomat in the imperial court, without any recommendations. Lushan could only take advantage of his youth to engage in the trade of goods along the borders of the Tang dynasty. It has been demonstrated that relinquishing his advantages as a translator was an unwise decision. His business acumen is rather limited, and until the age of 30, he could barely make ends meet, let alone amass wealth. By the 20th year of the Kaiyuan era, Lushan, now in his 30s, found himself mired in confusion and chaos. Perhaps driven by an overwhelming desire for wealth, he became blinded by greed. In the course of his sheep trading, he intentionally shortchanged his customers, only to be exposed and subsequently brought before the court on charges of fraud. At that time, the local official Zhang Shogui intended to bludgeon him to death. However, upon observing his robust physique, which seemed well-suited for military service, he decided to retain him by his side as a personal guard. Lushan thus embarked on his journey of resurgence. It has been proven that while he lacked acumen in commerce, he was a remarkable genius in the art of warfare. In the early stages of his enlistment, he sailed smoothly through the ranks, achieving remarkable feats for the Tang dynasty. However, it has been demonstrated that the goddess of fortune never bestows her favor upon a single individual. In the 24th year of the Kaiyuan era, after Lushan was appointed as the pacification envoy of Pinglu, he launched an expedition against the Khitan and the Shi tribes. His years of military achievements had rendered him arrogant, thus it was no surprise that he returned from this campaign in a dismal defeat. According to custom, Lushan must be executed. However, Zhang Shogui, recognizing his valor, could not bring himself to execute him so mercilessly. Thus, he had him dispatched to the eastern capital, Luoyang, leaving his fate to the discretion of the court. At that time, Prime Minister Zhang Jiuling of the Tang dynasty, perceiving the unseemly countenance of Lushan, deemed him unworthy of trust and earnestly urged Emperor Lilongji to execute Lushan. Consequently, Lilongji not only refrained from executing Lushan, but instead elevated his official rank. His intention was to emulate Emperor Taizong, wishing to demonstrate to the world that he, Lilongji, possessed the capacity for magnanimity, and that the Tang dynasty was an empire capable of embracing talent. During the Tang dynasty, regardless of one's ethnicity, anyone who rendered significant contributions to the empire could attain notable recognition and be entrusted with important responsibilities. This endeavor proved remarkably effective, leading to a succession of nomadic leaders within the Tang military who achieved extraordinary feats and caused considerable distress among neighboring powers. Upon witnessing the visage of Lushan, Ingzheng was taken aback. "What on earth is this?" It startled me. With a countenance reminiscent of a donkey, it is no wonder that Prime Minister Zhang Jiuling remarked that he appeared to be no good. This was undoubtedly the embodiment of a villain. "Oldly, you must heed my counsel. You must find your way back." During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang, the poet Du Fu gazed upon the golden list, and a profound, earth-shattering sense of tragic emotion surged within him. He could hardly fathom that the Lushan rebellion, instigated by Lushan, would mark the demise of the Tang's golden age. In his heart, the Tang was an invincible dynasty, capable of standing atop the world. A resplendent era where the gates of heaven opened to welcome all nations in homage to its grandeur. It was a Tang where valiant generals guarded the realm, preventing foreign hordes from crossing the Yin Mountains. Regarding this unforeseen rebellion, Du Fu shared the sentiments of the majority of the populace. With the prowess of the Tang's soldiers, he believed that the nomadic warriors following Lushan would be swiftly subdued. No force could hope to shake the foundations of the Tang dynasty. To the thriving Tang, These insurgents were but inconspicuous grains of sand in the vast sea. Despite in Lushan's fierce onslaught, which soon crossed the Yellow River, the citizens of Chong'an, including Du Fu, still felt the war was distant from their lives. It was only when the emperor fled and Chong'an fell that the nation was engulfed in shock. Subsequently, the people made a decision that diverged from that of the emperor. The sage who had forged a prosperous Tang for all had grown old and feeble. But what of it? Were the common folk of the Tang to remain passive? Today, we must safeguard the illustrious Tang that once bestowed upon us immense glory with our own hands. Du Fu's choice mirrored that of the majority. The emperor had fled, but the common people could not retreat any longer. We must unite spontaneously to resist the insurgents. This Tang belongs to the emperor. Yet it is equally the Tang of its citizens, and we shall not allow anyone to trample upon it without consequence. However, contrary to their intentions, their fervor did not translate into victory. Countless lives were lost among the populace, and even Du Fu himself was captured by the rebels, regaining his freedom only a year later. In the aftermath, the actions of Emperor Suzong deeply wounded the hearts of the Tang's people. This Tang was no longer the Tang they once revered. From that moment onward, and Lushan felt immense gratitude for Li Longji's recognition and became a trusted confidant of the emperor, emerging as a prominent figure within the Tang dynasty. As the narrative unfolds, a scene materializes. In this tableau, and Lushan enters the palace to pay his respects to Li Longji, with the crown prince also present, however. And Lushan kneels solely before Li Longji. Discontent arises among the courtiers at Lushan's apparent disregard for the crown prince, prompting one to chastise him. He promptly feigned ignorance, adopting a naive tone, and remarked, "I am but a barbarian and know nothing of the customs of the Central Plains. I am unaware of what position the crown prince holds. Is he perhaps greater than the emperor?" Li Longji, amused by his innocent demeanor, found it intriguing and believed him to be genuinely oblivious to court etiquette. He chuckled and explained, "The crown prince is the future emperor of the Tang dynasty. After my reign, this vast empire will belong to him." And Lushan feigned ignorance, retorting, "I have never heard of such a thing. I have always known only your majesty and was unaware of the crown prince's existence." Only then did Lushan reluctantly incline his body to offer a bow to the crown prince. Observing Lushan's guileless behavior, Li Longji grew even more convinced of the man's lack of ulterior motives, deepening his trust in him. And Lushan is exceptionally adept at navigating social relationships. Indeed, it is evident to all that Lushan is ingratiating himself with Li Longji. Yet, no one is willing to expose the truth, for most of those present have previously accepted the silencing bribe from Lushan. For Li Longji, it was truly remarkable that Lushan would go so far as to offend a future emperor merely to curry favor with him. This act effectively severed his own retreat, rendering his loyalty exceedingly precious. After the performance, the ministers received silver from Lushan, who in turn was rewarded by Li Longji. Much to the latter's delight at Lushan's loyalty, everyone was in high spirits, and no one dared to voice any dissent. Liu Bang of the Han dynasty was left speechless. What is this? How could such childish tricks from Lushan deceive an emperor of the Tang dynasty? The most perplexing part was that Li Longji, at this moment, regarded Lushan as rather simple-minded. Liu Bang felt compelled to ask, who among the two is truly simple-minded? And Lushan was in his 30s or 40s, old enough to be a grandfather, surely not naive. Surely, anyone not foolish would understand the significance of the crown prince. There were two players, one daring to speak, the other daring to believe. In this moment, Liu Bang could not reconcile the incompetent Li Longji with the same emperor who once crafted the prosperous Kaiyuan era. Are they truly the same individual? Could he have been possessed? During the Tianbao era of the Tang dynasty, and Lushan himself perused the contents of the golden list. He chuckled. Li Longji was increasingly aged and foolish, the court was rife with treacherous ministers, and the central army's combat effectiveness was crumbling. His ascension to replace the emperor of the Tang dynasty was imminent. The tally of events continued to unfold. Subsequently, Lushan transformed into a seasoned sycophant, willing to ingratiate himself in any manner to please Li Longji, sparing even the illustrious Yang Guifei from his obsequiousness. In order to please Li Longji, Lushan adopted Yang Guifei as his foster mother, addressing her as dear mother each time he entered the court. Despite the fact that Lushan is 16 years older than Yang Guifei, Liu Bang of the Han dynasty could hardly fathom such a scene. It is quite an eyesore. This portly man is indeed 16 years senior to Yang Guifei. To say the least, and Lushan could easily be Yang Guifei's father. He even audaciously acknowledged a foster mother, showcasing an extraordinary lack of shame. Subsequently, every time Lushan paid his respects, he would first kneel before the beloved consort, followed by bowing to Li Longji. The Tang Emperor thus concludes the esteemed record. And Lushan, as an employee, possesses exceptional abilities, knows how to win the favor of his superiors, and demonstrates unwavering loyalty. These attributes undoubtedly enhance his merit. No leader would refuse such a subordinate. This is no ordinary subordinate, but rather the dreamlike beloved from the poetry of Wang Wei. Thus, thereafter, Lushan's ascent within the ranks of the Tang dynasty's officialdom became increasingly effortless. In the 28th year of the Kaiyuan era, Lushan was promoted to the position of military commissioner of Pinglu. In the first year of the Tianbao era, Lushan was promoted to the position of governor of Pinglu. In the third year of the Tianbao era, Lushan concurrently held the position of governor of Fan'an. At this juncture, Lushan's path to promotion was entirely reliant on the favor of Prime Minister Li Linfu. Just as Li Linfu had the power to elevate him, he also possessed the capacity to dismiss him. Thus, Lushan perpetually existed in the shadow of Li Linfu. Despite being suppressed, Lushan's power continued to flourish, as he held the esteemed positions of military governor over Hedong, Fanyang, and Pinglu. Furthermore, he was conferred the titles of Upper Column State, Duke of Luqing, and Prince of Dongping, truly basking in the zenith of his glory. Regrettably, human desires are perpetually insatiable. As Lushan's power and status approached their zenith, he became discontent with merely being a laborer. Thus, his ample belly could no longer accommodate any loyalty to the Son of Heaven of the Tang dynasty. Rather, it embodies the wolfish ambition that seeks to usurp the dominion of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, Li Yuan and his son Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty held their breath. Alas, it is doomed, and Lushan is poised to rebel. After conceiving the idea of entrepreneurship, Lushan secretly gathered over 8,000 warriors from the Xian, Khitan, and Tongluo tribes, forming his own foundation for his ambitious venture. Simultaneously, he replaced most of the Tang generals under his command with individuals of Hu descent in order to achieve complete dominion over the northern territories of the Tang dynasty. To this, Li Longji remained utterly oblivious. Alternatively, it can be said that out of his trust in Lushan, Li Longji allowed these events to transpire. Believing that Lushan had been enlightened by the culture of the Tang dynasty and had become a loyal minister of the Great Tang. At this opportune moment, a development unfolded within the grand court of the Tang dynasty that further exhilarated Lushan. The long-standing adversary of this formidable general, Prime Minister Li Linfu, had passed away. The newly appointed Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty, Yang Guizhong, ascended to his position through the influence of his sister, the beloved Yang Guifei, rather than possessing formidable abilities. Thus, he lacks the strength to suppress Lushan. At this moment, Lushan's influence within the Tang dynasty was subtly beginning to overshadow that of the Chancellor Yang Guizhong. In his desperate attempt to consolidate his position as Chancellor, Yang Guizhong resorted to reckless measures, astonishingly choosing to wage war against the Nanzhao kingdom as a means to fortify his authority. Under his command, over 100,000 Tang soldiers ventured deep into Nanzhao, most perishing in the marshy forests, ultimately returning empty-handed. The recent conflict against Nanzhao resulted in tens of thousands of casualties among the Tang forces, leaving a profound impact on the borders of the Tang dynasty. Yang Guizhong, fearing retribution that could jeopardize his standing, concealed his failures and refrained from reporting them. The catastrophic defeat of the Tang army, in his words, transformed into a resounding victory. At this moment, Li Longji did not inquire about any details of the battle, but simply took Yang Guizhong's words at face value. The undeniable reality of the Tang army's defeat by the Nanzhao not only exposed Lushan to the faltering strength of the central forces of the Tang dynasty, but also unveiled the incompetence of Li Longji in his twilight years, alongside the prevailing turmoil within the court. Thus, Lushan promptly accelerated the pace of his entrepreneurial endeavors. At this juncture, Yang Guizhong found himself devoid of any power to counteract Lushan, and fearing that Lushan would threaten his position as chancellor. He thus reported to Li Longji that Lushan was destined to rebel. At this juncture, the venerable Li Longji had approached the age of 70, rendering him exceedingly foolish. Despite numerous individuals presenting to him the various actions of Lushan as indicative of treasonous intent, he remained resolutely unconvinced that Lushan would ever conspire against him. He firmly believed in the bond of loyalty shared between himself and Lushan, harboring doubts that the latter would ever betray the Tang dynasty. Li Longji's obstinacy left others feeling utterly helpless. The chancellor, Yang Guozhong, advised him to issue an edict summoning An Lushan to court, suggesting that if An Lushan failed to comply, it would indicate his treachery. In the hearts of Yang Guozhong and the ministers, An Lushan would undoubtedly not dare to approach. However, An Lushan not only arrived, but did so with unwavering haste, traveling through the night. Within the scene of the Golden List, the dialogue between An Lushan and Li Longji re-emerged. Upon entering the palace, An Lushan's first act was to lament to Li Longji, saying, "I am but a human, favored by your majesty, elevated to a high position, yet envied by Yang Guozhong, who seeks to conspire against me. My life hangs by a thread." Witnessing the robust An Lushan, weighing 200 to 300 jin, weeping like a child, with tears and snot flowing, Li Longji found it increasingly difficult to believe that such a man could harbor treasonous intentions. Thus, with a sense of guilt, Li Longji bestowed jewels upon An Lushan before allowing him to return to the frontier. After Li Longji's probing, An Lushan was completely resolved to rebel and establish his own enterprise. He was no longer willing to live under the patronage of others. He swiftly traversed the distance of 300 to 400 miles a day, making his way back to his hometown of Fanyang. Despite An Lushan's peculiar behavior, Li Longji once again chose to turn a blind eye. The words on the Golden List paused momentarily, revealing the scene of An Lushan's uprising in Fanyang. Before continuing their enumeration, at last, in the 11th month of the 14th year of the Tianbao era, the Ungshi rebellion, instigated by An Lushan, erupted. An Lushan summoned his generals and proclaimed to the Tang army stationed in the 3 northern towns that he was acting upon a secret edict from Li Longji, mobilizing troops to enter the capital and punish the treacherous minister Yang Guozhong. Simultaneously, An Lushan assembled his private army, comprising troops from the Luo, Shi, and Khitan tribes, along with the elite forces of the 3 northern garrisons, totaling a formidable contingent of 150,000 soldiers, to march southward in a grand offensive. Wherever it arrives, it is akin to a demon descending upon the earth, plundering the surroundings to the very last. During that period, the Tang dynasty enjoyed several decades of peace, and the common folk had not experienced the ravages of war for generations. Thus, when they suddenly heard the news of the Tang army's southward advance from Fanyang, they were left astonished and speechless. Moreover, the Tang army led by An Lushan in the northern territories possesses a formidable strength that is truly terrifying. With an almost unmatched force, they plundered the northern regions of the Tang dynasty. North of the Yellow River, the defenses along the route have repeatedly sounded alarms. The ministers have continuously reported that An Lushan is plotting rebellion, asserting that he has already launched attacks in Hebei. Upon hearing the news, Li Longji's demeanor remained unchanged. Once again, one must wonder who is covertly reporting on An Lushan. Over the years, numerous voices have proclaimed the insurrection of An Lushan. Yet each time such claims have proven to be mere fabrications and alarmist rhetoric. Li Longji likewise believed that this was surely another instance of the boy who cried wolf. The citizens of the Tang dynasty, immersed in the flourishing Kaiyuan era, could hardly fathom the scene presented on the Golden List. How could it be? How could our valiant soldiers turn their blades against their own kin? They were utterly perplexed. Even if An Lushan had revolted, how could over 100,000 Tang troops join him in rebellion? Simultaneously, the ministers from the Tianbao era, upon witnessing the contents of the Golden List, were engulfed by a wave of sorrow. How pitiful it was for our innocent citizens to suffer the ravages of war. Over the years, numerous voices had implored the sage, warning him of An Lushan's inevitable treachery. Yet, the sage remained obstinately deaf to their counsel, stubborn as a mule. How could he be so utterly foolish? An Lushan had already reached Hebei, and still, the sage refused to believe, suspecting instead that the ministers were merely slandering An Lushan. At that moment, many officials wished to voice their frustrations. What would it take for you to acknowledge that An Lushan had truly rebelled? Must we await the moment he places a dagger to your throat before you accept the truth? In the midst of the martial virtue of the Tang, Li Yuan's face turned a shade of green. He bellowed at Li Shimin, Li Heir, look at what your descendants have become. Li Longji, who had reigned as emperor for decades, lacked an intelligence network of his own. It was one thing for him to remain unaware of Yang Guozhong's disastrous defeat of over 100,000 troops in Nanzhao, but now that An Lushan was nearing Chongzhen, how could he still be ignorant? Fine, you remain oblivious, yet the ministers openly declare, An Lushan has rebelled. And what is the result? Li Longji still refuses to believe, thinking instead that the court officials are conspiring against An Lushan. For heaven's sake, Does he not see what An Lushan looks like? Could he possibly be a good person? The rage consumes me. How could such a wise ruler become so foolish in his old age? Li Yuan's eyes blazed with fury, and his speech faltered under the weight of his wrath. Meanwhile, Li Shimin found himself retreating from the spittle of Li Yuan, unable to muster a single retort. His own heart was heavy with resignation. How is it that I, Li Heir, am so sagacious, yet none of my descendants can be relied upon? During the Jingnan era, Li Ji felt an ominous premonition arise within him as he witnessed the outbreak of the Insha rebellion. He hastily glanced toward his father, and indeed, Li Shimin's countenance was dark as night. A pang of dread struck Li Ji's heart. Father, please remain rational. Surely, the burden of Li Longji's failures cannot fall upon my shoulders. Although I am several generations removed from Li Longji, it hardly seems to make a difference. This is disastrous. I fear I am doomed. As soon as Li Ji contemplated this, Li Shimin had already directed his gaze towards him, a gentle smile gracing his face. You desire me to be rational? He said, approaching Li Ji with a smile, wielding a stick in his hand, and occasionally brandishing it through the air, producing a whooshing sound. Instinctively, Li Ji trembled, a pang of pain beginning to throb in his posterior. Almost in a pleading tone, he beseeched Li Shimin, Father, I have borne the burdens of Wu Zetian's reign. I should not be held accountable for Li Longji's transgressions. Please, spare the child from further punishment. Li Shimin let out a grunt, charging towards Li Ji with fervor. Ada. Soon after, the haunting wails of Li Ji echoed once more within the grand halls of Daming Palace. During the prosperous era of the Tang dynasty, while Li Longji was immersed in tender moments with young Gu Fei, he was suddenly struck with shock upon reading the contents of the imperial edict. His foot slipped, and he fell directly into the embrace of the beloved consort. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate the turmoil of fear and anger within. He could only murmur, rebellion. And Lushan has truly rebelled. How could this happen? How could he betray me when I have treated him so well? This revelation struck Li Longji with overwhelming force, rendering him momentarily incapable of comprehension. In the Qing dynasty, Kangxi understood that from the instant An Lushan rose in rebellion, the outcome was already sealed. The northern tribes, known for their fierce and warlike nature, possessed both strengths and weaknesses. Yet, mere belligerence could not sustain them indefinitely. Should the Manchus continue to emulate the barbarous ways of the northern tribes, they would remain forever as a nomadic people. Hence, their ancestor Nurhasai preserved the martial spirit of the nomads while embracing the culture of the Han. By harmonizing the two, the Manchus ascended to a position of dominance in the world, victorious in every battle and invincible in all endeavors. Thus, Kangxi held a deep appreciation for Han culture, albeit with the exception of the Han literati, whom he regarded with disdain. Their sycophantic tendencies were of no worth, and at times, they would even engage in fierce disputes over the title of the most obsequious, a behavior that was utterly perplexing. Compared to the Song and Ming dynasties, the scholars of the Qing era exhibited the least integrity. In the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, upon witnessing Li Longji's stubbornness, let out a cold snort. Li Longji, how naive you are to believe you can enlighten the foreign barbarians. If these savages could be swayed, would the Song have faced annihilation? For centuries, the Song dynasty exhausted its resources to aid these northern states, only to receive humiliation in return, the disgrace of Jingnan and the fall of the nation. For these barbarians, there exists no alternative but to subdue them by force. It is utterly futile to hope for their reformation. The marauders of the grasslands have been subjected to sinicization for nearly a century on Chinese soil. Have they truly embraced the nuances of etiquette and hierarchy? Did not the founding ancestor, Kublai Khan, seize the throne with the substantial assistance of the Han people? Yet, deep within, they have never regarded China as their true home. They perpetrate wanton destruction and pillage against the common folk. As for the land, they show no inclination to manage it. Lamentably, my fertile homeland is treated by them as mere grazing grounds. Even upon ascending as rulers of an empire, their intrinsic nature remains steeped in violence. They still believe that brutality can tame all in this world. Zhu Yuanzhang, having personally endured the tyranny of the Yuan, possesses profound insight into the violent inclinations of these people. They are but a horde obsessed with possession and plunder. Zhu Yuanzhang finds it perplexing to comprehend Li Longji's current mindset. How can a sovereign, who experienced such myriad adversities in his youth, harbor such foolish hopes? The Song dynasty. Achio, Achio. Zhao Kuangyin sneezed several times in succession. Instinctively, he remarked, Alas, is someone discussing me? Why would they discuss me? Is not Li Longji the protagonist of today? The examination of the Golden List continues. At this moment, urgent battle reports from the various prefectures and counties of Hebei and Hunan arrived in a flurry, like snowflakes, into the hands of Li Longji. One after another, the contents remain the same, and Lushan has rebelled. Surely not all officials of the Tang dynasty could be at odds with Lushan. At this moment, Li Longji recognized the gravity of the situation and finally regained his clarity. Yet he simply could not comprehend why Lushan would instigate a rebellion. Once, he bestowed upon Lushan unparalleled trust and favor. Yet, how is it that such a result ensued? No one can answer Li Longji's question. In this moment, Li Longji was engulfed by profound disappointment, fear, and the seething anger of betrayal within his heart. To this day, the vivid recollections of the moments shared between him and Lushan, where their bond flourished, continue to manifest in his mind. Serving as a poignant mockery of his later years marked by folly, Li Longji resolved to personally send Lushan to hell. In the scene depicted on the Golden List, after Lushan's rebellion had become an undeniable reality, Li Longji inquired of his ministers, "Who among you dares to quell this insurrection?" Yet, the court of the great Tang dynasty echoed solely with the voice of Li Longji himself. When did the once vibrant court of the Tang become so eerily silent? Those ministers, who were usually so verbose and eloquent, now stood mute as if struck dumb. As Li Longji surveyed the assembly, he was met with sycophants, none of whom could rival Lushan. A cold sweat broke out upon him, and he collapsed back onto his dragon throne, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of despondency, his body trembling uncontrollably. When had his once mighty Tang court descended into such a state? Indeed, when did it begin? He recalled that he had scarcely attended to state affairs for over a decade. In that moment, he was no longer the exalted emperor of the Tang dynasty, but rather resembled a helpless, solitary elder. Just as Li Longji was engulfed in profound self-reproach, a voice, tinged with an accent, resonated throughout the court. "I, Minister Qin, am willing to venture forth and vanquish the traitor." Though no image of Qin could be found, the old Tang records describe him as thin, with squinty eyes, short stature, and a limp, indicating his frail, diminutive, and impaired form. Immediately, the image of Qin materialized on the Golden List. Within his slight frame resided immense potential. The martial spirit of the Tang, embodied by Li Yuan, finally found release as he unclenched his tightly held fist. Qin, what a splendid name. Indeed, our Tang dynasty is not devoid of loyal subjects. Li Shimin, standing nearby, remained utterly unfazed. After all, they were merely rebels. The Tang dynasty has never lacked insurrectionists. Such matters are trifling for him. With the formidable might of the Tang army, suppressing the insurgents would be but a fleeting moment. What tempest could they possibly stir? Though the rebels charged with ferocity, the Tang dynasty possesses the advantage of time, terrain, and popular support. In this battle, even with eyes closed, defeat is inconceivable. The advantage lies with us. As a subject of the Qin, I, Qin, am willing to quell the traitors. Ha! What a noble intention to root out the villains. Shi Huang stood, hands clasped behind his back, braving the cold wind. His eyes fixated on the contents of the heavenly scroll. His emotions remained tumultuous. Our China has never lacked loyal ministers. What is lacking is a sagacious ruler. At this moment, however, Li Longji can hardly be deemed a wise sovereign. The Han dynasty's Emperor Wu, Lu Che, rose excitedly. After holding back for so long, his emotions ignited at this moment. What a remarkable Qin. While the court trembles with timidity, allow me to march forth to quell the rebellion. The Song dynasty's Zhao Kuangyin sighed deeply. Alas, a valiant general like Qin, who fought for half a lifetime as an ordinary man to attain the position of Anshi Jidushi, is now on the brink of vanishing in an instant. This Li Longji's micromanaging skills are no less than those of Zhu Yunjian. Can't you entrust professional matters to those with expertise? What folly is this? Have you ever fought in a war? Zhao Kuangyin could not help but voice his disdain. The Ming dynasty's Zhu Yuanzhang was rendered speechless. After neglecting state affairs for over a decade, you, Li Longji, are indeed an extraordinary figure. What emperor can compare to your indifference? Zhu Yuanzhang felt quite satisfied with his own diligence. Furthermore, during the assessment of the fourth prince, the latter's performance also pleased him greatly. He hoped that in the future, his Ming dynasty would not see emperors who disregard governance for years on end. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to high blood pressure. Meanwhile, the examination of the texts continued. Simultaneously, the imagery on the heavenly scroll zoomed in on the Tang court. The voice, though somewhat awkward, resounded powerfully, unmistakably belonging to a seasoned military man. A glimmer of light rekindled in Li Longji's eyes as he turned toward the source of the voice. It was a man of average stature, even afflicted with a leg ailment. Feng Changqing, Li Longji recognized him. The Anshi Jidushi had long governed the western regions, renowned for his bravery and martial prowess, and the conditions in the western territories were even harsher than in the northern frontiers. Thus, Feng Changqing's military capabilities surely rivaled those of An Lushan. One Feng Changqing eclipses the entire court. In Feng Changqing, Li Longji seemed to glimpse the reflection of his own past self. Indeed, the Tang army should embody such spirited vigor. Li Longji has regained his confidence. Li Longji appointed Feng Changqing to replace An Lushan as the newly appointed governor of Fanyang and Pinglu, instructing him to promptly proceed to Luoyang to recruit troops to defend against the enemy. Meanwhile, Li Longji appointed Guizi as the military governor of Shuafang, encircling the rebellious forces with a strategic maneuver. At this moment in Hunan, Li Longji established 3 lines of defense. The 13 commanderies, including Qinlu, established the initial line of defense against the insurgents, with the aim of decelerating the advance of the rebels to the south, thereby affording ample time for Feng Changqing to fortify Luoyang. Feng Changqing will recruit soldiers locally in Luoyang, establishing the second line of defense at the eastern capital of Luoyang, which will also serve as the main force in countering the rebellious troops. Meanwhile, under the imperial decree of Li Longji, General Gao Xinji of the right Jinwu commanded an army of 50,000 to guard the Shan Commandery as the third line of defense. The 3 lines of defense resonate with one another, providing mutual support. Having accomplished all of this, Li Longji finally breathed a sigh of relief. There still existed valiant warriors within the Tang dynasty. Despite facing the rebels, there is no guarantee of victory. However, Li Longji still believed that the 3 defensive strategies he devised were relatively sound. With the formidable military might of the Tang dynasty, it should suffice to counter the rebel forces. In the grand hall of the Tang court, the atmosphere was tense as Li Longji meticulously strategized, drawing Shi Huang into his contemplations, his spirits becoming increasingly taut. These 3 lines of defense appeared impenetrable, yet they were situated on flat plains. Could they truly be held? Li Yuan remained fixated on the golden list, his brow furrowed deeply. Defending Hunan and Luoyang did not seem to be the wisest choice. Erlang, what is your opinion? He inquired of Li Shimin. Rarely did Li Shimin display such gravity. He spoke slowly, his voice heavy with concern. This is dire. We should not defend Hunan. It is a vast plain with no natural fortifications. The ideal strategy would be to defend Tongguan. By holding Tongguan, we can wear down the rebels' morale and seize the opportunity to strike decisively. Upon hearing Li Shimin's analysis, Li Yuan grew increasingly anxious. Li Shimin continued. If it were our elite forces, the outcome would be the same whether we defended Luoyang or Tongguan. However, with hastily recruited militia, holding Luoyang would be incredibly challenging. The combat strength of the Anbei army is no trifling matter. This battle will not be easy. Li Yuan inhaled sharply, realizing that even Erlang lacked confidence. Could Feng Changqing hold Luoyang? In the Ming dynasty during the Yongle reign, Zhu Di's brow furrowed as well. We should safeguard Chong'an and engage the rebels in a protracted struggle. The Li Longji of that era and the Tang troops could scarcely have anticipated the formidable strength of An Lushan's Anbei army. Erroneous predictions inevitably lead to disastrous outcomes. The review of the Golden List continued, revealing scenes from the battlefield in Hunan. In the heavens above, the Tang forces of the northern front, led by An Lushan, surged forth with overwhelming might, their military demeanor strikingly impressive. Once, these soldiers had united against external threats. It is regrettable that Li Longji underestimated the frontier troops while overestimating the central army and the hastily assembled militia. The combat capabilities of the frontier forces could not possibly be compared to those of the central army and militia. This seemingly reliable triple-layered defense plan was effortlessly shattered by An Lushan. On the 2nd of December, the formidable army of An Lushan effortlessly crossed the Yellow River and, on the same day, besieged Lingchong County with remarkable ease. The prefect of Qinlu, aware of the futility of resistance, swiftly opened the gates and surrendered the city, allowing the rebel forces to seize control of Qinlu, marking the collapse of the first line of defense. In stark contrast, The Tang Central Army stationed in Shanlu and surrounding counties appeared to be significantly diminished in morale and strength. On December 8th, Lushan advanced westward with an unstoppable momentum, swiftly capturing cities such as Xingyang. Located a mere 100 miles from Luoyang, the next target of the rebel forces was the eastern capital, Luoyang. At this moment, Feng Chongqing has swiftly completed the recruitment of troops and stationed himself at Hulaguan, taking a strategic position to defend the pass. The Central Army has not encountered battle for a considerable time, and its combat effectiveness has regrettably diminished to an alarming degree. The tens of thousands he hastily recruited were largely untrained laborers who received minimal training after their enlistment. To exaggerate, these militiamen could scarcely comprehend military orders. Thus, in the initial clash between the two parties, without any unforeseen circumstances, Feng Chongqing's forces suffered a complete rout, unable to hold the Tiger Lock Pass. The scene depicted by Jingnan shifted once more. Confronted with the rebels' charge, the defense formed by the militia and the Central Army resembled a fragile sheet of paper, easily pierced open. Consequently, Feng Chongqing's troops collapsed entirely, fleeing in disarray across the entire front. Feng Chongqing is no ordinary individual. He swiftly altered his strategy, gathering remnants along the way while engaging in a tactical retreat. Although he faced consecutive defeats, he nonetheless impeded the advance of the rebel forces to the south. Soon, Feng Chongqing realized that the surrounding areas of Luoyang had been thoroughly ravaged by the rebel forces, leaving Luoyang on the verge of becoming an isolated fortress. There is no alternative. If we wish to avoid a desperate struggle, we must relinquish Luoyang and lead our main forces to retreat and take refuge at Tongguan. Before departing, Feng Chongqing incinerated all military supplies that could not be taken along, leaving the insurgents devoid of any resources, and led the remaining Central Army in a swift march towards Chongzhen. From this moment onward, the second line of defense, with Luoyang at its forefront, has utterly collapsed. The first two lines of defense were breached in merely 10 days by Lushan. On the 12th day of December, the rebel forces led by Lushan stormed into Luoyang, indulging in rampant destruction and plunder. At this juncture, a dialogue unfolded between Feng Chongqing and Gao Xianji. Feng Chongqing retreated to Chongzhen and earnestly reported the strength of the rebel army to Vice Marshal Gao Xianji. The rebels, having fought fiercely for several days, were an unstoppable force, and confronting them head-on was utterly inadvisable. Furthermore, with no troops stationed in Chongzhen, should the rebels abandon their assault on Henan and make a beeline for Chang'an, the capital would be in grave peril. Thus, we ought to relinquish Henan and retreat to Tongguan, safeguarding the capital above all else. Given the camaraderie between Gao Xianji and Feng Chongqing, coupled with the pressing urgency of the situation, Gao Xianji heeded Feng Chongqing's counsel, forsaking Chongzhen and hastily retreating to protect Tongguan. From a strategic standpoint, their decision was sound. With no fortifications left in Henan, if the rebels breached Tongguan, the court would find itself in a dire predicament. In the midst of the disastrous outcome for the Tang army, Li Shimin found a sense of relief, recognizing that the most perilous moment had passed. At this juncture, one must not concern themselves with the loss of a city. It is imperative to consider the broader picture and allow the rebels to gradually exhaust themselves. Tongguan is indeed a formidable stronghold. Even Li Yuan, standing nearby, felt reassured, for he understood well the difficulties of breaching Tongguan. Defeat was inconsequential. As long as one remained self-aware and adopted the correct strategy, victory would eventually be reclaimed. As Ying Zheng witnessed the rebel army, under Lushan's command, advancing with relentless momentum against their foes, he was left astounded. He had believed that the 3 defensive lines established by Li Longji were impregnable, only to find them as fragile as paper. Good heavens, the combat prowess of this northern town army is extraordinary. How are they so fierce? He exclaimed. General Wang Jian, what is your assessment? Can we prevail? General Wang Jian's lips twitched as he provided a somewhat ambiguous response. It's a 50-50 chance. The narrative continues. The Tang army suffered consecutive defeats, resulting in the repeated loss of territories belonging to the Tang dynasty. The daunting predicament instilled profound fear and indignation in the 71-year-old Li Longji. After Lushan's rebellion, the authority of Li Longji was significantly diminished. Yet now, the soldiers ahead seemed to disregard his presence entirely, taking it upon themselves to abandon several prefectures in Henan. In the eyes of Li Longji, the Tang generals have ceased to regard him, the Tang sovereign, with any esteem. The supervising eunuch Bian Lingqing reported to Li Longji. alleging that Feng Changqing intentionally abandoned Luoyang and fled without engaging in battle. It is said that Feng Changqing incited Gao Xianji to abandon Chongzhen and brazenly propagated the might of the rebel forces within the army, thereby inflating others' ambitions while diminishing his own prestige. In the letter, Feng Changqing emerged as the principal figure of defeat. Upon perusing this memorial, Li Longji was incensed, determined to execute Feng Changqing and Gao Xianji before the troops. As a warning to others, in the Tang dynasty, upon reading this, Feng Changqing was left utterly bewildered. Indeed, he had uttered the words "the rebels' advance is unstoppable." But his statement was not unfounded. It was an analysis predicated on the Central Army's inability to withstand the insurgents. Furthermore, at that time, there were no fortifications to defend in Shan County. Even if they had forcefully attempted to hold their ground, it would have ultimately resulted in the annihilation of their entire force. Retreating to Tongguan was, in fact, the most prudent decision available, as it would effectively obstruct the advancing rebels. In a moment of folly, the inept Li Longji issued a decree to execute Gao Xianji and Feng Changqing within the military ranks, urgently summoning Gu Shuhan, the military governor of Hishi and Longyu, who was convalescing at home. The scene unfolded with Gao Xianji and Feng Changqing facing their demise. In his final moments, Feng Changqing, consumed by disbelief, could not comprehend how the Tang emperor, who had once placed unwavering trust in him, could so swiftly turn against him. In the realm of the Qin, the first emperor, Yingzheng, reluctantly closed his eyes. Alas, a valiant general, striving to salvage the Tang dynasty amidst peril, was slain upon the battlefield. Oh, Li Longji, how could you be so utterly foolish? A sigh escaped Yingzheng's lips. During the era of Wudu and the Great Tang, Li Longji's actions rendered both Li Shimin and Li Yuan speechless. They perceived the grim reality. This episode was merely a reckoning for Li Longji. There were no surprises, only dismal tidings. In the prosperous era of Tianbao, and Lushan commanded his subordinates to assault Tongguan. At this juncture, his vision nearly failing him, he relied on the eunuch Li Zhuer to relay the news of the executions of Feng Changqing and Gao Xianji. Upon receiving the tidings, he erupted in joyous laughter. Ha ha! With such incompetence, Li Longji has sealed the fate of the Tang dynasty. He ordered his troops to launch a fierce assault on Tongguan, promising his soldiers 3 days of plunder if they captured Chongzhen. Simultaneously, within Chongzhen, the concerned populace fell into a somber silence. The execution of generals in the heat of battle. How could this be tolerated? There is no hope left. The sage has descended into utter folly. If this continues, what shall become of our great Tang? The narrative of despair unfolds further. To Li Longji's surprise, upon entering Tongguan, Gu Han made choices strikingly similar to those of Gao Xianji and Feng Changqing. He merely fortified the city defenses of Tongguan, never taking the initiative to launch an assault. At this moment, although in Lushan's rebel forces were numerous, they were unable to breach Tongguan. Simultaneously, Guozi and Li Guangbi triumphed on multiple occasions over the rebel leader of the West, Shi Huang. At this juncture, the rebel forces began to exhibit signs of fatigue. In a bid to bolster his authority, and Lushan, compelled by circumstance, proclaimed himself emperor in Luoyang, establishing the dynasty of Great Yan. He proceeded to appoint civil and military officials, formally opposing the Tang dynasty. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Tongguan will ensnare a considerable number of rebel forces, allowing Guozi, Li Guangbi, and their companions to strike directly at Fanyang, ensuring the inevitable defeat of the insurgents. However, when one least expects it, surprises inevitably arise. Upon seeing the news on the golden list, Li Shimin's heart raced once more. Could it be that Li Longji is about to engage in meticulous maneuvering again? Once Gu Shuhan entered Tongguan, Prime Minister Yang Guozhong never enjoyed a single night of peaceful slumber. The chancellor of the Tang dynasty appears to be afflicted with a delusion of persecution. He sensed that Gu Shuhan might pose a threat to him. Thus, he decisively took action, dispatching his trusted confidant to Tongguan to closely observe Gu Shuhan's every move. Should Gu Shuhan exhibit any suspicious behavior, he would promptly relay the information. During the Tianbao era of the Tang dynasty, the rebellious forces were relentlessly assaulting Tongguan. Gu Shuhan, already in a precarious position, found himself betrayed by his own. Naturally, this left him in a state of discontent. Gu Shuhan contemplated that he must seek an opportunity to eliminate the confidant sent by Yang Guozhong to monitor him. In order to avoid suspicion, Gu Shuhan eliminated a confidant of Yang Guozhong. During the era of the Tang dynasty's Tianbao period, Gu Shuhan observed this scene in silence. No, this cannot be. Did I truly just slay one of Yang Guozhong's men? How could he not be at his majesty's side, whispering ill winds in my ear? What good fortune could I possibly hope for? Concurrently, Ge Shuhan's action of dispatching Yang Guozhong's confidant instilled greater fear within Yang Guozhong. Curse it! If Ge Shuhan dares to execute my trusted ally today, will he not turn his blade upon me, the chancellor, tomorrow? No. I must find an opportunity to eliminate Ge Shuhan, to prevent any future calamities. At this moment, in the eyes of this Tang dynasty chancellor, the empire's stability was secondary. His own wealth and glory were of utmost importance. After the assassination of his trusted confidant, Yang Guozhong forged a false intelligence report and submitted it to Li Longji. The intelligence indicates that the rebel forces assaulting Tongguan are not as formidable as rumored, comprising merely over 4,000 elderly, weak, ailing, and disabled individuals. Li Longji immediately ordered Ge Shuhan to deploy 20 envoys over 3 consecutive days, urging him to take the initiative to strike at Tongguan and crush the rebel forces. During the Tianbao era of the Tang dynasty, Ge Shuhan was rendered speechless upon reading the contents of the imperial edict. What nonsense is this? Are the rebels comprised of the frail and the ailing? Yang Guozhong would utter such absurdities just to see him perish? Such drivel is fit only for the ears of the dead, and even they would scoff. What kind of feeble and sickly individuals could vanquish the Tang army with the ease of slicing tofu? In just half a month, they had conquered the entire Central Plains. Yet Yang Guozhong dares to label such formidable adversaries as the weak and the infirm? Ge Shuhan could no longer contain his frustration. To hell with Yang Guozhong. If you want this battle fought, then you shall fight it yourself. I shall manage the logistics. Simultaneously, Guozi was equally astonished by the actions of Li Longji as noted on the imperial edict. Has His Majesty gone mad? At this juncture, anyone could discern that it was folly to venture out of Tongguan. Can one truly believe the nonsense spewed by Yang Guozhong? Furthermore, dispatching over 20 envoys in a mere 3 days to hasten Ge Shuhan's engagement is a command that defies reason. Guozi felt a profound sense of helplessness. O foolish Majesty, even Taizong would retreat from such confrontation. Might I implore you to heed my counsel and avoid this obstinacy? Can we hold steady? Meanwhile, Li Guangbi nodded, suggesting that they write a letter to the boss. Let him not rush. We will carry this together. He need not involve himself in anything else. As long as Ge Shuhan manages Tongguan well, we shall soon reach Fanyang. Upon hearing this, Guozi felt even more helpless. Is it possible to dissuade Li Longji from his stubbornness? Yet, if he were not obstinate, would he still be called Li Longji? The imperial decree is hard to defy. Thus, Ge Shuhan reluctantly leads the troops out of Tongguan. As expected, the 180,000 peasant troops led by Ge Shuhan were ambushed by rebel forces as soon as they exited Tongguan, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. Hands clasped over their heads, utterly unaware of the concept of retaliation, an army of over 100,000 was instantly reduced to ashes. The city of Tongguan fell to the rebel forces, and Ge Shuhan was captured. The moment Tongguan fell, the nature of the situation irrevocably altered, leaving the gates of Chong'an wide open and rendering it a mere possession of Lushan. At that instant of Tongguan's demise, the citizens of Chong'an, who had been observing the unfolding events, were suddenly engulfed by panic. It is over, it is over. The rebel forces are upon us. They cried, flee, flee. Take away all valuables. If we do not escape now, it will be too late. It is unclear who first uttered those words. But chaos ensued throughout the streets of Chong'an. Just yesterday, the city had been bustling with life. Now it had transformed into a scene of desperate flight. Flee at once. The common folk scattered in every direction. But what good is it to run? If we all abandon our posts, who will safeguard the Tang dynasty? At that moment, an entirely different voice emerged, capturing everyone's attention. To their astonishment, the speaker was a frail scholar. Someone inquired of him, "Can Chong'an be defended?" "It must be defended, regardless of the odds," he replied resolutely. Another person asked, "What brings death? Are you not afraid? Every man is destined to die. Whether his life weighs as heavy as a mountain or as light as a feather, to protect our homeland is our undeniable duty," he answered without a trace of fear. The crowd fell silent for a long while before one finally ventured, "Your words resonate deeply. May I ask your esteemed name?" With a soft chuckle, the scholar turned and walked away in the opposite direction, only to call back after some distance, "I am Du Fu." The Qin dynasty ruler, Ing Zheng, was utterly bewildered. What kind of nonsensical actions were these by Li Longji? How could he believe everything Yang Guozhong said? Surely, Yang Guozhong could not be a virtuous man. Moreover, is the Tang dynasty truly so feeble? For 1,000 elderly, weak, ill, and disabled individuals daring to rebel against the Tang? Such a claim would make anyone laugh until their teeth fell out. You might as well execute your generals in the midst of battle. But to command from the rear is absurd. With such a level of command, can anyone truly lead? Is it merely stubbornness? While your allies are already at the enemy's doorstep, you insist on creating more chaos and adding pressure on your comrades. Is this not sheer folly? Ing Zheng had lived a substantial portion of his life without ever encountering an emperor as outrageous as Li Longji. The difference between Li Longji's demeanor before and after was like night and day. During the martial virtue period of the Tang, Li Yuan felt his blood pressure surge to an astonishing 280. Dizziness overtook him. His blood pressure was rising. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse his great-grandmother beckoning to him. Am I truly dying from anger? Li Yuan was startled, his mind instantly clearing. Hastily, he pressed his palm to his forehead, cursing, realizing he had worked himself into a delusion. All of this was due to that damned Li Shimin. What kind of offspring had he produced? Contemplating this, Li Yuan summoned all his strength, channeling it to his foot, and kicked towards Li Shimin. The force behind this kick was considerable, releasing all the pent-up resentment he had endured for so long. Alas, Li Shimin was kicked down, sprawling awkwardly on the ground. He hastily scrambled back to his feet. Father, why do you vent your frustration on me? I have grievances too. Who else am I to express them to? Li Yuan glared fiercely, retorting, how dare you direct your anger at others? Have you taken a moment to consider whether any of your descendants possess any ambition? Li Shimin replied. The great Han general, Han Xin, was taken aback, furiously slapping his thigh. Damn it, this is infuriating to witness. Is this how battles are fought? Clearly, the myriad of unexpected maneuvers executed by Li Longji had left Han Xin utterly bewildered. Li Longji had evaded every correct answer. What level of skill is this? Not even a single guess was accurate. For the military sage Han Xin, the manner in which the Tang army met its defeat was simply unacceptable. It was more painful than death itself. What an impressive Li Longji. Truly, the god of war of the Tang dynasty belongs to you. Your prowess in combat rivals that of Liu Bang. In the era of Jingnan, Li Shimin cast a glance at the barely conscious Li Ji, filled with helplessness. My son, I do not wish to fight you. However, your descendants lack ambition, leaving me no choice but to confront you. Rest assured, I am mindful and will leave you with a breath of life. Li Ji's vision darkened as he murmured softly. Leaning in, Li Shimin heard him faintly singing. Thank you for being there. At that moment, the scoreboard revealed the news of the rebel forces breaching Tongguan. Chong'an had become a solitary fortress, and the military presence within was alarmingly sparse. Its fall was merely a matter of time. The hearts of the onlookers surged into their throats once again. The news of the loss of Tongguan reached Chong'an, sending shockwaves through the capital, plunging it into utter chaos. The north has fallen into chaos. The central plains are in disarray, and now even Chong'an is beset by turmoil. Li Longji gazes upon this unfolding calamity, powerless to intervene. The common folk hastily fled, surrounding the city gates of Chong'an to the point of utter congestion. In order to stabilize his ministers and the populace, Li Longji proclaimed to the world his intention to personally lead a campaign against the rebellious forces, temporarily alleviating the fears of the citizens of Chong'an. However, on the early morning of June 13th, this was a day that should have marked Emperor Li Longji's personal expedition. Li Longji has fled, abandoning the prosperous and affluent Chong'an, disregarding the well-being of the people of the Tang dynasty. Accompanied solely by Yang Guifei, Yang Guozhong, the crown prince, and others, he stealthily departed the city under the protection of the imperial guards. However, another dilemma presented itself before him: where to escape. The north was not an option, and he had no desire to venture into the western regions, leaving only the realm of Bashu as his sole refuge. Upon departing from the city of Chong'an, Li Longji hastened directly towards Bashu, where he could once again indulge in the splendor and opulence of life. The emperor's escape plunged the city of Chong'an into greater chaos, and Lushan captured the capital of the Tang dynasty with almost no resistance, plundering the citizens of Chong'an for several days, amassing a fortune. During the Jingnan era of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin witnessed this scene, his head buzzing with fury. Damn it, Li Longji, how could he have fled? He has stirred up this calamity and then escaped. Li Ji, you wretched creature. The ailing Li Ji once again lost his composure. I must maintain my reason. Oh dear. Li Shimin, summoning all his strength, struck Li Ji once more. You implore me to be rational. How can I be rational when your wife, your son, and your grandson are all exceptional talents? How am I to maintain my composure? The generals surrounding Chong'an received news of the emperor's flight to Bashu, resulting in a significant decline in morale, with the majority abandoning the city in haste. At this point, the entire Tang dynasty was engulfed in the flames of war. Its realm shattered and fragmented. The once resplendent era of Kaiyuan was, in an instant, reduced to ashes, utterly vanished. However, Li Longji's journey to Bashu was far from tranquil. In his twilight years, he once again fell victim to a military coup, orchestrated by the generals of the Tang dynasty and the imperial guards. The officers escorting Li Longji to Bashu were incensed upon reading the contents of the imperial edict. They could hardly bear it. Their great Tang should not be in such disarray. Yang Guozhong had incited a rebellion against Lushan and driven Gu Shuhan away, leaving the empire shrouded in chaos. How could such a man, having offended so many, still draw breath? Why should we be obligated to escort him? The commander of the imperial guards could no longer contain his outrage. Brothers, our nation lies in ruins, our families are shattered, all because of that scoundrel Yang Guozhong. Those of you who are brave and unafraid of death, join me in storming the palace. Let us rid ourselves of this villain, Yang Guozhong. This proclamation instantly stirred unrest among the imperial guards. Let us eliminate this rogue, Yang Guozhong. Each of us shall stab him once, turning him into a porcupine. To hell with him. Faced with the wrath of the imperial guards, Li Longji opted for compromise. What else can be done? And Lushan's formidable army looms just behind him, and he still requires the escort of the imperial guards. Thus, Li Longji bestowed death upon Yang Guozhong. Nevertheless, the imperial guards remained discontented. They turned their gaze towards another, Yang Yuhuan. At that moment, Li Longji, unaccustomed to such turmoil, was suddenly engulfed in panic. How could this be? Yuhuan is my very life. Without her, how can I possibly endure? The pain is unbearable. To harm my beloved, one must pay a price. A single white silk, a garment of purest white, signifies the final fate of Yang Yuhuan. A generation of beauty has perished. The demise of Yang Yuhuan is a consequence of her brother's actions and also the folly of Li Longji. As she journeyed along the roads of Shu, Yang Yuhuan contemplated her fate with a heavy sigh. Her eyes brimmed with reluctance. How she longed to return to those joyous days of yore and continue her love story. The verses seemed to echo in her ears. In heaven, may we be like two birds flying side by side. On earth, may we be like intertwined branches. Though time may bring an end, this sorrow endures endlessly. Even in the face of death, Yang Guifei's expression radiated an air of nobility. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji, imprisoned by Li Hong, was overwhelmed with tears of regret. He felt an immense remorse for his own folly. How could one such as I ever be worthy of the title of sage? In heaven, may we be like two birds flying side by side. On earth, may we be like intertwined branches. My beloved consort, it is I who have wronged you. It is my ignorance that has brought you to this fate. He collapsed on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Yet, within the grand hall that held him captive, no one was there to offer solace. In the era of the Tianbao, Yang Guozhong could never have anticipated his own demise despite all his scheming. Why? Why must they seek my life? Have I not merely acted as every treacherous minister would? At this moment, Yang Guozhong seethed with anger. If I do not bring ruin upon the nation, can I still be regarded as a competent traitor? The narrative continues. On the journey to Bashu, a divergence arose between Li Longji and his son, Crown Prince Li Hong, leading to their parting ways, with Li Hong heading towards Lingwu in the northwest. Here, Li Hong can establish contact with his northwest army, which consists of the Tang forces stationed at the Anqi Protectorate. After establishing contact with the northwest army, Li Hong engaged in negotiations with forces such as Tubo and the Uyghurs. After the Tang army in the western regions was summoned to quell the rebellion in the interior, the remaining Anqi troops were no match for the threats posed by the various nations of the western regions. The Tibetans and the Uyghurs were well aware that Li Heng's actions were intended to quell the internal strife within the Tang dynasty at the expense of the western regions. The Tubo and the Huegu agreed with Li Heng's proposal. They desired solely the western regions and would not conspire within Lushan to besiege the Tang dynasty. With the absence of any lingering concerns, Li Hong ascended to the throne in Lingwu, adorning himself in regal attire, and bestowed the title of retired emperor upon Li Longji, embarking on the path of quelling the insurrections of the Great Tang. At this moment, Lushan possessed the two most prosperous capitals of the Tang dynasty, Chong'an and Luoyang. Yet, He harbored no grand ambitions and lacked an understanding of governance, indulging solely in pleasures each day. In such circumstances, the rebels do not possess the support of the people. The citizens of the Tang dynasty still fervently wish for the Tang army to swiftly quell the insurrection. The rebel forces led by Lushan were also plagued by profound instability, with mutual suspicion between the ruler and his subjects, and the civil and military officials vying for power and profit. From the moment Lushan rose in rebellion, his fate of demise was already sealed. For violence can never endure. Before long, the grim reaper descended upon us. It is widely acknowledged that Lushan suffered from an ocular affliction for many years, perhaps as a divine retribution. Since he initiated his rebellion against the Tang dynasty, his condition deteriorated progressively, ultimately rendering him completely blind. Meanwhile, festering boils began to emerge upon his body. The dual torment of both body and mind rendered Lushan utterly mad. Death draws ever closer to him. During the Tianbao era of the Tang dynasty, Lushan, who was poised to raise an army in Fanyang, was engulfed in fury upon reading the contents of the imperial edict. What is this nonsense? What do you mean my expedition is destined for failure? Am I weaker than Li Longji? Who dares to look down upon me? I hold the title of military governor over 3 regions. My power is unparalleled. After the psychological distortion of Lushan, he developed a peculiar fascination. Murder. Tired, one may ponder the release of fatigue through the act of taking a life. Angered, one might seek to alleviate their fury in a similar manner. Weary, one could consider the grim notion of murder as a means to ease their troubled mind. Moreover, Lushan's personal attendant did not receive any favorable treatment, enduring the same beatings and insults. In the first year of the Unsure rebellion, Lushan's devoted eunuch, Li Zhuer, expressed his strong agreement with this sentiment. Encountering such a tyrannical superior as Lushan was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Every day that passed without bloodshed left him feeling utterly restless. Li Zhuer constantly feared that Lushan might one day turn on him with a dagger. Perhaps he should resign. Yet, as a eunuch, he had been personally castrated by Lushan himself. Where could he possibly find employment if he were to resign? The prospect of prolonged unemployment loomed ominously before him. With no other options, Li Zhuo pondered the idea of seeking a different master. Confronted with the formidable Lushan, his trusted eunuch Li Zhuo sought to identify a new patron who happened to be Lushan's legitimate second son, Qingxiu. Qingxiu possesses a keen sense of awareness. Lushan has more than one son, and whether the throne will ultimately belong to him remains uncertain. Hence, it is better to act decisively without hesitation. Let's make a significant impact. Subsequently, Qingxiu conspired with Li Zhuer to assassinate Lushan, fabricating a decree in his name to ascend the throne as the emperor of the Great Yan, during the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang dynasty. In the eastern capital of Luoyang, Lushan wielded a whip within the palace, delivering fierce blows to Li Zhuer, who cried out in agony, his flesh torn and bloodied. This punishment was meted out merely because Li Zhuer had faltered while reporting the contents of the imperial examination list, a moment that could cost him his very life. Had he spoken the truth, he would undoubtedly face a gruesome fate. After a prolonged period, Lushan finally ceased his assault. Gasping for breath, Li Zhuer mistakenly believed that Lushan had calmed down. However, upon turning around, he saw Lushan reaching for a dagger concealed by the headboard of the bed. Overcome with terror, he fled the palace, only to collide with the hurriedly approaching Yin Zhuang and Qingxiu. Yin Zhuang blocked Li Zhuer's path. Concern etched upon his face. Li Zhuer, what has occurred? You are covered in wounds. Pale and silent, Li Zhuer attempted to escape. Yin Zhuang pressed on. Is it true that the emperor has learned the contents of the examination list? With a despondent countenance, Li Zhuer replied, how could a servant dare to inform the emperor? My loyalty to him is unwavering. I have never harbored treasonous thoughts. The examination list is a death warrant for me. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Yin Zhuang continued to plead, Li Zhuer, you have served His Majesty for over a decade. Your loyalty is beyond question. Yet you are aware of the emperor's current state, executing several attendants daily. If this continues, your life is in grave peril. Li Zhuer responded, I know where the emperor hides his dagger. I fled as soon as he reached for it. Yin Zhuang's expression grew serious. You are in a pitiable situation, constantly dealing with the Lord of Death. Li Zhuer, fully aware of the implications of the examination list, understood the motives behind Yin Zhuang and Qingxiu's arrival, yet he felt utterly helpless. Yin Zhuang pressed further. You have seen the examination list. We have no retreat left. Perhaps we should take decisive action against the emperor. He made a gesture across his throat. Li Zhuer turned pale with fear. Yan Zhuang added, if you do not acquiesce today, when the emperor learns of the examination list, you will still meet your demise. Rest assured, the new emperor will treat you well. And Qingshu nodded vigorously in agreement. Li Zhuer finally conceded. Accompanied by Qingshu and Yan Zhuang, they stealthily approached in Lushan's palace. Seizing the moment when Lushan, afflicted with an eye ailment, was unable to see, they slipped around to the back. And Li Zhuer struck with a knife at Lushan's neck. And Lushan, taken aback by the pain, felt a warm flow cascading down his abdomen. In a frantic attempt, he reached for a knife at the bedside, only to be tripped by a chair and fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. In his final moments, and Lushan, filled with resentment, roared, which traitor dares to kill me? Which traitor dares to kill me? In the Grand Court of the Tang Dynasty, Li Yuan, upon reviewing the contents of the Golden List, could only exclaim, this and Lushan met his deserved end. Such is the law of retribution. Subsequently, Li Yuan quickly composed himself, aware that with every surprise comes a shock. What comes next? Let it come forth swiftly. I am now impervious to blades and bullets. I tell you, my heart is harder than the knife used for slaughtering pigs. Release any demons and monsters. I can endure them all. After uttering these words, he cast a disdainful glance at Li Shimin, his eyes brimming with contempt. Beside him, Li Shimin. Alas, the review of the esteemed rankings continues. After the demise of Lushan, the Tang Emperor Suzong, Li Hong, finally completed his comprehensive preparations. In military affairs, Li Hong commanded the assembly of the Anxi Army, the Biding Army, the Modeo Brigade, and other forces under various military governors, totaling an impressive contingent of 150,000 troops for the northern expedition. Among them, the Anxi Army and the Biding Army serve as the principal forces. At this juncture, the military strength of the Tang dynasty did not hold the advantage. Thus, Li Hong sought assistance from the troops of Khotan, requesting an additional 5,000 soldiers, and similarly appealed to the Khitan forces for another 5,000. Furthermore, he enlisted the support of 5,000 from the southwestern barbarian tribes and several thousand mercenaries from Arabia. The Khagan of the Huaij proposed conditions for military action, stating that after the Tang dynasty recaptured its capital, they would permit him to pillage and plunder in Chongzhen for 3 days. Li Hong consented to the military conditions set forth by the Khitan. In the vast realm of the Qin, Yingzheng fell into contemplative silence. What would he have done in such a situation? Would he choose the empire over the welfare of the populace? In that moment, he was uncertain. The first emperor, who had unified the 6 states, found himself in a profound quandary. In the era of the Tang's martial virtue, Li Yuan, who had just moments ago exuded confidence, suddenly wore an expression of unease. Li Heng's action signified a willingness to sacrifice the army to preserve the empire, to forsake the western regions for the sake of the Tang's dominion. Yet, Li Yuan could not fathom why he would acquiesce to allow the Khitan to plunder Chongzhen for a mere 5,000 troops. How crucial could the combat prowess of the Khitan forces truly be? In the Han dynasty, Liu Bang squinted his eyes, recognizing the ruthlessness of this Tang Suzong, Li Hong. He was a man who bartered the common folk for the empire, a merciless figure indeed. During the Jingnan era of the Tang, Li Shimin was consumed by a deep-seated fury. He felt as though he might ignite in flames. His sorrow did not stem from the loss of the western regions he had fought so hard to secure, but from the plight of the Tang's people. All of this turmoil was the result of Li Longji's misdeeds. Had he not neglected state affairs and placed such blind trust in Lushan, granting him excessive privileges, would the Anxi rebellion have ever erupted? Had he not executed Feng Changqing and Gao Xianji, and pressed Ge Shuhan to leave Tongguan, how could Chong'an have fallen? Li Longji was, indeed, the greatest ally to Lushan. Li Shimin bit his lip, his voice low and heavy with emotion. Li Longji, the people are repaying you for your debts. At that moment, the pain in Li Shimin's heart was beyond words. He could only hope that after reclaiming Chong'an, Li Hong would renege on his promises to the Khitan, refusing to honor the conditions previously agreed upon. Such a burden should not fall upon the shoulders of the common folk. Above in the heavens, the tally of documents continued. The progress bar for the Golden List was nearing its conclusion. Swiftly, the troops from Longyu, Heshi, and the towns of Anxi converged upon Fengxiang. The grand offensive of the empire is poised to commence. The son of the Khagan of the Uyghurs, Yehu, led over 5,000 elite troops of the Uyghur army to arrive at Fengxiang. In the late September of the second year of Li Heng's ascension, he commanded an army of 150,000 Tang troops to immediately march towards Chong'an in an effort to reclaim the capital. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang dynasty, Guizi furrowed his brow, deeply dissatisfied with Li Heng's actions. The decision to counterattack the rebellious forces was far from prudent. Li Heng's desire to restore Chong'an and Luoyang in order to solidify his position was evident. In pursuit of this aim, he was even willing to inflict significant losses upon his own forces. Guizi repeatedly cautioned Li Heng against this course of action, articulating the potential consequences and clearly conveying that engaging in battle with the rebels at this juncture was overly hasty, as many preparations were inadequate, posing the risk of substantial casualties. However, Li Heng adeptly exhibited the traits of Li Longji. He was resolute in disregarding counsel. Li Heng appointed his son, Prince Guangping, Li Chu, who happened to be the most cherished grandson of Li Longji, as the supreme commander of the imperial forces, sending him to Chong'an alongside the vice commander, Guizi. At this moment, Emperor Qingshu of the Great Yan also received the news and similarly gathered an elite force of 110,000 rebel troops. Once upon a time, this army of 11,000 rebels stood as the most formidable bastion of the northern Tang. There is a saying that holds true: only another Tang army can defeat the Tang army. General Guizi, commanding an impressive force of 150,000 Tang troops, swiftly arrived at the outskirts of Chong'an, specifically at the fragrant Jiaisai Temple. The rebel leaders, and Shozong and Li Guoran, with their formidable army of 110,000, remained undaunted. The drums of war resound, heralding the commencement of the most brutal conflict in history, the Battle of Xiangji Temple, in the realm of the Golden List. The outskirts of Chong'an are alive with the presence of over 100,000 Tang soldiers, arrayed in a formidable line stretching for miles. Their might so overwhelming that even the peaks of the heavens seem to shy away. Opposite them, merely a few hundred meters away, stands an equal number of rebellious forces, extending endlessly into the horizon. Their spears are raised skyward, swords gleaming defiantly. The heavy silver armor of the Tang soldiers radiates a blinding brilliance. This luminescence pierces the firmament, vividly reflected in the eyes of every observer of the Golden List, evoking a profound sense of awe that compels many to swallow hard in anticipation. The impact of this spectacle is simply staggering. The sound of drums, the roar of battle cries, the fervor of war horses eager to charge with a single command. The cacophony of slaughter erupts as hundreds of thousands surge forth like ferocious tigers, launching themselves at the enemy with unparalleled ferocity. Blood spills forth, staining the earth crimson, while the clouds above mirror the sanguine hue. A deluge of arrows rains down, dense as a torrential downpour. As the grand conflict unfolds in the realm of the Golden List, scenes of fierce combat begin to captivate the hearts of all. Both sides comprise the most elite border troops of the Tang dynasty. There is no room for hesitation, no space for cunning strategy. In the face of absolute might and superior armaments, all schemes are rendered futile. Hundreds of thousands roar as they clash, with the vanguard of the Tang being led by Li Xiu, while the rebels are commanded by Li Guoran. Instantly, the two titanic forces collide. A spectacle of chaos and violence, the din of battle echoing like thunder, the level of bloodshed unprecedented. It is no exaggeration to assert that the martial prowess of these hundreds of thousands could obliterate any faction in this realm, although they share a common ancestry. To the Tang soldiers, the rebels are traitors to the empire, an unforgivable sin. Conversely, the rebels perceive the Tang court as corrupt, a shadow of its former self. They seek to cleanse the throne and restore clarity to the realm. Each side clings to its own beliefs and convictions, rendering reconciliation impossible at this moment. The clash of blades, the collision of armor, continues from dawn until dusk, a relentless onslaught devoid of tactics or formation. Blow after blow is struck, as comrades fall victim to the blades of their own kin. No one wavers in their assault, no one retreats a single step. The Tang Empire, with each fatal strike, edges closer to its decline. The Golden List begins its enumeration of the events unfolding. The two parties exchanged blows, with the Tang dynasty emerging victorious in the first round. However, Li Guoran swiftly led the rebels in the second round, turning the tide of battle. At that time, although the Tang dynasty possessed a significant numerical advantage, the hastily assembled coalition army suffered a rapid decline in combat effectiveness and lacked the proficiency and coordination exhibited by the rebel forces. The Tang army gradually found itself in a precarious position, beginning to succumb to adversity. The general quality of the Anxi army is remarkably high. Even in the face of death, none dare to take a single step back. For once a single individual retreats or escapes, a second and a third shall follow. With the slightest diminishment of momentum, the entire army shall collapse. Once the entire army collapses, the momentum will be irrevocably lost, and the remaining resources of the Tang forces will be utterly depleted. By that time, the great Tang dynasty shall truly meet its demise. However, the condition of the Tang army continues to deteriorate, and the rebel forces are seasoned warriors forged through countless trials. Mere willpower cannot compensate for the deficiencies in combat strength. The defenses of the Tang army crumbled one after another. At this moment, the Tang army yearns for a hero, a valiant figure capable of turning the tide of battle. In a moment of utmost significance, the vanguard commander of the Tang army, Li Siyue, stepped forth. As the narrative unfolded, the scene drew closer to this man, Li Siyue, who shed his battle robe to reveal a chest stained with the blood of adversaries. With unparalleled courage, he plunged into the ranks of the rebels, wielding a formidable polearm. Vanquishing deities and demons alike, his countenance devoid of fear, treating life and death as mere trifles. In that instant, Li Siyue appeared as a celestial being descended to earth, cutting through the enemy lines with relentless ferocity. Any rebel who dared to obstruct him became a soul claimed by his blade. Simultaneously, his thunderous roar resonated throughout the Tang camp, proclaiming, "Today, I lead the charge. Should I perish, I shall have no regrets." The morale of the Tang forces ignited instantaneously, compelling them to muster their last reserves for a counteroffensive, fighting to the bitter end. Meanwhile, elite mercenaries from regions such as Huigu and Arabia arrived, joining the fray. The leading units of the Tang army clashed with the initial ranks of the rebels. The second wave of rebels soon retaliated, decimating the Tang's foremost forces. Yet, the second contingent of the Tang army rallied swiftly, once again overwhelming the rebels. The subsequent waves of the rebel forces launched another counterattack, inflicting heavy losses on the front line of the Tang troops. This relentless cycle continued with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th divisions, as wave after wave engaged in battle until exhaustion prevailed, leaving no adversaries in sight. The two sides were evenly matched, the battlefield littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing abundantly. Ultimately, despite the rebels' numerical advantage of tens of thousands, they faced defeat. The scene froze at this juncture, before the narrative commenced anew. In this battle, 70,000 elite soldiers of the Tang dynasty perished, while 60,000 rebels fell. Thus, the finest troops of the Tang were utterly lost. The two sides have consistently maintained an equal ratio of losses, standing at 1-1. In this battle, the Tang dynasty achieved a Pyrrhic victory, with the Anxi and Biting armies nearly annihilated. However, it is fortunate that the rebel forces possess little remaining strength to launch a counterattack. On September 28th, Chongzhen once again returned to the great Tang dynasty. In the realm of Qin, upon witnessing this scene, countless soldiers clad in black armor atop the city walls of Xianyang tightened their grips on their spears. In an instant, their garments became drenched. The visual impact of the battle at Xiangji Temple in the heavens above was overwhelmingly terrifying. What manner of army could possibly evoke such an aura? Despite suffering casualties exceeding half their number, they remained unbroken. The renowned valor of the old Qin people compelled them to introspect. What kind of faith could forge such a formidable force? They had never witnessed anything like it before. In the twilight of the Qin dynasty, Xiang Yu beheld this spectacle. His mind flooded with fervor. Unable to contain himself, he broke into applause. "Bravo, Tang army! This is how warfare should be conducted. This is the true essence of victory and defeat. If the world were filled with cowardly figures like Liu Bang, this conflict would be utterly tedious." Resolutely, he decided to confront Liu Bang. "If we are brothers, let us clash." In the Han dynasty, Liu Che was struck with awe as he observed the Tang soldiers engaged in fierce combat. It was a sight most fearsome. Was this the pinnacle of the Tang army? If he possessed such valiant generals and an army of this caliber, defeating the Xiongnu would be as simple as a game. Li Yuan could no longer bear the weight of his thoughts. His eldest son, Li Jiansheng, compassionately brought forth a small card, upon which Li Yuan lay, despondent. With trembling fingers, he pointed at the imperial edict, gritting his teeth in anguish. "Curse you, Li Longji. These fallen are the warriors of our great Tang. Why did you not perish years ago? No, you should have departed at least a decade sooner." In that moment, Li Yuan felt as though he had once more glimpsed his great-grandmother. "I am weary, let it all be destroyed." Beside him, Li Shimin had become numb to the despair. He wholeheartedly agreed with his father's lament. If Li Longji had lived 10 years less, he would have been a renowned monarch. 20 years less, and he would be immortalized as a great emperor. Yet this fellow refuses to die. Not only does he persist, but he has also managed to live beyond 70. How can this be? Has he taken some elixir? In the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di was consumed with excitement. Yet, his second son, Zhu Gaoxiu, was even more exhilarated. Leaping 3 feet into the air, he exclaimed, "Father, grant me command of the army and make me the Grand General of Tiansu. Soon, I shall assemble a force with such combat prowess." Zhu Di narrowed his eyes. "Oh, to make you Grand General of Tiansu. Do you aspire to emulate Li Shimin?" Zhu Gaoxiu shot back defiantly, "Absolutely. Li Shimin is my idol. One day, I, Zhu Gaoxiu, shall become the heavenly Khan." Zhu Di's expression became increasingly vivid. "Yet, you are not the crown prince. How can you aspire to be the heavenly Khan?" Zhu Gaoxiu nonchalantly replied, "Once I possess military power, I could orchestrate a coup akin to the Xuanwu Gate incident." Zhu Di let out a cold snort. "Fratricide and paternal coercion, is it?" Zhu Gaoxiu instinctively retorted. "That is not entirely out of the question." Suddenly, he became aware of his own words. "Wait a moment, what did I just say?" A chill of dread swept over Zhu Gaoxiu as he turned to find Zhu Di already drawing his sword. "Father, allow me to explain." In the vast tapestry of history across myriad realms, each individual had their own reactions. Concurrently, the recounting of events continued to unfold. After the recapture of Chongzhen, according to the agreement, the soldiers of the Khitan were to pillage Chongzhen for 3 days. During the Jingnan era of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, upon seeing the contents of the golden plaque, was nearly provoked to draw his sword against Li Ji. "How audacious of the Khitan to dare plunder Chongzhen. Do you dare, you insignificant wretch?" Li Heng exclaimed. "What does it matter if Chongzhen has fallen into our hands? 5,000 Khitan soldiers. Let them go forth only to return no more. To propose such demands, if I were to engage them in battle, they would voluntarily commence the restoration of the Great Wall." At that time, the eastern capital of Luoyang remained firmly under the control of Qingxiu, while the Huigu people, fully aware of the Tang dynasty's reluctance to confront them at this juncture, adopted an aggressive stance. Emperor Li Heng had no choice but to compromise. Yet he feared that news of the Tuhan plundering Chongzhen would instill fear among the citizens of Luoyang, potentially prompting them to assist in Qingxiu in defending the city. Li Heng, an emperor of the Tang dynasty, cannot stoop to seek the return of the crown prince from the Khitan. Thus, he dispatched his son, Li Chu, to humbly present this request to the Khitan prince, Yihu. The Khitan tried. Yihu reminisced about the Tang prince who had once knelt before him in supplication. For the first time, he found himself on horseback, gazing down upon the Tang prince, engulfed by a disorienting illusion. Was this truly the invincible Tang dynasty? Not long ago, the Khitan had been relegated to mere reprimands by the Tang. Yet that day, he was able to look down upon the Tang prince. This marked the inception of the Khitan soldiers asserting themselves boldly in the Tang realm. At this critical juncture, the Tang dynasty must not experience any further turmoil. In consideration of the greater good, Prince Li Chu had no choice but to kneel before Yi Hu, pleading for his favor. It was this supplication that compelled Yi Hu to consent to changing the location of the plunder to Luoyang. "Under a man's knees lies gold. This kneel shall render the Tang dynasty incapable of rising again." Li Yuan, witnessing this scene, was driven to madness. Beasts, cursed beasts indeed. Since the inception of our great Tang, we have never endured such a profound humiliation. Li Shimin, kneel before me. Summon Li Chu and instruct him not to kneel. Li Shimin gritted his teeth, filled with rage towards the accursed and Lu Shan, the detestable Li Longji, and those opportunistic Uyghurs who take advantage of this calamity. "I swear to kill you." During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Chu gazed at the scene depicted on the golden list, his expression dimmed. He found himself trapped in circumstances beyond his control. It is often said that the later years of Li Longji were marked by folly, yet his father, Li Heng, was hardly an improvement over his grandfather. In his father's eyes, the imperial throne eclipsed the welfare of the people of the Tang. A war that could have been won ended in a dismal defeat, solely due to his father's suspicions. As the crown prince, he was compelled to clean up numerous messes. Indeed, his position as the crown prince of the Tang dynasty was fraught with frustration. In the 23rd year of the Jingnan era, Li Shimin watched as Li Chu knelt before the crown prince of the Uyghurs, his expression instantly turning cold. How intolerable! It is simply beyond comprehension that the minor Khitan would dare to insult me so brazenly. They have compelled the crown prince of the Tang dynasty to perform the act of kneeling in reverence. This is utterly outrageous. Li Ji, What formidable generals do we still possess in our great Tang? Though Li Ji was battered and on the brink of unconsciousness, he remained acutely aware of the imperial edict. Upon hearing his father's inquiry, he instantly regained his vigor. Engaging in battle is something Li Ji relishes. I propose General Su Dingfang as our foremost choice. Emperor Li Shimin immediately acquiesced and issued a decree. Summon the officials, draft the edict, appoint Su Dingfang as Grand Marshal, commanding 100,000 Tang soldiers to subdue the Khitan tribes. Return only after their annihilation. The eunuch promptly departed to proclaim the edict. During the Lushan rebellion, the citizens of Luoyang were fervently rallying for the Tang, hoping for a swift victory over the rebels. Then they beheld the contents of the imperial edict and were left utterly speechless. They are not to seize Chongzhen, but instead Luoyang? Very well. They hold themselves in high regard. They consider themselves exceptional. Henceforth, Luoyang might well contemplate the possibility of adopting the surname. The list of imperial edicts continues to unfold. 3 days later, the Tang army set forth towards Luoyang. At this moment, the recently defeated Emperor Qingshu of the Great Yan urgently mobilized all available forces from Luoyang, totaling an impressive 150,000 troops, both infantry and cavalry, to swiftly march to Chongzhen for the defense of the city. The 150,000 individuals are not the elite forces of yesteryears, but rather militia hastily conscripted. The combat effectiveness was abysmally poor. The Tang army easily held them at the front line, while the forces of the Uyghurs charged from the flanks, resulting in the instantaneous rout of the rebel army comprising hundreds of thousands. Qingshu, aware that the tide had turned against him, fled from Luoyang to Fanyang under the cover of night. The eastern capital, Luoyang, swiftly returned to the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. At the moment the city fell, the people of Luoyang erupted in jubilant cheers, for their Tang emperor had finally returned. What the people of Luoyang are unaware of is that their nightmare has only just begun. The cheers of the common people could not resurrect the former splendor of the Tang dynasty. Instead, they were met with the sighs of the Huabei soldiers. The 3 darkest days in Luoyang stand as a disgrace for the Tang dynasty and a shame for all of China. Even more disgraceful is the fact that the Khitan people plundered the city of Luoyang with the explicit promise of their emperor from the Tang dynasty. It is hard to fathom that for 3 consecutive days, under the watchful eyes of the Tang army, the citizens of Luoyang were deprived of even the right to retaliate. How many have perished not at the hands of the rebels, but rather at the blades of the Khitan? The land is returned to the women and children of the Tang, and thus Luoyang becomes a city ravaged and desolate. Bang, bang, bang. Zheng, witnessing this scene, was so enraged that he shattered several pieces of porcelain. How could Li Heng be so heartlessly deranged, standing idly by as his people were plundered? During the Tianbao era, Li Longji was driven to madness upon witnessing the same. He began to utter nonsensical remarks. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am not a foolish monarch. How could I have made such a grievous error? And Lu Shan would never rebel against me. I have treated him so well. Why would he betray me? How could Lu Shan turn against me? My Tang dynasty cannot be defeated. You are all deceivers. My soldiers of the Tang dynasty are invincible. I am the emperor. I do not make mistakes. This is not my fault. None of this is my affair. Defeated, defeated. Ha ha ha. The Tang dynasty has fallen. Have I erred? Have I truly erred? In the era of Wuda, Li Yuan and Li Shimin's greatest fears materialized. The two were infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. Damn it. Li Heng, why do you not resort to trickery? Are there not a few in the Li family who do not engage in deceit? An emperor who speaks of integrity is indeed an emperor. What need is there for integrity? Is there a single emperor in this world who speaks of honesty? Why do you not resort to trickery, you scoundrel? As the 2 capitals were to be reclaimed, what harm would a little deceit do? Could 5,000 troops from the Huaigu truly overturn the Tang dynasty? In the era of Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang, upon witnessing this familiar scene, was so furious that he felt he might shatter his molars. These emperors throughout history, must they always subject the common folk to further suffering? Have the people not endured enough hardship? Moreover, Emperor Suzong Li Heng sought to appease the Huaihe by marrying his daughter, Princess Ningguo, to them. The Khagan of the Huaihe was unable to enjoy his fortune as he passed away the following year. According to the customs of the Huaigu, the Princess of Ningguo should be interred alongside her. The vibrant and spirited Princess Ningguo refused to be buried in obscurity. She rebelled, she descended into madness, and with a blade, she marred her own visage, demonstrating her unwavering loyalty to the Khitan Khan. It was through this desperate act that she earned the chance to return to the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. What a lamentable fate! In the Grand Tang dynasty, the princess of Ningguo secluded herself in the splendor of Chong'an. The imperial examination results stirred poignant memories of her heart-wrenching past. Recalling her tragic experiences, she could not help but bow her head upon her desk, tears streaming down her cheeks in profound sorrow. In the Qing dynasty, Emperor Qianlong also felt compelled to reflect upon the rise and fall of the Tang. Alas, the princesses of the Tang were mere pawns in the game of imperial power. In contrast, the princesses of his own Qing dynasty were destined for a life of comfort and privilege upon their marriages. After the recapture of the two capitals, Emperor Suzong of Tang, Li Hong, was finally able to return to Chong'an, from which he had been separated for 2 long years. This city, once vibrant and resplendent, now lies ravaged by the ravages of war, bereft of its former vitality and glory. At this moment, Chong'an is enveloped in a solemn stillness, steeped in grief. In November, Li Longji, residing in Bashu, received the news of the rebellion's surrender and hastened back to Chong'an that very night. The venerable emperor of the Tang dynasty, now in his 70s, was astonished to discover, at this moment, the exquisite beauty of Chong'an. How profoundly tragic is the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. He finally came to realize the grave mistake he had committed. The glorious Tang dynasty that once dominated the East shall never return. In this world, there exists no remedy for regret. The lament of history lies in its lack of what-ifs. All that has been cast aside by the relentless march of time shall never return. Yesterday has become a distant past. Those who live through it can only etch this moment of shame into history. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji, imprisoned within the depths of the palace, stared vacantly into the void. In this moment, he was engulfed by profound remorse. Should the Golden List grant him a chance for redemption, he would surely strive to be a better person, no, a better emperor. He eagerly anticipated whether the Golden List would bestow upon him an additional 20 years of life. If so, he would still have the opportunity to reclaim the imperial power that rightfully belonged to him. Upon returning to Chong'an, Li Longji was imprisoned by his son Li Hong within the depths of the palace, stripped of all his trusted confidants, including the loyal Gao Lishe, who had accompanied him for half a lifetime and was exiled to the remote regions of Qian. At this moment, Li Longji has finally encountered the divine retribution he so richly deserves. He severed all ties with the outside world within the confines of the palace, becoming a complete recluse. He languished here in sorrow for 3 long years before passing away in desolation. 3 months after the death of Li Longji, his son Li Hong followed him into the eternal embrace. At this moment, taking advantage of the chaos within the Tang dynasty court, the rebels once again raised their arms and descended southward, capturing Luoyang. The Yangshi rebellion continues unabated. The Tang forces besieged Luoyang for several months, yet they consistently lacked the sufficient strength to reclaim the city. After the death of Emperor Suzong, Li Longji's grandson, Li Yu, formerly known as Li Chu, ascended as the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Reluctantly, he sought assistance once more from the Khitan. The Huaigu negotiated a steep increase, presenting demands more excessive than those during the previous military expedition. After reclaiming Luoyang, the troops of the Huaigu army descended upon the citizens of the Tang dynasty like ravenous wolves, wreaking havoc through fire and slaughter, and subjecting them to numerous humiliations. The casualties inflicted upon the populace by the Huaigu soldiers are measured in the thousands, rendering their destructive power truly incalculable. The city of Luoyang has been engulfed in a continuous blaze for over half a month. This incident comes merely 5 years after the previous raid by the Huaigu people on Luoyang. However, an even more intolerable event occurred. The imperial army of the Tang dynasty audaciously emulated the Khitan forces, resorting to the same plundering of the common people of Tang. The Huaigu army seized Luoyang, capturing several surrounding cities. While the Huaigu army pillaged for half a month, the Tang army looted for a full 3 months. In the entirety of the Central Plain, following the ravages of the Tang army, scarcely 1 in 10 commoners survived, and desolate houses lay scattered everywhere. Those who have survived by sheer luck, regardless of gender, have become emotionally numb, mere shells of their former selves, stripped bare and devoid of any spark in their eyes. After this event, the Tang dynasty completely lost the hearts of its people. Its territory significantly diminished. The Tang government had relinquished its command over the military, marking the inception of the fragmentation of the Tang's regional garrisons. On the other hand, due to several appeals from the Tang dynasty, the Tuyuan people, who had once been vassals for a century, have instead ascended to the status of nobility within the Tang realm. Wherever the Khitan people went, the citizens of the Tang dynasty would retreat in fear. Even military officers and court officials dared not engage in conflict with the Khitan. In the era of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan rolled his eyes dismissively and tilted his head, fainting from the overwhelming distress. At that moment, he felt a sense of liberation wash over him. Farewell, then, let today's reckoning come to an end. To gaze any longer would be impudent. I shall feign unconsciousness out of respect, out of sight, out of mind. During the same period, Li Shimin, seething with indignation, felt his beard tremble with rage. How could our esteemed Tang dynasty endure such humiliation? A mere Khitan dares to pillage Luoyang not once, but twice? Moreover, our own troops seek to partake in this disgraceful feast? Is this truly the valiant Tang army that once filled the world with pride? How infuriating! Alas, it seems that the Li family shall no longer hold the people's trust. With a heavy heart, Li Shimin closed his eyes in resignation. Once trust is shattered, it is nearly impossible to restore. The Tang dynasty teeters on the brink of collapse. In the third year of the Dali era, the era of Li Zhu and Li Yu, Du Fu, residing in seclusion in Bashu, came across this heart-wrenching account. He shut his eyes in anguish. Since the Yangshi rebellion, prices had soared, leaving the common folk in dire straits. The Tubo had repeatedly descended to plunder Chongzhen, and even the internal stability of the empire began to waver. Truly, it was a matter of heaven and hell. Having personally experienced the devastation of the Yangshi rebellion, Du Fu found himself utterly defeated, relegating his hopes for the future to poetry. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang, in the realm of the Khitan, tens of thousands of Khitan people displayed expressions of satisfaction. The once mighty Tang dynasty, which stood atop the world, was now forced to bow its proud head before them. Through their plunder of the eastern capital of the Tang, they acquired wealth that could sustain them for decades. What is this? The slaves sing in triumph. The younger brother has now risen to become the elder. In this same period, in Japan, the name Japan was conferred by Wu Zetian and has endured to this day. The citizens were incredulous. Damn those Khitan! How could they possibly prevail? The Japanese, living comfortably, found it hard to believe their eyes. Our celestial empire has indeed been bullied by others. How can this be? This is the Tang dynasty. At that time, the Tang was regarded in Japan as sacred and inviolable. Their culture, Confucianism, and script were all inherited from the Tang through diplomatic missions. The kimono worn by Japanese women was a refined adaptation of Tang attire. They held the Tang in great admiration and willingly accepted the status of a younger brother. Witnessing the plundering of the Tang by the Khitan, they felt a stirring of shared indignation. In the Song dynasty, the reaction was palpable. Zhao Go could not help but express his grievances to Qin Hui. Prime Minister, do you hear what the common people are clamoring for every day? They incessantly demand a northern expedition. And then there is Yu Fei, who also persistently insists on this campaign. What purpose does reclaiming the north serve? After conquering it, we would not only have to spend resources on governance and disaster relief, but also guard against the Jurchens reclaiming it. In the long run, won't this deplete our national treasury? Just look at the Tang dynasty. They exerted tremendous effort to seize Luoyang, incurring significant expenses, only to find themselves humbly appealing for foreign assistance. Once we regain the north, the populace will not appreciate our efforts. The result will be a court that suffers losses in both personnel and finances. Ultimately, the north would still fall into the hands of regional warlords, rendering our efforts futile. Isn't this a quintessential example of working hard for no reward? How foolish. If we had relinquished Luoyang from the outset, we could have preserved our wealth and security. Why must we find ourselves in such a dilemma? Qin Hui hastily concurred. Your Majesty speaks the truth. Yu Fei, being a mere warrior, knows only the art of war. He lacks an understanding of the complexities of human affairs. He fails to recognize that even if we reclaim the north, it will inevitably revert to the Jurchens sooner or later. Zhao Go nodded in satisfaction. It is destined to be unsustainable. Why waste our efforts? This Yu Fei is clearly a brute, ignorant of economics and the most advantageous course of action. If he were to conquer the north, such vast territory would require an enormous annual investment in resources for the anti-Jurchen campaign, which would surely drain the Song's finances. How then could I continue to indulge in a life of luxury? Wouldn't it be more pragmatic to receive tribute payments? As a minister, he is remarkably unwise, showing little understanding of alleviating the burdens of the sovereign. After speaking, Zhao Go reclined on the dragon throne, wearing an expression that suggested the Song dynasty would have collapsed without him. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of the Tang dynasty, Tibet, under the leadership of Chongzhen Gampo, seized the opportunity while the Tang redirected their forces from Anxi and Baiting to quell internal rebellions. Leading an army of 200,000 Tibetan soldiers southward, they occupied over 50 prefectures and more than 150 counties in Anxi and Longyu, plundering a population of approximately 1.6 million from the Tang. Upon reviewing the spoils, Chongzhen Gampo laughed heartily. "Warriors, let us take advantage of the Tang's internal strife and raid Chong'an." The Tibetan army instantly felt invigorated, chanting, "Let us plunder Chong'an, plunder Chong'an." Seeing the profits the Uyghurs made from looting Woyang, envy consumed them. Who wouldn't wish to amass wealth? The Tang dynasty, so affluent, yet lamenting a lifetime of regret. Subsequently, during the final tumult of the Enshi rebellion, the formidable troops of Tubo besieged the city of Chong'an. This was also during the reign of Emperor Suzong of Tang. In his later years, Li Longji was beset by profound anguish. Burdened by the chaos wrought by his own folly, the Enshi rebellion persisted even after his demise. A sinner indeed. In this moment, Li Longji's emotions were a tempest. A tangled web of remorse, frustration, and an unwillingness to accept his fate, tormenting him to the brink of madness. He realized he had become a pariah of the Tang dynasty. Yet, amid this turmoil, a flicker of hope arose within him. Might the imperial examination yield a result akin to the previous 2 sessions, granting him an opportunity to restore the era of prosperity? Meanwhile, the examination results finally approached their conclusion. After the flourishing Tang dynasty, there shall be no more such grandeur. Throughout the life of Li Longji, he was not only the reviver of the Tang dynasty but also the architect of its eventual demise, personally bringing an end to the political turmoil of the Tang dynasty. He diligently governed and ushered in the prosperous era of the Kaiyuan. The governance of Kaiyuan can be regarded as the pinnacle of prosperity in the feudal society. Yet in his later years, he indulged in pleasures, which indirectly led to the outbreak of the Anxi rebellion, thereby obliterating the grandeur of the Tang dynasty while simultaneously bringing about his own ruin. The Anxi rebellion is not merely a reflection of his unresolved emotions, but also embodies the profound discontent of the Tang dynasty and, indeed, the entirety of China. Reflecting upon it, when did the glorious Tang dynasty begin its decline? It was likely during the 25th year of the Kaiyuan era. In this year, Li Longji, swayed by the slanderous words of Wu Huifei, shockingly ordered the execution of the crown prince Li Ying, along with his 2 brothers, Li Yao, the prince of Yi, and Li Zhu, the prince of Guang. During the Kaiyuan era of the Tang dynasty, Crown Prince Li Ying found himself once again in a state of astonishment. I wondered why the crown prince of the Tang dynasty was Li Hong and not myself. It turns out I did not survive to see the Tianbao era. It was not only I who perished, my 2 brothers also met the same fate. Truly, my father is remarkable. He executed 3 sons in a single day. Such is the essence of Li Longji. The prince bears no fault whatsoever, merely because consort Wu aspired for her son to ascend as the crown prince. She whispered persuasive words into Li Longji's ear, resulting in the tragic demise of the crown prince. From this moment forth, the very foundation of the Tang dynasty began to waver. Within the imperial court, no loyal minister dares to voice their thoughts any longer. After the rise of treacherous ministers, they find delight in plundering the people's wealth. It was also around this time that the prosperous era of the Kaiyuan began to descend into decline. Overall, the life of Li Longji is marked by both praise and criticism. Whether one's merits outweigh one's faults or vice versa, the world shall render its judgment. We cannot alter the facts that have already transpired. However, regarding the events yet to unfold, we possess the capacity to endeavor to effect change. Ranking the top 10 unresolved emperors. 8th place, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, Li Longji. Evaluation. Generally, the difficulty in achieving inner peace is rated at 8 out of 10. Reward 1. The flourishing of the Tang dynasty for 2 decades. Reward 2. 500,000 stones of potato seeds. Reward 3. 200,000 sets of heavy armor for the Tang army. Reward 4. Li Longji's lifespan was diminished by 25 years. The rewards shall be distributed in the 25th year of the Kaiyuan era. The rewards have been distributed. This inventory assessment has concluded. Please look forward to the next inventory opening 7 days later. As the inventory concluded, the heavens once again surged, and tranquility returned to the sky in an instant. Yet, the citizens of the myriad realms remained rooted to the spot, unwilling to move. In the great Tang dynasty, Li Shimin leaped with excitement. He could only exclaim that the reward from the golden list was splendidly executed. with Li Longji having passed away 25 years prior. How could the Tang dynasty not extend its life by another 200 years? Given the wealth accumulated by Li Longji, as long as the subsequent emperors did not act recklessly, they could thrive on the inheritance for decades without exhausting it. How delightful! The previous gloom that shrouded Li Shimin was lifted. Who would not favor a ruler who amassed wealth yet departed early? For the emperors to come. This was indeed a most enticing prospect. Meanwhile, the recently awakened Li Yuan marveled at the reward from the golden list, deeming it a fortuitous piece of news. Li Longji's early demise was, for him, a monumental stroke of good fortune. My Tang dynasty is saved, he mused. What manner of actions could transform such a dream into reality? Li Yuan could not help but exclaim. Children of affluent families whose fathers pass away early awaken from dreams with smiles. He could easily envision that in the 25th year of the Kaiyuan era, the princely Ying of this timeline would likely be overjoyed. Not only would he escape death, but he would also inherit such a vast fortune. How delightful! He hoped he would not be a scoundrel like Li Hong. Reflecting on his own childhood, Li Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for himself. How tragic it was to lose his father at the tender age of 8. What profound sorrow that must have been. Before departing, his father had left him only a hereditary title of Duke of Tang and an inexhaustible supply of silver. Can you imagine? It was unbearably painful. At 8 years old, a child became the duke of an empire with a lifetime of comfort, yet each day was filled with the sycophancy and adoration of servants, rendering every endeavor devoid of joy. His daily tasks consisted solely of spending money, spending money, spending money, pursuing women, pursuing women, pursuing women, an unending cycle. One could scarcely fathom the sensation of spending to the point of nausea. And as for pursuing women, what could an 8-year-old do? Apart from merely lifting a finger, he was utterly powerless. It was indeed excruciating. Looking back on his childhood, Li Yuan still found it exceedingly dull. He thought such a life was unworthy even of a dog. In the Yuan dynasty, Kublai Khan was taken aback by the reward on the golden list. What an outrageous scheme. A reward that shortens one's lifespan by 25 years? Is this truly a reward? It would be better if I were not on this golden list at all. In the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang was left speechless. To rescue the Tang dynasty in this manner. Intriguing. However, this approach is not without merit, for the Tang lacks neither military prowess nor wealth. What it truly requires is a capable leader. Regardless of who it may be, everyone desires that Li Longji be granted 20 fewer years of life. During the reign of Emperor Suzong of Tang, Li Longji, who had once been filled with boundless expectations, found himself utterly bewildered. A reward that diminishes one's lifespan by 25 years? Is this truly a reward? Do you assume I am illiterate? Where is the virtue in martial conduct? Grant me a chance, esteemed elder brother. I have already reformed my ways. I confess I have erred. Setting aside the facts, do these officials of the Tang dynasty bear no blame? You cannot place this burden entirely upon my shoulders. This heavy weight, I truly cannot bear. At 78, Li Longji recalled the 3 years he had been confined within the harem, without a soul to converse with. Now, there were no accolades to reflect upon his achievements. A wave of sorrow washed over him, leading to a sudden demise. In the 25th year of the Kaiyuan era of the Great Tang, the Ministry of Personnel was in the process of drafting an edict to depose Crown Prince Li Ying, having just inscribed the words "the foundation of the realm" when Li Longji unexpectedly passed away, to align with the will of the Golden List. The officials of the Tang dynasty swiftly elevated Li Ying to the throne the very next day. As he ascended to the imperial seat, Li Ying was still in a state of disbelief. Is it truly this arbitrary? Just yesterday, they sought to eliminate me, and today, I am crowned emperor? Must one approach the brink of death to grasp the essence of life? Upon becoming emperor, Li Ying's foremost decree was to depose Empress Wu Hui. Naturally, Empress Wu Hui resisted fiercely, insisting on remaining as the Empress Dowager. Li Ying was incensed. I have never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. Empress Wu Hui remained unfazed. Today you have indeed encountered it. Li Ying's fury escalated. Do you believe I would grant you the mercy of death? Empress Wu Hui panicked. You dare? I am your stepmother. Li Ying scoffed. What of being a stepmother? Should I bestow upon you a reward? Do you think I am your great-grandfather Li Ji? Should I take you home as my wife? Wu Huifei said coyly. If you have such thoughts, it is not entirely out of the question. If you do not fancy Li Zhao and the others, I could still bear. Li Ying was astonished. The ministers were equally shocked. The imperial harem of the Tang dynasty is truly chaotic. In the 24th year of the Kaiyuan era, Li Longji was no longer composed. Goodness, I have lost 25 years. The severity of this reward is indeed overwhelming. At that moment, Li Longji, in a state of panic, rushed back to the Taiji palace. He suddenly recalled the pressing state affairs awaiting his attention. To prolong his life, he must work overtime. Furthermore, there were numerous tasks to address. He must eliminate in Lushan in the north, seize his daughter-in-law Yang Yuhuan, and deal with that unfilial son Li Heng as well. As Li Longji pondered his upcoming responsibilities, he inadvertently collided with the approaching Wu Huifei. Startled, she wept like a fragile pear blossom. Your Majesty, Crown Prince Liang harbors ill intentions towards me. Such disrespect towards his mother could tarnish the dignity of our great Tang. I beseech your Majesty to depose the Crown Prince and establish Prince Li Zhao in his stead. In the past, Wu Huifei's tears would have caused Li Longji to capitulate immediately. However, now his mind was filled solely with thoughts of his daughter-in-law Yang Yuhuan. He felt no inclination towards Wu Huifei at all. Moreover, after the recent admonishment, he had no intention of changing the Crown Prince. With a stern expression, he declared, "Do not mention the matter of replacing the Crown Prince again." Wu Huifei was taken aback. Something seems off about your Majesty's tone today. Why does he appear to be acting like a man with a secret affair? Have I been wronged? And you claim the Crown Prince has ill designs on you? Faced with Li Longji's inquiry, Wu Huifei instinctively nodded. Li Longji snorted coldly. What status does the Crown Prince hold? What kind of woman would he desire that he would plot against you? Do not speak such nonsense again. As a consort, you must recognize your position. Wu Huifei's face was filled with disbelief. How could this man, who had a different attitude in bed just yesterday, now deny her? In the Qin dynasty. After Li Longji's reflections concluded, Ing Zheng remained silent for a long time. Through the life of Li Longji and that of Li Shimin, he had indeed witnessed the rise and fall, as well as the chaos of the great Tang dynasty. Despite the formidable strength of the Tang dynasty, it was perpetually accompanied by turmoil and warfare. A slight decline in national power would invite incessant provocations from neighboring forces. Aside from the prosperous eras of the Jingnan and Kaiyuan, the populace of the Great Tang was perpetually besieged by the ravages of conflict. This reality weighed heavily on Ing Zheng's heart, for a stronghold often begins to crumble from within. Governing the nation, harmonizing the family, and pacifying the world, China has a long and arduous journey ahead. As time flowed by, 7 days swiftly passed. Within the myriad realms, it seemed as though everything had come to a standstill. Warfare diminished significantly. Emperors ceased their court sessions, and the scions of wealthy families withdrew from the brothels and theaters. Officials enjoyed rare moments of leisure, and even the nomadic tribes that frequently harassed the borders had recently been subdued. Everyone awaited the current roundup, eager to discover which emperor of China would be featured and what poignant stories would emerge. The live broadcast of the Golden List served as a novel form of entertainment for those inhabiting these historical dimensions, akin to watching television or scrolling through videos, providing them with a refreshing experience. During the 7 days of anticipation, they found themselves gazing upward repeatedly in hope. Finally, the 7th day arrived, prompting all to set aside their tasks and gather early. In the Taiji Palace of the Great Tang, the situation was markedly different from other realms. Li Yuan and Li Shimin remained remarkably composed, seated within the palace, displaying no inclination to witness the unveiling of the Golden List. On the surface, they appeared indifferent to the current roundup, yet their furtive glances toward the palace gates betrayed their inner thoughts. At that moment, Li Jianxing could no longer contain himself. If you wish to see, then go ahead. What is there to fear? Even if this round features yet another emperor of our great Tang, could it possibly eclipse the excitement of Li Longji's narrative? Li Jianxing exclaimed. Li Yuan coughed lightly, having lived in the shadow of Li Longji these past few days, anxious that the Golden List might once again reward him with another Li Longji. The thought alone was enough to send a thrill down his spine. Suppressing his unease, Li Yuan nonchalantly remarked, "What is the rush? The Golden List has tea even begun yet. Darling, you must remain composed. Observe how calm Shimin is." Li Shimin perfectly crossed his legs, lifting his teacup to his lips. Indeed, these two are remarkably composed. Do you think I am unaware that you two have been neglecting your court duties daily, engrossed in studying the imperial list? Li Jianxing silently scoffed, as he ventured alone to observe the gold list. The mood of Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, was rather buoyant today. With the establishment of the Han, all affairs were functioning smoothly. He was always quite confident in his choices of personnel, and there was little for him to worry about domestically. as long as he kept an eye on his old comrades to prevent any insurrections. At that moment, the heavens began to shift. A cacophony of thunder and lightning erupted, tearing the sky asunder, and a fierce gale swept through. Liu Bang's eyes widened, not wishing to miss a single detail. Let me see which unfortunate soul is to be revealed today. Meanwhile, in the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, along with Zhu Biao and Zhu Di, gathered atop the city walls of Nanjing to witness the live broadcast of the gold list, accompanied by an assortment of delectable dishes. As the moment approached for the list to be unveiled, Zhu Yuanzhang's enthusiasm surged. You two brothers, take a guess as to which emperor will grace the gold list today. Zhu Biao casually tore off a piece of pig's head meat and spoke with his mouth full. Who cares which emperor it is? As long as he isn't surnamed Zhu. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement, offering Zhu Biao a large leg of lamb. What you say is sensible. As long as he isn't Zhu. Zhu Biao, unceremoniously seizing the leg of lamb, began his feast. Take your time, Biao. There's no one here to snatch it from you. Zhu Yuanzhang observed Zhu Biao's hearty appetite and felt a swell of joy. A young lad. To eat is a blessing. Zhu Di, watching his elder brother devour the meat without restraint, felt a pang of envy, exclaiming how delightful it was. However, he dared not indulge in such a manner before their father, fearing a reprimand for lacking the decorum befitting a prince. Thus, he resigned himself to delicately picking at the dishes with chopsticks. Now, fourth brother, who do you believe will make the list today? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. Zhu Di hesitated, then pondered deeply. After the Tang dynasty, it seems there aren't many emperors worth lamenting. He counted on his fingers, at least not from the Song dynasty. As for the Yuan, let us not even mention it. After the Yuan comes our Ming dynasty. Oh dear, could it be? Zhu Di's chopsticks froze midair. As he gasped, Father, you don't think this edition will feature one of our Ming emperors, do you? Zhu Yuanzhang's expression soured at this remark. What grievances could our Ming dynasty possibly have? He certainly did not wish for another of his line to ascend the list. One Zhu Di was already quite enough for him to bear. Wait. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang was struck by a terrifying thought. Since the Yongle reign, the Ming dynasty had ceased to be solely his. It had become Zhu Di's Ming dynasty. His eldest son, Zhu Biao's descendants. His grandson. Alas, Zhu Yuanzhang grew even more furious. All of them are the progeny of the fourth. Zhu Laosi, you wretched harbinger of bad news. By heavens, if this truly be the case, the emperor of my Ming dynasty shall return to haunt you relentlessly. Just look at that disheveled mouth of yours. It seems all you do is eat. Have you never tasted food in your entire life? How is it that you are a prince, yet bear none of the dignity befitting your status? A glutton reborn? May you choke on your own gluttony, you insatiable glutton. Zhu Di found himself at a loss. Caught off guard, with a pair of chopsticks still clutched in his hands, he glanced at his brother Zhu Biao, who was voraciously devouring his meal, and then at his own chopsticks, which were barely stained with grease. He felt compelled to clarify to his father who the real glutton was. Zhu Di, father. I am not a glutton. Zhu Yuanzhang, silence. What I say is the truth. Zhu Di, understood. In the era of Yongle, over 50-year-old Zhu Di simmered in discontent within the royal palace. How difficult it was for him. His second brother was once again vying for the position of crown prince. Truly a source of endless annoyance. There was a promising grandson in the wings. The position of the eldest could not be shaken. The great talent Xie Jin once proclaimed. A promising grandson shall ensure the prosperity of the Ming for 3 generations. And therein lay the trouble. Although his second brother's behavior was somewhat excessive, he was unable to voice his discontent. After all, during the Jingnan campaign, promises were made to him of a future as crown prince. Now that the throne had been secured, those promises seemed forgotten. One could say that he, as a father, had not been entirely fair. In this dilemma, he could only temporarily placate the Han King with the recently initiated imperial examination results. But what would happen after the examination concluded? Perhaps he should send the second brother to Yunnan. Yet, he found himself reluctant to part with him. Alas, the worries consumed him. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin was already in position at the onset of the imperial examination broadcast. Now, let us see which charming talent emerges today. Is there a ruler from my Song dynasty among them? The Great Yuan. Greetings. It is I, Kublai Khan. Our Great Yuan dynasty is also a part of Chinese history. How can a retrospective be complete without my presence? The esteemed Qin dynasty, particularly during the reign of Qianlong, is resolute. This edition of the retrospective focuses on figures such as Chongzhen, Chai Rong, or even Shi Huang. His understanding of Chinese history is profound, perhaps too profound for his own comfort. Yet, the curriculum for the princes of the Qing dynasty is inescapable. Should their studies fall short, the instructors will draw comparisons to the Ming dynasty's Emperor Zhengde. Do you wish to emulate Zhu Hozhao? The mere thought of it sends a shiver down his spine. Meanwhile, in the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang languishes in Jiangdu, gazing at the golden list as it gracefully unfurls across the sky. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. Could it be possible for me to ascend to the golden list? I too am filled with unfulfilled aspirations. At last, the full visage of the golden list emerges, directly revealing the truth. Reviewing the 10th position of unresolved grievances among sovereigns, the Emperor Jingtai of the Ming dynasty. The Jing'ai emperor was a feeble prince of the Ming dynasty. His imperial brother, as the emperor, disregards the foundations of the great Ming dynasty and insists on studying abroad. 200,000 troops vanished in an instant, their commanders decimated, as the formidable forces of the Walla marched relentlessly towards Beijing. The grand edifice teetered on the brink of collapse, and the capital was in a state of alarm. At this moment, the officials were devoid of leadership, scrambling to flee southward. The Ming dynasty was, in this very instant, thrust into the abyss. The Emperor Jingtai ascended to the throne in a time of peril, having been ushered into power. Upon his ascension, he adopted a resolute stance, firmly declaring that there would be no retreat to the south, asserting emphatically that in the Ming dynasty, there exists only an emperor who dies in battle, not one who flees southward. Subsequently, the Emperor Jingtai appointed virtuous ministers and, with the assistance of Yu Qian and others, actively fortified defenses, successfully repelling the invading Walla and securing victory in the defense of Beijing. After the defense of Beijing, he began to tidy up the mess left by his elder brother. At this moment, the Ming dynasty experienced a brief period of clarity and prosperity, historically referred to as the Jingtai revival. During the Jingtai era, Zhu Qizhen, imprisoned in Nanghua, witnessed the ascendance of his brother Zhu Qiyu on the throne. Overwhelmed with mixed emotions, he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "What grievances could Zhu Qiyu possibly harbor? He has ascended from a prince to the emperor, having effortlessly seized the throne. What could be so difficult to accept?" Zhu Qizhen, filled with agitation, thought that if there were grievances, they ought to belong to him. He was the legitimate emperor, favored by all, destined by heaven to rule. He was merely a victim of a single military defeat. Why was he confined here? Victory and defeat are the common fate of warfare. He had simply lost one battle, yet had to relinquish his throne. It was he, Zhu Qizhen, who should feel wronged. During the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang was left in a state of disbelief. What the hell? Zhu Laosi, can you explain this to me? How did 200,000 soldiers vanish into thin air? Is there a gap among the generals? Is he even more ruthless than Laozi? And what of this elder brother of Jingtai? As an emperor, he actually went abroad to study? What shall I study abroad? In my Ming dynasty? Is there no teacher capable of instructing him? What sort of learning could possibly lead to the disbanding of 200,000 troops? Those who studied abroad have managed to reach Beijing. Zhu Yuanzhang was filled with ire. Grasping Zhu Di by the ear, he pulled him close and berated him. Zhu Laosi, I commanded you to relocate the capital to Beiping, and now the enemy is at our doorstep. Zhu Di shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Father, allow me to explain. You ought to blame the Yongle emperor. My association with this matter is minimal. In the era of the Ming Yongle, Zhu Di was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by indignation. What is happening? How could 200,000 troops simply vanish? How did the Walla forces reach Beijing? By what right did they dare to approach the capital? When I was present, they lacked such audacity. And this emperor, where has he gone to study? Zhu Di clenched his teeth in frustration. Who is this emperor anyway? Wait, is Yu Qian still around? By heavens, Yu Qian is still here. In an instant, Zhu Di's expression underwent a profound transformation. He was horrified as he pieced together the implications. Yu Qian is still around, and this emperor who has gone abroad. Could it be the esteemed grandson? It was impossible for Zhu Di to think otherwise, considering Yu Qian was of the same age as his esteemed grandson. Then confusion crept in once more. Is the Taizong so inept? And where has my plump boy gone? In that moment, an overwhelming array of bewildering thoughts flooded Zhu Di's mind. In the Qing dynasty, Emperor Kangxi let out a deep sigh. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhu Qiyu of the Ming. To attempt to save a crumbling empire, born into a nation on the brink, only to meet an end where he could not even be interred in the royal mausoleum. How lamentable! As the crowd lamented, an image of Zhu Qiyu gradually emerged, a slender, somewhat frail young man, mounted on horseback, with a glimmer of fear in his eyes, yet gripping his weapon tightly. His gaze was fixed beyond, towards the city of Beiping. Today, let us journey through the life of Emperor Jingnan through the lens. Prior to this, for the sake of enhanced comprehension, let us first examine a piece of information. Zhu Di, the Yongle Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Gaoqi, the eldest son of Zhu Di, known as Emperor Ren of the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Zhanji, the eldest son of Zhu Gaoqi, was the Ming Dynasty's Emperor Xuanzong. Zhu Qizhen, the eldest son of Zhu Zhanji, was the Ming Emperor Yingzong. Zhu Qiyu, the second son of Zhu Zhanji, was a sovereign of the Ming Dynasty. On the third day of the 8th month in the third year of the Xuande era, Zhu Qiyu was born in Beijing. His father was the Ming Xuanzong, Zhu Zhanji, and his mother was Lady Wu, who served as a personal maid to Zhu Zhanji during his time as the crown prince. Yu, characterized by warmth and elegance, embodies the demeanor of a gentleman. Thus, Zhu Zhanji bestowed upon him the name Qiyu. Zhu Zhanji had two sons, the elder, Zhu Qizhen, and the younger, Zhu Qiyu. The biological mother of Zhu Qiyu's elder brother, Zhu Qizhen, is Empress Sun, who was the childhood companion of Zhu Zhanqing. Thus, from the moment of his birth, his elder brother Zhu Qizhen had nearly monopolized all of their father's affection. Zhu Qizhen was appointed as the crown prince at the tender age of 3 months. However, Zhu Qiyu, due to the status of his biological mother, was not favored by his father and was raised outside the palace, rarely seeing him throughout the year. As a prince raised outside the palace, this was exceedingly rare during the Ming Dynasty. During the Yongle period of the Ming, upon reading this, Zhu Di was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Zhanji, come here at once. What is the meaning of this Empress Sun? Did I select an Empress of the Sun surname for you? Zhu Zhanji was filled with embarrassment. In an instant, Zhu Di saw through Zhu Zhanji's thoughts. Have you discarded the Empress? How could you so unjustly depose her? Zhu Zhanji hastily clarified. My grandfather's list states that I have only 2 sons, neither of whom were born of Empress Hu. This indicates that Empress Hu is incapable of bearing sons. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for me to remove a childless Empress. Is it not? Zhu Di found this line of reasoning laughable. You, young man, have deposed her for the sake of a so-called childhood friend. Is this the conduct of a wise ruler? Beside him, the portly Zhu Gaoqi began to admonish Zhu Zhanji. And to add insult to injury, you have only 2 sons and still engage in favoritism. How can the princes of our glorious Ming dynasty be raised outside the palace? Zhu Zhanji nodded repeatedly. Alas, father, I was wrong. I shall amend my ways. Zhu Di, observing Zhu Zhanji's perfunctory response, grew even more incensed. I believe that Zhu Qizhen, born of this empress, is a significant pitfall. We shall see how he fares in his studies abroad. Meanwhile, the 3 generations of Zhu Di's lineage remained oblivious to the fact that Zhu Gaoxiu's countenance had darkened to the point of near collapse. He silently berated them in his heart. By the heavens, Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Zhanji, Zhu Qizhen, seeing these names vexes me. This old man insists on making me the crown prince, employing every means possible to compel me to exert myself. And what is the result? The eldest still ascends to the throne. This Jingnan rebellion is entirely due to my efforts. Old man, do not overstep your bounds. Otherwise, we shall meet at Xuanwu Gate. During the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty, witnessing his uncle Zhu Qiyu rise to the difficult and unyielding ranking list, Zhu Jianda's heart was a tumult of emotions. What a splendid Ming dynasty, yet it has produced such a character as Zhu Qizhen. Beside him, Wang Zhi, the supervisor of the Xichang, felt a surge of trepidation and cautiously advised, Your Majesty, this orthodox emperor is after all the predecessor. Zhu Jianda scoffed. Am I well acquainted with the predecessor? Just look at the mess he left behind. It irks me to no end. I have been tidying it up for so many years without a moment's respite. In the Tang dynasty during the reign of Emperor Wu, Li Shimin and Li Yuan were aware that the ranking had commenced. Yet they dared not venture out to witness it. They awaited Pei Ji's report. Pei Ji soon rushed into the Taiji palace, barely catching his breath when Li Yuan eagerly inquired, which dynasty's emperor? Pei Ji took a deep breath and slowly replied, the Ming. Li Yuan tilted his head. Oh, the Ming dynasty? Then all is well. Li Yuan adjusted his dragon robe and smiled at Li Shimin. As long as he is not the emperor of our Tang dynasty. Shimin replied while walking. Li Shimin imitated him, straightening his attire and stroking his beard. He quickly followed Li Yuan out of the Taiji palace. Pei Ji. The literary review continued. In his early years, Zhu Qiyu was outside the palace, deprived of the opportunity for a royal education. The perpetual absence of paternal affection has cultivated within him a rather timid disposition. Due to his timid disposition, he always felt an urge to evade whenever he encountered his father. Such behavior only deepened Zhu Zhangji's displeasure. Over time, Zhu Zhangji offered the assessment that Zhu Qiyu was a weak individual, unworthy of great responsibilities. At this moment, Zhu Qiyu, as a prince, did not receive any special privileges. Living just like an ordinary child from a common family. Leading a simple life, I spend each day immersed in the study of the sacred texts. Zhu Qiyu was not particularly fond of reading. However, his mother advised him that as a prince of the Ming dynasty, he was destined to become a lord in the future. He must learn to alleviate the burdens of his elder brother. At that moment, Zhu Qiyu realized that he was like a kite that had suddenly discovered its direction, knowing precisely where it ought to soar. As a loyal brother, he must bear the burdens for his elder sibling in the days to come. During the Jingtai era, in Nangong, Zhu Qizhen found himself imprisoned in this place. He gazed at the list of successful candidates and instantly donned a scornful smile. What burdens are you alleviating for me, Zhu Qiyu? How shameless you are. This throne rightfully belongs to me. Zhu Qiyu, you wretched scoundrel, you disregard your elder brother and usurp my throne. Your fate will not be a fortunate one. Recalling the demise of Zhu Qiyu's crown prince, Zhu Jianji, a cruel smile crept across Zhu Qizhen's face. Zhu Qiyu, await me. I shall soon reclaim what is rightfully mine. Ha ha ha. In the days of growth, father rarely visited, and Zhu Qiyu's memories of his elder brother and father became increasingly vague. In a year marked by repeated disappointments, Zhu Qiyu has turned 7. A devastating piece of news arrived. His father, Zhu Zhangji, had passed away at the tender age of 38. During the reign of the Ming dynasty's Xianzong, the charming and talented Zhu Zhangji was listening to music while watching the live broadcast of the imperial examination results. He was taken aback, immediately engulfed in panic. What a cruel fate. My life has been extinguished at just 38? Are you jesting? Could it be that the vow I made years ago has come to fruition? Surely, I cannot be blamed. It was my uncle who acted first. Realizing that this year marked the 9th year of the Xiande era, Zhu Zhangji's anxiety intensified. There were but a few years left to live. What could he do? Would consuming some elixir help? In the era of Hongxi, Zhu Gaoqi, who had just ascended the throne, was struck with disbelief. My son has departed at 38? Wait, my son is only 25 this year. Good heavens. Does this not imply that I too have but a few years remaining? At that moment, Zhu Gaoqi felt a surge of panic. His son had already claimed the throne. Surely, he himself must have already been long gone. In the 22nd year of the Yongle reign, Zhu Di, resurrected by the imperial examination results, was left in shock. My eldest grandson has departed at 38? This implies that the examination has granted me an additional 20 years of life. Can it truly allow us to bid farewell to 2 generations? Alas, Jie deceives me. The literary inventory continues. Zhu Qiyu did not have the opportunity to bid farewell to his father for the final time. After the passing of his father, Zhu Qizhen ascended to the throne, adopting the era named Jingtong. At that time, Zhu Qizhen was merely 8 years old. Empress Dowager Zhang, the grandmother of Zhu Qiyu, jointly assisted in the governance of the court alongside the 3 Yangs of the cabinet. Empress Zhang, the esteemed consort of Emperor Renzong Zhu Gaoqi, shares her status with the previous empresses of the Ming dynasty, namely Empress Ma and Empress Su, possessing a keen sense of propriety and an understanding of the greater picture. She is truly a paragon of queenship. Under the stewardship of Empress Dowager Zhang, the governance of the Ming dynasty thrived during the benevolent and harmonious era of the Rinxian period. During this time, the Ming Empire experienced a remarkable tranquility. However, Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty, upon reading the contents of the list of merits, could not help but express his derision. He questioned how the empress of the Ming dynasty could be regarded as a paragon of virtue. What place does this assign to the empresses of the Qing dynasty? Our empresses possess the power to dictate the fate of the empire, much like Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang. Is it truly appropriate for the Ming empress to be compared to them? Moreover, who asserts that the Ming dynasty was entirely peaceful? Are you unaware of Zhu Qizhen's capacity for action? He shall make the grasslands comprehend the true essence of a sovereign army in the fury of thunder. Ha ha. You amuse me greatly. Zhu Qizhen is but a mere fraction of my prowess. I am the epitome of completeness, while Zhu Qizhen can at best be deemed a semblance of wholeness. In the year when Zhu Qiyu turned 10, Empress Dowager Zhang and his elder brother Zhu Qizhen took it upon themselves to elevate him to the title of Prince of Chong. designating Duke Zhongfu of England to personally oversee the ceremonial rites for the prince. Lord Zhongfu of England was a formidable general during the reign of Emperor Qingzhu, a distinguished contributor to the Jingnan campaign, and the Grand Marshal responsible for the reclamation of Annan. Furthermore, he was the second Grand Preceptor following Li Shanchong, a foundational figure during the era of Emperor Taizu. As the sole brother of Zhu Qizhen, Zhu Qiyu enjoyed exceptional privileges. Zhu Qizhen personally selected the guards for him, reallocating 300 soldiers and 50 lieutenants from the Imperial Guard for his immediate command. At the same time, Zhu Qizhen also augmented the Prince of Cheng's residence with 60 local chieftains who were sent as tributes from Yunnan, Guizhou, and Jiaozhi to manage the affairs of the royal household. At this moment, the bond between the brothers Zhu Qiyu and Zhu Qizhen rapidly deepened. During this period, Zhu Qiyu gradually comprehended the nature of the Ming dynasty. It is the founding of the nation through military might by the great ancestor, the expansion of territory by the accomplished ancestor, and the benevolent governance of my grandfather and father. Zhu Qiyu yearned to become a warrior akin to his great-grandfather and father. Regrettably, he appears to lack the qualities of a capable leader. Fortunately, during this period, the Ming dynasty was still in the illustrious epochs of Hongwu and Yongle, characterized by an abundance of valiant warriors and formidable generals. The national prestige is resounding, and the borders lie in tranquility. During the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty, Nurhaci gazed at the imperial list, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is it truly the case that the grandeur of the Ming dynasty is so illustrious while its borders remain so serene? I find it hard to believe. Where have you placed our esteemed god of war, Zhu Qizhen? The Tang dynasty. Upon witnessing this, Li Shimin could not help but feel envious of the Ming dynasty. With the young ruler in doubt and the empire running smoothly, why could his son not encounter a queen like Empress Dowager Zhang? This is no ordinary empress. She is the dream consort of the Tang, the Song dynasty. Zhao Kuangyan eagerly anticipates the forthcoming inventory, aware that, typically, the turning point is imminent. Someone is bound to stir up trouble. The power of the empire has no connection with Zhu Qiyu. He simply enjoys a tranquil and stable existence as a prince of peace. As he matured with the passage of time, Zhu Qizhen reached the age of 16, stepping into the threshold of adulthood. Due to the early teachings of Empress Dowager Zhang, along with the assistance of Yang Shiqi, Yang Pu, Yang Rong, Zhang Fu, and the Minister of Rites, Hu Wei, Zhu Qizhen at this time appeared to be a sagacious sovereign, much like his own father. Governance is conducted with remarkable order. Everything is utterly perfect. During the Jingtai era of the Ming dynasty, in Nanghua, Zhu Qizhen gazed upon this and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Have you, my ministers, not seen? The Golden List declares that I am truly exceptional. However, soon after the passing of Empress Dowager Zhang, 2 of the 3 Yangs departed from this world, leading to a series of transformations in Zhu Qizhen. The young sovereign appears to have entered his rebellious phase, often choosing to oppose the ministers in all matters. Furthermore, he grew increasingly close to the eunuch who held the most power at the time, known as Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen is a formidable individual. In his early years, in pursuit of his ideals, he resolutely abandoned his wife and children, inflicting a decisive blow upon himself, and subsequently entered the Eastern Palace. In the grand court of the Qin dynasty, Zhao Gao felt a sudden chill, tightening within, and swiftly reached out to grasp. Oh, Zhao Gao let out a deep sigh, his expression easing as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Damn it, it's still here. How terrifying. This Wang Zhen is truly a ruthless individual. How dare he wield a knife in such a place? During the Tianqi era of the Ming dynasty, Wei Zhongxian had already become renowned as the powerful figure known as the 9,000 Years. He gazed at the contents detailed on the Golden List, filled with immense gratitude towards the formidable Wang Zhen. In the past, he had been battered daily due to his inability to repay gambling debts. Reflecting on Wang Zhen's rise to prominence, he decided to emulate him. In a fit of rage, he severed his quail egg and entered the palace to embark on his own path of resurgence. Astonishingly, he ascended to the position of director of the Imperial Secretariat. Wei Zhongxian could not help but exclaim that seeking shortcuts, becoming a eunuch, was indeed a viable route. In the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, his anger surging within him. He summoned Zhu Laosi and gave him a good thrashing. Zhu Laosi, look at the fine example you've set. Your great-grandson is following in the footsteps of the eunuchs. Zhu Di hastily defended himself. Father, allow me to explain. Eunuchs can be good or bad. You cannot condemn an entire group based on one individual. Perhaps this Wang Zhen is a commendable eunuch. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted fiercely. How can one who dares to harm his own manhood be deemed virtuous? Zhu Di replied. Due to Wang Zhen's modest education, he ascended rapidly upon entering the palace, soon attaining the esteemed position of a reading companion to the crown prince, becoming one of Zhu Qizhen's closest confidants. Upon Zhu Qizhen's ascension to the throne, Wang Zhen naturally became the foremost eunuch. Upon acquiring power, Wang Zhen began to reveal his true nature, especially after the passing of the formidable Empress Dowager Zhang, as well as Yang Shiqi, Yang Rong, and Yang Pu. This individual has become so formidable that he no longer recognizes even his closest kin. At this moment, within the court of the Ming dynasty, he feared no one but the emperor himself. When Zhu Yuanzhang established the Ming dynasty, he once set up a sign in the court proclaiming that eunuchs were not to interfere in political affairs. Subsequently, this brand was directly removed and discarded by Wang Zhen. It is evident that in his perspective, the matter of whether eunuchs should engage in politics is determined not by Zhu Yuanzhang, but rather by Wang Zhen. The audacity of Wang Zhen astounded Zheng. How could this eunuch, who was merely a figure established by the founding emperor, be so brazenly dismissed? Is it that Zhu Yuanzhang lacks the strength to wield his sword, or has Wang Zhen grown overly arrogant? In the era of the Ming dynasty, during the Hongwu period, upon witnessing this scene unfold, Zhu Yuanzhang was instantly filled with fury. Where's my sword? Where's my sword? I shall see to it that Wang Zhen meets his end. Enraged, Zhu Yuanzhang lamented, have the rules we established fallen on deaf ears? Reflecting on Zhu Di's successful uprising, Zhu Yuanzhang did not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap to the backside of the youthful Zhu Di. Bang! The sudden noise startled Zhu Biao, who then reveled in the misfortune about to befall his younger brother. Little Fourth's rear was in for a beating, much to his delight. Zhu Yuanzhang confronted Zhu Di. Is this what you meant by not punishing the entire ship for the misdeeds of one? Is this your idea of a good eunuch? Tell me, Fourth. If we do not have the final say in this Ming dynasty, who does? Faced with the wrath of Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di's legs trembled uncontrollably. In a moment of panic, he blurted out, Wang Zhen? Oh, what have I just said? Zhu Di took off running. Zhu Yuanzhang was both furious and amused. He swiftly caught up to Zhu Di, delivering a heavy blow, striking with fervor. The closer the bond, the harsher the punishment. Zhu Di's rear felt numb. In that moment, Zhu Di harbored intense hatred for Zhu Qizhen and his own careless tongue. Curse it, Zhu Qizhen. Why did you choose to learn these misguided ways instead of the good ones? Do you have any idea how much harm your actions will inflict upon your great-grandfather? Wang Zhen became the first eunuch in the Ming dynasty to audaciously intervene in political affairs. The accomplishments of this individual extend far beyond this. His most significant influence on the Ming dynasty was the initiation of eunuch involvement in governance, which subsequently led to the uncontrollable rise of eunuch power within the illustrious Ming. The officials of the Ming dynasty have lived perpetually in the shadow of eunuchs since this inception. Undoubtedly, this is not necessarily a negative circumstance. Relying on the emperor's favor, Wang Zhen began to cultivate his own faction, forging alliances and forming cliques within the court. Wang Zhen has expressed that there is an overwhelming number of officials who are eager to pledge their allegiance. He ascended to become the foremost individual beneath the emperor of the Ming dynasty at that time. Soon, Wang Zhen realized that maintaining his relationships within the court required a substantial amount of silver. To aspire to be a leader, one must not shy away from spending. Thus, this gentleman began his quest for wealth, engaging in the sale of official titles, usurping public lands, embezzling state funds, and fabricating disaster reports. He resorted to every conceivable and inconceivable means to amass riches. In light of this inventory, the officials of the late Ming dynasty expressed their profound dismay. The emperor favored utilizing eunuchs to suppress them. During the reign of Qianlong in the Qing dynasty, upon witnessing this, Hushan wore a disdainful smile as he gazed at the list of accomplishments. How could this be deemed avarice? It was merely a matter of utilizing your funds to attend to your affairs. Moreover, if one does not seek power or greed in a position of authority, what purpose does one serve in such a role? Subsequently, Wang Zhen felt that merely amassing wealth no longer satisfied him. He aspired to ascend further in the realm of politics, yearning to etch his name in the annals of history. He wishes that centuries later, there will still be those who remember that in the glorious Ming dynasty, there was a remarkable eunuch named Wang Zhen. To etch one's name in the annals of history, one must possess remarkable achievements as a foundation. Wang Zhen began to contemplate how to attain success, starting with the governance of the state. During this period, the Ming dynasty enjoyed relative peace, rendering his efforts seemingly unnecessary. Thus, Wang Jun pondered once more. The northern front has remained unsettled. It appears that the current Ming army possesses commendable combat prowess, suggesting a glimmer of hope. From Wang Jun's act of self-castration, it is evident that he is a man of action. Act upon whatever comes to mind. Thus, Wang Jun meticulously crafted an elaborate strategy. In this game of chess, one side represents the Ming dynasty, while the other is the Walla. This statement by Han Jinbing piqued Liu Bang's interest. What status does this Wang Jun hold? Can a mere eunuch truly wield influence over two nations? What gives him the right? The Walla tribe emerged as a Mongolian power that split from the Yuan dynasty. Following the demise of the northern Yuan, Mongolia fragmented into two distinct factions. One is the Tatar led by the illustrious Kublai's golden lineage. Another faction was composed of the Walla, formed by other Mongolian nobles. The great Yuan, Kublai Khan, remarked that this roster was rather presumptuous. The matter of Mongolian fragmentation has been addressed during your recounting of Zhu Di. After all, it is not a subject of great pride. Our memories are not so feeble as to require reiteration. There is no need to bring it up again. The Walla were once driven to the shores of Lake Baikal during the reign of Zhu Di. After the ascension of Emperor Renzong Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Qiyu's grandfather, the northern borders of the Ming dynasty opted for a strategic contraction, relinquishing military endeavors towards the northern wilderness and initiating a period of tranquility for the populace. Thus, the brothers of the Walla prepared their belongings and migrated back to the northern deserts and the Hetao region, wishing to first ascertain the attitude of the great Ming dynasty. Regarding the Walla, Emperor Renzong's stance is unequivocal. You may reside here, but do not stir up trouble. The Yongle emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di, was displeased. He began to question Zhu Gaoqi. What do you mean by this? I have not yet fallen cold, and you are already altering national policy? Zhu Gaoxiu interjected at an opportune moment. Father, I warned you that the eldest brother is unreliable. Observing his father being targeted once more, Zhu Zhangji wished to intercede on Zhu Di's behalf. However, at that moment, Zhu Gaoqi displayed an air of pride, presenting a ledger to Zhu Di. Father, here are this year's revenues and expenditures of the national treasury. Would you prefer to review it yourself, or shall I read it aloud for you? Zhu Di was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a fawning smile. Eldest brother, why are you taking this so seriously? Father merely spoke offhandedly. There was no intention to blame you. Zhu Gaoqi rolled his eyes, his voice elongated. Oh, is that so? Zhu Di lowered his posture even further. How necessary it is for me to trust you. Meanwhile, Zhu Gaochuan's expression resembled that of someone who had just ingested something foul. The Walla brothers are delighted. As law-abiding citizens, how could they possibly cause a disturbance? Thus, a cordial relationship flourished. Before long, Zhu Gaoqi passed away, having reigned for a mere 10 months. In the era of the Yongle emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Gaozu's countenance shifted from overcast to clear. Meanwhile, Zhu Di and his grandson were utterly astonished. Particularly Zhu Gaoqi, who was rendered speechless. He had merely ascended the throne for 10 months before meeting his demise. What kind of absurdity is this? 10 months? This is hardly measured in years. In the 22nd year of the Yongle reign, Zhu Di was equally taken aback. He could hardly fathom that he would not have to wait 2 decades. His eldest son would depart this life within the year. In that moment, memories flooded his mind of his son laboring tirelessly to manage state affairs on his behalf, leaving Zhu Di with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Zhu Zhangji chose to follow the path of Zhu Gaoqi, continuing the strategic contraction and allowing the people to rest. Amidst the strategic contraction, Zhu Zhangji did not forget to caution the Walla brothers residing in the Hetao region. Do not recklessly intrude into the residence of the Ming without the host's consent. Such acts of trespassing are akin to theft, infringing the law. During the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty, the Walla tribe, upon perusing the contents of the imperial edict, expressed their discontent. Alas, considering the amicable relations between us, how could one possibly label our actions as thievery? Since you have deemed us as thieves, it seems only fitting to appropriate a few more items, lest we do a disservice to such an appellation. The warning from Zhu Zhangji proved ineffective. The once quiet Wara brothers brazenly took advantage of the northern borders of the Ming dynasty. Upon witnessing the actions of the Wara people on the golden list, Zhu Zhangji's lips twitched in irritation. I contracted my front lines due to a lack of funds. Surely, you do not believe that I am incapable of waging war? To pillage in my presence, as if I, Zhu Zhangji, do not exist? I shall swiftly strike against the Wara. Zhu Zhanji did not indulge the Wala, instead administering a thorough reprimand that left them humbled. After conceding defeat, the brethren of the Wala tribe believed they would once again journey to Lake Baikal to admire its scenic beauty, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The Emperor of Tomorrow will commence the expulsion of individuals. Consequently, Zhu Zhanji departed unexpectedly before he could even begin to expel others, having reigned as emperor for approximately 11 years. Wala remarked, "Didn't he see that coming, did you?" "Neither did I." Ing Zheng of the Qin dynasty stood there in astonishment. How could the descendants of Zhu Di be so nonchalant even in death? After all this time, it seemed that this grandfather and grandson hadn't lived beyond the lifespan of an entire generation. In the 22nd year of the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di wore a grim expression. "Xie Jin has deceived me. What nonsense is this about the Ming flourishing for 3 generations? Is this truly what they call prosperity for 3 generations? At this juncture, the Ming dynasty, under the leadership of the young emperor, found itself in a state of uncertainty, while the Wala tribe, having sustained significant losses, was equally disinclined to engage in further conflict, thus opting to continue diplomatic negotiations. During this period, the leader of the Wala, Izan, came to the realization that relying solely on the strength of Wala would not suffice to challenge the mighty Ming dynasty. They needed to seek an ally. The only ally worth considering is that solitary Tatar. The Tartars have always claimed to be the legitimate descendants of Mongolia. Thus, they naturally hold a disdain for the Wala. Thus, let us first deal with the Tartars, vanquishing half and slaying the other half, temporarily merging the Tartars into the Wala. The countenance of Kublai Khan, the great Yuan ruler, fell. What does this Wala signify? How dare you treat the descendants of Kublai Khan with such disdain? What do you consider our golden lineage to be? Do you not realize that I, a descendant of Kublai Khan, am also a descendant of Genghis Khan? How could you act in such a manner? At this moment, the brief unification of the Wala is poised to sweep southward across the vast steppe. However, the comprehensive national strength of the Ming dynasty is evident, and it appears insurmountable. Furthermore, in the past decade, the Ming dynasty and the Wala have maintained a continuous trade relationship. In a situation where nothing is lacking, there are few individuals within the Wala who wish to provoke the Ming. War inevitably leads to loss of life, unless absolutely necessary. No one desires to step onto the battlefield. One can only conceal one's ambitions within. In the 14th year of the Zhengtong era, Yexian, as was customary, presented camels, horses, and other offerings to the Ming dynasty, exchanging for textiles, tea, salt, and other essential goods from the Ming dynasty. Each year, during the tribute season, there is a tendency to exaggerate the number of horses and camels, thereby obtaining an excess of resources from the Ming dynasty. During the past decade of the Ming dynasty, as Zhu Qizhen was still in his youth, the ministers, in an effort to secure stability at the borders, afforded him a transitional period of imperial authority. They largely turned a blind eye to the actions of Yi Xian. Wang Zhen took action, commanding his men to personally tally the number of horses and camels submitted to the Yexing, deducting 4/5 from the total count and calculating the remaining 1/5 for the exchange of supplies. During the reign of the Ming Emperor Yingzong, Yexing witnessed this scene unfold, his grin stretching almost to the back of his head. "I am grateful to my esteemed brother Wang Zhen for providing the justification to commence hostilities. Is it not reasonable for a victim to seize some belongings in pursuit of justice? The meager provisions bestowed by Wang Zhen are scarcely sufficient for anyone. How can we, the Wala, even endure through this winter? In order to survive, I am left with no choice but to resort to theft." Wang Zhen's objective has been achieved. In order to procure supplies for the winter, there remains but one course of action, to descend southward and seize what is necessary. Why did Wang Zhen confidently anticipate an offensive against the Ming dynasty, rather than continuing to offer cattle and horses in exchange for supplies? Previously, Wang Zhen had exerted his authority in the border town of Datong, compelling the supervising eunuchs to annually bestow upon the Wala tribe an impressive arsenal of 100,000 bows and tens of thousands of suits of armor. Wang Zhen has provided ample capital for Yi Xian to advance southward, and now he has personally furnished Yi Xian with a legitimate pretext to invade the Ming dynasty. The eyes of Zhu Di, the Hanwu emperor of the Ming, darkened. "Damn it, Wang Zhen, I curse you. This Wang Zhen clearly intends to leave me no path of escape." Zhu Biao rose and approached Zhu Di, expressing sympathy. "Brother, is there any way I can assist you?" Zhu Di pondered for a moment, recalling how, when father punished me, you lent me your arm to bite. That brought me a sense of balance. Zhu Biao's expression darkened. He rolled up his sleeves and, alongside Zhu Yuanzhang, prepared to engage in a vigorous bout with Zhu Di. At this moment, he exuded an air of confidence, well-equipped and ready to engage in a contest of strength with the Ming dynasty. Rather than confronting them directly, executing a swift raid and retreat seemed entirely feasible. Moreover, assemble the Grand Army to advance from 4 directions, with 3 routes targeting the strategic military strongholds of Liaodong, Xianzhou, and Ganzhou in the Ming dynasty. Therefore, he personally led a grand army to launch an assault on Datong. The news reached the capital, and Chongzhen was filled with fury. On that day, after deliberation, the ministers concluded that the emperor had already established his authority and need no longer endure humiliation, since the Walla dared to invade the borders of our great Ming. Let us take advantage of the military might that still prevails from the reign of the Taizong and teach them a lesson. Thus, the court officials commenced the preparations for the army's provisions, dispatching scouts to assess the true strength of the Walla forces and deliberating on who would lead the northern expedition. After all, war is no trifling matter. One must be thoroughly prepared. During the reign of the Ming Emperor Yingzong, Wang Zhen observed the ministers in a state of panic. His eyes filled with disdain. Such a fuss over nothing. How could a mere nomadic tribe like the Walla, perpetually lacking in resources, possibly stand as a match for the regular forces of the Ming dynasty? Surely, victory would come effortlessly. 200,000 against 100,000. The advantage is undeniably ours. Wang Zhen found the ministers excessively dilatory and fervently urged Zhu Qizhen to personally lead the troops into battle. Zhu Qizhen harbored such thoughts, aligning seamlessly with Wang Zhen's ambitions, and resolved to lead a personal expedition against the Walla. The following day, he presented his intentions at the court assembly. In that vivid scene, the youthful Zhu Qizhen boldly proclaimed to the ministers, "These Walla jesters dare to invade our illustrious Ming. When I personally lead the charge, I shall leave them in utter defeat, teaching them what it means to face the might of a true sovereign and the wrath of thunder." In the court of the Qin, Kangxi was amused by Zhu Qizhen's demeanor. The famed war deity of the Ming indeed lived up to his reputation, his prowess aside. The sheer audacity he displayed was extraordinary. Just consider the fervor in his voice. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang, witnessing Zhu Qizhen's conduct, felt a heavy weight in his heart. He mused anxiously, in warfare, the gravest error is to underestimate the enemy. This child, raised without paternal guidance and lacking military experience, so readily dismisses his adversaries. Such arrogance may lead to dire consequences. As Zhu Yuanzhang ruminated, his hand unconsciously rested upon Zhu Di's ear. The young Zhu Di felt an uncomfortable tightening and the familiar pangs of pain return. During the Yongle era of the Ming, Zhu Di observed Zhu Qizhen's immaturity and was instantly filled with foreboding. This scene felt eerily familiar. He recalled a brash young man in his 20s, similarly oblivious to the vastness of the world, who, emboldened by a million-strong army, deemed himself invincible, disregarding all foes. Ultimately, that individual faced a crushing defeat, losing even his claim to the throne. "Dear child, do not emulate Zhu Yunwen," he implored. "Where are you, Yuqian? Zhang Fu." Someone stop him. At that moment, Zhu Di was deeply concerned about Zhu Qizhen's leadership capabilities, for there exists a saying, "An incompetent commander brings ruin upon his troops." However, Zhu Zhangji held a contrasting opinion. Believing that a tiger begets no dog, how could the offspring of such a brilliant and valiant father falter? In the first year of the Jing'ai era, on the vast grasslands of the northern desert, within the Walla encampment, Ixinjueluo was taken aback by Zhu Qizhen's bold claims of the might of the sovereign and the wrath of thunder. He cast a weary glance at the young emperor beside him, internally lamenting, "How foolish. This child is ruling as emperor, yet insists on leading a personal campaign. Do you not have enough on your plate as the esteemed emperor of the Ming? And now, as fate would have it, I have captured him, a man I cannot kill nor easily dismiss." Exasperating. Upon noticing Yi Xian's gaze, Zhu Qizhen flashed a dazzling smile, revealing his perfect set of pearly whites. Believing it to be irresistibly charming, he showed no sign of embarrassment over the contents of the examination results. Yi Xian sighed, turning his head away, feeling utterly disheartened. How could one bear to look at him? Did he possess no sense of shame? After all, he was an emperor, a man of esteemed education. How could he have such a thick skin? Yi Xian silently cursed in his heart. This rascal, how burdensome, consuming my resources, residing in my space, utilizing what belongs to me. In a mere week, one could devour a horse, and I would hesitate to squander so much on a single cow. To add insult to injury, you dwell in a lavish Mongolian yurt as if you were on a leisurely vacation. You sleep with my sister, command my brother, and even presume to oversee my mother. Who, pray tell, is the true captive here? Is there no law to uphold? Someone, please come to my aid. I can no longer endure this. The situation in the Ming dynasty is no better. Nearly a year has passed, yet you have yet to return the person in question. This is your emperor, not some trifling figure one can dismiss at will. And thus, the scene concludes. The narrative continues to unfold. Although the ministers were astonished by Zhu Qizhen's decision, they did not find the emperor's personal expedition to be an unacceptable matter. In the early Ming dynasty, it was customary for the emperor to lead military campaigns personally, a practice that the ministers had grown accustomed to. The emperor has resolved to personally lead the Ministry of War and the 5 armies' general command, leaving no room for discussion regarding the selection of the supreme commander of the forces. Thus, the heavy burden fell upon the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works to commence the preparations for provisions and support for the impending war. By this time, the decision regarding the northern expedition remains largely unproblematic. However, problems soon arose. At this moment, as summer wanes, the grain harvest in the northern plains has yet to reach fruition. Thus, it is necessary to await a bit longer for the troops assembled from the south to procure the required provisions. However, Wang Zhun could no longer contain his impatience. After preparing for so long, he was eager to ensnare his opponent. With such an achievement, one's position would undoubtedly be firmly established. Zhu Qizhen could no longer wait. At the age of 22, he had been cooped up in the imperial palace long enough to feel as though he were growing moldy. He is eagerly yearning to prove himself, aspiring to become a valiant emperor on the battlefield like his great-grandfather. Zhu Di perceived the inner thoughts of Zhu Qizhen, and his eyes darkened once more. Zhu Qizhen, do not be under the delusion that merely perusing a few military texts qualifies you to lead troops into battle. One must remain steady. Near the capital, there are elite troops numbering 200,000. The 2 masters, having made their decision, resolved not to wait any longer. The grand army of 200,000 shall march forth at once. Under the meticulous planning of Wang Zhun, in the 14th year of the Zhengtong era, Zhu Qizhen elevated his 2-year-old son, Zhu Jianxin, to the position of crown prince. Concurrently, he entrusted the critical responsibility of regency to Zhu Qiyu, and in a fervent haste, he marched with an army of 200,000 along the route of Jiong Pass and Huailai, advancing towards Datong. Only 5 days elapsed from the moment news of the Waller incursion into Datong reached us to the time the grand army set forth. The Qianlong emperor could not help but chuckle once more. It is my first encounter with those who hasten to deliver heads to the enemy. Quite intriguing. The great Ming war god indeed lives up to his reputation, deserving of the title hero bestowed by Emperor Yingzong. In the era of the great Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a chill creeping up from his soles to his very mind. Alas, how could this battle be conducted in such a manner? In merely 5 days, they have failed to ascertain the enemy's situation, stumbling about in darkness. What difference is there from merely offering themselves as targets? At this juncture, Zhu Yuanzhang had already foreseen the outcome of this conflict. As for you, Zhu Qizhen, do not presume that because your great-grandfather Zhu Di faced the Mongols with such ease, you too are capable. Zhu Di was a reckless soul, and his soldiers were equally fearless. Are you prepared for such a challenge? In the era of the Yongle reign of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di, Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Zhanji, and Zhu Gaoshu bore solemn expressions. The 4 had already discerned the inevitable defeat. Zhu Di had fought alongside the Mongols for the better part of his life, and they were well acquainted with one another. Without sufficient provisions and an understanding of the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, he would not dare to recklessly deploy troops into the northern wastelands. In the 14th year of the Zhengtong era, on the grasslands of Walla, the 3 leaders, Yexian, Tuachuo Buhua, and Alakizi Yuan, convened. Observing the imperial edict, which indicated Zhu Qizhen's forces advancing from Datong, Yexian sneered with disdain. Gentlemen, the fish have taken the bait. Now, let us witness the ensuing performance. Tuachuo Buhua's demeanor was clouded, yet he forced a smile in the presence of Yexian. Our Uralha tribe possesses limited numbers. We can only delay the Ming forces near Liaodong, preventing them from reinforcing Datong. Yexian replied with a grin, delaying them in Liaodong is more than sufficient. With Alakizi Yuan in Xuanfu, we shall deliver a heavy blow to the Ming army this time. Alakizi Yuan affirmed, rest assured, Great Khan of the heavenly sanctity. My tribe boasts 30,000 valiant warriors. capturing Xuanfu will be more than manageable. Tuachuo Buhua interjected. But you, do you have confidence facing the main force of the Ming army in Datong? Yexian calmly smiled. The Ming have enjoyed a long period of peace. Our Walla warriors, having campaigned far and wide, possessed the prowess reminiscent of Genghis Khan's zenith. The Ming army shall undoubtedly be no match for us. As he spoke, Yexian's challenging gaze fell upon Tuachuo Buhua, as if to imply, are you unaware of the strength of our Walla warriors? Tuachuo Buhua, gritting his teeth in frustration, found himself at a loss. Zhu Qizhen boasted of leading an army of 500,000, yet this figure merely represents the organizational strength of the capital's troops. Beginning with the reign of Emperor Renzong, the Ming dynasty relinquished the Nuerkan garrison, thereby conserving military expenditures and ceasing any deployment of forces to the northern steppes, to comprehensively relocate the borders of the Ming dynasty inward to the Hetao region. In this context, the military gradually weakened, with deserters from barracks and garrisons emerging incessantly, leading to a severe issue of soldiers receiving pay without service. In the 10th year of the Xuande era, after the flight of the total military strength of 430,000 from the 77 garrisons in the capital, only 250,000 remained. From the 10th year of the Xuande era to the 14th year of the Zhongdong era, the figure of 250,000 imperial troops is indeed open to scrutiny. Thus, the 200,000 troops accompanying the emperor on his expedition are considerably inflated. In other words, the actual number of soldiers in each garrison is insufficient. In such circumstances, the capital must also retain a contingent of reserve troops for the defense of the city. Therefore, the actual number of troops deployed for this campaign will need to be reduced further. In order to ensure the safety of the emperor, the court had no choice but to withdraw 50,000 troops from the central plains to reinforce Datong and the 2 garrisons of Xianzhou. Only just managed to assemble an army of over 100,000 for the personal campaign. However, this news was also known in advance. Upon learning of Zhu Qizhen's expedition, he remained utterly unfazed. Under the restraint of Tuachuo Buhua in Liaodong and the entanglement of a Laji Yuan in Xuanfu, Yexian boldly led an army of 60,000 to directly cross the Great Wall of Ming. Historical records mention Yexian's force as 30,000. Yet during the siege of Tumu Fort, he had 60,000 troops in reserve while a Laji Yuan commanded 30,000 in the front, leaving the Ming army encircled at Tumu Fort with merely 100,000 infantry. The first line of defense of the Ming dynasty to be invaded was known as Yanghe. Yanghe served as a significant military stronghold under the jurisdiction of Datong, acting as the gateway directly confronting the vast forces of the Walla. The strength of the Walla is formidable. After incorporating the Tatars, it exhibits a ferocity reminiscent of the early Northern Yuan period. The Sun and Harmony are in urgent need. General Wu Hao of Datong, stationed at Yanghe, faced the forces of Walla and met with defeat and demise on the battlefield within a single day. On the 15th day of July, the governor of Datong, Marquis Xining Songying, along with the Duke of the Imperial Guard Jing Yuan, the General-in-Chief Wu Jinbo Zhu Mian, and the left Deputy General Commander Shi Huang, each commanding an army of 10,000, hastened to Yanghe for reinforcement. The great battle is imminent, as 40,000 Ming soldiers find themselves unable to withstand the onslaught of the Walla, suffering successive defeats. As Yanghe fell, Songying resolved to retreat from Datong in an orderly manner. At this juncture, the military commander, Eunuch Guojing, intervened in the military affairs, resulting in the complete annihilation of the 40,000 Ming troops. General Guoying of Xining and Duke Zhu Mian of Wujin fell valiantly in battle, leaving only Shi Huang to return alone on horseback to Datong. At this moment, he had already led his troops to occupy Yanghe, severing the connection between Datong and Zuanfuti. At this moment, Zhu Qizhen had just emerged from Jiong Pass, and he and Wang Zhun remained oblivious to the events unfolding around them, lost in their own contemplations. They still naively believed that with the military prowess of the Ming army, when 200,000 troops stationed in Datong faced the overwhelming forces of the Walla, they could annihilate them in a single encounter, leaving them in tears. In the era of the Ming Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang recalled the remnants of the northern Yuan, who managed to obliterate 40,000 Ming soldiers. He remembered the 9 great frontier kings he had established in the north. Had the 9 great kings still been in place, how could the Tatars have been so audacious? They would have long been subdued, bowing in submission. The 9 great kings were indeed the most formidable bulwark of the Ming dynasty's northern frontier, without exception. This thought filled Zhu Yuanzhang with ire. and he struck Zhu Di on the head. If you had guarded the north diligently alongside your brothers, would the Tatars have been so brazen? Zhu Di, helpless, replied, Father, it is not my desire to neglect my duty, but my nephew does not afford me the opportunity. If I do not oppose him, he would have me killed. Zhu Yuanzhang's anger intensified. We designed such an excellent national policy, yet upon my death, it has all been disregarded as mere wind in their ears. Reflecting on the matter, he pondered which aspect had gone awry, leading to this deviation in policy. After much contemplation, Zhu Yuanzhang concluded that it was all due to Zhu Biao's untimely demise. Thus, he raised his foot and kicked at the observing Zhu Biao. It is all your fault for dying so prematurely. Zhu Biao stood bewildered, realizing the irony of being the fool in this narrative. In the era of the Ming Yongle, cold sweat poured down Zhu Di's brow. Did Zhu Qizhen not understand the entirety of the Mongolian forces? The amalgamation of Walla, Dada, and Wulianga, how did this differ from the northern Yuan? In such circumstances, he needed to summon his father-in-law Su De, and perhaps include Chong Yuchen, to secure victory. Zhu Di longed for the emergence of a savior to awaken Zhu Qizhen from his stupor. Lu Che's eyes narrowed slightly. Through the examination of the imperial list, he had mentally inserted himself into the role of a Ming soldier. He could vividly sense the precarious situation faced by the Ming army, causing his palms to sweat. The valor of the Walla reminded him of the Xiongnu in the north. After the deaths of Wei Qing and Hui Zubing, despite numerous campaigns against the Xiongnu, the Han had suffered more defeats than victories. After departing from the capital for over 10 days, on the 1st of August, 200,000 troops finally arrived at Datong. In the aftermath of the complete annihilation of the Yanghe garrison, the supervising eunuch Guijing, who had miraculously survived, finally encountered his superior. Guijing promptly reported to Wang Zhun the brutal circumstances of the Battle of Yanghe, meticulously depicting the formidable combat prowess of the Walla army with utmost precision. Wang Zhun was greatly astonished. The Walla, this fierce tiger, had grown so formidable that it had completely liberated itself from the control of the Ming dynasty. Upon learning of the ruthless might of the Walla army, Wang Zhun felt that the battle would be a formidable challenge. Zhu Di was infuriated to the point of explosion. He seized the young holy son and delivered a kick. I commanded you to change the empress. Do you not take my words seriously? Look at the pitiful offspring you have produced. Is this merely a matter of difficulty in battle? It appears we may not even be able to prevail. Zhu Zhangji writhed on the ground, suffering from the blows. Zhu Gaoqi anxiously paced in circles, while Zhu Gaoxiu observed with eyes gleaming, wishing to bestow upon his father a handful of golden beans. This battle holds no prospects for victory. Wang Zhun swiftly made a decisive judgment, commanding the Grand Army to return to the capital. Though he aspires to achieve great accomplishments, he does not wish to sacrifice his life in this place. However, the vanguard has already crossed the Great Wall and, upon proceeding to Huailai, will retrace their steps through Jiong Pass, inevitably encountering the forces of Walla along the way. Thus, Wang Zhun proposed to Zhu Qizhen the suggestion of returning to the capital through Zijing Pass. Certainly, Wang Zhun believes that it would be even better to make a brief stop in his hometown of Weixian while on the way back to Beijing. Zhu Qizhen would never refuse any request from Wang Zhun. He acquiesced, and the Grand Army returned to the capital from Zijing Pass. Wang Zhun was so elated that he felt as if he might soar into the sky. The notion of escorting the emperor back to his humble hometown was simply unimaginable. To achieve prominence and return home in splendid attire. Yet this is not merely a conventional homecoming, but rather the illustrious return depicted in the poetry of Wang Wei. Given his actions, how could the people of Weixian not bow to him in reverence upon seeing him in the future? 200,000 troops received the order to return home, perplexed by the command. Nevertheless, they complied, departing from Datong and marching towards Yuxian, retracing their steps along the inner Great Wall back to Zijing Pass. However, as the Grand Army had just departed from Datong, a mere 50 li away, a new order resonated from the central camp. The Great Army returned to Datong, retracing the path of its expedition, journeying from Huailai and Jiong Pass back to the imperial capital. At this point, a vivid map depicting the march of the Ming army along the route from Weizhou to Zijing Pass came to light. Simultaneously, another map illustrating the military routes of Datong, Xianzhou, and Juyang Pass emerged, facilitating comprehension for those perusing the Golden List. Yingzheng of the Qin dynasty found himself at a loss for words. What could this possibly mean? Could the army's march be subject to such whimsical alterations? They paraded 20,000 troops to the border only to meander back home? Is this a joke? You are emulating Li Jingwang, aren't you? Leading an army of 500,000 for a month without conquering a single city. At this moment, Yingzheng truly yearned to personally inquire of the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, and later the capital migrating Zhu Di, whether their descendants have remained so abstract in their endeavors. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao, observing Wang Zhen's series of maneuvers, discreetly cast a glance at Yingzheng, finding Wang Zhen quite imposing. Once the ancestor dragon has passed, he must devise a method to elevate Hu Hai. As Hu Hai's mentor, he could emulate Wang Zhen, returning with 200,000 Qin soldiers to amble around his homeland. Merely contemplating this filled Zhao Gao with delight, envisioning his own name etched in history. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, upon receiving the news of the 200,000 troops retracing their steps, Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The repeated defeats of the Ming troops at the borders indicated that this Yi Xian was not to be underestimated. Zhu Qizhen's retreat was indeed somewhat cowardly, yet cowardice was preferable to disaster. Should conflict arise and result in an episode akin to the Jingnan humiliation, Zhu Yuanzhang feared he would never find peace in death. And even in death, his coffin lid could not contain his fury, compelling him to live for several more decades to chastise his descendants. Zhu Di, observing Zhu Qizhen's 200,000 troops returning to the capital, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. This was monumental news for him. Otherwise, should Zhu Qizhen and that eunuch Wang Zhen decimate the army, he feared his father would not merely scold him but resort to more severe measures. In the Yongle era, witnessing Zhu Qizhen and Wang Zhen's series of misguided commands, Zhu Di was perplexed. He cast a cold gaze upon the cowering Zhu Zhanji, demanding an explanation. Zhu Zhanji, eager to defend himself, found himself at a loss for words. Thus, emulating Zhu Di's tone, he declared, "Grandfather, I must clarify that I, Zhu Zhanji, have no relation to the Zhu Qizhen on the honor roll." Zhu Di responded with a kick, retorting, "How dare you attempt to argue?" This time, Zhu Di did not spare even Zhu Gaoqi, delivering a slap to the hefty boy's head. Zhu Depeo, unyielding, returned the slap in kind to Zhu Zhanji, who rolled on the ground, feeling utterly wronged. "I haven't even given birth to Zhu Qizhen yet. Why are you hitting me?" Upon witnessing this scene, Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He inexplicably produced a whip and handed it to Zhu Di. "Father, this instrument teaches people a lesson." Meanwhile, Zhu Gaoxiu happily directed his gaze toward the golden list. "Zhu Qizhen, is it? Young man, do you still have some life left in you? Produce more." I relish the spectacle. The valiant Han Xian fixated intently on the contents of the golden list, a worried expression etched upon his face. "Oh dear. From Zhu Yunwen to Zhu Qizhen, overseeing the military operations of these two emperors of the Ming dynasty is truly a torment. Spare me. I might not even know how to lead the troops later." After the military map was annotated, the golden list continued its textual inventory, while simultaneously, the directional arrows on the military map incessantly shifted. The vast army of the Walla has already crossed Datong, and the 300 miles of land between Datong and Yuanzhou is predominantly composed of plains. Only Hunyuan City and Guangling City serve as the two locations for resupply. During the Orthodox period, the northern frontier of the Ming dynasty resembled a sheep pen with numerous leaks. Beyond the significant strongholds of Datong and Xianzhou, the other military garrisons appeared merely as decorative elements, utterly incapable of establishing effective coordination. If the defenders of Datong can withstand the forces of the Walla, then the royal army shall remain safe. However, should the defenders falter against Walla on the plains within the Great Wall, this ostensibly formidable army of 200,000 may very well face utter destruction. In the plains, cavalry can exhibit a combat effectiveness of 200%. The Datong garrison at Yanghekou, having suffered significant losses from two major defeats at Erjiang, is no longer capable of organizing a large-scale military force. Thus, the route from the inner Great Wall back to the capital, which appears to be ostensibly safer, becomes all the more perilous the moment the Walla army crosses Datong and uncovers the traces of the Ming forces. Zhu Qizhen returned to Datong, traversing Huayan, Xuanfu, Huailai, and Jiong Pass, ultimately arriving back at the capital. This was not only the wisest choice, but also the sole option available. There is no intention to exonerate the Yongzhen emperor. Please refrain from criticism, although I am certain I will be met with it. However, I feel compelled to express my thoughts on the Battle of Tumubeo. The fate of the Ming dynasty during that conflict is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. I have diligently researched this topic before penning my thoughts. The Ming Shilu states that Wang Zhen's claim of avoiding trampling the crops of his homeland as a reason for the detour is untenable. Sources regarding the Mongolian perspective, as well as the Xuanfu Gazetteer, do not attribute the change of route to Wang Zhen. Although the memoirs following the restoration of the Yongzhen Emperor do not explicitly mention it, they suggest that the Ming forces encountered the Walla army immediately after departing from Datong. Prompting their return, Wang Zhen bears the burden of blame alongside the Yongzhen Emperor. After all, in the eyes of the ministers, the emperor is never at fault. A deeper reason lies in the lack of alternatives. The route along the inner Great Wall back to the capital was entirely flat terrain. Any encounter would result in a unilateral massacre by the Walla cavalry. The Ming army had not engaged in battle for over a decade. Their mobilization was hasty. Morale was low, and they were ill-prepared, with their commanders lacking cohesion, making them incapable of resistance. Thus, retreat was their only option. Li Shimin gazed at the map inscribed on the golden list, contemplating the Ming army's route back to the capital. He immersed himself in the mindset of the Ming forces, pondering the potential encounters that lay ahead. After a moment of reflection, a frown settled upon his face. He realized he could not fully engage with their predicament. He felt that if he were leading an army of 200,000, or even just 100,000, he would have charged forth against the adversary known as Yixian. In the Warring States period, the formidable general Bai Qi scrutinized the golden list, utterly perplexed by the actions of the Ming forces under Zhu Qizhen's command. What is there to fear? Those few tens of thousands are hardly worth a few strikes. He cannot even be bothered to take on such trivial orders. What's there to be afraid of? Go and confront him. In the Song dynasty, Yu Fei fixated intently on the imperial list. The actions of Zhu Qizhen bore a striking resemblance to those of the two sovereigns of the northern expedition in the Song dynasty. Both led vast armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands northward, exhausting their resources in the process. As Yu Fei examined the retreat route of the Ming forces, he noted that at first glance, the marching path seemed unproblematic. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the gaps between various border garrisons were alarmingly wide. Given the mobility of the Walla cavalry, they could easily navigate through these voids, presenting a considerable threat. Suddenly, Yu Fei recalled the earlier mention of Zhu Qizhen's studies abroad, and a jolt of realization struck him. Could this be the Ming dynasty's version of the Jingnan humiliations? The Ming dynasty managed the outer Great Wall defense line for nearly several decades, despite enduring a period of neglect during the reigns of Emperor Ren, Emperor Xian, and Emperor Zhengtong. Nevertheless, given the foundational circumstances, it is unlikely that the Walla can completely obliterate this front line in the short term. Reference: Zhengtong Lin Rong Lu. Wang Zhen is filled with trepidation. From the moment he incited the emperor to lead the expedition himself, all events had already spiraled beyond his control. He can neither reveal the fact that he had previously supplied weapons to Yixian nor prevent Yixian from advancing southward, and he finds himself at a loss for a foolproof strategy to safeguard both himself and the army. Wang Zhen could only watch helplessly as the army fell into the trap set by Walla. The defensive line of the Ming army's Great Wall is predominantly situated beneath mountains, with few plains. Here, the cavalry of the Walla, which was previously the most relied upon, finds itself constrained at every turn. Wang Zhen could only pray for the safe return of the army to the capital. In the Qing dynasty, during the reign of Qianlong, one could observe a theatrical display of anticipation. Here it comes, the climax is imminent. How astonishing it must be for the emperors of the Ming dynasty. During the Xuande period, Zhu Zhanji never anticipated that following in his father's footsteps to contract the borders of the Ming would yield such profound consequences. He deeply regretted not intervening in the internal affairs of Mongolia, which ultimately disrupted the delicate balance among the Walla, Tatar, and Yuankai. The unification of Mongolia under Walla was indeed a troubling development. Faced with a united Mongolia, even he could not assert a guaranteed victory. How could Zhu Qizhen possibly manage such a formidable Walla? In this moment, Zhu Zhanji was engulfed with concern for Zhu Qizhen, his beloved son with Empress Sunday. He fervently hoped that no misfortune would befall him. The narrative continues to unfold. Hardly 3 days had passed since the army departed from Datong, when the city faced a fierce assault from the main forces of the Walla. The defending forces of Datong suffered near total annihilation, and the city was on the brink of being breached. At this moment, Zhu Qizhen remained unaware of the fall of Datong behind him. Moreover, he chose not to persist in the fierce battle for Datong. for he understood that once the Ming forces regained their composure and rallied their national strength, a counterattack would be as effortless as turning one's hand. His aspirations were never aimed at a utopia. From the moment the emperor embarked on his expedition, his objectives underwent a transformation. He aims to annihilate the main forces of the Ming army, capturing the emperor of the Ming dynasty alive, using him as leverage to reclaim the Yuan capital. Engaged in a struggle against the great Ming dynasty from both the south and the north. Thus, he led the formidable army of the Walla to trail closely behind the Ming forces, poised to deliver a decisive blow at the opportune moment. In the 14th year of the Zhengtong era, the Empress Qin, ensconced within the depths of the Forbidden City, was suddenly filled with trepidation, momentarily losing her balance. "Oh heavens!" she exclaimed, as the army of the heavens gradually advanced upon her husband, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. What was to be done? In that moment, Queen Qin was utterly consumed by panic. She turned her gaze skyward, fervently praying for divine intervention to save her beloved husband. Moreover, it is of greater concern that when Zhu Qizhen journeyed from the capital to Datong, the military garrison in the rear, Xianzhou, is already struggling for its own survival. The 30,000 Mongolian troops of the Achi Academy seized the opportunity to besiege the military garrison of Ming, the northernmost outpost under the jurisdiction of Xianzhou, following the passage of Zhu Qizhen's grand army through the region. Moreover, all military garrisons such as Dushi Fort and Songshu Fort located further north of Ming shall be entirely dismantled. Dushi Fort serves as the gateway to Mongolia under the jurisdiction of Xuanfu, its military prowess rivaling that of Ma Camp. After the massacre at Dushi Fortress, the garrison commander Yang Jun of the cavalry fled without a fight. After the capture of Dushi and Maying by the Achi Academy, the garrisons in Yunzhou, Longmin, Yongning, and Huilai hastily abandoned their cities and fled. The entirety of the eastern and northern regions of Zhu and Fuzhou has succumbed. At this juncture, it can be said that all communication has been severed between Datong and Xianzhou, and from Xianzhou to the capital. The ministers left in the capital are filled with anxiety. What shall we do? They are powerless even to rescue the emperor. Presently, there are no troops in the vicinity of the capital. To mobilize forces from Hunan or Shandong would take at least 7 or 8 days. Can the emperor endure until then? Even more terrifying is the fact that at this moment, the garrison of Xianzhou consists of fewer than 20,000 soldiers, barely sufficient for self-preservation, and utterly incapable of providing support to the emperor's grand army. The formidable army of the Achi Academy lies just beyond the city, and should they emerge from the city, Xuanfu shall inevitably fall. The commander of Zhu and Fuzhou, Yang Hong, is a seasoned warrior forged in the crucible of countless battles. It is precisely due to this experience that he comprehends the disparity between the two forces, refraining from recklessly venturing forth to assist the main army. He must first devise a means to contact the capital and report to the emperor regarding the current predicament. At this moment, the troops accompanying the emperor on his expedition remained oblivious to the complexities that had escalated to such an extent. They are on the verge of being ensnared within the encirclement of the formidable Walla army, poised to confront the imminent arrival of death. Ming Hongwu. As the situation on the battlefield deteriorates progressively, Zhu Yuanzhang has begun to feel a sense of panic. What is happening? One might wonder if Zhu Qizhen truly intends to bring about a humiliation akin to the Jingnan incident. Zhu Yuanzhang felt that his thoughts could materialize in the next moment. Curse Zhu Qizhen. During the prosperous era of the Tang dynasty, the information on the Golden List was no longer comprehensible to Li Shimin. He found it difficult to discern whether the Walla were invading the Ming dynasty or vice versa. In the Ming's own territory, the Walla seemed well informed, while the Ming forces were left in utter confusion. Was it possible that the previous emperors of the Ming dynasty had invested nothing in border defense? How could intelligence and military strength have deteriorated to such an extent? Faced with the Walla incursion, the Ming army appeared to be led by the nose on their own soil. Li Shimin, upon reviewing the series of insights from the Golden List, realized that he had an intimate understanding of the Ming army's deployment throughout the northern territories, even down to the precise number of troops stationed at each border garrison. When Yexian conferred with Tua Tuobu Hua and Qi Ji Yuan regarding the invasion of Ming territory, they had already made arrangements detailing how many troops would be needed to capture those locations. Once Zhu Qizhen led his forces across Xuanfu, the outcome was already sealed. This was too abstract, Li Shimin thought. There must be a traitor. The transaction must cease. During the reign of Mingyingzong, Yexian, who had not experienced any of this, cast a sardonic smile at the contents of the Golden List. regardless of whether Zhu Qizhen traversed the inner Great Wall or the outer Great Wall. He could not evade the impending Great Battle. Everything was under his control. The only question was where and when the conflict would occur. At this moment, Zhu Qizhen truly embodied the spirit of a Mongol, oblivious to the reality around him. It could even be said that Zhu Qizhen, in his naivete, still harbored the delusion of challenging the might of his army. Ye Xian was at a loss for words. This young man truly believed himself to be Zhu Di. Yearning to gallop across the vast sea and conquer the lofty mountains, did he? Yet, he could indeed lend him a helping hand. The army, with a sense of trepidation, commenced its journey back to the capital along the outer Great Wall. The desolate military outposts along the way lay devoid of life, with numerous corpses of Ming soldiers exposed to the elements. This scene imposed a tremendous psychological burden on the forces of the capital. Even Zhu Qizhen eventually came to realize the true extent of the savagery of the Walla people. At this moment, Zhu Qizhen's heart was devoid of the once ardent ambitions. He had been thoroughly devastated by the sight before him, where blood flowed like a river. At this moment, he yearned to return to the capital with utmost haste. Thus, the Jinyui led the way, followed closely by the Grand Army, and the journey was remarkably tranquil. Neither the Jinyui nor the cavalry scouts discerned any trace of the Walla people. From Datong to Yanghaku and then to Huayan, I encountered no obstacles whatsoever. On August 10th, the Grand Army returned to Zuanfuzu, and the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief after enduring consecutive days of torrential rain, coupled with inadequate logistical preparations. The troops had long been deprived of provisions, leading to a disheartened morale. The garrison commander of Zuanfuzu, Yang Hong, reported the circumstances of the eastern and northern regions to Zhu Qizhen, who became increasingly apprehensive and dispatched the imperial guards to conduct a nocturnal investigation. Yet, whether at Maing, Longmenwai, or Dushibo, no trace of the Walla army could be found. In the first year of the Jingtai era, on the vast grasslands of the southern desert, Shi Huang gazed at the imperial edict announcing the Ming dynasty's Jinyui's reconnaissance mission towards the northeast direction of Xuandu. A sly smile crept across his face. "Ah, my young friend, my 30,000 troops await you in Huailai. Come swiftly, and I shall ensnare you like dumplings. Where can you possibly discover us?" On August 11th, the army departed from Xianshou, proceeding along the predetermined route, traversing through Jiamingshan, Leijia Station, Tumu Fort, Huailai Guard, Yulin Fort, and returning via Juyang Pass. The Grand Army had just departed from Zunfuching, and upon reaching Leijia Station, they had already encountered the formidable Walla forces near the Yaour Ridge. The Hawk Ridge is the swiftest thoroughfare for the transmission of messages between Xuanfu and Leijia Station. At this moment, the garrison commander of Xianshu, Yang Hong, was nearly overwhelmed with despair, fully aware that a grave calamity was imminent. The forces in Zuanfuching barely numbered 20,000, and with over 8,000 troops dispatched to escort the emperor, only around 10,000 defenders remain in the city, confronted by Yi Xian's nearly 60,000 soldiers. Attempting to intercept them would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, inevitably leading to the demise of Zuanfuching. Thus, Yang Hong decided to dispatch dozens of cavalry messengers, urging their horses to hasten in pursuit of the main army. Determined to establish contact with the emperor before the Walla forces could launch their surprise attack. Time is of the essence. The messenger, utterly disregarding life and death, ultimately delivered the news just before the Grand Army was set to embark. On the 13th of August, the last messenger of Zuanfus managed to deliver the news to the emperor's grand camp with his final breath. The Walla army follows closely behind, less than 50 miles away. Liu Bang of the Han dynasty furrowed his brow. He discerned the reality. Ever since Zhu Qizhen's army embarked on its expedition, they had been led by the nose by the Walla forces. This perplexed Liu Bang. Had they not crossed the Great Wall into Ming territory? Who truly dominated whose land? Every movement seemed dictated by Yes Hen, while the Ming military leadership remained woefully ignorant of Walla's maneuvers. How could they possibly hope to win under such circumstances? This situation starkly illustrated the disarray of the Ming defenses in the Hetao region, where communication between military garrisons could be easily severed. In the southern Song dynasty, upon witnessing Zhu Qizhen's forces being relentlessly pursued by the Walla, nearly caught in their grasp, Zhao Go expressed his dissatisfaction. It was one thing for Zhu Qizhen to falter in battle, but to fail in plotting an escape route was unacceptable. In the art of retreat, he was sorely lacking. Zhao Go's face beamed with pride as he yearned to return to the 14th year of the Yongle reign. Eager to impart valuable lessons on the art of survival to Zhu Qizhen, in his own time, Zhao Guo had fled from Kaifeng to Linen, a journey that spanned over a decade. Remarkably, during his escape, he even took a 4-month hiatus at sea, basking in the sun, enjoying the company of lovely maidens, feeling the ocean breeze, and savoring seafood. What an enviable display of nonchalance. The formidable Jin army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, had pursued him for years yet could not lay a finger on him. Such extraordinary skill was unparalleled in all of China. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Guangyi observed the perilous situation confronting Zhu Qizhen with unwavering composure. Thousands of troops were mere decorations before his prowess at the Gaoyang River. Had he not heard of the donkey that could travel 200 miles in a night? What a sight of grace that was! In all of China, Li Shimin was no less than a worthy rival in this regard, leaving no one able to match his brilliance. It is no exaggeration to claim that if his skills were to be disseminated and transformed into an army, the likes of the Liao dynasty and Yeldeguang would pale in comparison before him. Starting a 200-mile lead, how could one possibly lose? During the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself in a state of utter panic. The enemy was nearly upon him, while Zhu Qizhen remained blissfully unaware. This was a recipe for total annihilation. Zhu Yuanzhang could not fathom such an outcome. Though Zhu Yunwen had sacrificed 1,000,000 troops, those were his own people. But Zhu Qizhen was about to deliver his forces to the nomads. What was this? Was the emperor dissatisfied with his role, leading an entourage of 200,000 abroad for an education, seeking thrills? Zhu Yuanzhang was in a state of urgency. Zhu Di, having endured a beating, found himself in a similarly dire predicament. The enemy was merely 50 miles away, and with the swift mobility of the Walla cavalry, they could arrive in an instant. What to do? Zhu Di racked his brain, who had established the precedent of the Ming emperor personally leading his troops into battle, thereby granting Zhu Qizhen an opportunity to exploit? Ah, it was he, Zhu Di himself. Well, that was a relief. Zhu Di felt tears welling up without a source for release. His father had indeed spoken the truth. The beating he had received was not in vain. Zhu Qizhen, employing eunuchs, was following in his footsteps by leading the charge. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, the aged Zhu Di witnessed this scene. His heart torn asunder. He longed to trample Zhu Zhanji beneath his feet. I warned you against reckless actions. Such a promising dynasty of the Ming, and yet, I curse your lineage's misfortune. How is it that not long after the establishment of this realm, a foolish ruler has already emerged? What difference is there from the Song dynasty? At this juncture, the new generation of nobles in the Ming dynasty are largely inexperienced, having never undergone the baptism of true warfare, rendering them incapable of shouldering significant responsibilities. In the era of the Yongle reign of the Ming dynasty, the venerable minister Zhang Fu and Duke Chang, Zhu Yong, alongside their generation of noblemen, could only endeavor to shoulder the heavy responsibilities. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Di felt a measure of relief. Fortunately, when Zhu Qizhen had completely lost his sense of direction, there were still steadfast figures like Duke Zhang Fu and Duke Qing Zhu Yong to rise to the occasion. Tears streamed down Zhu Di's face, such admirable children, akin to their fathers. The performance of Zhang Fu and Zhu Yong moved him profoundly. These two young men had lost their fathers at an early age. When they served under him in the past, they were still but fledglings. Now, astonishingly, they had become the backbone of the empire. Alas, in their old age, they were once again ensnared by the emperor's folly. Zhu Di, who already felt indebted to Zhang Yu, was filled with rage. Zhu Qizhen, you wretched fool. You have caused immeasurable harm. We truly wish we could end your life. At this critical juncture, what good is your remorse? It is all too late. In the canvas of the golden list, the visage of Zhang Fu appeared, his silver hair seemingly cloaked in a golden hue under the evening glow. As one of the few remaining elders of nobility, he stepped forth at a pivotal moment, demonstrating through their actions that as long as they stood, the backbone of the Ming was intact. General Zhang Fu, Duke Qing Zhu Yong, these two veterans, aged 75 and 59 respectively, approached their fate with unyielding resolve. During the Zhengtong era, common folk lamented, this calamity is the result of Zhu Qizhen's obstinacy. He is a tyrant. Can we win this battle? Some expressed their concerns. Silence enveloped them as they surveyed the demoralized and ineffective imperial army, leading them to anticipate the worst. Would the Ming dynasty also suffer the humiliation of Jingnan? Concurrently, Zhu Qizhen, experiencing the turmoil of the Tumu Fort incident, gazed at the content of the golden list, unable to quell his unease. This cannot be blamed on me. It is not my fault. Who can guarantee victory in battle? In such dire circumstances, I must be escorted back to the capital swiftly. The surrounding Ming soldiers were devoid of fighting spirit. Days of hunger and relentless marching were gradually eroding the last vestiges of resolve within Zhu Qizhen and the Ming army. At this moment, a sorrowful atmosphere pervaded the ranks of the Ming army. No one knew if they would ever see home again. Zhu Qizhen finally grasped the profound truth behind the notion that war is no trifling matter. Regrettably, a bow once drawn cannot return. Due to a moment of impulsiveness, the Ming dynasty is destined to pay a heavy price. Zhu Qizhen's psyche has been relentlessly pressured, ultimately leading to his breakdown. During the Xuande era of the Ming, upon seeing the contents of the Golden List, Zhu Zhanji could hardly articulate his feelings. The crown prince he had meticulously chosen turned out to be such a disappointment. He could only hope that this child might one day recognize his errors and amend his ways. It was truly unexpected that Zhu Zhanji's offspring would prove to be so inept. Zhu Zhanji resolved to replace the crown prince the very next day. However, he harbored concerns about the Ming forces listed on the Golden Board. He could not help but sigh, contemplating that a strategic retreat while engaging the Walla might allow for a safe withdrawal to the capital. At this juncture, it was imperative not to grant the Walla the opportunity to strike down their forces one by one. In the process of analyzing the situation, Zhu Zhanji found himself once again preoccupied with the pastime of cricket fighting. During the Jingtai period, the troops and citizens who had endured the defense of the capital were keenly focused on the tally of the Golden List. The battle at Timubeo had left them feeling as though the sky itself was collapsing. Although they managed to preserve the capital by relying on the ascension of the Daizong, the vitality of the Ming had been severely wounded. They remained ever curious about the details of this battle for national fortune, pondering how the so-called Son of Heaven had systematically led an army of 200,000 to ruin. The written tally continued to progress concurrently. Lord Zhongfu of England, Duke Zhu Yong of the state, Minister of Revenue Wang Zhua, and Minister of War Kuang Yi convened to deliberate. Ultimately, a most rational decision must be made. The Walla bandits, having achieved repeated victories in battle, should be avoided. It is prudent to return to the capital and regroup the main forces before launching another offensive against them. Yang Jian of the Sui dynasty had anticipated this for a long time, expecting the Ming army to fight against all odds. Yet, to his astonishment, the Ming strategy took a sudden turn, opting instead to retreat to the capital. This maneuver nearly caused him physical distress. He could not comprehend why Zhu Di would lead the Ming, which had once exhibited such tenacity, to soften within just a few decades. As for the discussions among the venerable ministers of the Ming, Ing Zheng perceived their intent to sacrifice the soldiers in order to preserve the emperor. However, he was compelled to inquire, is preservation truly attainable? In a narrow confrontation, the brave emerge victorious. To advance is to endure. To retreat is to face disintegration. After determining the general direction, Zhu Qizhen decided that the two brothers of the Wu family among the Ming dynasty's nobility, Duke Gongshun Wu Kezhong and Commander Wu Keqin, would lead a contingent of 20,000 cavalry troops, composed of Mongolian defectors to the Ming, to serve as the rearguard, to secure time for the army's retreat. As the 3,000 cavalrymen had just completed their deployment, the formidable army of Walla, numbering 60,000, arrived without any respite, and the two forces immediately engaged in fierce combat. The scene on the golden roster once again depicted the chaos of battle. The Walla army, having achieved victory time and again, advanced with an almost unstoppable momentum. This group of fearless cavalrymen from the steppes displayed unparalleled bravery. Under the high ground confrontation, arrows from Walla rained down like a tempest, swiftly decimating the already undermanned 23,000 Mongolian cavalry. The general, Wu Keqin, perished amidst the turmoil, leaving only the loyal Marquis, Wu Kezhong. Unfazed, Wu Kezhong dismounted and retrieved an arrow from a fallen comrade, relentlessly firing at the advancing Walla forces. He continued until his quiver was empty, finding himself surrounded by the enemy. At which point he seized a spear and felled over 10 Walla warriors before meeting his end on the battlefield. The golden roster vividly recreated the circumstances of this conflict. Although the carnage was not nearly as severe as that of the battle at Xiangji Temple, it was nonetheless exceedingly bloody. The sounds of whistling arrows, the neighing of war horses, and the clashing of weapons filled the air, creating a similarly stunning effect. In the Great Yuan, Kublai Khan rose, clapping and laughing heartily, unable to contain his praise. Ha ha! Splendid! This is the valor of my Mongolian men. Bold horsemen, you are magnificent. It is precisely like capturing the emperor of the Ming and reclaiming my rightful capital. Let the great Yuan once again dominate the central plains. Beside him, Lu Bingzhong coughed twice, feeling compelled to remind him, Your Majesty, what is it that excites you? This is not your lineage. Your descendant, Tua Buhua, is merely a subordinate of the now ruling Yis. Even if the capital is reclaimed, the throne has little relevance to your offspring. What is there to be excited about? Kublai Khan's laughter abruptly ceased. The half-danced Mongolian performance faltered, leaving him awkwardly suspended mid-movement. Unsure of how to proceed, his expression darkened in an instant, realizing he had become so exhilarated that he had forgotten this crucial detail. An air of awkwardness enveloped the surroundings. Who would provide a graceful exit for the Khan? The assessment on the golden roster continued. On the evening of August 13th, as the army had just advanced over 30 miles, the news of the Wu brothers' defeat and demise reached the central military camp. The combat prowess of the Walla army left nearly everyone in astonishment. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di was equally astonished. Should the Walla breach the Jiming Mountain and the Leijia station, they would reach a small plain area before arriving at Huailai, which could not be effectively fortified. Zhu Di felt beads of sweat forming in his palms. He once again placed Zhu Zhanji beneath his feet. Oh, virtuous grandson, the Ming shall prosper for 3 generations. Curse that notion of prosperity for 3 generations. As Zhu Di imparted his wisdom to his grandson, he calculated the potential events that could unfold on the imperial examination list. He pondered that even if it meant delaying, he must buy time for the army to enter the Huailai defense. Otherwise, engaging in a field battle would yield little chance of victory. In a critical moment, Duke Zhuyong boldly volunteered to confront the enemy at Chicken Cry Mountain. To die in battle for the Ming emperor seems to be the most fitting allegiance for Zhuyong and likewise for Zhongfu. The fathers of these 2 noblemen from the Ming dynasty were renowned generals of the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di, who perished in battle under his command during the Jingnan campaign. Fate appears to be perpetually reminiscent. Upon their demise, their eldest son shall perpetuate the title of duke, remaining steadfast in loyalty to the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Qizhen promptly commanded Duke Zhuyong of Chonghua and Marquis Shueshou of Yongshan, both esteemed nobles, to lead over 50,000 cavalry to confront the enemy at Jiming Mountain. The same issue persists. The military of the Ming dynasty has undergone a significant degradation in its structure over the course of 3 reigns spanning several years. At this moment, the 50,000-strong army led by the 2 commanders is inflated, with more than half of its numbers being mere illusions, even when accounting for attendance. They could scarcely muster 30,000, at most exceeding 20,000. At this moment, the formidable forces of Walla had already set an ambush at Jiming Mountain and Yaowa Ridge. The leader of the unified steppe, the Walla, possesses an exceptionally acute instinct for warfare. The outcome was predictable. The Ming army, led by Zhu Yong, was besieged by the formidable forces of Walla from both Yaowa Ridge and Jiming Mountain, resulting in a complete annihilation of the entire army. Prince Zhu Yong of the state of Qing and the Earl of Yoshun, Shueshou, fought valiantly, refusing to surrender, and were both slain beneath their steeds. In the reign of the Han Wu emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang was nearly driven to the brink of ascension in his fury, his voice a tempest of rage intertwined with exasperation. I shall not rest until I have flayed you alive. How could you choose such a successor? This Zhu Qizhen is intent on squandering the wealth of our Ming dynasty. As Zhu Yuanzhang rolled up his sleeves, the youthful Zhu Di had already sought out a prime geomantic site upon the walls of Nanjing. Zhu Di lay prostrate on the ground, face down, encircling his head with yellow earth. With his hands flat against the earth, he resignedly closed his eyes, his countenance radiating tranquility, a brave warrior confronting the inevitability of death. With a sudden dash, Zhu Yuanzhang lunged forward, brandishing his staff and bringing it down forcefully. Ya! Ah! Ah! The tom-like cries of Zhu Di echoed throughout the entirety of Yingtian Prefecture, as the news of the complete annihilation of the army reached the central camp once more. It was already the early hours of the night, with the grand forces having just arrived at Tuma Fortress, merely 20 miles away from Huailai Way. Yet this 20-mile stretch became an insurmountable chasm for Zhu Qizhen throughout his entire life. The 30,000 Mongolian troops of the Achi Academy, which had mysteriously vanished near Su Nf, have now reappeared, occupying the Huailai Guard and encircling Zhu Qizhen's army from both the front and rear. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di felt no remnants of luck. He acutely sensed his blood pressure surging. In that moment, he seemed to envision his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, rising in revolt. Zhu Gaoqi hastily offered consolation. "Father, please restrain your sorrow." Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Words are of no consequence. After the inventory, let the Walla also mourn." Zhu Qizhen was utterly flustered. Communication with Xuanfuzhen is hindered, and contact with the capital is unattainable, with 30,000 Mongolian cavalry ahead and 60,000 Mongolian cavalry behind. Deadlock. In the Song dynasty, Zhaogo could not help but feel a sense of urgency for Zhu Qizhen upon witnessing the situation. "Alas, Zhu Qizhen, you are in dire straits. You have fallen into the encirclement. You are truly in a predicament. I bestow upon you the revered title of the ancestral deity of the Sorghum River. Run swiftly." In a moment of utmost significance, British General Zhang Fu once again rose to the occasion, commanding the entire army to immediately excavate trenches and fortifications at Tumu Fortress, capable of withstanding the ravages of cavalry. After a single night, nearly 100,000 troops from the Walla approached the Tumu Fortress. Due to its location against the hills, Tumu Fort could only be attacked from the front, where the Ming army had already established formidable defenses. At this moment, the Ming army's encampment resembled an impregnable fortress. In that moment, there was truly no way to begin. For 3 consecutive days, both sides engaged in a silent standoff, exchanging intense gazes without resorting to arms. The situation faced by the Tang and Ming dynasties caused Li Shimin to furrow his brow in deep concern. With neither water nor provisions, holding the position was utterly untenable. The inevitable demise of the 100,000-foot soldiers was merely a matter of time. What perplexed Li Shimin further was the proximity of this location to the capital. Why had there been no sign of movement from Beijing? Not even the slightest indication of support. Not even a semblance of a feigned relief effort to instill some caution in the enemy. The utter lack of response was striking, as if the ministers were indifferent to the emperor's fate. During the Hanwu era of the Ming dynasty, both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di began to sense that something was amiss, and indeed, it was profoundly troubling. Ordinarily, the distance from Xianyuan to Beijing would ensure the smooth transmission of information daily. Yet, the fall of the strongholds between Datong and Xianyuan, coupled with the emperor's disappearance, had stretched on for nearly 10 days. How could the Beijing authorities not have received any news? The complete absence of any rescue efforts, even those that were merely pretense, was exceedingly perplexing. On the 15th day of August, envoys were dispatched to the Ming army's camp to negotiate peace. The Ming army, having severed the water source of the upper Sangong River, stood resilient against the formidable forces of the Walla for 3 days, enduring a state of near deprivation of both water and provisions without faltering, has long since reached the limits of human capacity. Upon encountering the notion of reconciliation today, one readily acquiesces without hesitation. At this juncture, the Ming dynasty perceived that the possibility of negotiation indicated that they were not yet at a dead end. Upon reading this, Li Shimin could not help but express his disdain. Foolishness. Who was responsible for the decision to negotiate? Could it be that the cunning of Xian cannot be discerned? In the face of a dire situation, with supplies cut off and surrounded by the formidable forces of the Walla, the Ming army had united with a resolve to face death. In such circumstances, one cannot dismiss the tales of Xiang Yu and Han Xian who fought with their backs against the water. Have these lessons been forgotten? Li Shimin was left both amused and infuriated by the Ming commander's actions. If Zhu Qizhen had refused the proposition of negotiation, perhaps a glimmer of hope might have remained. Yet, once he consented to the discussions, the morale of the soldiers waned. How could they possibly continue to fight? Agreeing to negotiate instilled a sense of false hope. Driven by the fear of death, the instinct for survival becomes magnified exponentially. In the current state of the Ming army, the commands of those in power hold no sway whatsoever. This is a path leading to certain doom. After both parties signed the peace treaty, the forces of the Walla retreated. At this moment, neither the emperor nor the direct superiors within the military could restrain the ravenous soldiers of the Ming army any longer. The troops of Walla have withdrawn, and they can finally quench their thirst after enduring 3 days and nights of parchness. Who could still concern themselves with so many matters? Hundreds of thousands, disregarding the commands of their superiors, resolutely emerged from the trenches, exerting every ounce of their strength as they madly raced towards the water source. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang of the Hanwu era had already foreseen the impending scene. In this instant, he felt as if the heavens were about to collapse. The vision of the golden list revealed a chilling sight. The earth began to tremble, and from 10 miles away, clouds of dust rose as the sounds of galloping hooves echoed. 1 rider, 2 riders, 3 riders. Within a heartbeat, countless warhorses appeared within the sight of the Ming army. The forces of the Walla army had returned, showing no inclination for negotiation. Their fade of diplomacy concealed their true intent, the complete annihilation of the Ming forces. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of Ming soldiers felt a chill from their heads to their toes, as the Walla army, resembling ferocious beasts, charged towards them with gleaming blades. The distance shrank in an instant. The disbanded Ming troops found their legs as heavy as lead, rooted to the ground. During the Hongwu era, the command was clear: do not flee, for to run would spell disaster. Chaos would lead to utter ruin. In this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes nearly bulged with fury. The Ming army was incapable of mounting an effective resistance. The Walla people mounted their horses and commenced a reckless spree of slaughter. In a fleeting moment, the Ming army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, suffered catastrophic losses, with only a scant few managing to escape. Within the vivid imagery of the Golden List, the Ming soldiers resembled lost dogs, utterly scattered and devoid of combat capability. Countless vibrant lives fell before the watchful eyes of the Golden List. In the Qing dynasty, witnessing the feeble state of the Ming army, Qianlong could not suppress a mocking smile. How lamentable it was that a nation barely a few decades old had become so weak. It was no wonder they had repeatedly fallen to the might of the 8-banner soldiers. Their combat prowess surpassed even that of the finest Mongolian cavalry. At this juncture, Qianlong felt a tinge of regret. The Qing Empire found itself surrounded by no adversaries. He yearned for an opportunity to personally lead an expedition, but alas, there was no nation foolish enough to provoke the mighty Qing. How he longed to indulge in the thrill of commanding troops into battle. The scene shifted on the Golden List to the trenches of Tumu Fortress. Here, in stark contrast to the disbanded Ming forces, stood a well-equipped and disciplined contingent of Ming soldiers, albeit numbering merely in the hundreds, insufficient to alter the tide of battle. This was the Imperial Guard of Zhu Qizhen, who understood all too well the fate that awaited him. With no will to resist and devoid of strength to mount any opposition, Zhu Qizhen remained in the trench, silently awaiting his destiny as he beheld the slaughter inflicted by the Walla army. Outside the trench, the Duke of England, Zhang Fu, and the remaining loyal soldiers fought valiantly. The searing blood gushed forth, staining the very ground of Tumu Fortress into a sea of crimson. Under the scorching sun, the blood congealed into horrifying fissures, much like the wounded state of the Ming dynasty itself. The last remaining warriors of the Ming stood steadfast amid the blood of their brethren, ready to embrace their final fate. As the Walla cavalry, numbering nearly 100,000, charged forth, not a single one of the few hundred valiant soldiers faltered. They fought to the death, for they were the emperor's personal guard, the face of the Ming dynasty, and retreat was not an option. With each thrust of their blades, for every wound they endured, a Walla warrior fell beneath their might. Ultimately, the Duke of England, Zhang Fu, and his courageous soldiers sacrificed their lives for their nation. Meeting a heroic end, the Walla army surged into the trench, dragging the 6th emperor of the Ming, Zhu Qizhen, who had been oppressed for nearly half a century. From his hiding place, the emperor was captured, and the army was obliterated, all within the span of merely a month since the commencement of his expedition. In the Tang dynasty, Wei Zhong, incensed, slammed his hand upon the table. What a fool Zhu Qizhen was! How could such a foolish and weak emperor exist? Were there truly no loyal ministers around him, akin to myself? It infuriated me. If you, Zhu Qizhen, were the heir, I would ensure you spent sleepless nights in regret. In this moment and space, Li Shimin felt a pang of anxiety in his heart and hurriedly sought to reassure Wei Zhong. How can you compare me to Zhu Qizhen? I could never be so foolish. Wei Zhong let out a cold snort, retorting, and what about your 3 campaigns against Goguryeo? Were those acts of brilliance? Li Shimin's countenance darkened, and he immediately fell silent. Ah, you, Wei Xuanqing, have seized upon my one blemish. Haven to you? At the same time, in the era of the Ming dynasty's Yongle reign, Zhu Di personally bound Zhu Zhanji, displaying an expression of disappointment akin to a mentor frustrated with a wayward pupil. Zhu Zhanji felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily jumping to conceal himself behind his father. The stout figure of Zhu Di tensed up immediately. This child is truly a source of trouble. Zhu Di then turned to face Zhu Gaoqi, brandishing an array of weapons he had somehow procured. Look at the mess you two have created. With that, Zhu Di flung the weapons away, while Zhu Gaoqi deftly evaded each one. Father, are you serious? The hefty man had not finished his words when Zhu Di hurled various shields and arrows at him. He also spoke of a strategic contraction, the abandonment of national defense, and the dissolution of the military. Is the amount you've saved on military expenditures enough to cover what the Walla people plunder in a single day? Zhu Di shouted while relentlessly flinging objects towards Zhu Gaoqi, yet the agile, rotund man easily evaded them. Instead, it was Zhu Di who found himself utterly exhausted. Do you still dare to evade? Zhu Di decisively removed his shoes and hurled them towards Zhu Gaoqi, simultaneously bellowing, "No evasion allowed." The rotund figure immediately ceased all movement in fear. With a resounding thud, the soul struck true, landing squarely upon the forehead. Zhu Di, now standing with hands on his hips, was indeed aging, unable to wield the sword with vigor. War is underway. A general named Fan Zhong attributed all these mistakes to Wang Zhen. If it were not for his instigation of the emperor to lead the campaign, and if he had not insisted on deploying the army unprepared, without adequate provisions and support, if it were not for his insistence on meddling with military command, the Ming dynasty would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Before his demise, the Ming general wielded a colossal hammer, shattering the treacherous eunuch Wang Zhen into mere fragments, leaving not a single intact piece of flesh. All right. At the moment of Wang Zhen's demise, Yingzheng finally let out a profound sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he expressed his bewilderment, pondering why Fan Zhong did not take the opportunity to eliminate Zhu Qizhen as well before his death. If Zhu Qizhen's head had rolled upon the ground, would it not have brought peace to everyone? The defeat at the Battle of Tumu resulted in the complete annihilation of the founding nobles who had been inherited through several generations of the Ming dynasty. The blade of the Ming dynasty has shattered. The capture of the emperor indirectly precipitated the decline of the national spirit that had been meticulously cultivated by several generations of Ming dynasty emperors. Since the reign of Zhu Qizhen, the Ming dynasty seldom witnessed emperors personally leading military campaigns. The illustrious Hongwu emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, felt his blood pressure soaring to unprecedented heights. He could not rest in peace, truly unable to find solace. What sins have I committed that the Ming dynasty has produced a Zhu Qizhen? With fierce determination, Zhu Yuanzhang seized Zhu Di, delivering 2 resounding slaps. How could you, Zhu Laosi, have given rise to such a descendant? Your Jingnan campaign resulted in this? When the news of the Ming army's catastrophic defeat and the emperor's capture reached the capital the following day, the entire court was thrown into a state of shock. During Zhu Qizhen's expedition, he nearly took away all the military forces of the capital, along with a significant number of high-ranking officials from the court. Presently, the Ming army in the capital consists of no more than 10,000 troops. In that moment, the officials of the Ming dynasty were nearly engulfed in darkness. The sky has fallen. At this moment, some individuals have already begun to pack their belongings, preparing to await their exodus to the south. The entire northwestern region of the capital has nearly succumbed, leaving the city in a state of desolation. Fleeing to the south is the choice that resonates within the hearts of many. The situation was exceedingly urgent. Thus, the news of Zhu Qizhen's capture reached us the very next day, on the 18th day of the 8th month in the 14th year of the Zhengtong era. Under the regency of Zhu Qiyu, the remaining civil and military officials of the Ming dynasty convened a paramount assembly at the highest echelons of the empire. Shall we perish together or merely survive by retreating south? The scene unfolds within the grand hall of the Ming dynasty. The court convenes, centering around the contentious issue of retreating south. At the tender age of 21, Zhu Qiyu encounters the zenith of imperial power for the first time. This previously uninformed and languid prince is now confronted with a formidable dilemma. Restlessly perched upon the dragon throne, he remains silent, his expression one of helplessness, yearning for the ministers to swiftly devise a solution. To his astonishment, as the court assembly commences, the ministers exhibit an unexpected unanimity. Their consensus does not favor a retreat to the south, nor do they advocate for a decisive battle against the formidable Walla. Instead, they weep, an extraordinary display of sorrow. Both civil and military officials are engulfed in tears, their lamentations heart-wrenching and profound, a chorus of despair that overwhelms the court. Zhu Qiyu, unaccustomed to the intricacies of governance, is taken aback by such an unprecedented spectacle. The minister's actions leave him utterly bewildered. Even more confounding for him is the fact that their weeping escalates into chaos. With factions from the north and south engaging in a heated altercation, the disorder rivaling a tumultuous market scene. In his state of shock, Zhu Qiyu sits motionless, his expression vacant. After a while, The ministers, realizing his inaction, reluctantly abandoned their tempestuous display and proceed to establish the agenda for the day's meeting. The first to speak is an official named Su Yozhen. Besides being a government official, he is also known for his dubious fortune-telling skills. His predictions are notoriously inaccurate, yet he charges no fees for his services. Yesterday, after fulfilling his duties, Su Cheng had taken the opportunity to divinate the fate of the Ming dynasty. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge, he employed a plethora of grandiloquent terms, celestial fortunes, imperial stars shining bright, and the like. His message was unequivocal. A retreat to the south is not merely advisable, it is ordained by destiny. This declaration sends ripples through the court, inciting a mixture of astonishment and agreement among a significant faction. In their eyes, the capital's vulnerability against the formidable Walla, capable of annihilating 200,000 troops, renders the prospect of victory bleak. As more officials rally to support the notion of retreating south, a starkly contrasting voice emerges. The foundation of the nation, the stability of the realm, lies within the capital. Those who advocate for a retreat south must be executed. The speaker is none other than Yu Qian, born in the 31st year of the Hongwu era, a native of Qiantang County, Zhejiang. Since childhood, I have immersed myself in the study of historical texts. In the 19th year of the Yongle era, he achieved the degree of Jinshi and was appointed as an imperial censor. In the 5th year of the Xuande era, he was appointed as the deputy minister of war. In the 13th year of the Zhengtong era, he was promoted to the position of deputy minister of war. This shall be a loyal minister who extends the life of the great Ming for a century. Upon uttering this, Yu Qian declared, "Those who dare to speak of relocating to the south shall face execution." He then continued with fervor, "The capital is the very foundation of our realm. Should we move it southward, the situation would undoubtedly spiral beyond redemption. Would we not then tread the path that led to the downfall of the Southern Song? Have you all forgotten the events surrounding the southern migration of the Song dynasty? The great Song, under Zhao Guangyin, had once relished the spectacle of courtly disputes in other realms. Who does not enjoy such drama? Yet, in an instant, Yu Qian's words, would we not then tread the path that led to the downfall of the Southern Song? Have you forgotten the southern migration of the Song dynasty? Rendered him utterly perplexed, as the smile vanished from his face. By heavens, Zhao Guangyin exclaimed, has the Song dynasty perished? I have just established the stove, and now it has collapsed? Who can enlighten me on this matter? Am I caught in the midst of gossip? Is our esteemed Song capital not in Dongjing? How has it migrated southward? What prompts such a relocation? Do we have students studying abroad as well? At this moment, Zhao Guangyin was no longer preoccupied with concerns about the defense of Beijing. Could someone please inform him of the current state of the Song? Are there descendants among his lineage more absurd than Zhu Qizhen? Meanwhile, the valiant Zhao Guangyi, the charioteer of the Gaoliang River, was racing alongside the Empress Xiaozhou, while a skilled court painter adeptly captured the scene. Just hold this angle for another 3 minutes, and I shall complete the painting. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guangyi felt invigorated, ready to press the accelerator, when suddenly, Yu Qian's declaration echoed from the golden list. In a moment of shock, Zhao Guangyi wondered, has our Song truly fallen? Are you jesting with me? He was momentarily taken aback, as was the court painter beside him. Goodness, I haven't finished yet, and you've already stalled? I have only just lifted my brush. This is the 3rd time today. Is it so difficult to hold for 2 more minutes? Meanwhile, the inventory of the golden list continued. After a brief period of tranquility, the court of the Ming dynasty erupted into another round of disputes. Yu Qian's words resounded like thunder. The remaining elder ministers awoke from their slumber, drenched in cold sweat. Should the capital migrate south, it would hand over the imperial seat to the Mongols, allowing them to entrench themselves in the north for 20 years. It would be nearly impossible for the Ming to avoid ruin. Were they, the pillars of the court, destined to become subjects of a fallen state? No, they could never accept servitude. The Ming must not flee south, nor could it transform into the southern Ming. The seasoned ministers, cognizant of the grand tides of the world, no longer hesitated and rallied behind Yu Qian's stance. Instantly, the court was engulfed in a more fervent dispute, with both sides presenting their views. At this pivotal moment, Wang Zhi, the minister of personnel, recognized as the preeminent figure of the Ming dynasty, stepped forward. Some sources refer to him as Wang Wan. These are 2 individuals who served sequentially in this role. He unequivocally expressed his support for Yu Qian. Wang Zhi proclaimed, since the establishment of our Ming, there has never been a precedent for abandoning the capital and fleeing south. When faced with a minor setback, You all hang your heads in despair and speak of national demise. Where has your pride gone? The court officials, finally roused by his admonition, chose to remain steadfast in Beijing. Very well. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qiyu in the scene ceased to hesitate. Although his temperament was feeble and he had not undergone the royal education that Zhu Qizhen had, the blood of the Zhu family coursed through his veins. Thus, he resolutely made his decision to fight, never to flee. The scene freezes at this moment. The Han dynasty. At this juncture, Lu Che furrowed his brow. One must concede when it is prudent to concede. Do not fixate on the gains or losses of a city or a pond. Once, Zhu Qizhen possessed such confidence. The army of kings, the wrath of thunder. I hope you prove to be stronger than your brother. Thus, the most pressing issue in today's court has been resolved. We must engage in a decisive battle against the wall of Tartars. Furthermore, a graver issue lies before us. How can one safeguard the city of Beijing? Who shall bear the solemn responsibility of safeguarding the city of Beijing? After the Battle of Tumu Fortress, the capital was not only devoid of soldiers but also bereft of capable leaders. Thus, after nearly a day of intense argumentation, Zhu Qiyu resolved to place the heavy burden of defending the city upon the shoulders of Yu Qian. Moreover, he was promoted to the esteemed position of Minister of War, granting him a multitude of privileges. This is the highest honor in the world, as well as the heaviest burden. At this moment, Yu Qian had never commanded an army nor possessed any experience in warfare. The burden of defending the city had unexpectedly fallen upon the shoulders of a civil servant. It is evident how profoundly this situation had traumatized the Ming dynasty's military under the leadership of Zhu Qizhen. Fortunately, he could live for another 20 years. By the time Zhu Zhangji was born, Zhu De might very well have ensured he was weaned prematurely, allowing the scion to perish. No, he would prevent the birth altogether. Smashing it against the wall. On the list of the elite, a familiar scene re-emerged. With a heavy heart, Yu Qian once again stepped into the Ministry of War's camp, where he was to convene his first grand meeting since taking office. However, upon fully grasping the dire circumstances facing the capital, he realized the monumental challenge of safeguarding Beijing. The capture of Zhu Qizhen and the annihilation of 200,000 troops had not only led to a depletion of military strength but, more critically, a significant decline in the morale of the Ming forces. As Yu Qian gathered the few remaining soldiers in the capital, he discovered that apart from a few thousand undisciplined second-rate soldiers, the rest were a disorganized assembly of the aged, infirm, and disabled. Moreover, the capital was devoid of even a handful of horses capable of running. Indeed, it is a true testament to the adage that a skillful chef cannot prepare a meal without rice. The situation was utterly lamentable. The elite forces had been completely wiped out, and even the second-rate soldiers were scarce. How could one possibly wage war under such circumstances? Thus, the immediate priority must be to bolster troop numbers and uplift morale. After discussions between Yu Qian and Zhu Qizhen, the first edict from the Ministry of War was issued. The content of the edict is as follows. Effective today, all combat-ready personnel from the provinces and various levels, excluding the main forces, are summoned to the capital for the defense of the city. First, the mobilization of troops, including the Nanjing Mobilization Army, the Beijing Mobilization Army, and the Hunan Mobilization Army. Secondly, prepare the anti-Japanese forces, including the Nanjing Anti-Japanese Army and the Shandong Anti-Japanese Army. Thirdly, the grain transportation troops, encompassing the Beijing Grain Transportation Corps, the Shaanxi Grain Transportation Corps, the Hunan Grain Transportation Corps, the Shandong Grain Transportation Corps, and the Nanjing Grain Transportation Corps. Fourthly, the Zhejiang Army, which protects against the coastal marauders beyond the shores of Zhejiang. Upon receiving the orders, each military unit promptly set forth, arriving at the capital to establish their defenses in a timely manner. Any act of defiance would result in severe punishment. Observing this scene, Zhu Di felt a slight easing of his emotions. It appeared that the Ming dynasty, at this moment, truly lacked any nominal main forces. Aside from the border troops and reserve forces, all available main troops had perished at Tumu Fort. Zhu Di's concerns deepened. While the issue of troop availability had been temporarily alleviated, another pressing concern emerged. Who could foresee when reinforcements would arrive in the capital, and for how long they would remain? Thus, the subsequent challenge lay in ensuring an ample supply of provisions. With the entire army converging within the confines of Beijing, the sheer number of mouths to feed each day was indeed staggering. Possessing sufficient grain would allow for an extended endurance, however. The pressing question remained. Was there an adequate surplus of food in Beijing? Zhu Di's worries intensified once more. Beijing faces a shortage of grain. with the nearest granary located in Chongzhen. The current issue is that there are numerous small detachments of the Walla tribe near Chongzhen. If we were to mobilize an army of over 10,000 men to transport grain to Chongzhen, it is highly likely that we would encounter an ambush by the Walla forces. By that time, the loss of troops and the subsequent demoralization of the general will render their resolve even more precarious. At this moment, Yu Qian devised another plan. All reserve troops will take a detour to Tongzhou before advancing to the capital, following the route through Tongzhou to enter the city. As each soldier passes through Tongzhou, they are urged to seize as much food as they can possibly gather. Every 20 stones of grain shall reward 1 tael of silver. The more, the better. Ideally, each person should be able to carry away 500 pounds. Everything that cannot be taken away is swallowed whole. At this juncture, Tongzhou lies in close proximity to the capital, and the main forces are still stationed beyond the passes, rendering the small contingents of the Walla cavalry utterly incapable of posing any threat to the Grand Army. Thus, the issue of food is effortlessly resolved. After the arrival of over 100,000 reserve troops in the capital, with ample provisions, Qin once again issued a dispatch from the Ministry of War. This directive addresses the issue of weaponry. At that time, the capital city of Beijing was severely lacking in weaponry, with less than 1/10 of the defending soldiers equipped with armor. Moreover, the weaponry designated for offensive purposes is equally inadequate at the most desperate times. Several soldiers are compelled to share a single sword. Thus, Yu Qian once again commanded. The content of the decree is as follows. First, all personnel in the Ministry of Works are tirelessly and urgently engaged in the manufacture of weaponry. Secondly, the available weapons from the inventory in Nanjing shall be urgently transported to Beijing. Thirdly, send individuals to Tumu Fort to gather the firearms and other equipment abandoned by the Ming army during their defeat. The issue of weaponry has consequently been resolved. From August 19th to early September, after the war machine of the Ming dynasty commenced its operations, merely a span of 2 weeks, within the territory of the Ming dynasty. Aside from the border troops and the Southern Group Army, all soldiers capable of arriving have gathered. The military strength within the city of Beijing has reached a formidable force of 220,000, sufficient to contend with the enemy, and provisions are ample. The Ming dynasty, under the reign of Hongwu, observed as the once ailing empire was gradually steered back to stability by a man named Yu Qian. Zhu Yuanzhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Ming dynasty still boasts capable ministers. His heart, which had been on the brink of despair, found some solace at last. Alas, what of that scoundrel the fourth? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. Father, a frail voice emerged, startling Zhu Yuanzhang. What are you doing lying at my feet, Dayosi? Zhu Di replied with a bitter smile. Please, kindly remove your foot from my body. The great Han, Yu Qian, exhibited a clear and structured approach to problem solving, leaving Xiao He quite astonished. It was indeed a pity that the one known as Yu Qian, the Minister of War, was assigned such a role. He handled all matters with remarkable orderliness, a skill not inferior to his own. Such a talent ought to be in charge of logistics. If only Yu Qian were to be graced with a general of Han Xin's caliber, the forces of Walla would surely be unable to breach the capital. Walla, yet untested by the defense of Beijing, observed Yu Qian's arrangements with a smirk upon his lips. Ah, a commendable strategy. It appears all issues have been resolved. But, should I unleash the divine warrior of the Ming? Zhu Qizhen, how would you respond? After all, he is the emperor of the Ming dynasty. With the emperor in my grasp, would you dare to retaliate? In the throes of battle, should anyone harm the emperor, they would face the annihilation of their entire clan. Ha ha. He too contemplated his trump card, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Once he seized the Yuan capital, he would become the next Kublai Khan. On the 5th day of September, a debate once again erupted in the imperial court, calling for a new emperor to render the identity of Zhu Qizhen obsolete. The ministers fervently petitioned Empress Sun, the wife of Zhu Zhanji, and the nominal mother of Zhu Qiyu, ardently advocating for the enthronement of Zhu Jianxin, the son of Zhu Qizhen, as emperor. However, at this moment, the boy named Zhu Jianxin is merely 3 years old, barely able to articulate his words. If he were to ascend the throne, would it not once again lead the Ming dynasty to the precipice of disaster? Consequently, the ministers once again united in their petition, directing the selection of the emperor towards Zhu Qiyu. At this moment, 2 individuals within the court were the first to voice their dissenting opinions. One is Empress Dowager Sunday. Another is Zhu Qiyu himself. The Song dynasty. Zhao Heng observed this scene and felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Lo and behold, Is that not I? The capital is on the brink of collapse, and we have been thrust into this predicament. Is this not an affront to the honest? In Zhao Heng's perspective, Empress Dowager Sun would undoubtedly oppose Zhu Qiyu's ascension to the throne, for they are not of the same lineage. As for Zhu Qiyu himself, his reluctance to become emperor is rooted in a more straightforward rationale. Why was I not allowed to ascend to the throne earlier, nor later? Just when the grand army has been squandered, and when the Walla are poised to invade the capital, am I to be made emperor? What does this signify? Whether Beijing can withstand the siege remains uncertain. Should he truly ascend the throne, and if the capital falls, would he not be branded a usurper? Is it his brother's fault that he must bear the blame? What is this? Is it merely a bullying of the honest? Should the situation truly spiral into ruin, how would he explain it to his ancestors? Just as he, Zhao Hong, grapples with the same dilemma. How does one articulate this? The throne seems to be a matter of indifference, with anyone free to claim it as they wish. Zhu Zhanji had but 2 sons. The sole heir, Zhu Qiyu, was left behind as Zhu Qizhen embarked on his studies abroad. Thus, Zhu Qiyu became one of the rare figures in Chinese history who, despite his reluctance, was compelled to ascend to the throne. The great Tang Emperor Li Shimin was displeased. What kind of statement is this? What does it mean to be unwilling to be an emperor yet find oneself in that position? Is this truly a sensible expression? Observe how presumptuous these words are. Refrain from believing in rumors and disseminating falsehoods. On September 6th, Zhu Qiyu ascended to the throne, adopting the era named Jingtai, which was subsequently designated as the first year of Jingtai in the following year. In a mere span of 20 days, Zhu Qiyu transformed from a languid prince into the sovereign of the Ming dynasty. After Zhu Qiyu ascended to the throne, Zhu Qizhen transformed into the Grand Emperor, thereby securing his retirement benefits. Thus, the only formidable weapon that once constrained the Ming dynasty has now lost its efficacy. Upon ascending to power, Zhu Qiyu issued his inaugural command to the garrison along the route. Under no circumstances should they surrender the city at the behest of the retired emperor. It was imperative to prevent Yi Xian from sustaining his forces through warfare. As September draws to a close, all preparations within the capital are complete, awaiting only the arrival of the formidable Walla army. The once triumphant Yexing, basking in the glory of his recent victories, is taken aback. Just prior to this moment, he had not only annihilated the elite forces of the Ming dynasty, but had also captured the Ming emperor himself. With this remarkable feat, Yexing's stature among the tribes of the steppe has soared to new heights. After considerable effort, he managed to persuade the various clans to rally behind him. Leading an army of 100,000 Mongols, eager to march towards Beijing with the captive Zhu Qizhen in tow. His ambitions are insatiable, yearning for even greater spoils. However, the latest decree reveals that Zhu Qizhen has ascended to the status of the Grand Emperor. Yexing is left in despair, feeling utterly cheated. Is this not an affront to the honest man? The cavalry of the grasslands divided into 3 routes, taking Zhu Qizhen hostage as they advanced southward, seeking to exploit his identity to plunder the cities of the Ming dynasty along their path. The imperial identity of Zhu Qizhen has become obsolete, leaving the Walla to face a series of rebuffs that have driven them into despondency. Thus, with no other option, they chose to circumvent the Ming fortresses along the way and make a direct journey to the capital. Although Zhu Qizhen was not the emperor of the Ming dynasty, he held the esteemed title of the retired emperor, which resulted in the military along the route refraining from any attempts to intercept the formidable forces of the Walla. On October 5th, they successfully breached the Jiuyong Pass and reached the outskirts of Beijing on October 11th. After the Walla army arrived at the outskirts of Beijing, Yu Qian convened an emergency meeting once again. Yu Qian never anticipated that the Walla would once again unite the strength of the steppes, mobilizing hundreds of thousands. During the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, the common people anxiously perused the contents of the imperial edict. Although the Walla forces were numerically inferior compared to the Ming army, their contingent of 100,000 was comprised of genuine cavalry, renowned for their remarkable mobility. The Ming, despite their numerical superiority, faced the challenge of consolidating their forces. The capital boasted 9 city gates in total. Thus, concentrating troops at one location would inevitably leave other gates vulnerable. The Walla army, leveraging their agility, could exploit these openings, and the Ming forces would struggle to mount an effective defense in time. However, to disperse the 200,000 troops across the vast expanse of the capital meant that each city gate would be guarded by merely 20 to 30,000 soldiers. Such a meager reserve would stand little chance against the might of the Walla army. Amid the rising concerns of the Ming populace, the edict revealed yet another military conference within the Ming court. In light of the Walla incursion, the commander stationed at Datong, Shi Huang, proposed his insights. He argued that given the formidable advance of the Walla forces and the inability to divide their defenses, it would be more prudent to abandon the outer city of Beijing and concentrate their military might within the inner city to confront the Walla army directly. Fool! Yu Qian chastised the general Shi Huang vehemently, articulating his thoughts with fervor. The Walla, having taken the Grand Emperor hostage, acted with brazen audacity, their arrogance palpable. Should we forsake the outer city and retreat to the inner stronghold, we would only embolden the spirits of the Walla warriors. Since the founding of the Ming dynasty over a century ago, when our illustrious founding emperor, of humble origins, traversed the realm and vanquished the tyrannical Yuan, how could we, the heirs of such valor, fear the insignificant Walla? As Yu Qian's heartfelt words resonated, the soldiers' competitive spirit was ignited. Amidst the grandeur of the Golden Proclamation, Yu Qian stood resolutely before the army, his voice soaring as he declared, "Brave warriors, the foes we are about to confront are the most elite fighters of the steppes. Are you afraid?" After a prolonged silence, a faint voice emerged from the military camp. "No, we are not afraid." Yu Qian suddenly burst into laughter. "Just look at your faces. You are all trembling with fear. Fear is a natural response, and I, too, harbor my own trepidations. After all, our main forces were completely annihilated just 2 months ago. How can one not feel apprehensive?" At this point, Yu Qian paused abruptly before erupting in anger. "What use is fear? The Supreme Emperor has been captured, the Walla army is at our gates, and our main forces have perished. We stand on the brink of national extinction. Is there truly anything left to hold on to? If we fail in this battle, the Ming dynasty will inevitably become another Southern Song. At that time, how many of you will manage to survive? Have your ancestors not spoken of the hardships endured by the common folk during the tyrannical rule of the Yuan? If the Ming dynasty falls and the realm continues to be governed by the oppressive Yuan, what face will we, as soldiers, have to present to the world?" Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Yu Qian's fervent speech. This scholar named Yu Qian possessed remarkable oratory skills. Just listen to the impassioned words he speaks. They resonate deeply with the hearts of the soldiers. Indeed, our nation has reached an unprecedented low. Whether we surrender or face defeat, there is only one path that leads to death. To preserve our lives, we must find a way to win this battle. Liu Bang, witnessing Yu Qian's address, could not contain his excitement. This Yu Qian is truly a learned individual. He surpasses Xu Qizhen in wisdom. He understands all too well that without the ability to lead a team, one is destined for failure. After uplifting the spirits of the soldiers, as Yu Qian commenced the next phase of his strategy, he severed all avenues of retreat, compelling the vast army to confront the Walla in a decisive battle to the death. Within the scene depicted on the Golden List, Yu Qian began to address his audience once more. On the morrow, when the battle would commence, all soldiers were to follow their commanders and take their positions outside the city, while the imperial guards within were to immediately close the 9 gates once the 200,000 troops had exited. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Yet, before the soldiers could fully process the gravity of the situation, Yu Qian continued, declaring that any soldier clad in armor who did not engage in battle outside the city would be executed, and any soldier who dared to return to the city without orders would also face execution. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Ming army grew unbearably tense. Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming dynasty, was taken aback by Yu Qian's decisive commands. What remarkable talent this was! It reminded him of his own dire circumstances when Chun Yuliang besieged him, facing an overwhelming force. In that critical hour, the fate of Yingtian hung precariously in the balance, as Chun Yuliang's troops advanced relentlessly, both by land and by water. With his forces outmatched in equipment and numbers, the defense of Yingtian seemed nearly impossible, and his army was perpetually ensnared in a state of panic.